Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. The sun is shining and the sky is clear. Seagulls screamed in the air from time to time. They flapped their wings and soared freely over the sea. The sky is so blue, like sapphire. There was no ripple on the sea level, and the quiet wind stirred slightly. At this moment, a medium-sized ketch suddenly flashed across the originally lonely sea. The speed of this ship was not fast. It sailed leisurely on the sea, like a proud peacock. However, no one could have imagined that this ship turned out to be a pirate ship. Yes, there is a skull logo hanging on this ship, which represents pirates. On the deck of the ship, there are many vicious people who dress casually and drink and play unscrupulously. As soon as they go to sea, they lead a life of robbing homes and plundering hair and drinking blood. Of course, apart from these pirates, there is another human who stands out. He was wearing colorful shorts that exposed his knees, a pair of cool and casual splints, and a pair of black sunglasses, which made him stand out among the pirates. At this time, he was at the helm, controlling the direction of the entire ship. I estimate that after walking for a while, we should be able to reach the Goa Kingdom. These pirates probably don't know that I changed my direction privately, right? Su King prayed silently in his heart. The navigator of this group of pirates originally fell ill and died, but Su King happened to appear in front of this group of pirates, and was naturally invited forcibly. Of course, this group of pirates did not regard Su King as one of their own, but only regarded him as a tool that could be used. For these cruel pirates, as long as Su King brought them to their destination, they would not hesitate. Kill Su King mercilessly, and then recruit new blood. Hey! Boy! We should have arrived at our destination this morning. Why is it already noon now and we haven't seen the shadow of the island or the land yet? The person who asked the question was the captain of the ship and the leader of the pirate group, named Yabu. Captain Yabu is an extremely ferocious robber with a bounty of millions of baileys. What he is most proud of is his gun skills. It is said that he is a pirate who is always on target. Su King was a smart man. When he saw the pirate leader getting angry, he naturally comforted him immediately and said, "Mr. Yabu, you may be slightly out of position. I'll adjust and we'll be there soon." Captain Yabu's temper was not that good. He grabbed Su King and smashed Su King to the ground very easily. With a boom, Su King fell to the ground, and even his handsome sunglasses were smashed. A hole. Boy, the reason why you are alive and at the helm here is because of my kindness and the value of you. Captain Yabu showed his vicious face very easily. Don't think I don't know. You feed the prisoner mother and daughter with food every day. I have already told you not to give them food. If you dare to disobey me again, be careful, I will throw you into the sea and feed it to the sharks. Captain Yabu glared at Su King fiercely. Su King didn't know how to respond for a moment, so he could only nod silently. Seeing Su King nodding, Captain Yabu turned around. A hole. Su King cursed in his heart. Although he was extremely angry, he had to endure it. Since he traveled to the pirate world, he has not awakened any special abilities, which leaves him with no power at all. Fighting back, I had to accept everything in front of me. As a time traveler, I'm having a miserable time, right? Everyone else has cheats and stuff? What about me? Nothing? What the hell is going on? Su King couldn't understand, could he be like this? Live a mediocre life? However, just when Su King couldn't figure out his future, he seemed to see land not far away. That's the kingdom of Goa, right? I remember that the windmill village in this kingdom seems to be the hometown of Luffy, the protagonist of One Piece. As a time traveler, Su King is naturally very interested in anime characters. Then, a sudden voice made him full of hope for life again. Ding ding ding! Congratulations! You have arrived at Windmill Village. You have signed in successfully. This is the first place you have arrived so far, and the God-level sign-in system has been successfully activated. Congratulations! You have received a reward. Super Devil Fruit. The sound was loud and sudden, which naturally startled Su Kang. Su Kang quickly turned around, fearing that others would also hear the sound. However, Su Kang thought too much. The pirates on the deck were looking at Windmill Village with evil expressions. They were preparing weapons and planned to burn, kill, and plunder. But they didn't seem to hear the huge sound just now. When Su Kang turned his head again, he found that an extremely beautifully made box appeared in front of him. The patterns on the box are extremely detailed and exquisite, which can be called a work of art. The important thing is that Su Kang feels that the things in this box seem to be inseparable from him. Open it and take a look. Su Kang gently lifted the lid of the box, and there was a black fruit lying quietly inside, which looked a bit like an enlarged version of a black strawberry. This is, Su Kang has seen devil fruits in anime. Animal type, Paramecia, and Logia don't seem to look like this. This is a super devil fruit, you can eat it with confidence. The mysterious voice appeared again. Although Su Kang was wary of this unfamiliar voice, when he thought about what he had to face now, he naturally became worried. He couldn't let those pirates dominate his life. No matter what, instead of letting these pirates torture you to death, why not fight it yourself? Just eat it. Su Kang then picked up the black fruit and took a bite. Ugh! Su Kang almost vomited. He had never eaten anything so unpalatable, and he instinctively wanted to vomit. However, his desire for the mysterious power of the devil fruit made him restrain himself. Su Kang tried his best and finally swallowed the mouthful, but he never had the courage to take a second bite. However, with things like devil fruit, you can gain abilities when you take the first bite, so there is no need to take a second bite. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang felt a strange feeling. His whole body began to heat up, and the warm feeling immediately swept through every part of his body. Su Kang felt as if he had soaked in a hot spring, feeling very comfortable. Su Kang felt that his body's functions were rapidly strengthening, and he was also very excited. Logically speaking, the stronger the person who eats the fruit, the more fully the power of the fruit can be exerted. However, this time, Su Kang felt that it was this fruit that brought him a huge improvement. The originally thin body with inconspicuous muscles has now become plump due to the fruit's ability. Chapter 2. In less than a minute, Su Kang felt that he had transformed from a loser into a handsome fitness man. Although the muscles on the body are not very explosive and swollen, they are extremely well proportioned and look very comfortable. Su Kang's changes naturally attracted the attention of Captain Yabu and the surrounding pirates. FK. Su Kang. What the hell are you doing? The pirates were all attracted by Su Kang's changes, and they all questioned him one after another. Why are you so energetic? What's going on? Could it be that you saw a place with humans and wanted to plunder it with us? I said. Do you also want to become a pirate? Haha. Shut up. Captain Yabu came out at this time and saw Su Kang, who was a little strange. He grabbed Su Kang and threatened him very fiercely, boy. I advise you not to play tricks. Otherwise, the result will be that's right. Captain Yabu was shocked. Su Kang stood motionless in front of him, unable to move no matter how hard he pulled. What's the result? Now that Su Kang no longer has to be bullied by these pirates, he naturally plans to settle his previous accounts one by one. At this time, he squinted at Captain Yabu in front of him, and his attitude became much worse. He no longer took Captain Yabu seriously. UBD. Captain Yabu yelled angrily and exerted all his strength again. However, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not lift Su Kang up. What's going on? Did you eat a weight? Upon seeing this, Captain Yabu immediately glared at the surrounding men who were watching the fun, and then cursed. You bastards! Why don't you take care of this brat? I didn't expect that this brat, who eats and drinks from me, would dare to resist me now? How dare you go against the boss? Does this guy not want to live? The men of the Yabu pirates took action immediately. They used their numerical advantage to surround Su King first. The pirates with guns all raised their muskets and pointed them at Su King. In the past, Su King would have bowed his head and endured. He used to be an ordinary person. But now that he has awakened the god-level sign-in system, things are different. He no longer has to live with his tail between his legs. Want to teach me a lesson? Don't ask yourself, do you have the qualifications now? Su King raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his eyes full of contempt. His words revealed great confidence and contempt for this group of pirates. A whole. In that case, let me let you experience what despair is. Captain Yabu has always had a hot temper. At this time, he couldn't bear it anymore. He waved his hand to his men and said, "Kill him. Anyway, we have found the target. He is no longer of use value. Boy! Don't blame us. If you want to blame, blame yourself." The pirates around him had already locked their muskets on Su King, and they finally pulled the trigger under the captain's order. Just listen to countless bang sounds, deafening. Countless bullets were fired out, and the target was naturally Su King. Su King still didn't have any fear, he was the one who obtained the super devil fruit. "Let me see your ability. The legendary devil fruit." Su King made a voice in his heart, and then, endless darkness spread out from his whole body to the outside. At the same time, a black shadow appeared behind Su King. The black shadow was attached to Su King's back. Although the specific appearance of the black shadow could not be seen clearly, he could see the red eyes. Staring into these eyes, one can feel the inexplicable chill and coldness, as if falling into an abyss. The next second, the entire Yabu pirates were stunned. Most of them didn't know what happened. They originally thought that Su King would be shot to death, but now he was still standing in front of them unscathed. What was even more terrifying was that Su King had now transformed into such a terrifying monster. "How is it? I told you that you are not qualified to fight me now," Su King said calmly, not taking these pirates seriously at all. Captain Yabu was shocked, and then he immediately thought of something. "Don't panic, everyone. This guy should be a person with abilities who has eaten a devil fruit. I didn't expect him to be so hidden. Not afraid of bullets. Then he must be afraid of knives. Everyone, come with me and chop him into meat paste." Under the leadership of Captain Yabu, all the pirates set out in unison, and they all took out their knives, menacingly. He rushed towards Su King. Su King shook his head slightly and said, "You guys still don't understand the gap between you and me now. Anyway, I'll just stretch my muscles and let you see my fruit ability." After finishing speaking, Su King finally shook his head, took a step forward, and then pushed out with a palm. At the same time, the long arms of the black shadow behind Su King also grew longer in an instant, and seemed to be pushed out by Su King's pushing palm. This huge black arm was so powerful that it even made a sound of breaking through the air. With just a push of the palm, the group of pirates who were trying to slash Su King with their swords were knocked away. What a terrifying power! It defeated us with just one blow. Is this really the power of the devil fruit? Or is this guy the devil himself? What should we do? We are no match for this guy. Go and get the cannon. If you blast this guy, I don't believe you can kill this BD. Captain Yabu seemed to have lost his mind. He never thought that the boy who had been suppressed by his gun could actually know how to do it. After turning around, he must kill Su King in order to establish his prestige. He wants to tell Su King that he is the boss of this ship. Su King's counterattack did not pause. He turned around and stretched out his huge black slender arms. Su King clenched his fists tightly, and the devil's claws clenched into the devil's fist. This punch was blasted out with a sound of breaking through the air. The surrounding pirates were instantly bombarded and seriously injured. Many pirates even directly he was knocked out of the boat and fell into the water. Captain Yabu, I've been putting up with you, but I didn't expect you to push yourself further and treat me less and less as a human being. Now I'm going to make you pay the price. I think you're ready. Su King then gently stretched out his hand, giving such a gentle squeeze. At the same time, the demon's black arm behind him also stretched out. Su King easily grabbed Captain Yabu and held it in the palm of your hand. Although Captain Yabu struggled desperately and exhausted all his strength, he could not break away no matter what. Let me go. Su King. UBD. You brat. If it weren't for me, you would have drowned in the sea. If you fall into my hands, your life will definitely be worse than death. The injured Captain Yabu, even though his life was in Su Kang's hands, still cursed and looked down on others, which made Su Kang's murderous intention grow stronger. But just at this moment, a pirate pushed the cannon out and fired it at Su Kang with a bang. Immediately afterwards, the cannon was about to hit Su Kang's body. At this time, Su Kang's tiger body shook, and the black figure actually stretched out a pair of black wings. These wings were extremely huge and completely protected Su Kang inside. The moment the cannonball hit Su Kang actually flapped it out with his wings. Not only did the cannonball not explode, it was completely bounced away by Su Kang. Ah! Who are you? Captain Yabu is really panicking now. Even a devil fruit user shouldn't have such a mysterious ability. Logia? No. Paramecia? It doesn't seem to be the case. But in the animal department, it seems that no animal is like this. It looks like a demon. Yabu's heart gradually became frightened, not only because Su Kang's strength is more about the fear of Su Kang's unknown abilities. What the hell is going on? He can't hide his strength. Just now I dealt with him. Did the change just start? Could it be that this guy just ate a devil fruit? Captain Yabu suddenly realized what he thought was right. Su Kang. Let me live. Otherwise, I will kill the mother and daughter. Captain Yabu was about to die, but he still didn't repent and kept his self-righteous face. Su Kang finally couldn't bear it anymore. You are clearly in the palm of my hand, but you still dare to threaten me. Don't worry, I will save the two of them, but there is no need for anyone other than them to live. You have done all kinds of evil, and it's time to reap the consequences. Su Kang's eyes gradually became cold. His hands became harder and harder, and Captain Yabu became less and less able to resist. Soon, the evil Captain Yabu was squeezed to death by Su Kang. As for the remaining pirates, seeing that the captain was dead, they launched another attack on Su Kang. Su Kang shuttled among the pirates. The mysterious black shadow behind him was like a harvester of life. He quickly waved his arms and wings. In less than a moment, almost all the pirates on the ship were slaughtered. Chapter 3. Ah! You are a devil! You are a devil! Ugh! The remaining pirates on the pirate ship finally lost consciousness in disbelief. Su Kang saw that all the pirates on the ship had been completely eliminated by himself, so he put away his abilities. And what is the black shadow attached to Su Kang's back? Of course it's a demon. The devil fruit that Su Kang ate was not any of the common paramecia, logia, or animal types, but a devil that had never appeared in the original work, a devil fruit. Su Kang's fruit ability is to let the devil itself possess his body to improve his abilities. This fruit seems a bit similar to the animal type. After all, it has the high explosive power of the animal type, but at the same time it has Paramecia's superpowers and Logia's ability to control nature. Even Su Kang was very satisfied at this moment. This is right. System, you are here after all. If you don't come again, I may lose hope in this world. Immediately afterwards, the pirate ship had anchored on the island. Su Kang entered the cabin directly. The cabin was very dark. However, Su Kang, who had the ability of a demon, also had many superpowers, such as night vision. You can see clearly even in the dark. Entering the door of a room, Su King knocked on the door. Immediately a cry for help came from the door. "Don't come in, pirate! If you come in, I will die in front of you. By then, you will no longer know the location of the mysterious treasure." The speaker was a middle-aged woman, and her voice was obviously very frightening. Su King immediately responded, "Hello, Aunt, I am Su King. Those pirates are dead and will never hurt you again. You can rest assured." "What? Is this true?" The woman inside was obviously doubtful, but she finally opened the door. There was a girl about the same age as Su King inside the door, and next to her was the middle-aged woman. The two of them knew Su King. Captain Yabu had imprisoned the two of them before, but Su King secretly gave them food. "Is everything you said true, Su King? Those pirates are really dead? Who killed them?" The middle-aged woman felt very surprised. After all, Yabu was also from the East Sea. A domineering pirate with a bounty of several million baileys, ordinary people would never be his match. Su King didn't know how to explain it, so he made up a random reason and said, "They were all taken away by others. I don't know exactly what happened. Now there are only 3 of us left in the whole ship. Let's get off the ship and take a look." Later, at Su King's invitation, the two of them followed Su King and left the pirate ship. This is the kingdom of Goa. The village with the windmill not far from here is called Windmill Village. Let's go over and have a rest. It should be fine if the boat is left here. Su King pointed to the map and introduced. The middle-aged woman was named Halia, and her daughter was named Nellie. They were originally on a merchant ship, but after this group of pirates bumped into the merchant ship, they naturally plundered them at all costs. In the end, almost everyone on the ship was killed. Halia finally revealed a mysterious message, and finally she and her daughter were left behind. Captain Yabu wanted to torture them severely, but the information about the mysterious treasure in Halia's mouth was very important, so in the end Captain Yabu had no choice but to imprison the two together. At that time, Su King desperately traveled to this world, and was eventually salvaged by the evil Captain Yabu. Su King accidentally revealed that he could sail, and then became the captain of the Yabu pirates. Scholar. The 3 finally arrived at Windmill Village. The environment here is very beautiful, very peaceful, and you feel very comfortable when you stay here. Su King looked at the big windmill and couldn't help but think, what a great place. I wonder where the pirate timeline is now. And just when Su King was thinking, the sudden sound of the system sounded again. "Host, if you have any questions, you can communicate with me at any time," the system said. Su King still looked around, looking very cautious. "Don't worry, no one in this world can hear my voice except you," the system said. "I see, it is indeed very humane. System, I want to know you in detail. It seems that I didn't have this opportunity before." Su King sat cross-legged on the ground and began to communicate seriously with the system. Of course, the name of this system is called the God-level sign-in system. As the name suggests, you can obtain different abilities by signing in at different locations. The system said, "Since you signed in for the first time, the system has issued you a super devil fruit reward, but this kind of devil fruit does not exist in this world." Su King nodded and said, "Indeed, I have never heard of the devil fruit, but this fruit is indeed very powerful, and even my usual state has been affected in a good way." The system responded with some pride in its tone, "Of course, the reason why this fruit is called the Super Devil Fruit is because of its comprehensive ability. Not only can he guide ability users to become more and more powerful in daily life, he also has various potentials and can be combined with many abilities. The most important thing is that this fruit will not make you afraid of sea water." Su King was surprised time and time again by the system. Having only used it once before, Su King naturally did not carefully understand his own fruit abilities. Now when I hear System 1's explanation, I am naturally pleasantly surprised. I'll ask you if I don't know anything about the fruit in the future. I want to know where I can get rewards by signing in. Su King asked. The system responded, you should know Monkey D. Luffy, right? Yes, of course I know. After all, he is the protagonist of the original work. Some of the iconic places Straw Hat Luffy arrives will be check-in locations, and each time you sign in, you will be given random rewards, including abilities from the pirate world, as well as items from other worlds. All in all, there will definitely be things that will surprise you and things that will make you crazy, so stay tuned. The system also sold out a trick. Okay, by the way, how can the sign-in be considered successful? Su King asked again. It's simple. You just need to stay near this place for a while, that's enough, the system said. This is good. Su King originally thought that the super devil fruit he got was already the biggest cheat, but now it seems that even more surprises are yet to come. He didn't need to do anything. As long as he arrived at a certain place, he would be rewarded. Such a satisfying thing naturally made Su King laugh so hard that his teeth almost fell out. Last question, can you tell me the current timeline? Su King asked the question he wanted to know most. Chapter 4. Hey! Su King asked again, but the system did not respond to him. You go to the tavern, you will understand naturally after you go there. The system was silent for a while, and then there was no movement after it finished speaking. Tavern. If he hadn't read the original work, Su King would still be a little unbelievable that there would be a tavern in such a cozy town. Moreover, the pub here seems to be open 24 hours a day, starting in broad daylight. Su King then walked into the tavern. On the bar of the tavern, there was a woman wiping the wine glass seriously. There were not many people in the entire tavern at this time. Apart from the faint smell of wine, there was also a hint of the fragrance of flowers. Su King then sat at the bar and ordered a glass of the most normal beer. Then I drank heavily and saw that there were some meat skewers on the menu, so I ordered a few, which was very satisfying. Su King then took out Bailey that was snatched from the pirate ship. Boss, I would like to ask, is there a person named Luffy here? The female clerk returned Bailey to Su King and said, who are you? I'm Luffy's friend. Su King Ran said. However, the clerk immediately smiled and nodded and said, so he's Luffy's friend. We can't take these Baileys, otherwise Luffy will blame me. When will Luffy come? Su King asked directly. The tavern in Windmill Village can be said to be a place where Luffy has a high probability of appearing. Not sure when. Before he finished speaking, he heard a loud noise. Boom! The door of the tavern was kicked open. Immediately afterwards, a group of people who looked very untouchable slowly walked to the bar, while Su King was minding his own business eating meat skewers and drinking beer without paying any attention to them. Hey! Give us some wine. I want all your wine. The person speaking was obviously a boss, and he looked like he was not to be trifled with. Su King glanced sideways at these people and saw at a glance that these people were bandits. Of course, these people are just a group of ordinary bandits, but they are a little more arrogant and domineering. Okay. Please wait a moment. Upon seeing this, the female clerk's face changed slightly and she immediately started preparing beer. At this time, the bandit leader who spoke slowly walked to Su Kang's side and also sat on the bar. We've taken care of this place, you kid, you can leave. The bandit leader said to Su King very rudely. Boss, these meat skewers are pretty good. Give me 2 more skewers, and give me 2 glasses of good beer. Su King almost ignored the bandit leader next to him. The bandit leader didn't get angry, he just smiled coldly and asked, Boy! Didn't you hear me? Do you want to provoke me? Well, the female clerk is a little embarrassed. She doesn't know whether she should get something for Su King now. Take what you have and don't worry about the rest. Su King said very confidently. When the female clerk saw this, she had no choice but to serve the food honestly. Seeing that Su King was so disrespectful to him, the bandit leader was completely angry. This kid is so shameless. Let's work together. Take care of him. Just when the bandit leader was about to teach Su King a lesson, there was a sudden boom sound at the door. Rubber pistol. A young voice came, and a young man wearing a straw hat and splints, who was dressed somewhat similar to Su King, punched, and his hands actually grew longer. Although it was only one move, it had already defeated many bandits. Luffy. Su King was a little excited when he saw Luffy, but the bandit leader next to him actually put a knife directly on Su King's neck, as if he was preparing to take Su King as a hostage. Hey! Who are you? We don't offend the river. The bandit leader was still very panicked. After all, the young man in front of him knocked down all his men with just one blow. It's so disgusting. You actually took someone else as a hostage. Luffy was very angry when he saw the situation in front of him. However, no matter how fast he was still not as fast as the bandit leader's sword, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. However, Su King didn't have any worries at this time. You want to hold me hostage? Do you have the qualifications? Su King had just asked the question. The whole person turned into a burst of black smoke, and then he stretched out his devil's hand and tightly grasped the head of the bandit leader. The huge devil's hand held the bandit leader's head as if holding an ant. You, what kind of monster are you? The bandit leader is so scared that he doesn't know what to say. In addition to the bandit leader, Luffy and the female store clerk were also shocked. This is the ability of the devil fruit. After Su King finished speaking, he directly used the devil's claw to catch all the bandits, and finally threw them all away. In the end, these bandits were either dead or disabled. And the one who is most interested in all of this is naturally Luffy. Wow! Are you also a devil fruit user? What kind of ability is this? It's so magical. It seems very powerful. Luffy stared at Su King like a curious baby for a long time and said. Seeing this, the female clerk asked, Luffy, aren't you friends? Don't you know each other? Before Luffy could say anything, Su King directly interrupted and said to the female clerk with a smile, I'm sorry, miss, these money will be regarded as your compensation. In addition, help me order the endless meat and food. I can't finish my drink, I want to have a good chat with Luffy. Okay, I get it. The female clerk didn't refuse, but Luffy was drooling. You're so kind. Meat? 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 What's your name? Do we really know each other? Luffy then chatted with Su King happily. My name is Su King, and I am a devil fruit user. We didn't know each other before, but now we are friends. I can treat you to meat for the rest of my life, but I want to ask you something. Su King said. What's going on? Luffy's meat was served, so he asked while eating. Are you planning to go to sea soon? Can you come with me? Su King asked. According to the system prompts, as long as you follow Luffy to various places, you will naturally receive various rewards, which will naturally play an extremely important role in improving Su King's strength. How do you know? My dream is to become One Piece. I will go to sea soon. You want to go to sea with me? Of course. Luffy has a very good impression of Su King, and now someone is willing to be his companion, he is naturally very willing. However, I have a suggestion. If you are the captain, I must be the deputy captain? Until you become One Piece? How about it? Su King asked tentatively. Well, okay. But you also want to do me a favor. Is that okay? Luffy asked while eating. What? Let's have a good fight with me. It's just a whim. I think it's interesting. Your abilities are very interesting. Luffy said very innocently. Su King said with a smile, My ability is not for fun. If I am not careful, I may kill you. However, if I have to compete with you before I can board your ship, then I have no choice but to. It's embarrassing. Chapter 5. After the two of them finished eating the meat and drinking the wine, they walked to an open space in Windmill Village as agreed. My name is Su King. Su King introduced himself again. My name, Monkey D. Luffy, is the man destined to become One Piece. Luffy also introduced himself very seriously. Immediately afterwards, both sides got into fighting postures and were ready to fight at any time. Coming! Luffy grabbed the ground with both hands, pulled his entire body backward, and then used the elasticity and ductility of rubber to bounce straight towards Su King. Luffy rushed over very quickly and was in front of Su King in just a blink of an eye. And Luffy was ready to go, preparing to use his hands behind him to hit Su King's body hard. It turned out to be a rubber rocket launcher. Su King saw through Luffy's attack at a glance and naturally counterattacked immediately. Su King was faster. He turned around slightly and dodged nimbly, causing Luffy's attack to miss in an instant. At the same time, Su King grabbed Luffy's weightless body and used his own strength to spin it 360 degrees. After spinning around for several times, Su King finally threw Luffy out. Luffy himself was unable to control his body due to weightlessness. Now, after being spun around so many times by Su King, when he stood up, his eyes were naturally filled with whirlpools, and he felt like the world was spinning. Wow! I'm so dizzy! Your reaction speed is so fast! Come again! Su King knew that Luffy would not give up after failing once, so he encouraged him to try again. Sure enough, Luffy stood up and calmed down for a while, then said, "Rubber machine gun." This time, Luffy used his relatively powerful move in the early stages, which was to use the characteristics of his rubber fruit to attack the target in front of him at extremely fast speeds. Su King naturally showed no sign of weakness and directly used his devil fruit ability. The devil possessed him behind him and blocked all of Luffy's rubber machine guns with just one wing. Luffy was shocked when he saw this, but the attack in his hand did not slow down at all, but continued to output. Bang bang bang! Countless attacks fell on Su King's wings, but Su King remained unscathed. Su King said, "Luffy, you are quite perseverant, but don't forget, I haven't really started attacking yet." After Su King finished speaking, his wings immediately bounced back outwards, and an extremely strong reaction force popped out from the demon's wings behind Su King. And Luffy's whole body was like a cannonball, being thrown away heavily. Luffy finally fell to the ground, but stood up very neatly. "Luffy, you are no match for me now, but if you still want to try, I can accompany you." Su King knew that Luffy would never give up so easily. Sure enough, Luffy rushed towards Su King again, with a pair of firm eyes. However, Su King did not plan to continue spending time with Luffy this time. He released the power of his devil fruit, and the devil's black wings grew directly from his back, and the extremely slender black devil arms also came from Su King. Stretched out from behind. What? Luffy has never seen such a scene, and even forgot to attack for a moment. Su King gave a gentle push, and Luffy's entire body was knocked away again. This time, even with his huge willpower, Luffy could no longer stand up. After all, what Su King possessed was the super devil fruit. Su King was not happy to see Luffy defeated. All this was just reasonable. Su King immediately sent Luffy to the doctor for treatment. How could this guy be injured so badly? The doctor in the village seemed to know Luffy, and he was shocked when he saw Luffy's injuries. But a normal person would be dead if he was injured to this extent. However, fortunately, Luffy was the protagonist and did not die so easily. Under the careful care of this doctor, Luffy finally got better. Su King, who knew Luffy well, directly cooked a lot of meat. When Luffy saw the meat, it was like a monkey seeing a banana. After eating, Luffy miraculously recovered. "Su King! You are so strong! I have decided. From now on, you will be the captain, and I will be the vice-captain. Luffy didn't seem to take this title seriously, and Su King naturally didn't think so. If the plot changes, how will Su King sign in? Su King declined repeatedly, but Luffy seemed determined to recognize Su King as the captain. In the end, he had no choice but to do so. Su King said that when the pirate group grows bigger in the future, there will be 2 captains. Finally Luffy agreed. As the days passed, Su King had been familiarizing himself with his abilities and purchasing some necessities for going to sea. Finally, Su King planned to go to sea with Luffy. The two boarded the Yabu pirate ship and changed the pirate flag to the Straw Hat pirate flag. Although it was opened in the wrong way, everything officially set sail just like the original work. As for the previous mother and daughter, they finally chose to stay in Windmill Village, but in order to repay Su King for rescuing them, the middle-aged woman told Su King the information about the mysterious treasure. Finally, Su King and Luffy started sailing with great excitement. At the beginning, the entire sea was calm, cloudless, and the sun was warm. However, they didn't know where they arrived, and the storm started, and there was almost no tacit understanding between the two. In the end, the whole ship completely lost its direction, and the two of them started a journey of random sailing on the sea, very frustrated. This day, I'm starving to death. Su King, can you conjure food? Can your wings be eaten? Luffy is so hungry that he starts talking nonsense. Don't be ridiculous, Luffy. Although our ship is very big, it is of little use anymore. If there is no more food, I think we will not be able to survive. Su King said very tiredly. It can be said that with Luffy, it is even more difficult and tiring than sailing on the sea alone. Hey! Look! What is that? Su King saw a ship sailing on the sea, and naturally he immediately shared it with Luffy. And Luffy jumped for joy when he saw this. Wow! There's a ship! We're going to be saved! Then Luffy grabbed the mast, pushed backwards, and finally launched himself onto the ship. This guy is really careless, didn't he see the pirate flag on the opposite side at all? Su King shook his head, and finally used the devil's wings to fly quickly to the pirate ship on the opposite side. The demon's power consumed Su King's energy and physical strength, but not much. After Su King landed on the deck, he found that Luffy had been surrounded by pirates on the ship. Wow! We just want something to eat. Why are you like this? Luffy didn't understand why the people on the boat were saying nasty things to him and wanted to attack him. Genius! This is a pirate ship, Su King explained. We are pirates too. Luffy pointed at himself. The other pirates were naturally more nervous. A conflict naturally started inexplicably. Chapter 6. The pirates on the ship surged out and immediately surrounded Luffy and Su King. The pirates were all fierce, and the leader was fat and ugly, wearing a white hat and uniform, and holding a huge mace in his hand. Behind her, in addition to the group of Jiki snake gods, there was also a boy with fan hair and glasses. Kirby, the woman asked very fiercely. Exist. Who is the most beautiful in this sea? The woman asked. Kirby touched the back of his head and said very respectfully, that must be the captain of this ship, Miss Arita. Ha ha ha. That's very well said. These guys are actually commanding a pirate ship. They seem to be a very good prey. Catch them. Arita finally ordered the attack. Yes. The pirates under his command responded, and then rushed towards Luffy and Su King. Female pirate, Arita? Isn't this the pirate from the beginning of One Piece? It seems like everything is developing normally according to the direction of the plot, which is good. Su King was determined. He was afraid that he would disturb the plot and end up going to other places. In the end, he would be unable to sign in and become stronger. Although this group of pirates has a large number of people, their strength is terrible. Luffy alone had knocked many pirates to the ground. How is that possible? Captain! This guy's arms have actually grown longer. How is that possible? Is this guy a monster? All the pirates didn't know what to do at this time. Damn it! Don't be afraid. This guy should be a devil fruit user. Just attack the other person. Arita knew that persimmons were easy to pick up, so her subordinates immediately rushed towards Su King. Su King said calmly, "You really chose the wrong person." Immediately afterwards, Su King also directly released the power of his devil fruit, and the devil instantly possessed his whole back. The energy-like demon behind him has now gradually turned into a physical entity, and Su King's strength has become significantly stronger. Facing the pirates who came here, Su King was naturally merciless. He simply waved his arms and kicked a few times, and the terrifying power was released on the pirates. Countless pirates fell to the ground like this. On the ground. This guy is scarier than this kid. Captain! What should we do now? These two guys are too mysterious. We are no match for these two guys. Captain! He is too strong. Could it be that he is also a devil fruit user? The pirates were retreating steadily, and the Captain Arita's face was extremely depressed at this time. She slammed the mace in her hand on the ship, then glared at Luffy and Su King and said, "You two brats! Just let me take care of my beautiful Arita." Ha 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 ha! Beautiful Arita! Luffy immediately laughed after hearing this. A hole! Why are you laughing? Am I right? Kabi! Tell me, am I the most beautiful woman on the sea? Arita looked at Kaba fiercely and asked. Su King said, "Kabi, don't be suppressed by her power and truly be yourself. I know you dare to speak the truth. Yet, don't tell lies. Just say what's on your mind." Luffy also advised. Then Kaba finally plucked up the courage and said, "Captain Arita. You are the ugliest old woman on the sea." Ha 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 ha. Luffy couldn't stop laughing after hearing this. A hole. Kabi. I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Arita waved the mace in her hand again, and was about to hit Kabi in front of her. Su King had already used the devil's wings to rush in front of Arita in an instant, and Su King grabbed the mace tightly. Even though Arita used all her strength, she still couldn't shake Su King. A hole. How is this possible? There is someone stronger than me. Arita was still in a state of surprise. At this time, Su King easily pulled Arita's entire body up. The shadow of the devil behind him became bigger and bigger, and finally, Arita was easily thrown into the endless sky. It's over. Su King looked at Kabi and comforted him. This ship was the base camp of the Alvida pirates. After throwing the pirates into the water, Su King and Luffy naturally seized the ship and abandoned the ship that was covered with wounds. However, while Luffy and Su King were fighting fiercely with Arita and other pirates, the Yabu pirate ship seemed to have been snatched away by others. Luffy was still confused and asked, "What's going on?" I said. After Su King saw the orange-haired figure snatching the ship, he already had the answer in his heart, but he pretended not to know. It doesn't matter. There aren't many things on that ship. Why don't we just use this ship as our own ship? Change the pirate flag and we can start sailing again. Su King suggested. Of course that's good. Luffy naturally knew that there was a lot of food and water on this ship, which would at least allow everyone to continue their adventure. Kaba looked at Su King and Luffy, and he didn't know what to say at first, but soon, Su King made Kaba temporarily forget about being ravaged by Alvida, and opened his heart. My dream is to become a marine, what about you? Kirby asked. My dream is to become One Piece. Luffy said. Su King said with a smile, my dream is to take adventures with One Piece, and finally watch him become One Piece. After hearing this dream, Luffy's eyes changed again when he looked at Su King. Oh my god! Su King! You are simply born to be my partner. Luffy was very excited. Su King smiled faintly and said, as the captain, you have to work harder, otherwise you won't be able to protect the crew. That's not going to work. Don't worry. I will definitely protect my companions. Luffy's eyes burst out with great faith. What everyone had to do next was to put Kirby at the nearest marine base. After all, Kirby is relatively suitable for development at marine. After meeting Garp and being well trained, he can also improve his own strength a lot. Kirby and Su King both knew a little bit about navigation, so the ship naturally followed the right path. Hey, Kirby, are we really here? Luffy asked in disbelief. Of course. This is the most basic ability of a navigator, don't you never steer? Kirby asked. Believe me, he is indeed a road fool. Although Luffy's Lucci is a little better than Zoro, it's only a little better. Haha. Luffy laughed after hearing this. Mr. Luffy, this is not the time to laugh. Roronoa Zoro, that's where he was caught. Chapter 7. The famous pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro. Kirby then recalled Zoro's situation, and the expression on his face seemed to be a little scared. He is like a bloodthirsty beast. He harvests the heads of pirates who have a bounty on them and cuts their corpses into pieces. People call him a monster in human skin. Kirby said uneasily. Seeing this, Su King smiled and said to Luffy, I think it's better to invite such a vicious person to our ship and become our crew member? What do you think? It's indeed a good idea. Luffy also thought it was very reasonable. When Kirby saw this, he was extremely surprised and complained, are you listening? This guy. I said he is an extremely vicious devil. Hehe, Su King didn't care what Kirby said, but continued to drive towards the marine base. The atmosphere on the ship became a little weird, but soon, everyone arrived at the town where the marine base could be seen. There is a marine base in the distance, a peaceful town nearby, and an extremely lively market in the town. When Luffy saw this, he raised his hands excitedly and shouted, finally landed. It's been a long time since we landed. We are pirates, it's better to keep a low profile as much as possible. Kirby strongly agreed with what Su King said, but Luffy didn't listen at all. At this time, Luffy had already landed and started urging the two of them. Seeing this, Su King and Kirby had no choice but to follow Luffy into the market. On both sides of the street, there are some small stalls and hawkers, with a dazzling array of products, all kinds of fruits and vegetables. Luffy's eyes gleamed when he saw them. At this time, Kirby quickly persuaded, Mr. Luffy, Mr. Su King, it's too messy to find someone like that as a partner. I haven't decided yet, but if he is a good person, I will definitely treat him as a companion. Luffy explained. You are arrested just because you are a bad person. Kirby also complained. Luffy took out a fruit and gave the merchant a bailee, then asked, is the man named Zoro at the base? As soon as these words came out, everyone was afraid to avoid them. It seems that Zoro's name cannot be mentioned. Su King said. Anyway, let's go to the base first. Do you want to be a marine, Kobe? Luffy asked. Yeah, but I'm not mentally prepared yet. Kobe seemed a little unsure. I heard that there is a colonel named Menka here. After Kobe mentioned Menka, people around him were once again afraid to avoid him. Luffy laughed when he saw this and said, this whole town is so interesting. Kobe said with some fear, it's too strange, let's not mention Zoro for now. Why is everyone afraid when Colonel Menka is mentioned? Even I am starting to feel uneasy. Did he do something bad? Luffy guessed. How is that possible? Kirby and Luffy discussed as they walked. At this moment, Su King didn't say much, because when he heard Colonel Menka, he already knew where he was. Immediately afterwards, a systematic sound made Su King very excited again. Congratulations, host! Congratulations on your successful sign-in at Shields Town and Marine 153 branch. Sign-in rewards have been prepared for you. Ding ding ding! Congratulations on getting the Zanpakuto from the world of Shinigami. This is your exclusive Zanpakuto. The quality of the Zanpakuto in this world is the highest quality sword. But you need to figure out the name of your Zanpakuto by yourself. After the sound of the system, Su King had a knife on his waist. The length of this knife seemed to be longer than an ordinary samurai sword. The blade is slightly longer than the swords in the pirate world, and the handle and scabbard have very exquisite patterns, which look quite artistic. Although Su King was walking, he still couldn't control the curiosity and excitement in his heart. With a sudden sound, he pulled out the knife. The knife is very dazzling under the sunlight. It's very sharp. However, I don't seem to know the name of this sword. Only by knowing the name of the sword can you use the Shikai ability that is only available in the Shinigami world. If you want to learn Bankai, you must first master the Zanpakuto, the embodiment of ontology and the state of surrender. In this way, the strength will be truly improved. Su King knew that he could not rely too much on his devil fruit. In the battle in the pirate world, the strength of the fruit is only one aspect. Swordsmanship, domineering, etc. are all elements that determine victory. 1. However, we have not yet entered the Great Channel. In fact, these are too far for Su King. The three of them have arrived at the entrance of the marine base. It's finally here. We are about to say goodbye, Mr. Luffy and Mr. Su King. Although it is a short time. Kabi has begun to cry, but Luffy has climbed up the wall to look for Zoro. Where is Zoro? Unexpectedly, Luffy actually found Zoro in this open space. The person in front of him had a black turban and a green belt. Su King also confirmed that it was Zoro. As long as you untie the rope, you can let him go easily, right? Luffy asked Kabi with a smile. Naturally, Kabi quickly stopped him and said, if you let that kind of person go, I don't know what will happen. You will definitely be killed too. Don't worry, Su King and I are both very strong. Luffy said confidently, not taking what Kabi said seriously at all. This man is hopeless. Kabi was very speechless. He looked at Su King and found that he had no intention of persuading Luffy. Kabi's heart was already full of despair. Hey, you three are an eyesore. Disappear quickly. Zoro suddenly said unkindly. Ah! Mr. Luffy. If you want to find that kind of guy as a companion, even a few lives won't be enough. Kabi was trying to persuade Luffy, but he didn't expect that a ladder suddenly appeared on the wall next to him. A little girl climbed up and came to Zoro with a rice ball. The girl showed the rice ball, although this is the first time, I still made it with great care. However, Zoro always refused. At this time, a yellow-haired ruffian walked in, followed by two sailors wearing marine uniforms. I didn't expect you to be in such good spirits, Roronoa Zoro said the yellow-haired ruffian. Great! It must be someone from Marine. This way the child will be safe. Kirby felt relieved. However, immediately after, the blonde man ate one rice ball and found it unpalatable, then threw the other rice ball on the ground and soiled it. Didn't you see this notice? Those who help criminals will also be sentenced to death. This is the order of Marine Colonel Monka. Even if you are a kid, you should know how scary my dad is, right? Hey! Throw this brat out, the blonde boy ordered. But, this Marine really doesn't want to do this. After all, she is still a child. I said throw her out. Didn't you hear my order? I'll complain to my dad. Under the repeated requests and threats from the blonde boy, Marine had no choice but to throw the girl out. The weak little girl was thrown out, and naturally there would be no good results. Luffy immediately took action when he saw this, and hugged the little girl tightly. When Su King saw that Luffy had taken action, he naturally saved his energy and turned his attention to the open space again. This guy with yellow hair is really annoying. Su King thought. Chapter 8. After Luffy put the child down, he came to the open space and began to communicate with Zoro. At this time, the blonde man had also left. "I heard you are a bad person," Luffy said. "Oh? So you're still here?" Zoro responded looking at Luffy. "Are you really strong when you are tied up here in public?" Luffy asked. "You don't need to meddle in other people's business." Zoro's words didn't sound too offended by Luffy's words. At this time, Su King also climbed over the wall and quickly came to Zoro. "Hey? You didn't leave either, kid." Zoro looked at Su King and said, but soon Zoro saw the sword on Su King's waist. This Zanpakuto, which was the supreme fast sword, immediately attracted Zoro's attention. "Attention! Are you a swordsman? This knife is... I can't name it, but it feels like a very good knife." Zoro stared at the knife on Su Kang's waist and didn't recognize it for a long time. When did you have a knife? Why didn't I know?" Luffy asked, very confused. He and Su King had been together for so many days, and he had never seen Su King wearing a knife. "I just bought this," Su Kanghu said. "Although I don't know the name of this knife is definitely one of the best knives in the world. I think you can tell Zoro, right?" Su King deliberately seduced Zoro. Zoro looked at it for a long time and then asked, "You are also a swordsman? Why don't you accept the challenge? I will fight you. If you win, why not give me this sword?" Seeing this, Su King laughed and said, "I don't think I need to fight a dead man, right? Death? I won't die so easily. My perseverance is different from others," Zoro said very insistently. "They won't let you hold on for that long. They will definitely kill you in the middle. This is what Menka's gang does," Su King said. However, Kirby had also come in at this time and said, "It's impossible, right? After all, this is a just marine." "Hey!" Su King just smiled but said nothing. "By the way, can you help me get that?" Zoro then looked at the trampled food on the ground. "Do you want to eat? It's all sand," Luffy asked. "Shut up and let me eat." Zoro opened his mouth, and Luffy put the rice ball into Zoro's mouth. Zoro chewed it with gusto. "It's delicious. I'm full." Zoro was very satisfied. Seeing this, Su King said, "Roronoa Zoro, if that blonde boy executes you tomorrow, this should be regarded as breaking the agreement between you, right? So are you willing to die? Or give it a try with us?" Zoro was silent, seeming to be thinking, and seemed not to know how to answer Su King. Luffy looked at Su King and asked, "Does that blonde boy really deserve a beating? If that's the case, I want to beat him." "Don't. He is Colonel Monka's son." Kabu was still trying to persuade him, but he had no idea that Marine had already changed his mind. Seeing this, Su King finally said, "Really, are you still naive enough to believe that guy? Kuina seems to have misjudged the person. Are you unwilling to abide by the agreement between you now?" "What?" Zoro's eyes were filled with disbelief. After Su King said the name of the person he cared about very much, he was naturally attracted to Su King. How did you know that person's name? What on earth do you know?" Zoro asked, very anxious and shocked at the same time. "I know what has nothing to do with you, right? However, if you die meaninglessly, then we will lose a partner." Su King then looked at Luffy. "Partner? That's right." Luffy also walked up to him and said, "Since Su King said you are a good person, then you are definitely a good person. Let me help you untie the rope and become our partner," Luffy invited. "What did you say?" Zoro didn't seem to understand what Luffy meant. "I'm looking for a fellow pirate," Luffy said. "I refuse. Do you want me to take the initiative to become a villain? Don't waste my time." Zoro refused immediately. "Pirates are evil, who wants to be a pirate?" Zoro refused again. What does it matter? You are known as an evil bounty hunter. No matter what others think of me, I have never done anything that I regret. No matter what, I will live on and accomplish what I want to do. Zoro said yearningly. Su King said, as a swordsman, what you want to do is to defeat the man Hawkeye, right? This is the agreement between you. You have complied with the current agreement, but you have betrayed the lifelong agreement with your best friend. Are you satisfied with this? This time Zoro was no longer calm and responded immediately, who are you? Why do you know so many things? It's like you can see through my heart. It's not that I can see through your heart, but I have a general understanding of your past. I know you won't sit still and I believe you can make the right choice. Su King showed a look of faith, and Zoro remained silent. Speak. That's right. It seems that you are not an ordinary person. Zoro looked at Su King meaningfully and said. Luffy also nodded and decided on his own, I have made up my mind to have you as my partner. We'll help you get your sword back. You must be our companion. Luffy and Su King said in unison. Ha, let me think about it. After Zoro finished speaking, he fell silent, seeming to be thinking about his past. But Su King and Luffy were not idle, they both rushed towards the marine base. Luffy flew directly to the tower of the marine base and broke the sculpture of Colonel Monka. Then, Colonel Monka angrily ordered his men to capture Luffy. As soon as Su King flew up, he saw this scene. Luffy is really full of surprises. However, Su King reacted quickly. He grabbed Luffy and the blonde Barmed as quickly as possible, and asked the blonde to show the way and take them to find Zoro's sword. Soon, Zoro's sword was found. There are 3 swords? Which sword is Zoro's? Luffy asked, who knew that Bellamd had fainted. All 3, he is a 3-sword style, take it. Su King said. If the guess is correct, Kabi has untied Zoro's rope and Menka is now ready to kill them. Our speed should be faster. Su King guessed based on the plot. What? Luffy looked through the window and saw Marine aiming his gun at Zoro and Kirby. Not good. In desperation, Luffy used the elasticity of the rubber to rush out of the window, and at the same time stood in front of Zoro and Kirby. Because it is rubber, it can rebound all bullets, and Luffy's appearance directly protects Zoro and Kirby. It's useless. Haha. Luffy said happily. Who are you? Zoro was also shocked. He didn't expect Luffy to be so magical. I am Monkey D. Luffy, a man who aspires to become One Piece. Luffy gave a thumbs up. Immediately afterwards, Su King quickly flew over from the window. And I am the one who protects One Piece, Su King. Su King threw the 3 knives to Zoro. What? One Piece? Is this serious? Do you know what this sentence means? Zoro was a little unbelievable. After all, this sentence was said by a boy about his own age. Mr. Luffy is serious. He is this kind of person. He became One Piece and obtained the most ultimate secret treasure in the world, that One Piece. Kirby also agreed. Forget it. Instead of being killed here, I might as well become your companion. Zoro finally said. Great. Are you willing to be our partner? Great. Great. Luffy was very excited. In addition to Su King, his Straw Hat Pirates now have another Zoro. Idiot. If you understand, untie the rope quickly. Zoro urged. Chapter 9. Marine, on the other hand, was still in a state of extreme shock. What happened to that guy? The bullet actually bounced back. Colonel Menka still had some knowledge. He was slightly stunned at first, and then said, that Straw Hat Boy is not an ordinary person. He must have eaten the famous devil fruit, right? Devil fruit. That secret treasure of the sea. It is said that people who eat it can gain unimaginable abilities, the ability to breathe fire, and the ability to cause tsunamis. I have heard many legends. Due to the wide variety, the specifics are not clear. I heard its secret lies in the Great Waterway. What the Straw Hat Boy showed is undoubtedly the ability of the devil, and the guy with wings just now must also be an Esper who ate the devil fruit. Colonel Menka also said seriously. But no matter who the other party is, as long as they oppose me, they will definitely die. If the gun doesn't work, just hack them to death. After Colonel Menka's order, the Marines picked up their knives and rushed toward them aggressively. Luffy, Su King, Zoro, and others. At the last critical moment, Su King cut Zoro's rope. And at that critical moment, Zoro picked up his 3 knives and accurately and quickly blocked everyone's attacks in the crowd. Marine was shocked that one person could block the attacks of so many people. This guy is so strong. The Marines stopped their attacks one after another. A hole. Why are you still in a daze? Get rid of them quickly. Colonel Menka shouted. Squat down, Zoro. Luffy said suddenly. Rubber whip. Luffy used a sweeping kick, and all the Marines in the team were instantly kicked away by Luffy. When Su King was kicked by Luffy, he naturalized his body and was directly immune to Luffy's attack. Win, win. So awesome. Kabi was also very excited when he saw this. What on earth are you? Zoro looked at Luffy and asked in surprise. I am the rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. Luffy said. I am a devil who ate a devil fruit. Su King said calmly. Only then did everyone understand why the two of them were so powerful. It turned out that they were both devil fruit users. Use the fastest speed to deal with this guy, otherwise our trip will be delayed. Su King then rushed towards the axe hand Menka at a very fast speed, and punched the huge axe in Menka's right hand hard. Superior. Just hearing a boom, the axe in Menka's right hand actually had huge cracks. How is this possible? I am Colonel Marine. Axeman Menka. Menka then waved his giant axe. It looks like a powerful slash, but it lacks flexibility. Su Kang's attack was extremely powerful. In just one breath, Axe-hand Menka had already expended a lot of energy. Oh my god! Colonel Menka was beaten unilaterally. Menka was almost killed. At this time, Bellamd had grabbed Kabi with a pistol. He said to Kabi's head, Stop! If you don't stop, I will shoot. With Luffy and Zoro here, Su King doesn't have to worry about Kabi at all. Colonel Menka, it's time for you to fall. Su King then materialized the demon behind him, and the demon behind him became more and more physical. Then Su King slapped out with a palm. Axeman Menka also raised his axe and wanted to hit it hard. In the end, only a sound was heard, boom. Menka's hand axe was so broken, and the last thought he had while awake was, impossible. Impossible. Immediately afterwards, he was knocked away and passed out. As for the other Marines, they did not dare to resist. After all, there was nothing they could do to deal with Zoro alone, let alone two weirdos like Luffy and Su King. Thank you, Su King. Thank you, Zoro. Luffy thanked him. No problem, Captain. Zoro smiled slightly. Do I still need to thank you? I am also the captain. Su King looked at Luffy, and the two of them smiled at each other. If anyone still wants to arrest us, please name them. Zoro looked at the Marines around him and said. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, all the Marines dropped their guns and knives in excitement. Great! Finally I don't have to be controlled by Menka. Long live Marine! Marvelous! It turns out that Marine was also tortured by Colonel Monka, but now everyone feels a sense of relief. I'm hungry. After Zoro said that, he fainted and fell to the ground. This guy! Haha! Next, Su King, Luffy and Kabi took Zoro to find the little girl. The little girl's mother made a big meal to thank Zoro and celebrate the fall of Colonel Monka. After everyone finished eating, Zoro chatted, So how many companions have you summoned now? I remember you said you were gathering companions, right? Since you declared to be One Piece, you must have gathered many companions, right? Zoro asked innocently. No, besides Su King, it's you. Luffy said directly. Ah? Can 3 people become a pirate team? Zoro asked in shock. What does it matter? We are so strong. Luffy said. Su King also echoed, we only recruit real companions, people who have dreams, goals, and special skills. If not, at least drink and eat meat. You must be happy. That's right. Luffy nodded and said, this guy's name is Su King. He is our captain. I am also the captain, but he is very strong. By the way, what's going on with that knife of yours? Zoro was very interested in Su King's knife. Since we are companions, can I let you see it? Su King gave the knife to Zoro very grandly. Zoro observed it carefully and finally pulled it out, but he still didn't see what the knife was. The quality is very good, but I have never seen this knife. Could it be the legendary Supreme Sharp Knife? Zoro asked. No, but the quality is not inferior to the Supreme Knife. Actually, what matters is not the sword, but the person wielding the sword. Su King suddenly remembered a very classic line and said it. Well, we must discuss it when we get the chance. Zoro then asked, where is our ship? There. Su King pointed, and Zoro felt relieved after seeing the pretty good ship outside the window. Everyone chatted for a while, and finally Marine entered the place. Although you have dealt with the violent Colonel Menka, but knowing that you are pirates, please leave quickly. Marine finally planned to drive everyone away. However, Kirby was eventually beaten up by Luffy, and Marine finally realized that they were not the same person. In this way, the 3 returned to the ship and left Shields Town. Before leaving, Kaido thanked Luffy and Su King for everything they had done for him, but the ship was already drifting away towards the sea. What is different from the original work is that thanks to Su King, the ship is at least still on the correct route. This time, the East Sea is calm and calm. However, I don't know if it is a coincidence, but there is no food on the ship again. On this day, Luffy planned to eat the bird in the sky out of 10, but the final result was that Luffy was snatched away by the bird. Su King quickly increased the speed of the boat to the maximum in an attempt to catch up with Luffy. However, at this time, the cry for help from the drowning person came from above the sea. What is that? Zoro saw the drowning person in the sea. I don't have time to save you now, come up on your own. In the end, the person who fell into the water had to climb onto the boat in embarrassment. As soon as they got on the boat, these guys were ready to rob the boat. Naturally, Zoro taught them how to behave. Chapter 10. Although Su King chased them desperately, one was in the sea and the other was flying in the sky. Naturally, no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up. However, when he saw the 2 drowned people who had been taught by Zoro to be human, Su King naturally saw the symbol of the clown Buggy on their bodies, so he couldn't help but ask. Your boss should be Buggy the Clown? Yes or no? Yes, yes, the 2 clown Buggy's men said very nervously. If my guess is correct, the treasure on your ship should have been stolen by an orange-haired woman, right? Su King asked, looking into their eyes. The 2 of them looked at each other, and then immediately said, that's right. How did you know? It was the thief who stole our treasure and our boat. As a result, we accidentally encountered a storm. Then the ship sank. We soaked in the sea for a long time. Buggy's men said it was very miserable, but it didn't make Su King feel their pity. Okay, you just need to tell me where Buggy the Clown is, and I will spare your lives. Su King said very generously. Ah? Aren't you going to find Luffy? Zoro was also a little confused about the situation. The place where Buggy is the only island nearby, and Luffy is most likely there. Su King explained, and Zoro understood instantly. That's right. You two! Come and show the way. Zoro was very rude to the two of them, and they were so frightened that they hurriedly showed the way. After a while, under the guidance of two Buggy's men, the two finally arrived at this town. Su King glanced around and said, "Let's go, let these two guys lead the way to find Buggy." Under the leadership of two Buggy's men, Su King and Zoro naturally arrived at Buggy's base camp effortlessly. Zoro and Su King saw the crisis of the situation at a glance. At this moment, a cannon was aimed at Luffy. A woman with orange hair was extinguishing the fuse with her hands, and three pirates jumped directly into the air, and then all slashed at the woman. Zoro took action instantly, knocking three pirates to the ground just by using the scabbard. At this time, Su King had also arrived at Luffy's side. Luffy shouted in surprise, "Zoro! Su King!" And the orange-haired girl is naturally called the little thieving cat, Nami. "Hey, you're not hurt, are you? What's wrong with you? I thought you were picked up by a bird, but you were put in a cage again." Zoro didn't understand the situation for a while. In short, our enemy now should be Buggy the Clown, right? Su King asked. But at this time, not many people in the Buggy Pirates noticed Su King, but stared at Zoro in shock. After all, Zoro is already well known in the East Sea, and is known as the monster among bounty hunters. Su King, on the other hand, was just a kid who had just gone to sea. Is this Zoro the companion he was talking about? And this black-haired boy? Nami said in surprise. At this time, Buggy spoke, "What are you doing here? Could it be that you want to take my head?" "No, I'm not interested. I don't want to be a pirate hunter anymore," Zoro said calmly. "But I am very interested in you. As long as I kill you, I will be famous all over the world," Buggy the Clown said arrogantly. "Farewell, you will die," Zoro said very powerfully. "Really?" Buggy the Clown responded, the flying knife in his hand already starting to rotate. "Don't you understand even if I say it?" Zoro sighed, feeling very anxious. At this time, Buggy was also ready to fight Zoro. But seeing Zoro's impatience, Su King naturally stood up. "Zoro, you go rescue Luffy first. This guy is a devil fruit user, let me deal with it." Su King took a step forward very low-key, staring at Buggy the Clown. "Who are you? Are you worthy of fighting against me, Lord Buggy?" Buggy seemed to look down on Su King very much. Su King responded, "You can't even defeat a nobody like me, let alone Zoro. Big red nose." Su King's last sentence was a surefire move. After hearing it, Buggy the Clown exploded completely and couldn't stand it anymore. Buggy the Clown immediately burst out, "A hole! You guy actually said that I want to kill you." Buggy rushed over very simply. Su King also drew out his Zanpakuto for the first time. As soon as such a sharp weapon was drawn out, Buggy's body was instantly cut into pieces. However, at this time, the shouts of all the pirates did not stop. "No way! Isn't this guy too vulnerable?" Zoro also felt a little incredible. So weak. Luffy also couldn't figure out the situation. The captain was killed, but they are still laughing. What does this mean? Nami can't understand it either. However, Su King naturally knew Buggy's true ability, but he kept a low profile and didn't say anything about it. At this moment, Buggy's hand suddenly came from behind. Now! A pair of huge demon wings stretched out from Su King's back. What? Buggy the Clown was shocked. What is this? Nami, who had never seen Su King's ability before, was completely shocked. This pair of huge demon wings directly covered Su King's back completely, making it impossible for Buggy the Clown's flying knife to penetrate. The laughter of the pirates watching the show stopped suddenly at this time. They simply could not accept the scene in front of them. This guy ate the fruit of splitting people. However, I am also a devil who ate a devil fruit. Let's see who has the better fruit ability between us, right? After Su King finished speaking, a pair of wings bounced outwards heavily. Even though Buggy wanted to control his split body, he was still knocked away by Su Kang's wings due to his too much power. The pirates were all dumbfounded. Their powerful Lord Buggy was knocked away by another mysterious boy with fruit power as soon as they came face to face with him. Captain Buggy! Are you okay? Lord Buggy! All the pirates expressed concern. It's amazing. I didn't expect this black-haired boy to be so powerful. Nami said in surprise. How disgusting. Buggy the clown was not seriously injured. He got up and cursed, no one of you can escape today. That's not what you have the final say. Su King appeared in front of Buggy in the next moment. Before Buggy could react, Su King had already kicked Buggy. And when Buggy planned to use Split to fight Su King directly used his naturalization ability. Paramecia vs Logia, in the early stages of the pirate world, the result is almost unchanged. In other words, Buggy can only be beaten passively, but Su King can remain unscathed. While Su King was fighting Buggy, Zoro looked at Nami and asked, Luffy, who is that guy? He's our navigator. Luffy said with a smile, looking at Nami as if he were looking at his companion. Chapter 11. Luffy, get ready. Zoro reminded, and then pushed the cage containing Luffy from the roof of the building. At this time, the clown Buggy finally recovered and cursed, these four guys dare to underestimate me. They must have come to declare war on me. Immediately afterwards, reinforcements appeared on Buggy's side, and a human figure and a beast figure appeared at the same time. Are you here? Machi. Buggy said while looking at the human and beast figures. This person is naturally Buggy's cotter, the animal trainer. The animal trainer Machi was naturally very interested in the famous bounty hunter Zoro, so he said, let me get the head of Roronoa Zoro. Okay. Leave this guy to me. Buggy, the clown, naturally regarded Su King in front of him as his opponent. I really can't believe that you are also a devil fruit user, but I have never heard of any devil fruit in this world. Buggy the clown also shook his head. Boy! No matter what, you have to explain it to me today. Buggy the clown was very taboo about others talking about his big red nose, but Su King decided to anger Buggy. Split into pieces. The clown Buggy once again used his devil fruit ability, and his body was divided into hands, feet, and head, which looked very weird. He held a flying knife in his hand and rushed towards Su King quickly. When Su King saw this, he still felt calm in his heart. Although they are both devil fruit power users, there are too many differences between the fruits. Buggy's Paramecia has a split fruit and can only be considered average, with both weaknesses and strengths. However, Su Kang's fruit is the legendary Super Devil Fruit. A fruit of this level can be said to be a fruit that combines the advantages of Logia, Paramecia, and animal types. Therefore, when Su King faced Buggy, he just naturalized and easily avoided Buggy's attack. Afterwards, Su King directly used his demonic hands to hold several parts of Buggy's body firmly in his hands. Although Buggy can be broken into pieces, he cannot let his already divided body break apart again. In other words, the main reason why Buggy fell apart was because of his flexibility, but Su King directly pinched Buggy's body tightly, which was equivalent to completely imprisoning Buggy's body. Then Buggy is left with a head, which has almost no use. Fruit in pieces? Maybe it's a fruit with great potential, but you can't defeat me just now. After Su King finished speaking, he found a rope and quickly separated all parts of Buggy's body. Tie separately. Immediately afterwards, Su King stretched out his slender arm again. No. Buggy seemed to know Su Kang's plan. Su King slowly walked up to the cannon, and then used brute force to force Buggy's body into the cannon. Finally, Su King lit the fuse. Stab! Boom! Just like this, Buggy's body completely disappeared into the orange town. Ah! The others looked at Su King again, and they no longer had the same contempt as before. They were terrified. As a devil fruit user, Captain Buggy of the Buggy Pirates was easily defeated by the people in front of them. Su Kang's men, let alone them? Therefore, they immediately dispersed like a tree, and soon dispersed. Su Kang shook his head and said, with such a powerful devil fruit, I am really invincible in the East Sea. I just don't know what potential my fruit will have in the future. Can it deal with those masters with domineering power? Just when Su Kang was about to jump off the tower and look for Luffy, Zoro, and others, a voice once again pulled Su Kang to the other side. Ding ding ding! Congratulations, host! You have arrived in Orange Town. Congratulations on your successful sign-in. The system gives you the bloodline of the Hokage ninja world, the Indra bloodline. The first one you awaken is the Sharingan. Of course, the Sharingan given to you by the system currently only has one Megatama. If you accumulate more check-in locations, you can automatically upgrade the Sharingan's ability. What about Shan Megatama's Sharingan? Su Kang thought about it for a moment. In the Hokage world, Sharingan can be said to be a very famous blood successor. If it continues to evolve, it will not only have the power of Manjiki, but also the ability of the Samsara Eye. After knowing the power of Sharingan, Su Kang was naturally very satisfied. The first half of the East Sea and the Great Channel was enough to upgrade Sharingan. After all, there were no strong opponents here. Should I be able to open my eyes now? Sharingan. Open. Su Kang then felt his eyes were itchy. After looking for a mirror, he saw his own scarlet eyes in the mirror, with a single Megatama in them. However, Su Kang was not that comfortable. He could feel a magical power flowing from his body. And this power seems to be different from the power that uses fruit abilities in the pirate world. I see. It seems that there is no such thing as a pie in the sky. Everything has its pros and cons. Although the single Megatama Sharingan will benefit my battle, it will consume my chakra. But the chakra doesn't seem to be much. It seems that I have to try to condense and refine chakra in the future, otherwise I won't be able to use any special ninjutsu that the system will reward in the future. After closing Sharingan, Su Kang jumped directly from the tower. When he reached the ground, he already knew what had just happened. Due to Su Kang's intervention, Zoro was not attacked by the clown buggy and was therefore not injured. At this time, Zoro is fighting with the animal trainer Machi and his big lion. Oh? Did you kill the guy named Buggy? Zoro was fighting, and the person speaking was Luffy, who looked harmless. Killed? Speaking of Luffy, why haven't you come out yet? Su Kang said in confusion. No, right after we came down, these guys showed up, and Zoro naturally fought with them. Luffy pointed at Zoro. At this time, Zoro happened to be beaten next to Luffy's cage. After noticing Su Kang, he said, leave these two guys to me, Su Kang, you can find a way to release Luffy. Su Kang patted his head speechlessly and said, okay, don't take too long, otherwise I will despise you. Luffy then looked at Su Kang and said, this cage is very hard, can it be broken? Try it. After all, my attacks have always been punches and kicks. This time, let's try my knife. Su Kang's eyes narrowed, and he gently opened the knife on his waist, and then used it very quickly. He pulled it out at a fast speed. Kang Lang. That was the sound of drawing a sword out of its sheath. Just by hearing the sound, I knew that this knife was definitely not ordinary. Su Kang finally swung the knife out, and the extremely sharp blade cut through the outermost railing of the cage like cutting tofu. Lower your head. Su Kang's reminder seemed to be a little too late, after all, the sword had already been swung out. At this critical moment, Luffy grabbed the railing above with both hands and immediately jumped up using his own elasticity. Chapter 12. It's really exciting, haha. Luffy said with a harmless smile. It scared me to death. I thought it was going to end. Su King was also very frightened. The knife he just struck almost killed Luffy. Who would have thought that his Zanpakuto would be so sharp? Okay. Now that I'm out, leave this guy to me. Luffy was full of fighting spirit at this time, and naturally planned to join forces with Zoro to fight against the trainer Machi and his lion Leaky. As soon as Luffy rushed out, the orange-haired girl suddenly appeared behind Su King. Let me tell you, your name is Su King. The person who spoke was naturally the orange-haired Nami, and she felt a little embarrassed at this time. After all, it was all Nami's fault. Yes, I'm Su King, is there something wrong? Nami. Su King turned around and asked. Ah. Nami was a little surprised and immediately asked, how do you know my name? I don't seem to have introduced myself, right? Well. Buggy said it. Su King replied. I see, by the way, how is Buggy? Nami asked. Buggy has already been knocked away by me. For a pirate of this level, killing him is no problem. Su King said lightly, then took 2 steps towards Nami, stared at her and asked, I see you really care. Is this the one you want? Su King took out a blueprint, which was a chart of the Great Waterway. Originally, the sea map should have been in Buggy's hands, but Nami seemed to have taken it away, but in the end it seemed to have been taken away by Buggy again. After killing Buggy, the map naturally returned to Su King's hands. Well. Nami nodded, pretending to be very cute and said, Brother, can you give me the chart of the Great Channel? I really need this thing. Seeing this, Su King naturally pretended to be surprised and asked, You? Why do you need this chart? Didn't the one named Luffy say that? I am our navigator. In this case, I naturally need this chart the most. Nami said half-truthfully. Su King didn't expose it, but nodded and said, I see, if it's one of our own, then it doesn't matter. Su King handed the sea chart to Nami easily, but the words he said made Nami tremble all over. I said Nami, next time you go to see Eren, tell me and I can help you take care of him, right? The weather conditions in the Great Channel are so bad that this chart is actually useless. Nami was naturally very vigilant. She immediately picked up a stick she carried with her and took a defensive stance. You, what do you know? Nami asked again, but she stepped back unconsciously and changed her angle, trying to make Su King ignore the Dragon Pirate's logo on her shoulder. Me? Just pretend that I don't know anything. The captain is Luffy. He has the final say where to go, but I think he will help you. Su King then walked towards the road on his own. Fly away, leaving Nami stunned. At this time, Luffy and Zoro had already arrived at the door of a pet store. The little white dog in front of the pet shop belonged to the owner of the pet shop. However, one day the owner died, but the little white dog still watched the shop loyally. The big lion Li Ji's intrusion was blocked by the puppy, but the puppy blocked the car with its mantis arms and was easily beaten away. In the end, Luffy helped the puppy block the trainer and the lion. But at this time, there was an acrobat among the enemies. It was obvious that this person was a remnant of the Buggy Pirates. These 2 people are considered the leaders of the Buggy Pirates. Luffy and Zoro participated in the battle at the same time, and their strength gradually increased. The 2 quickly became familiar with the opponent's attack mode, and finally used their own advantages to defeat the opponent without the ability to fight back. The final result is obvious: Luffy defeated the trainer and the lion. And Zoro defeated the acrobat. As for Buggy, the big boss clown who was supposed to appear, he had already been beaten away by Su King. It can be said that Luffy, Zoro, and Su King not only protected the pet shop and the little white dog, but also protected the entire Orange Town. Finally, the 3 returned to the port, lifted anchor, and set sail, and left this Orange Town. Of course, this time they have one more person to accompany them on their journey, and that is Nami. Then we are partners. Luffy was very happy that Nami joined. Zoro was also very happy to see Luffy being bullied by Nami. However, only Su King could feel it, and Nami and he were wary of each other. However, Su King concealed this caution very well. At this moment, the three of them still believed in Nami's navigation skills and let her lead them to the next island. Somehow, I hardly encountered any bad weather while sailing with Nami. What's going on? Su King couldn't help asking, is it luck? Nami shook his head and explained, the weather in a certain area is very bad. I generally won't go to that area. On the sea, as long as you know your direction, you can avoid it. Of course, some skills only apply to the East Sea. Sure enough, having a good navigator is different. It's better than following two headless flies. Zoro said while looking at Luffy and Su King. You said we are headless flies? Su King secretly despised Zoro. Among all One Piece, the most famous road idiot, at this moment, has the nerve to say that others. It is said that when fighting Zoro, as long as you step back a few meters, Zoro will not be able to find you. Although it is a bit nonsense, it also shows the attributes of Suotaluchi. During the voyage, Luffy loved to eat and play, Nami was naturally responsible for sailing, Zoro slept and exercised when he had nothing to do, and Su King locked himself in a house alone without talking. I feel it. That's it. At this time, in the cabin, a young man's body burst out with blue energy. This kind of energy is difficult to describe, and people in this world can hardly sense it. It is a kind of energy that is completely different from this world. A kind of energy, chakra. That's right, Su King is in the cabin and has been studying the condensed chakra. Although this was more difficult for Su King gradually found the feeling. He could now condense and refine chakra. This was a big progress. Just as Su King was preparing for the next step of exploration and training, the voices of Nami and others came up. Su King walked out of the cabin and found that the ship had arrived at a new island. The boat docked on the beach and the four people got off the boat. It's been a long time since I got off the ship. Luffy stretched his limbs. Will there be a small village here? Nami looked at the map and said, it seems there is. Luffy then drooled and said, wow. Then, meat. There should be delicious food in that village, right? The food on the ship was naturally supplied before, and Luffy had long been tired of it. Chapter 13. Nami rolled her eyes at Luffy and said, can you eat less meat? Ah. Zoro felt the comfort and yawned. The surrounding beaches were quiet and pleasant, but Zoro immediately felt something was wrong. He gently flicked the knife in his hand and said, be careful, there is someone's breath. Where? Luffy was completely unprepared. Su King looked around and roughly knew where these people were. Danger! Zoro shouted, and then, countless stones bounced from high places to Luffy's feet, and Luffy hurriedly started to avoid them. At this time, countless pirate flags were erected in the dense grass on the hill. Wow! That's awesome! Luffy said with great admiration. Is now the time to admire others. Nami couldn't help complaining. At this moment, a man was already standing on the top of the hill, saying majestically, I am Ussop, who leads the great pirate group that rules over this village. People praise me very much and call me ours. Captain Ussop. If you want to attack this village, I advise you to give up. Because my 80 million subordinates will not let you go. The person speaking was naturally Ussop, the most bragging among One Piece. Among the four, only Luffy was so surprised that he shouted like crazy, it's amazing. However, Nami immediately questioned, is this a lie? When Ussop saw someone questioning, he said directly, I was found out. Immediately afterwards, the three brats were also spotted by Nami and ran away. Seeing this, Su King didn't want to waste any more time, so he took a step forward and said, Ussop, right? Don't be afraid, we are not your enemies. Do you think I will believe it? Ussop was still a little defensive. Your father's name is Jesus Bulletin, right? Is he a subordinate of the red-haired Shanks? After Su King said it, Usopp's defensiveness was much lessened. I see, I said he looks very similar, so that's it. Luffy said, I saw Jesus cloth when I was a kid. After resolving the misunderstanding, Usopp naturally invited Luffy, Su King, and others to enter the village and have a feast. They both chatted for a while, and before they knew it, they talked about the villa on the mountain. Well, I suddenly forgot something. I'm going to do something first. Usopp then left in a hurry. Luffy, Su King, and others were left behind. What did this guy do? He was in a panic. Nami also thought he was very strange. Su King then said directly, Luffy, what do you think of Usopp? Very good. I like it very much. Luffy nodded. You mean, invite him to be our partner? Luffy asked. Yes, but before that, we have to do something. Su King said mysteriously. What happened? Everyone was confused. Just follow me. Su King then left here and walked straight towards the mountain. Soon, everyone arrived at the door of the huge villa on the mountain. There are many guards in black at the entrance of the villa. It is really difficult for ordinary people to enter without anyone noticing. However, Su King, as a devil fruit user, stretched out his wings and carried everyone into the garden. Is this your ability? Although Nami knew how powerful Su King was, she had never felt Su King's power so close. Even though we got in so smoothly, what are we going to do? Luffy asked. Yes, Su King, just say what you want to do. Zoro was also a little anxious. Su King then told what he knew. It's like this. There once was a pirate group called the Black Cat Pirates. Captain Crow was an extremely smart and ruthless pirate. In order to obtain greater wealth, he quietly sneaked into a wealthy family, eventually became a housekeeper, and secretly killed the master of the family. Now he is planning to murder the young lady of the family. Captain Crow, I seem to have an impression, but it is said that he has been killed. Zoro is somewhat knowledgeable. Back then, Crow killed all the pirates who were chasing him, and only one marine was left. He stepped on that guy's jaw, and then used the power of his hypnosis division to hypnosis him, making him mistake him for a fighter. The person Captain Lo resembles is Crow himself. At the same time, he also turned into a marine with a violent temper. This marine was eventually upgraded to a colonel marine. Luffy and Zoro should all know about it. Su King naturally told the truth. Is it? Zoro said in disbelief, is it Menka? Yes. Su King nodded. Then where is this Crow you are talking about now? Luffy asked quickly. Could it be? Nami looked at the villa and seemed to have guessed it. Yes, Nami's guess is good. Captain Crow's alias is Crow Bartle. He is currently the housekeeper of this family, and Usopp should like the young lady of this family. Su King said. So, this lady is in danger? Shouldn't we save her immediately? Luffy asked. Su King shook his head and said, we are pirates, no one will believe what we say unless... Su King then told everyone his strategy. But Luffy asked, is this really good? If this person is not the pirate you said, wouldn't we have gone too far? Su King smiled, and then he suddenly attacked Luffy and Zoro. Although the two were unprepared, they naturally dodge and defend when they encountered attacks. Su King then said, you see, normal people will not have such good skills and reactions. We will soon know whether what I said is true or false, so just do as I say. Everyone suddenly understood and nodded, agreeing with Su King's approach. At this time, in the back garden, Usopp was telling Kaya a story, but Crow had discovered it. Crow was trying every means to provoke Usopp, and after Usopp was finally humiliated, he impulsively planned to attack Crow. And this just plays into Crow's hands. In the end, Crow drove Ussop away. At this time, Su King suddenly appeared in front of Ussop and Crow. Hello? Su King? Why are you here? Ussop was also very confused and surprised. He didn't know how Su King found this place, nor what Su King planned to do. Su King Ian walked slowly to Crow with a sullen face. Who are you? What are you doing for breaking into a private residence without permission? Crow said pretentiously. The captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Beiji Crow, am I right? Su Kang's words made Crow's eyes tremble. I didn't understand what you said. Crow hid his emotion very well, still showing the look of a butler. Chapter 14. Pirate. You said the butler is a pirate. Ussop was also shocked. Although he hated the butler, he didn't know it. It's impossible. Clobetel is a good man, how could he be a pirate? Miss Kaya naturally didn't believe it. How can a noble person like me be a humble pirate? Pirates like you actually want to use lies to smear me? No one will believe it. Crow still pretended and took advantage of the situation. He adjusted his glasses with his palms. I said, although he went a little too far, he shouldn't be a pirate, right? Ussop also couldn't believe it. Su King snorted coldly and said, CLO, if others don't know you, how can I not know you? The reason why you hold your glasses up like this is because of your long nails, right? Su King then said, many years ago, you killed my parents. I saw the way you killed the killer in pain, but because I hid well and no one found me. Su King was naturally talking nonsense. He just wanted to understand Claude through himself and force him to reveal his flaws in advance. Immediately afterwards, I heard that you were captured by a man named Menka. However, that man was not you at all. It was obvious that one of your hypnosis masters had hypnosis him. There was already a trace of panic in Crow's heart in front of him. After all, this was a plan that had been planned for many years. Except for his closest subordinates, no one else knew about it at all. But Crow never expected that someone would discover his guy. Seeing that his plan and conspiracy were about to be exposed, and Crow couldn't expose the fact that he was a pirate, the only thing he could do was to interrupt Su Kang's speech. A hole. Stop being so messy. It's just a habit of mine to adjust my glasses. What you are talking about is nonsense. I have never heard of it at all. If you don't leave, I will call the guards. Crow once again suppressed his inner desire to kill Su Kang. And this time Kaya spoke. Ussop, take your friends and leave. I won't allow you to smear Claude Ebel like this again. Su Kang, let's go. Naturally, Ussop can't provide any evidence. Su Kang's words for so long are only one-sided and untenable. In the end, everyone had to leave the villa. However, just as he was about to leave, Su King looked at Crow and shouted loudly, Clo. Tomorrow night, at the beach. Let's settle it, otherwise I will announce your identity to everyone in the village and say come up with your plan. Crow snorted coldly and said, I will not make any agreement with a pirate, and the people in the village will not believe the lies of a pirate like you. Su King then left with everyone. After leaving, only Ussop didn't figure out what happened, so he kept asking. If my guess is correct, your Miss Kaya will most likely be killed by Claude Ebel tonight. Su King said confidently. Ah? Impossible? Why would he do this? Ussop couldn't figure it out, and neither could anyone else. If I am Crow, and my identity is revealed by a stranger, I must do something. Two options. The first one is to secretly kill this stranger and try to maintain the relationship with Miss Kaya, and then choose the right time to kill Kaya and embezzle all the property. The second option is to think that the time is ripe and there is no need to lurk anymore. Just kill Kaya and then kill this stranger to seal the secret. Then it is justifiable to inherit the property. Of course, in order to give Crow time, I specifically told him that we will get married tomorrow. Therefore, I estimate that Miss Kaya will be killed by Crow tonight. Su King said very firmly. After hearing Su Kang's words, Ussop naturally didn't believe it at first. Tonight, we will lurk in Kaya's dormitory in advance. Then we will know what the result will be. Su King said seriously. It was getting dark soon, and Su King used his devil fruit ability to sneak into the villa very easily. With Usopp's help, Su King found Miss Kaya's dormitory. Miss Kaya was naturally not in a good mood, and she was crying. But it was a good opportunity for everyone to sneak in. Everyone quietly got under Kaya's bed and into Kaya's closet. Although due to carelessness, Kaya almost discovered everyone, but in the end, she managed to hide in the seats agreed upon in advance. As time went by, Kaya fell asleep in bed. At this time, a person entered Kaya's room. The man's eyes were shining with light, and the long blade in his hand was extremely sharp. Ussop was also shocked when he saw this. Su King immediately made a shushing gesture, signaling Ussop not to make any noise or be anxious. Crow placed his blade on top of Kaya. He didn't know what he was waiting for, and seemed to be hesitating. The blood on the blade had already proven who Crow had killed. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from under the bed and attacked Crow. As one of the top 5 pirates in the East Sea with bounty, Crow's reaction was naturally extremely fast. He immediately pulled away and started to resist. But the person who slashed him was naturally no ordinary person, but the swordsman Zoro. Everyone crawled out at this moment, and Ussop also woke up Kaya. When Kaya saw the blood on Crobat's hand and saw the vigorous fight between him and Zoro, she naturally didn't dare believing. The cunning Crow knocked Zoro away with a claw, and then pretended to say, "Miss, these people are here to kill you." They also killed Mary. Mary is naturally another butler who serves Kaya, and is also the designer of the famous Golden Mary. Kaya didn't know who to trust at this time. After all, the person she trusted the most was the housekeeper. However, the situation made her very confused. What is unexpected is that Meili actually climbed up here from the position where he was originally attacked, and said desperately, "Miss, it's not like this. Clobetal. I was injured by that guy of. He is a pirate." After Mary finished speaking, Crow no longer wanted to hide it. "Really? We were almost successful, but suddenly the situation was disrupted by you little characters. Are you really lucky? You happened to see this scene? But it doesn't matter, everyone here will die tonight." Claude finally stopped covering up. "Yes, I am the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Beiji Chiao. I am definitely not something that a small role like you can shake. Tomorrow morning, my pirate group will attack, and you will have no hope at all. How could this happen? It's impossible." Miss Kaya's heart almost collapsed. At this time, Su King couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha ha." Everyone's attention was attracted by Su King. "Why are you laughing? I didn't expect you to still be in the mood to laugh before you died." Crow also smiled coldly, very viciously. "I'm laughing at you for not overestimating your capabilities." Su King said, "I have known your plan for a long time. All this was arranged just to let Miss Kaya recognize you. So what? Even if you recognize me, as long as you are killed by me, you will know nothing." Crow said. Chapter 15. You stupid people, if you really discovered my identity early, you should have announced my plan and identity from the beginning. And now, stupidity will kill you all. Crow laughed coldly. Crow was very confident and never worried that he would lose. Su King said without fear, "Stupid? I don't think so. On the contrary, you might die here tonight." "Ha! How funny." Crow looked like he could start a fight at any time. "The results will be announced soon," Su King said calmly. "Wow!" An angry shout broke the deadlock between the two. What was unexpected was that it was not Su King who took action, but Luffy. At this time, after Luffy learned of Crow's conspiracy, his hatred for Crow reached the maximum. He punched Crow and knocked Crow out of the window with a bang. Crow could feel the momentum of Zoro and Su King, but he was unprepared for Luffy. This was the first time Luffy showed his skills, and he stretched out his arms in an instant, catching Crow off guard. "Quick, please, save Mary." At this time, Kaya's attention is on Mary in her arms. Ussop and Nami were temporarily responsible for treating Mary and comforting Kaya. As for Zoro, Su King, and Luffy, they came to the courtyard, and the three of them surrounded Crow. Crow looked at Luffy and said, "I see, is this the ability you rely on?" "The ability of the devil fruit. As long as I can kill you." Zoro naturally showed his ability as a swordsman, three-sword style. Su King, on the other hand, had no posture, which made Crow feel more dangerous. "In that case, I won't be polite." Crow didn't hide it, he closed his eyes directly, and the steps of his feet began to be like a phantom. Silent step. "This is Crow's special move, be careful." Su King reminded. At the same time, Su King shouted, "Sharingan, open." Then Shan Magatama's Sharingan opens. Although Shan Magatama is not as powerful as Sharingan in other forms, it has also improved his observation ability. Su King can probably figure out Crow's attack trajectory. Coupled with Su King's fruit ability, this allows him to completely deal with Crow. Attack. Although Crow's move is very strong, he cannot control the target of the attack, so it is easy to hurt his own people. However, the current Luffy and Zoro were temporarily suppressed. "You have no idea what a real pirate is. I will let you know how terrifying pirates who have been in and out of hell several times are." Luffy and Zoro were getting more and more injured, and Luffy finally couldn't bear it anymore. "UBD. You don't know anything about pirates. You don't even know how to cherish your companions. How can you make irresponsible remarks on me?" Luffy shouted. "Miss Kaya, she is just a tool. She is a stepping stone for me to successfully seize her family property. It is just a part of the plan. I never regarded her as one of my own." Kaya's heart was completely disappointed by Crow's words. Luffy finally took advantage of the moment he was injured to grab Crow and threw him heavily to the ground. "Humph! Do you think this will hurt me?" Captain Crow saw this and used the spoon again. At this moment, Luffy suddenly rose up and used the properties of his rubber fruit to tightly wrap around Crow's body. "Damn it! Let me go!" UBD. Luffy locked his upper body tightly with Crow, so naturally he could no longer use the spoon. "Now your 3-year plan has completely failed." Luffy had already begun to prepare for the final blow. "My plan? It will never fail," Crow said enthusiastically at the last moment. However, Luffy said at this time, "Rubber bell." He stretched his head back very far, and finally hit Crow's head firmly. Such a heavy blow killed Crow instantly. Crow fell to the ground and there was no more sound. "I am Monkey D. Luffy. I will never lose to a pirate who gives up his name," Luffy said very domineeringly. Su King originally wanted to take action, but seeing Luffy so excited, he naturally stepped aside with Zoro. Although Crow was killed, the matter was not over. Su King then returned to Kaya's room with everyone and informed everyone about the matter. "I will do my best to explain the matter to the villagers, and we can unite to fight against foreign enemies," Kaya said. However, Su King, Zoro and others shook their heads and said, "Forget it, just leave the rest to us." "What about me?" Luffy asked. "You have defeated Crow, just leave the rest to us," Zoro also said as if his plot had succeeded. "This time, I also want to protect everyone." Ussop and his 3 subordinates eventually planned to participate in this battle. The next day, when it was still dark, everyone poured oil on the 2 slopes for landing on the island, with Su King on one side and Zoro on the other. The Black Cat pirates first landed on Zoro. However, they were unable to attack the island at all. However, they saw the ship of Su King and others. A group of pirates directly used cannons to destroy the ship of Su King and others, and then circled around. When they reached the other side of the island, they bumped into Su King again. Su King flew directly down the slope and beat the pirates until they were unable to fight back. The ones that Crow's men can fight are naturally the Catman brothers and Hypnosis Master Zhang Jiao. The Catman brothers united, seemingly powerful, but in front of Su King, they were still a bit unsatisfied. Together with the single Megatama Sharingan, Su King regarded the Catman brothers as a touchstone, improving his swordsmanship with one sword after another. Later, Su King couldn't bear it anymore and directly activated the power of the Devil Fruit, severely injuring all the pirates and destroying their pirate ship. The Black Cat pirates were now scattered. As for the Hypnosis Master, Su King directly knocked him away with a palm. At this point, the pirate invasion plan of Crow's Psylop village was completely shattered. And when Zoro came to the other side panting, the battle was already over. Without you, the village would definitely not be able to defend itself. Ussop said with great gratitude. No, if you didn't make up your mind, we wouldn't have done anything. But those guys destroyed our ship. Zoro responded. It doesn't matter, I have got everything back in advance, including the pirates' treasures. Nami took advantage of the enemy's battle to sneak into the enemy's ship and move all the treasures out. She was very proud at this time. Haha. Ussop has never been in such a good mood. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, Ussop said, I take this opportunity to decide one thing. As a man, you should run towards the ocean. There is only one reason why I want to leave this village. The pirate flag is calling me. I want to become a real pirate. Everyone looked at each other and finally laughed. Unexpectedly, Su King guessed the beginning and ending of the story. Ussop then said goodbye to his three subordinates, entrusted his will to them, and finally invited everyone to the restaurant for a big meal. At this time, Kaya found everyone and walked into the restaurant. Please allow me to thank you. I have prepared a gift for you. It is a little bit of my heart. Please accept it. Kaya said kindly. Chapter 16. Immediately afterwards, Miss Kaya led everyone over. Not surprisingly, what appeared in front of everyone was a light sailing ship. Golden Mary. Su King was inevitably a little excited. After all, the ship in front of him was the ship of the Straw Hats. Fortunately, the previous ship was destroyed by the Black Cat pirates, otherwise, it is very likely that we would have missed the Golden Mary. Su King thought to himself. When Luffy saw the ship in front of him, he was also very excited. Although he had been on a big ship before, somehow, this ship seemed to have an indescribable relationship with everyone, as if somehow, it's like there is a connection. Is this really okay? Give it to us. Luffy asked excitedly. Melly, the housekeeper of Kaya's family, said, although the style is a bit old, this is the boat I designed. Thank you for your help. Not only did you save me, but you also saved the eldest lady. The name of this ship is the Golden Melly. It is a light sailing ship that uses a triangular sail and a stern center rudder. Let me explain the operation method. First of all, in terms of power start adjustment, Melly explained the operation method of the entire ship in detail. Su King seemed to understand, but Luffy couldn't listen at all. However, the one who listened most attentively was naturally Nami. After all, Nami was the only navigator among the Straw Hats. Immediately afterwards, Ussop had already packed his huge luggage and rolled down the high hillside. This guy is really annoying. Su King then easily used the demon arm to completely stop Ussop. Miss Kaya looked at Ussop and waved goodbye after all. Ussop originally planned to set off on his own and become an independent pirate, but everyone naturally invited Ussop. In everyone's hearts, Ussop has long been regarded as their partner. Su King still has a good impression of the talkative person in front of him. As a funny character, Ussop must not be missing from future adventures, otherwise it will be very boring. Finally, everyone finally set sail and sailed toward the boundless sea together. When Su King left Zuluabia village, he once again received a prompt from his system. Ding ding ding! Congratulations host! You have arrived at Zuluabia village and left successfully. Your sign-in was successful. The reward has been issued to you. 100 times Swordsmanship Comprehension card. You can use it at any time. It is valid for 24 hours. After Su King heard what the system said, he immediately asked his own questions. System, before I arrived at my destination, you considered me signing in successfully. Why do you think I signed in successfully when I leave now? The system immediately replied, let me explain, at the beginning, the sign-in system has just been activated, so naturally it has lowered its requirements for you. As you grow step by step, the requirements and difficulty of the sign-in system will gradually upgrade, and you will gradually face greater pressure and challenges, so that you can obtain more generous rewards. Su King nodded, and then continued to ask, so, what is this Kendo Comprehension card? Can you explain it in detail? The system immediately replied, this card is a consumable item. When you use it, it will increase your understanding of the sword 100 times. Of course, the duration is 24 hours, which means that within 24 hours, you will have an explosive improvement in Kendo. The system recommends that you take a good rest in advance, and then devote yourself wholeheartedly to the practice of swordsmanship for 24 hours. This is the most beneficial way for you. Su King nodded slightly and almost understood what the system meant. Well, it seems that if anyone disturbs me, I will lose more than I gain. In this case, I need to prepare in advance. Adventures at sea are actually boring sea voyages most of the time. There is nothing on the whole sea, it is endless. It would take some time to reach the next island, so Su King told his companions on the ship that he needed to practice in seclusion. In this way, Su King gained 24 hours of practice time. Su King locked himself in his own lounge in the cabin and said, System, I want to use the Kendo Perception card now. Are you sure to use it? The system confirmed. Confirmed to use. Su King nodded, and then, a spiritual light appeared in front of Su King inexplicably, and this light immediately enveloped Su King's body. At this time, Su King only felt that his whole brain was very clear, and the sword in his hand seemed to be a little different. I see. Is this the power of the Kendo Enlightenment card? What is a sword? How to attack? How to defend? Countless questions began to evolve on their own in Su Kang's mind, and countless battle scenarios began to emerge in Su Kang's mind. In addition to the most basic sword moves and sword skills, Su King also has a deeper understanding of the Tao above the sword. Su King closed his eyes, as if he was resting his mind, and time passed quickly like a fleeting moment. Dong dong dong! Su King woke up when a knock on the door came from outside. I looked at the sky outside and saw no change at all. However, after playing the gate of opening, Su King realized that it had been 3 days since he started using the Kendo awareness card. At this moment, someone Su King didn't recognize was already on the boat. Brother? Why are you here? The man looked at Zoro in front of him and said in surprise. Hey? Isn't Joseph with you? Zoro also recognized the identity of the person in front of him at a glance. And Su King quickly guessed his identity, Zoro's younger brother, Johnny. The Joseph mentioned by Zoro is also Zoro's former younger brother like the man in front of him. However, Luffy and Ussop soon knew that they were in big trouble, because they had just practiced firing cannons and almost accidentally injured Joseph. Su King looked at Joseph's livid face and looked at Nami. Naturally, Nami understood the situation. Isn't there some lime on the ship? Bring it quickly. Nami commanded. Ussop and Luffy quickly found some limes and squeezed them into orange juice for Joseph to drink. It's scurvy. It will be cured in a few days. Nami said. Wow. Really? Sister. Zoro's little brother Johnny had just finished speaking. Unexpectedly, Joseph was already able to dance with him, but soon he fainted on the boat again. After all, scurvy is not a problem. Maybe it will heal that quickly. Immediately afterwards, everyone fell into anxiety. When sailing on the sea, in addition to facing unknown navigation and powerful enemies, they even had to pay special attention to their diet. If no one prepares nutritious and balanced food for them, there will be many cases of scurvy. Su King naturally guessed everyone's next plan. It seems like there should be an extra cook on the ship. Chapter 17. After Su King finished speaking, Luffy and others naturally nodded in approval. That's right. This way, you can eat delicious food in the sea. Ussop said excitedly. That's right. We need to find a sea chef as a partner. Luffy also said to everyone. At this time Zoro's younger brother Johnny said, if you want to find this kind of chef, I know a place. That's it. That's it. Where is it? Luffy also asked with great anticipation. However, it is very close to the Grand Waterway, and there are also rumors circulating there about the eagle-eyed man that Big Brother has been looking for. The heading is north-northeast. Johnny said seriously. Hey! Su King grinned. He had already seen everyone's enthusiasm. The Golden Melly then moved forward at full speed according to the direction Johnny pointed. It didn't take long before you could see a magical-looking building on the sea. The full English name of Baratie is written on the front. The bow is in the shape of a fish mouth and the stern is in the shape of a fish tail. The entire restaurant is actually a ketch, but the boat is still very big. How's it going? Everyone. Johnny had already seen everyone's surprised expressions. Wow! What a big fish! Luffy said excitedly. However, at this time, there was an additional ship next to the Melly. This ship had the logo and name of Marine painted on the sail. It was a marine ship. Ah! Why is there a marine ship here? Joseph just came out of the cabin and saw the marine ship next to him. He was startled. He did not forget that the ship he was on was a pirate ship. Hey! Is he going to attack us? Ussop also asked nervously. I met a nasty guy. Zoro also felt something bad. He had already put his hand on his knife, looking like he was ready to fight at any time. Su King said extremely calmly, don't worry, this guy doesn't seem to have any intention of taking action. If he dares to take action, then I will let their ship sink in this sea forever. The people in the marine ship came out, looked at the Golden Melly, and then said, I am Marine Lieutenant, Iron Fist Habodi. Who is the captain? Please tell me your name. I'm Luffy. Luffy stood up. I'm Ussop. Ussop also stood up. What the hell are these guys doing? Marine Lieutenant also found it very interesting. Hey? Those two guys over there? They seem to be bounty hunters who specialize in killing some weak pirates? What, were they finally caught by the pirates? Marine Lieutenant didn't have any intention of taking action, but just made sarcastic remarks. Road. Let's go quickly. A good-looking woman pulled Marine Lieutenant, and Marine Lieutenant turned around and ignored the straw hats. Johnny and Joseph were so angry that they directly threw out the pirate bounty they had compiled and said, do you dare to say that this is the work of a bounty hunter who targets small people? The bounty lists were scattered on the deck. The one named Aaron with a bounty of 20 million belly was placed on the outside. The other people basically had X's on them, proving that these people were all killed by the duo. Nami naturally noticed the reward. Nami squatted on the ground and looked at Aaron's reward card. He was trembling and didn't know what he was thinking. Su King naturally noticed this, and put his hand down on Nami's shoulder. Su King didn't believe in the words of empathy. After all, he had never experienced the same pain as Nami. It was difficult for him to understand. He wanted to comfort Nami, and the best way was to follow the original plot and defeat the evil dragon. But at this time, everyone's attention was already on the marine ship beside them. The despising marine lieutenant has issued an order to sink the pirate ship. The opponent's cannonballs were already flying towards the golden melee very quickly. At this moment, Su King couldn't care about so much. In a blink of an eye, the demon wings directly possessed him behind him. His speed was extremely fast, as if everything around him had slowed down. Su King made a sound and pulled out his Zanpakut, inexplicably feeling the slightest connection between the Zanpakut and himself. Su King did not stop, but directly swung the knife out. Immediately afterwards, a sword energy was cut out by Su King. The green sword energy instantly split the entire cannon shell into two. Not only that, it also cut the cannon on the marine ship into two pieces. If it weren't for the slight deviation in the angle, the entire marine ship would have been sunk by Su Kang's slash. Oh my god! Ussop opened his mouth wide and didn't know what to say. Luffy's eyes were shining with stars, and he said excitedly, "It's amazing." Zoro's eyes showed a hint of shock. Such a powerful slash! This guy's swordsmanship seems to have grown to a penultimate level. How is it possible? Is he so strong after being in seclusion for a day and a night? Then what does my training mean? Su King put away the sword in his hand and looked coldly at the marine soldiers on the other side's ship. At this moment, they were all stunned and did not dare to make any unnecessary moves. Marine Lieutenant naturally knew nothing about these things. At this time, he and the beautiful woman had already arrived in Baratie in a small boat. At Su Kang's suggestion, Luffy and others directly attacked the marine ship next to them, destroying all the cannons on the marine ship, and easily dealt with all the marine people, ensuring that they would never attack. After the Mary, Johnny, and Joseph were left to watch the ship. Everyone then took the boat and officially entered the sea restaurant, Baratie. As soon as he entered Baratie, he saw a man with blonde hair and black clothes and curly eyebrows smoking a cigarette. He was pinching the marine lieutenant he had just won. He looked very relieved. "Don't waste food on me. Going against the chef at sea is tantamount to asking for death. Remember this clearly." The blonde man is naturally the future chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, Sanji. Marine lieutenant was not angry at all and threatened to destroy the ship. Naturally, he was once again met with Sanji's anger. However, other cooks from Baratie rushed out and caught Sanji. Soon the head chef Zep showed up and not only beat Sanji, but also Marine Lieutenant. Marine Lieutenant simply couldn't understand how there could be such a domineering restaurant in the world that would attack its guests. But the matter did not end there. A sailor ran to Baratie and said, "Lieutenant, our ship was attacked by a pirate ship from the opposite side." Immediately afterwards, all the prisoners on the ship were let go. "What?" Marine Lieutenant was not angry, but asked in horror, "Then, where are Krieg's men?" "Escaped. In order to track down the whereabouts of Krieg and his gang, we sent out 7 people, and we finally caught them." "Impossible. We starved him for so many days and didn't give him anything to eat after that. Even if he was released, he wouldn't be able to escape alone." Chapter 18. What? Krieg? Isn't that the most powerful pirate group in the East Sea? The surrounding guests were horrified when they heard Krieg's name, and at this moment, a gunshot completely attracted their attention. Bang! One person at the door killed the marine just now with one shot. Obviously, this person is Krieg's man. A man walked in, sat on the seat, and then said feebly, "Anything is fine, hurry up, serve the food, is this a restaurant?" "Excuse me, are you rich?" "We only welcome rich guests, not paupers," asked Patty, the chef of Baratie. The man wanted to threaten, but was punched to the ground by Patty. No one expected that a chef could be so powerful, and everyone clapped their hands. At this time, Patty saw Su King and others, and then asked, "Excuse me, sir, do you have money?" Su King didn't want to get entangled, so he took out his Bailey and said, "Of course, the 5 of us." Upon seeing this, Patty immediately said with a flattering look, "Welcome 5 of you. Please take a seat." Su King and others naturally began to taste the delicacies of the pirate world, but Krieg's subordinate was naturally thrown out of the restaurant by Patty. Then, when it came to recruiting Sanji, Luffy actually volunteered himself. This was the first time that Su King saw that Luffy's enthusiasm for recruiting friends was greater than his enthusiasm for eating. Therefore, Su King, Zoro, Ussop and Nami were immersed in enjoying the food here. Baratie has a good environment and is rich, so the service he receives is naturally top-notch. But after Sanji and Luffy came back, they naturally had a big fight. Sanji took out a rose and confessed his love to Nami directly. At this time, GP said, "This is a great opportunity. Sanji, why don't you join them and become a pirate? This store doesn't need you anymore." "What do you mean?" Sanji asked immediately. "You are a burden to this store, that's what I mean." GP looked at Sanji and said seriously. "The chefs don't like you anyway, so why not become a pirate or something and get out of this store?" "Humph! Stinky old man. No matter what you say, I will be the chef here, and you are not allowed to have any objections." Sanji and GP actually got into a quarrel. Su King patted his forehead and felt a severe headache. In order to convince Sanji, everyone tried to persuade Sanji, but Sanji always felt that Baratie was more suitable for him. Su King and Luffy decided to stay in Baratie for a few more days to see if Sanji could change his mind. However, after many attempts, everyone finally became discouraged. Everyone was about to pack up their bags and leave the restaurant on the sea. In the thick fog, they saw a huge ship heading towards Baratie. As the ship got closer and closer, the pattern on the pirate ship's flag and the logo on the ship's bow were also clearly seen by many guests. Hourglasses hung on both sides of the skull to demonstrate to the enemy. That flag is. There is absolutely no mistake, it is the overlord of the East Sea. Chief Krieg. Baratie's entire ship was in complete chaos, not only the restaurant, but also the kitchen. After all, the most powerful pirate group in the East Sea was the Krieg pirates. As the pirate ship sailed closer, everyone saw that the pirate ship was in dilapidated condition. What's going on? It doesn't look like it was attacked by a cannon, but it doesn't look like it was sabotaged either. Sanji looked at the ship and was confused. "Hey, Su King, what should we do?" Ussop looked at Su King and asked. After all, in Usopp's eyes, Su King's strength is higher than Luffy's. "It's okay, let's wait and see what happens. Zoro, you should be somewhat aware of the cracks on this ship, right?" Su King asked with a smile. "You mean?" Zoro naturally understood instantly. "Is this a slash?" Sure enough, it looks like he was struck by sword energy. No matter who slashed it, he must be a very strong swordsman. Zoro also narrowed his eyes slightly and said. Krieg quickly entered the lobby. He was supported by his subordinate Ajin and begged for food and water very sincerely. However, everyone knows that Krieg has a bad reputation, so naturally no one will give him a drink or a meal. At this time, Sanji once again took out the rice. After Krieg gulped down his food, he took the initiative to attack Sanji. "Hey! This guy is really a despicable person," Ussop said as he looked at Krieg. At this time, he also took a step back in fear. However, Zoro, Luffy, and Su King did not retreat. Krieg did not attack the three of them, but looked around and said, "This restaurant is good. This ship belongs to me. Our ship has become dilapidated and we need a new one. When you're done with your work, get off the boat," Krieg said. "There are about 100 men alive on my ship now. They are all hungry and seriously injured. First prepare me water and food for 100 people. Some people have already died of starvation. Send them up immediately. Krieg ordered. Impossible. You know you will attack us, do you still want us to help them? The chefs refused. Refuse? Make no mistake, I'm not ordering food, I'm ordering you. No one is allowed to resist me. Krieg roared very domineeringly. At this time, Sanji slowly got up and said, I'm going to prepare food and water for 100 people. What Sanji did is really beyond the scope of normal people's understanding. However, all the chefs blocked Sanji, thinking that Sanji was a traitor and a traitor. In the end, Sanji said his golden words, I don't care if the other person is a bad guy or not. I am a chef. If someone is hungry, feed him. It's that simple. Isn't that what a chef is? Seeing this, Su King took a few steps forward and said, let Sanji go. This is Chef Sanji's belief. There is no reason to stop him. The chefs had no choice but to let Sanji go. Krieg smiled very proudly and said, haha. That's right. That's it. The impulsive Patty also tried to fight against Krieg, but he was stopped by Zoro, Luffy and others. That's right. Do what you are supposed to do honestly, and I will be merciful and spare your lives. Haha. Krieg was very proud, thinking that his evil reputation had shocked everyone. The self-righteous Krieg still looked that unscrupulous. However, at this time, Su King had already moved. The power of the devil instantly blessed his body, and then he kicked out with one foot, and his body rushed out at an extremely fast speed. With the sound of boom, the vicious leader Krieg was kicked out of Baratie. Sanji did what a chef should do, and I did what I should do. This shouldn't be considered bullying, right? After all, he is a vicious pirate with a full stomach. Su King said handsomely, attracting the attention and praise of everyone present. Chapter 19. The leader of the strongest pirate group in the East Sea, was killed with just one blow. Who is this terrifyingly strong person, who even suspects himself of bullying the weak? The guests on the Baratie were shocked and delighted at the same time. Luffy grinned. He naturally knew Su Kang's strength and understood Su Kang's purpose. Ussop didn't know what to say. He knew Su Kangqiang, but he never had a standard to measure it. Now with others comparing him, Ussop was at least sure that Su Kangqiang was the strongest person on the ship. Su Kang, it's pointless for you to take action. Can you leave the next step to me? Luffy said. Of course, this guy is just right for you. As for his cotters, I leave them to you. Su King has lost interest in Krieg. Su King did not kill him, but knocked Krieg away. Now that Krieg managed to return to Baratie, he naturally rushed towards Su King angrily. But at this time, Chef Jep slowly walked out, handed the food and water for 100 people to Krieg, and said, don't cause trouble to them, just leave. Krieg smiled coldly, but still took the food and water to his boat first. Enel also took this opportunity to tell everything that happened on the Great Channel. I see, Eagle Eye Man. Zoro thought about what Su King said before, and naturally understood everything. At this time, the roars of the Krieg pirates' men could already be heard in the cabin, and all the chefs were preparing to defend Baratie. But at this moment, a figure appeared on the sea. The man just waved the knife in his hand gently, and Krieg's main ship was cut off on the sea. How is it possible? How could such a ridiculous thing happen? Krieg was completely shocked. Even if he was punched away by the little pirate from the East Sea, now his huge main ship was cut off with a knife. At this time, everyone rushed out immediately, and Joseph and Johnny swam over from the sea. Where's the ship? Ussop was shocked, thinking the ship had been affected. Where are the Nami? Zoro asked. I'm sorry, brother, she's no longer here. Johnny and Joseph were naturally no match for the cunning Nami. Nami robbed the melee and all the treasures and escaped. Joseph said bitterly. What did you say? Luffy, Ussop, and Zoro were both shocked. Why are you still so calm and composed? Ussop was also very puzzled. Su King said, don't worry, I know where Nami has gone, but why don't you pay more attention over there? One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the strongest swordsman in the world, Mihawk. Su King directly announced the identity of the other party. And Zoro's pupils were also extremely constricted. In front of him was a man riding a small boat with a cross-shaped knife on his back, wearing a black western hat, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Could it be that, this is, the Hawkeye man? Zoro couldn't tell whether he should be happy or excited. He went to sea just to find Hawkeye. By the way, Su King, do you know where Nami went? What happened? Luffy asked. Hey, please tell me a little bit about the situation. Ussop still asked about the process of the matter. Then, Ussop and Zoro were extremely angry. Damn it! She actually took advantage of this extraordinary period. Zoro naturally hates the feeling of being cheated. That ship was left to us by Kaya. Ussop cherished the ship even more. However, Luffy finally said, I must have her be our navigator, what do you think? Su King? By the way, you said you know where Nami is going? What's going on? Everyone then focused on Su King. I said, whose reward was Nami looking at? Su King asked Johnny and Joseph. The fishman Aaron. This guy has a bounty of 20 million belly. Among the pirates in the East Sea, no one can be his opponent in single combat. After all, he is a fishman. The answer is that Nami had her reasons for doing this. She had to go back to her village, and their village was occupied by the big bully fishman Aaron. Aaron told her that if she could collect 100 million baileys, we will let their village go, Su King said. So that's it. Luffy and others suddenly realized. But, Su King, how did you know? Everyone asked in confusion. You all call me a prophet. Is it normal for you to know these things? Su King directly excused him, and he did not choose to explain. Since he is a big bully, then naturally he can't keep his words, right? Ussop guessed. Of course, Su King said he was a big bully, so he shouldn't be wrong. Zoro also agreed. Among the Straw Hats, although Luffy is apparently the captain, Luffy will still listen to Su King's opinions on many decision-making matters. As for the others, they highly approve of Su King. Everyone discussed what to do together, and as for how to do it, it was Su King who planned it. Su King was like the brain of the entire ship, while Luffy was the soul of the Straw Hats. Zoro, Ussop, and I will go after Nami together. As for Luffy, stay here and do what you should do. Su King probably made a plan so that Luffy could recruit Sanji. And Zoro has a chance against Hawkeye. Then Johnny, Joseph, and others brought their boat over, and the 3 of them immediately boarded the boat and chased in the direction of the Mary. But soon, Zoro was attracted by Eagle Eye. He took the initiative to draw his knife, jumped off the boat, and challenged Eagle Eye. Competition? What a miserable weakling! The current Hawkeye looked down on Zoro at all. Then Hawkeye teleported directly to the deck of the ship where Zoro was and said, even if there is no confrontation, I must be able to see clearly the difference in strength between you and me. If you dare to point swords at me, should you be said to have courage, or is it due to ignorance? It's because of my ambition. And also because of the promise I made with my best friend. Zoro was ready for a fight, but Mihawk pulled out the pendant around his neck and pulled it open, revealing what was inside. Knife. Although you are a well-known swordsman, this is the weakest ocean among the 4 sea areas, the East Sea. Unfortunately, I don't have a smaller knife than this. Mihawk said. There must be a limit to looking down on people. Zoro rushed over immediately upon seeing this. Eagle Eye said, Frog at the bottom of the well, let me show you the vast blue sky. Zoro yelled Ghost Slayer. Unexpectedly, Zoro's attack was easily blocked by Hawkeye's knife. How is this possible? Zoro was shocked. He didn't expect that his strongest attack would be blocked so easily by Hawkeye. Then no matter how Zoro swung his sword, he couldn't reach Hawkeye at all, and it was blocked by Hawkeye. It can't be so different. Zoro was beaten down time and time again. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Chapter 20. Exactly like the plot, the current Zoro is by no means a match for Hawkeye. Therefore, Zoro was eventually defeated by Hawkeye, but he would rather die than admit his failure. This stubborn and persistent spirit infected Hawkeye. "Send your name, boy," Hawkeye said. "Roronoa Zoro." Zoro said. "I will remember it, the long-lost strong man." As he spoke, Mihawk pulled out his sword. "To show the etiquette of a swordsman, I will use this strongest black sword to send you to death in the sea." Mihawk seemed to be telling a fact. "I'm so grateful." Zoro turned the knife in his hands, and Mihawk rushed directly towards Zoro. Three sword style 3,000 worlds. Zoro and Hawkeye both passed by. In just 1 second, the knife in Zoro's hand shattered. "Lost, is this the strongest power in the world?" Zoro turned around and suddenly opened his arms to Mihawk. "What?" Mihawk didn't understand what Zoro meant. "The scars on the back are the shame of a swordsman." Zoro smiled evilly, seeming to have taken life and death lightly. "Amazing." Mihawk slashed down with his sword, Zoro's blood immediately splashed out, and then Zoro lost control of his body and finally fell into the water. "Zoro!" Luffy shouted in concern. "Zoro!" Ussop was also horrified. "Brother!" Joseph and Johnny were naturally in sorrow and pain. "Stop Luffy and leave it to me." After King left these 4 words, he teleported and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had placed Zoro on the deck of the ship. Immediately afterwards, King appeared in front of Yinjian again, and even Yinjian was very surprised when he looked at King. "You are Zoro's companion, right? You rescued Zoro from the sea, and you managed to survive without getting wet. I see that you are also a swordsman, right? You seem to be very strong, thank you for not taking action." Mihawk expressed his gratitude first, and then said to Zoro, "It's too early for you to die, it's Kolokol Mihawk. See yourself clearly, understand the world, and become stronger. No matter how many years pass, I will wait for you in this strongest position. Beyond this sword. Beyond me. Roronoa Zoro." Hawkeye shouted. Hawkeye then turned to look at King and said, "Boy, let's change places and let's fight." "That's what you meant, just wait for me." King saw that Hawkeye could see his own strength at a glance, and immediately shouted, "Luffy! Ussop! According to our original plan, I will try my best to cooperate with you. You'll meet up. Go ahead. We got it." Everyone was very relieved about King and naturally allowed King to leave. "Let's go, there is an uninhabited island not far away, we can go there." After Hawkeye said that, he took his own boat and directly used slashes to create huge power, pushing the boat in one direction. "Rush away quickly." King, on the other hand, directly activated his demonic power, grew demonic wings, and rushed in that direction at a faster speed, quickly surpassing Hawkeye. A swordsman with devil fruit abilities? It's interesting. I didn't expect that my trip to the East Sea would be in vain, and I would meet such an interesting opponent. King was flying in the air at an extremely fast speed. It didn't take long for him to see his nearest island. This island is very desolate, there seems to be no plants, let alone animals. But such an island happened to be what King needed. At this time, the sound of the system came belatedly. Ding ding ding! Congratulations host! You have successfully arrived at the famous sea restaurant Baratie and left successfully. Congratulations! You have obtained a demon suit, the system said. Immediately afterwards, Su King felt that the clothes on his body were a little different. Su Kang's clothes were now shrouded in a golden light, and his whole person was glowing inexplicably, which seemed extremely unusual. Su King didn't quite understand the definition of the devil's suit, so he took the initiative to ask, "System, before Hawkeye arrives, can you explain what the devil's suit is?" The system naturally responded, "The devil suit is a costume that matches your devil fruit abilities. Your fruit ability is that of a demon, so this demon suit will automatically be put on your body. At the same time, you can control the demon suit with your thoughts, and it can transform into various forms at will. This suit has extremely terrifying ductility and defensive properties. Therefore, wearing the devil suit can effectively defend against most attacks, and it can automatically clean the body. When you sleep, it will automatically change into pajamas for you, but it will still remain the same. It can protect you from being attacked by anyone." The system explained it again before Su King understood. Control with thoughts? Is that so? Su King just had a thought, but he didn't expect that his clothes would change directly. At this moment, Su King had a long black cloak on his back. Although the gloves on his hands were dark, they had extremely exquisite prints. As for the shoes under his feet, they were also comfortable and good-looking, and of course they had comfortable pants. And finally, with the handsome hat on his head, it can be said that Su King transformed himself into a stylish look with just one thought. Coupled with the zanpakutte of his own on Su Kang's waist, it can be said that Su Kang's appearance at this time is simply stunning. Handsome. This devil suit is really convenient. Only when I wear this outfit can I be interested. Su King smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, Eagle Eye had arrived. Seeing that Su King had arrived, he was not surprised. With a snap of Eagle Eye, he teleported in front of Su King. "You actually changed a set of clothes out of thin air? Is this also your fruit power?" Eagle Eye asked. "It can be said that it is one of the few abilities I currently have." Su King did not pull out his sword, but slowly raised it. Upon seeing this, Yinjian pulled out his supreme sharp knife, black knife yet, without thinking at all, and locked onto Su King with his sharp eyes like an eagle. "With your current strength, there is no opponent who knows you in the East Sea. I am very curious, what do you want to get?" Mihawk asked Su King's motives. Su King smiled faintly and said, "What I want to do is follow everyone and arrive at Loguetown together." "Is it your goal to become One Piece?" Hawkeye asked. "No, in the final analysis, I just want to become One Piece. The structure here is not that grand. I have my bigger ambitions." Su Kang's words shocked Eagle Eye. "It seems that you will be a good opponent. I really want to see you, let's take action. Let me see if your strength is in line with my ambitions. Whether you are a bird that soars into the sky, or a liar who only talks big words while sitting in a well, we will know soon." At this time, Mihawk's whole body exuded a faint chill. Chapter 21. It's clear that Mihawk is ready to take action. Boo! Hearing a sound that broke through the air, Mihawk used his teleportation to arrive in front of Su King. And Su King didn't show any weakness and directly pulled out his zanpakutte. Dang! The knives of both sides collided together. Not bad. Come again. Mihawk's eyes were blazing, and he could tell at a glance that Su King was definitely not an ordinary person. He immediately put away his knife and slashed at Su King again. At the beginning, Hawkeye's sword was not that fast. However, after fighting for a while, Hawkeye's sword reached its extreme speed, and even Su King felt it was difficult. Is this the strongest swordsman in the world? So strong. The only martial arts in the world is fast. Hawkeye's slash was fast and heavy, and he didn't seem to use his full strength. Su Kang's 24-hour enlightenment played a big role at this time. Su King also grew up quickly. He was obviously weaker than Mihawk at the beginning, but he was soon able to keep up with Mihawk's fighting rhythm. Open your eyes. Su King directly opened his other cheat, Sharingan, this time. Although Sharingan was still a single Megatama at this time, his observation ability had improved a lot. Su King could now basically figure out Mihawk's attack trajectory. Crack! Su King and Hawkeye quickly collided with their knives, and Mihawk's livid face also had a faint smile. I thought you could use the fruit ability, but I didn't expect that you could fight me for so long purely with this swordsmanship. It's really amazing. Compared to your swordsmanship, I think your ability to improve is even more terrifying. Mihawk got excited, and then the more he fought, the more energetic he became, and finally, he actually waved his arms. Hawkeye launched the strongest slash in the world, and the green sword light rushed towards Su King at extremely fast speed. As the strongest swordsman in the world, Su King couldn't ignore Hawkeye's slashing attack. Block! Su King looked at the Zanpakuto in his hand. We can't fall here, we still have a long way to go. Su King chose to believe in the Zanpakuto in his hand at this moment, and also believed in his own swordsmanship, but in the end he still did not use the power of the devil. After all, this is a very fair duel between swordsmen. If the power of devil fruit is used, it will not be pure. However, no matter how strong Su King is, he is currently unable to fight against the serious Hawkeye. His whole body was knocked away, and the Zanpakuto in his hand was also knocked away. Your strength should be more than this. I can feel it. When will you use your true strength to fight me? Hawkeye walked up to Su King and asked. Su King shook his head and said, I have used all my strength, but if I really want to surpass you now, only one friend can help me. Hey! Eagle Eye didn't understand what Su King meant. At this time, Su King looked at the fallen Zanpakuto. Just looking at the Zanpakuto, at this moment, Su King's Zanpakuto had returned to Su King's hand. At this time, Su King's inner world also experienced a slight change. A man who looked similar to him appeared on the endless sea. The two of them were standing on a stone. Who are you? Su King asked. I am your Zanpakuto. You are really amazing. You can actually enter the depths of your heart during a battle. Su King said in surprise. Now that you are able to come here, I won't leave you alone. The eagle-eyed man in front of you is very strong, right? But this can be your touchstone. When the time comes, call my name. My name is Shura. The person in front of him suddenly disappeared. And Su King also returned to the island where he fought with Eagle Eye. Once he came back, Eagle Eye felt something was different about Su King. This guy's momentum is different. Hawkeye said to himself, what happened? At this time, Su King raised the Zanpakuto in his hand high, looked at it and said, I don't know the name of my sword. I have really wronged you for so long. You have never shown your full potential. The power. So, now, let's kill without restraint. Shura. After Su King's words fell, his whole person became different. Su King's eyes have now turned into scarlet Sharingan. The difference is that this time it is no longer the single Megatama before, but double Megatama. Double Megatama Sharingan has not only enhanced his observation ability again, but has also been able to copy some of the opponent's actions. In addition to the transformation of his eyes, the most important thing is that Su King's skin has turned blood red, looking like a Kai who has opened the 8 gates gate of death. Bloody, killing, and arrogant momentum. This is the first time I have encountered such an interesting opponent, Shura. Very good, I have never killed Shura before. Hawkeye did not retreat, but took a step forward even more excitedly. Mihawk, be careful, I will be serious next time. Su King's speed increased again. Mihawk also waved the black knife knight in his hand faster, and the two began to collide again. However, this time Su King had the upper hand. Awesome! Awesome! Mihawk discovered that Su King at this time not only surpassed him in strength, but also in speed and endurance, and his swordsmanship was also improving rapidly. This guy seems to be learning my swordsmanship. Mihawk was shocked. He had never heard of someone being able to completely learn it after watching him use it once. It was like copying. Seeing this, Mihawk stopped hiding this time. He didn't know what he was using, but his strength improved again, and it seemed that he had truly reached the level of his Shishibukai. Su King soon discovered that Mihawk's black sword had become stronger. His Shura could feel the pressure even before it touched the opponent's sword. I see, did you use armed color Haki? Su King asked. Yes, with your current strength, I have to do my best. Hawkeye said, how about this, I will use my strongest slash on you. If you can block it, then, even if I attack you there is nothing we can do? How about it? Su King was naturally not afraid, and then said, just defending doesn't mean anything. How about we send a slash at each other, and then let's see the final result. That's a really good suggestion, let's do it. Mihawk was ready to go, and Su King was also ready to go. The blood all over his body was completely integrated into the Shura in his hand, and his entire Sharingan was firmly locked on Hawkeye's chi, and then Su King swung out with all his strength. Coming! Mihawk also swung out with all his strength, and the extremely terrifying green sword light also came towards Su King. A red light and a green light suddenly collided together, and an extremely terrifying momentum immediately burst out. The entire island instantly became the center of the whirlpool. Chapter 22. Immediately afterwards, a huge gust of wind swept across the entire island. With the two as the center, an extremely terrifying shock wave erupted to the surroundings. Not only did the island itself suffer, but even the surrounding sea was directly stirred up by countless waves. The sea was filled with monstrous waves that spread around, seemingly capable of swallowing everything. However, this scene did not last long. After a while, the surrounding area calmed down, except that a huge crater was left where the two swords collided. Both Hawkeye and Su King were panting. It was the first time for Su King to be in such a mess in the world of pirates. However, this was also the most enjoyable fight Su King had ever had since traveling through the pirate world. Su King's clothes were somewhat destroyed, but the demon suit had amazing recovery capabilities and immediately began to repair itself. Hawkeye also put away his black sword, looked at Su King and said, not only did you block my slash, but you are still able to stand until now. You are already amazing, you are still young, you will leave me far behind. Hawkeye then asked, I am very interested in the slash you just made. Tell me, what is the name of this move? Su King thought for a while and then said, there is no name, but since you ask, I will call him Shura Slash. This is the strongest slash since I transformed into Shura. Very powerful, very bloodthirsty, you already have your own style. At this time, Hawkeye had no idea of continuing the fight. Su King was able to tie with him before he mastered domineering, so it would only be a matter of time before he surpassed him. There was no need to continue looking for trouble now. Okay, let's go find your companion. Thank you for letting me see the vastness of the sword. We should meet again, and I will become stronger by then. Let's fight again then. After Hawkeye finished speaking, he turned around and left with a smile. Su King had no strength at this time. In the battle with Hawkeye, Sharingan overused and consumed all the current chakra. In addition, Su King was freed for the first time and fought with all his strength, which completely caused Su King to lose the power to continue fighting. After Hawkeye left, Su King fell on the deserted island, while the devil suit silently protected Su King. I don't know how long it took, but Su King opened his eyes slightly. He could smell a strong smell of sea salt. He moved his body and felt a lot of pain all over his body, but he was still able to stand up. I don't know how long it has been. I didn't expect this guy Hawkeye to be really powerful. Although I didn't use the power of Devil Fruit, I used Sharingan and Shikai, and I was only able to tie with him. He is indeed the world's best swordsman. Su King discovered that his Zanpakuto Shura had changed. The originally black scabbard had now turned a trace of blood red. And if Su King feels more comfortable, the blood color of the scabbard will be more vivid and complete. So that's it. My sword should be the same as Kurosaki Ichigo's Zangetsu. It can maintain the Shikai state for a long time. If I master Bankai, I wonder if I can defeat Hawkeye. Between Su King and Hawkeye, the battle made him feel a lot. When he recovered and was almost ready, Su King used his devil fruit power to fly away. Su King first followed the original direction and returned to the sea restaurant Baratie, and then found that Sanji and Luffy had left. They left in that direction. Chef Redfoot GP clearly pointed out the direction of Luffy and others for Su King. Su King then flapped his huge devil wings and headed in the direction they said. Fly away. The weather was perfect along the way, and Su King kept moving at a constant speed without consuming much demonic power. He didn't know how long he had been flying, but Su King finally saw an island on the vast sea, so he landed directly on that place. At this time, murlocs can be seen everywhere on the shore. These murlocs have human bodies but have the characteristics of fish. When they saw Su King, they immediately came over and asked, "Who are you? You look good. Are you alive?" "I come from another place," Su King said truthfully. "What should we do?" The two fishmen looked at each other and then discussed. "Anyway, let's take him to Brother Aaron first." The two weak-looking fishmen led Su King to Aaron's location, and Su King did not refuse. He knew that the fishman was still there, which meant that Aaron had not been defeated. Since Aaron was still alive, then time must not have passed long, and Nami and others would definitely be there. On the way to the fish paradise where Aaron was led by the fishmen, Su King saw that many towns had been destroyed. This shows how cruel and evil the fishman Aaron is. But soon, Su King was taken to the Murloc paradise. The Murloc paradise in front of him looked very similar to Marine Headquarters Marine Vondo. At this time, Su King was finally brought into a swimming pool-like auditorium. The leader has a jagged nose and the iconic blue skin of a fishman. He also wears yellow short sleeves and has a pattern of the former Sun Pirates on his left chest. And he is naturally the fishman Aaron, the leader of the Dragon Pirates, a pirate more powerful than the Krieg pirates in the East Sea. He looked at Su King and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Su King then said, "I'm looking for people like Nami, Luffy, and Ussop. I wonder if you, a half-fish, have ever seen them." At this time, Aaron smiled very arrogantly and said, "You are just a low-class human being, how can you be so arrogant? But I will forgive you this time, and don't let me hear the word half-fish again next time. We fishmen are the evolved form of humans who have the ability to breathe in the sea. With our ability as fish, we are far superior to you." Fishman Aaron said very proudly. Having various abilities beyond human beings, please remember that the primate of all things is the fishman. Human beings who violate the fishmen are equivalent to violating the laws of nature. Aaron said naturally. At this time, a girl had slowly walked forward. "I'm tired of hearing your stupid theories, Aaron." The person who spoke was Nami, who was wearing a pair of sandals and a camisole. At this time, Nami could reveal his shoulders, and the logo of the Aaron Pirates on his shoulders was very dazzling. "Don't put on that scary expression. You are also special among humans. You are an excellent surveyor that Aaron and our team are proud of. You can always draw the correct chart for us." Aaron saw Nami said immediately after appearing. "Of course, I have a different head than you." Nami responded. "Nami, have Luffy and the others come to see you? Or did I arrive first?" Su King asked. Upon seeing this, Aaron immediately replied, "What? So you guys know each other?" Chapter 23. Nami immediately retorted, "Stop talking nonsense, he is just my prey. This time I got a lot of treasure from him. I didn't even know that I was deceived. I even pursued him shamelessly. It's really stupid." Yes. Su King smiled instead, and then said, Nami, others may not have guessed it, but I already knew the things you hid from me. On the ship, didn't everyone say that I know everything? Su King said, I should have warned you before, right? With just one Eren, he will not be my opponent. Nami didn't know how to respond to Su King's words. Nami wanted to protect Su King, but Su King said everything, and Nami was stunned for a moment. Ha 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 ha. Next, the entire Eren paradise was filled with laughter. It's not that this fishman has never heard of arrogant words, but no one has ever dared to say such arrogant words. Ha ha ha. Human being, are you so anxious to die? Eren looked at Su King and laughed. Ha. Nami, what are you going to do with this guy? Eren wanted to take advantage of Nami, so he naturally gave Nami some face. Nami waved his hand and said, let him go, he is no longer useful to us, and even killing him has no meaning. Yes, we still need to arrest the invading pirates. Eren then stood up and didn't take Su King seriously at all. However, at this time, something surprising happened. Eren's body suddenly made a bang and was covered by a burst of smoke. Run away! In the smoke, Su King seemed to feel someone pulling him. There was no other way, so Su King had to follow him. When the smoke dispersed, Eren discovered that Su King had disappeared in front of him. A hole! Who is it? Eren was very angry. It was obvious that the person who attacked him was a human being. And Su King soon discovered that the person who was so heroic just now turned out to be Ussop. Why are you? Where are you taking me, Ussop? Su King asked. Follow me. I'll explain to you when we get there. Ussop pulled Su King and ran away quickly. Soon, Su King was pulled into a village, and Ussop then pulled Su King into a house. What I didn't expect was that all the familiar people were in this house. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Johnny, Joseph, and the blue-haired girl. My name is Nakajao, and I am Nami's adopted sister. Naturally, the blue-haired girl, like Nami, is the child of Marine, a retired female soldier from Belmere. As for the others who were already here, Su King didn't expect this. Su King. Nakajao has already told us. This is exactly what you said. If we want Nami to continue to be our navigator, then we must completely defeat Arlong. Luffy said. However, before that, we have to watch Eren break his promise. Nakajao said. You should have said before that Nami saved the money to save the village, right? As long as Eren breaks his promise, Nami will never have any hope for Eren again. Ussop explained. I see, it seems we have to wait a while longer. Su King nodded. However, at this moment, a large wave of fishermen have arrived in Coco West Village, and they are naturally preparing to capture Su King and the so-called invading Straw Hats. No matter how much we wait for the opportunity, we still have to do the work we need to do. Zoro said. Sanji also lit a cigarette, and everyone rushed out of the room. Regarding the group of fishmen in front of them, the Straw Hats naturally did not stop at all and defeated them all. All the fishmen were defeated here, and the news naturally spread like wildfire. Eren was completely furious, and naturally led all the cotters and fishmen to Kokoyasi village. Despicable human pirates! If you don't come out, I will completely destroy this Coco West village. You don't want all the humans to be buried with you, right? The fishman Eren threatened. I only count to 5. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Eren was about to destroy the houses in Kokoyasi village, but at this time, Nami took the initiative to stand up. Stop! You are not allowed to attack Koko Nishimura. Nami stretched out his hands to stop him. Is it Nami? Do you also want to stop me? Said the fishman Eren. Don't forget our agreement. The money has been collected and you will never break your promise. Nami reminded. Aaron smiled and said, "Of course I won't forget it. If you give me the money, I will naturally stop." However, at this time, all the money Nami saved was taken away by the fishman Aaron. "How can this be done? This is my treasure," Nami also said very excitedly. "Is it yours? I didn't write your name on it, so whoever finds it will belong to you." I said, "Where is your 100 million belly? Since you don't have it, then you should stop stopping me from destroying Cocoa West Village. Or, in other words, are you still willing to make an agreement with me?" At this time, the fishman Aaron was very excited. It's so disgusting that Nami couldn't stop laughing. Everyone knows that Aaron sent people to steal Nami's treasure map, and just asked his men to snatch away her 100 million belly in advance. Damn it! It's so abominable. Nami tried to fight back, but Aaron knocked him to the ground easily. "You are just as ridiculous as your dead mother. An inferior race like you is only worthy of being ruled by us fishmen." "Sorry. I'm serious." "Haha. You shouldn't care, right? Or do you want to be my enemy?" Aaron and his gang were so angry that Nami had no choice. At this time, the villagers couldn't stand it anymore, and all the villagers took out their farm tools. Although their weapons were confiscated by Aaron, they still planned to fight to the death. The villagers have long known that Nami became a cadre of Aaron's group in order to save the village. Now that Nami's hopes have been disappointed, the villagers naturally unite again and plan to fight back. However, fishmen have a natural advantage, and their wrist strength is 10 times that of humans. Even the minions among the fishmen are stronger than ordinary humans, so the villagers are at an absolute disadvantage as soon as they take action. No. Although Nami tried to stop him, he was knocked to the ground. "Don't hurt her. She is our treasure." Although Aaron blamed the fishmen under him, he said with a smile. Seeing that everyone was about to be slaughtered by Aaron, even the strong Nami finally couldn't help crying at this moment. "Aaron! Stop it! I'm sorry to everyone." Nami didn't know what was going on with her. What she needed most at this time was the people who made her feel true friendship, the Straw Hats. At this moment, Nami's cry finally came true. "If everyone is here, come and help me." Nami shouted this. Immediately afterwards, a long arm stretched out, and an angry fist was punched out instantly. It was also accompanied by a voice, "I don't care who you are. But don't make my navigator cry." Chapter 24. Bang! This sudden attack hit the fishman Aaron's body impartially, and Aaron was blown away like a cannonball. "Brother Aaron!" He was punched away. "This is impossible. Who is it? Is it a human?" All the fishmen were shocked. For them, Aaron was their eldest brother and their backer, but now the backer has collapsed. The person who took action was not Su King, but Luffy. Su King felt that it was more appropriate to let the very charismatic Luffy take action at this moment. "BD! BD! Human pirate! I'm going to kill you!" Naturally, the fishman Aaron would not be killed by Luffy at this time, so he returned to the battlefield again. As for Aaron's group of cadres, they have also found their corresponding opponents. Hachi vs Zoro. Chu vs Ussop. New partner Sanji fights against the Murloc karate player Kruby. As for Su King, he set his sights on other fish detainers. Zio Hachi's potential in kendo is naturally not as advanced as Zoro's, and the final result is obvious. As for Ussop, although it was a bit difficult, he finally defeated the ink-vomiting Chirp by relying on his clever brain. Sanji's leg skills were deep and red-footed Zepp's true pass was enough, so he finally won the battle against Kruby. When an angry Luffy fought with Aaron, he naturally didn't get as much benefit from Aaron, but Aaron was extremely cunning and had to take advantage of the water to fight Luffy from time to time. And Luffy is a user with fruit abilities, so he couldn't take down Arlong for a while. But after the others won, they rescued Luffy. In the end, Luffy used a rubber tomahawk to beat the fishman Aaron to the point where he could no longer move, which was considered a complete victory. As for Su Kang, with his weird steps and terrifying swordsmanship, he cut down all the men of the dragon pirates to the ground in one breath. After completely defeating Aaron and his group, Kokoyashi village was rescued from the Sea of Misery. Nami looked at everyone, and everyone looked at each other and smiled. However, at this moment, an annoying guy appeared again. Although this man was wearing a marine uniform, he didn't look like a good person at first glance. He smiled very cunningly and said, "Wow! I'm so lucky today. Good job. I watched a wonderful battle. Although it was a coincidence, I never expected that the Murlocs would lose to nameless pirates like you. But thanks to you, the money that was supposed to be given to the dragon pirates and the property hidden in the dragon pirates are all mine. Everyone, put down your weapons. I, Marine, will take all the credit for your achievements." Colonel Mouse of the 16th branch accepted it. Ah! At this time, Zoro grabbed the mouse colonel by the collar and said, "When people are happy, don't come and pour cold water on them." Then he beat the Marines very easily. "If you dare to hit me, I will never let you go." Although Colonel Mouse was beaten and disfigured, he still threatened him verbally. Nami was furious and beat the mouse colonel again. As for Su Kang, he slowly walked to the side of Colonel Mouse and put his knife on Colonel Mouse's neck. The greedy mouse immediately said, "What are you going to do?" "I am Marine." "Yes, I am a pirate, so I can kill you at any time." Su Kang said coldly. "What do you want?" Colonel Mouse asked. "If you want me to spare your life, you must agree to 3 conditions. Otherwise, I will kill you very easily." Su Kang threatened. "You say it, you say it." Colonel Mouse truly felt threatened by Su Kang. "First, clean up the remaining fishmen, and second, help rebuild the cities destroyed by the fishman Aaron. As for the money, don't touch even a penny, it is the money of this island." Su Kang said after finishing. Nami looked at Su Kang and nodded heavily. After all, what Su Kang wanted to say was what Nami wanted to say. "As for the third one, you should know that we defeated Aaron, right? Pirates like us who are extremely evil, powerful, and dare to threaten Marine should deserve the highest bounty in the East Sea? Am I not exaggerating?" Su Kang was stunned by the mouse colonel in front of him. "You mean?" Colonel Mouse is a little hesitant to confirm. "That's right, it's what you think. I want our pirate group's bounty to be as high as possible. Upgrade it to the highest level with your authority. Do you understand this time? I have no patience." Su Kang was very fierce. Said. I understand, I understand." Colonel Mouse is about to cry. He didn't expect that these days there are all kinds of people, and there would even be pirates threatening him to take the initiative to increase his bounty. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang, Luffy and the others took the initiative to ask Marine to take some handsome and good-looking photos of them, which looked like personal portraits. Su Kang then told Colonel Mouse their information. Colonel Mouse and the Marines then left Coco West Village. Marine number 00733, request to the headquarters. Listen carefully, consider a pirate named Luffy wearing a straw hat, a swordsman named Su Kang, and his associates as enemies of our government. They are a great threat. Aaron and his gang, who are already known as the Invincible Fishman Paradise, were defeated by them. Considering their terrifying potential, please set the highest bounty in the East Sea for this group of people. Submit photos now past. I have extremely detailed information about them. They told me personally. In short, raise the reward amount as high as you can. Colonel Mouse tried his best, not only for Su Kang, but also for revenge. These pirates! I will make you regret it. Colonel Mouse said harshly. In the following days, not only Kokoyashi village celebrated, but the entire 20 places under Aaron's rule began to hold celebrations. The Straw Hats ate meat and drank wine, and had fun. Johnny and Joseph expressed their intention to go back to being bounty hunters of their own. Su King came to the edge of the cliff, where Nami Naki and others were worshipping their mother Belmol. "Have you decided? Are you going to set off with us?" Su King asked. When are you leaving?" Su King asked. "Now." Nami suddenly took Su King's hand and quickly boarded the melee. "Hey! Let's go, let's go!" Su King shouted. "Is it so sudden?" Although Zoro and others were puzzled, they boarded the ship as quickly as possible. By the time others reacted, the Straw Hats had already boarded the Mary. 100 million Baileys, left for everyone. "Wait a minute. We haven't had time to thank you properly yet." The villagers of Kokoyasi village wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. Nami was very straightforward and jumped directly onto the golden melee. The villagers looked at Nami walking away, but they were helpless. Chapter 25. At the same time, Nami shook out all the wallets stolen from them. "A hole! He actually stole our wallets! Little thief cat! Really, this guy hasn't changed at all." Ussop also said speechlessly. "You won't betray us again, will you?" Zoro also patted his head and said. "Please take care of yourself." Nami waved goodbye to everyone. But Su King naturally understood that the money Nami left behind was naturally far more than the money she had just stolen. It was just a different way to face separation, which was less artificial and more enjoyable. At this moment, at the Marine headquarters, Malin Fanduo was holding a meeting. "So this group of people is at least beyond the reach of the branch, right?" asked a senior officer sitting in the audience. Marine, who was responsible for the analysis on the stage, introduced, from before they formed the pirate group, to when they reached the Marine branch Colonel, Axeman Monka, their momentum has been rising and it is simply unstoppable. Buggy the Clown is worth 15 million Baileys. Pirate Admiral Krieg is worth 17 million Baileys. The Murloc Pirate's Sawtooth Dragon is worth 20 million Baileys. There are also rumors that Su King, the most powerful among them, had a duel with Hawkeye of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, but the outcome is unknown, but the result is that he is still alive. The analyzing officer added, "Everyone knows the meaning of what he said. In the East Sea, where the average is only 3 million Baileys, these people were considered big pirates just now, but they were defeated by them. Therefore, the first reward for this man named Luffy was as high as 30 million Baileys. As for the one named Su King, because there is no clear evidence that he defeated Shishibukai, his reward amount is set at 50 million Baileys. This is considered a special case in the world. However, at present, it seems that the amount of these bounties is not high. This new trend should be eradicated as soon as possible to prevent it from getting stronger in the future." As soon as he left Kokoyasi village, Su King once again heard a very familiar voice. "Ding ding ding! Congratulations! Host! You have successfully signed in at Koko West Village. Congratulations! You got the magical bag." Suddenly, a very delicate little bag appeared on Su King's waist. As before, Su King was very curious about what the system gave him, so he played with it and asked about it. "System, what is this magical bag?" In addition to the demon suit that can be transformed freely, this is the first time Su King has obtained such a strange prop. The system then began to explain, the magic bag, as the name suggests, is very magical. If you need anything, you can take it directly from the bag, but there is a limit of 3 times a day. That is to say, you can take out any item you want from the bag. As long as you really want it, you can get whatever you want. After the system explained, Su King nodded excitedly. "So, where's the devil fruit?" Su King asked excitedly. Unfortunately, the system poured cold water on Su King. "Except some special items. Although I said you can get anything, I am referring to some common items, such as drinks, Baileys, food, and the like. The system did not expect Su King to want devil fruit. Besides, you can no longer eat the devil fruits in this world because you already have a super devil fruit. Su King confirmed again and again, and then he understood the function of this magical bag. The biggest function of the magic bag is actually supply. When everyone is short of food and water, they can take it out from this bag at any time. Even Bailey can take it out. It can be said to be an artifact. At this time, it was another sunny noon, cloudless, and the sea was very calm. There are many seagulls in the sky. At this time, a bird with a newspaper bag hanging on it fell from the sky. This bird was naturally a messenger on the sea, a news bird. Nami bought a newspaper, and the newspaper also included the latest bounty pirates in the East Sea. Nami didn't know it until she looked at it. Only after looking at it did she realize that two big bosses had appeared on her pirate ship. Luffy. Su King. You two have been put a bounty on Marine's head. Nami said in horror. Being put on a bounty means that they have embarked on a road of no return. At this time, Luffy looked at his 30 million belly bounty very proudly and showed off to others. And Su King saw that his reward was already 50 million. I didn't expect the initial reward to reach such a high amount. It seems that Colonel Rat is really afraid of me. Su King couldn't help but snickered. You haven't understood the situation of pretending. This means that people are eyeing your lives. Nami has a headache, which means that future adventures will be more difficult. Bounties at the level of Su King and Luffy are enough to attract the attention of Marines and powerful bounty hunters. At this moment, Newsbird has distributed Su King and Luffy's bounty all over the world. And Nami and others are planning how to enter the Grand Channel. It seems that the Great Channel can only be entered from the Upside Down Mountain, but how to enter, we don't know exactly. Nami had a headache. As a navigator, it was impossible to be trivial. At this time Su King came out and said, there are 4 sea areas in the world, and we are located in the East Sea. If you want to enter the Great Channel, you must enter Upside Down Mountain. First, follow the sea current to the top of the mountain. Finally, follow the sea current from the mountain and you will reach the entrance of the Great Channel. As for the next stop, I think it will be in Loguetown. Su King, who knew the plot, naturally made a plan for the next step. Loguetown? That's what I mean too. Nami nodded, finally meeting someone with whom he could communicate. What? Is that a famous place for meat? Luffy asked. Alias, the town of beginning and end, I remember hearing it like this. Zoro said very leisurely. This is One Piece, the town where Gold Roger died. The town where One Piece died. Luffy seemed to have remembered something. Going? Nami asked. I want to see the town where the man who got One Piece, the man who got everything in the world, was born and died. Luffy said firmly. In the following time, Su King carefully digested the previous battle with Hawkeye, and worked hard to refine and condense chakra. Naturally, his strength improved. Although he has the magical bag, Su King still has to go to Loguetown to sign in. After all, for him, he can become stronger by going to the important places where Luffy should go. With Sanji, Nami, Ussop, Zoro, Luffy, and Su King himself on board, there are already 6 people on board. This kind of adventure is becoming less and less lonely. Everyone blended in easily and became real partners. Time passed quickly, and finally, the Straw Hat team arrived at Loguetown, the last town in the East Sea before the entrance to the Great Channel. Chapter 26. Everyone stepped off the boat, and when they looked up, they saw the huge words Loguetown. People were coming and going around, and it was very lively. This was once a town where pirates who aimed at the Great Channel gathered. You can buy everything you need. Nami reminded. Okay. I'm going to collect some equipment for the big adventure that's about to begin. Ussop said enthusiastically. It seems that I can buy good ingredients. There are also beautiful women. Sanji, the sexy chef, naturally noticed a lot of young ladies, which exposed his coquettish personality. I also have something I want to buy. Zoro said. Oh. What did you buy? Nami's words confused Zoro, and then Nami showed a sinister smile. Okay. I want to see the execution platform. I want to see the place where One Piece is executed. Luffy said very excitedly, and then disappeared into the crowd. Hey! We haven't decided on the meeting place yet. Ussop shouted, but Luffy had disappeared without a trace, and then he said speechlessly, there's really nothing we can do about him. Then just listen to me. Let's go shopping around, buy what you need to buy, and then go back to the boat and wait. Su Kang's arrangement was very reasonable. By the way, take this thing. If you need rescue, just pull it. Su Kang then took out a few cloud-piercing arrows directly from his magic bag. As the saying goes, an arrow pierces the clouds and thousands of troops come to meet you. After everyone saw it, they went to support. Su Kang and Luffy have completely opposite personalities, one is carefree, and the other is extremely meticulous. Su Kang is still thoughtful. After everyone finished speaking, they planned to separate. Don't you have anything you want to buy? Nami asked looking at Su Kang. I don't know yet, let's go shopping first. I have money myself, I don't need you to borrow it, haha. Su Kang saw through Nami's plan early in the morning. Nami obviously wanted to lend Su Kang a loan shark and kill Su Kang. Kang. Well, it's such a pity. Nami felt a little disappointed. She didn't expect that Su Kang was really hard to deceive. Immediately afterwards, Luffy was very excited to look for the execution platform of One Piece. Sanji looked for ingredients and feasted his eyes on them, Nami went to try on various clothes but didn't buy anything, and Ussop went to the grocery store with weird products. Su Kang was walking on the street very comfortably. After traveling to this world, Su Kang felt peaceful and comfortable for the first time. It would be great if he could stay in this city safely for a while. However, Su Kang is very clear that since he has traveled to this world and possesses such a heaven-defying cheat, he will naturally become a legend on the sea. If he lives a mediocre life, then coming to the pirate world is really in vain. Just when Su Kang was distracted, a pirate jumped out of nowhere. This pirate looked very arrogant, and at this moment he actually allowed his men to rob nearby. Grab them all. This is the precious food that I, Mikazuki Karaki-sama, used to become One Piece. The pirate said proudly, just hand it over with gratitude. However, at this time, the white-haired man with 2 large cigars in his mouth had already walked in front of the pirate. Who is your leader? The man asked very domineeringly. Who is your kid? Is it Monkey D. Luffy? Or Su Kang? What nonsense are you talking about? Marine. The pirate saw Marine and felt something was wrong. Let me test whether you are worthy of breaking into the town under Lao Zi's jurisdiction. The man was very domineering and ready to go head-to-head with the pirates. Smoker. Su Kang recognized the identity of the white-haired man at a glance, but he didn't say anything more and just watched quietly from the side. Kill him. The pirate who calls himself Mikazuki Kali ordered his younger brother to rush out. However, the smoker in front of him is the user of Logia's smoke fruit. In the East Sea, with Logia's ability, he can be said to be almost invincible. This group of pirates was instantly defeated by Smoker, who caught the group very easily. Marine next to him said, "It's amazing." As expected of Colonel Smoker, he defeated the Straw Hats so easily. Are your eyes just for decoration? How could this guy be the Straw Hats? If such a small character was worth 30 million belly, the world would be over. Smoker said. So, where are Luffy and Su Kang? Marine asked awkwardly. Luffy doesn't know, but Su Kang is right here. Have you seen enough? Pirate Su Kang. Su Kang did not expect that Smoker, such a big person, could be both rough and thin, and he had already discovered himself while fighting. Therefore, Su King no longer concealed his identity and walked out directly. As expected of Colonel Smoker of Marine, he is so sharp. Su King stepped forward and slowly lowered his hood, revealing himself. Smoker smiled slightly and said, "Now that you have arrived in Loguetown, there is no need to move forward. As the pirate with the highest reward in the East Sea, as long as you are caught, your accomplices will naturally fall apart, right?" Su King shook his head and said, "That's wrong. Catching me doesn't mean you can capture them. What's more, you can't capture me at all." "Oh? Are you so confident?" Smoker asked, now he was ready to fight. "Yes, that's how confident you are." After Su King finished speaking, the two of them stopped talking. Immediately afterwards, Smoker had already taken the initiative to rush towards Su King. Smoker was very cautious. Although he was a little arrogant, he did not underestimate Su King. As soon as he made a move, he used his smoke fruit ability. Smoker shouted, "White smoke launcher!" Then he rushed towards Su King at an extremely fast speed, trying to catch Su King as quickly as possible. Su King, on the other hand, did a continuous backflip and avoided Smoker's impact with his flexible body. Smoker was also very frightened when he saw this. This guy is so fast, even with the use of the white smoke launcher, he can't catch up with him. Smoker obviously wouldn't stop because of this, he simply punched him. White fist. Smoker's white fist actually turns his wrist into smoke to increase his speed and attack distance. Su King knew that the opponent was Logia, so this time he did not dodge and chose to go natural. Don't forget that Su King's devil fruit has the advantages of animal, paramecia, and Logia. Smoker was shocked when Smoker's white fist hit Su King's body but was directly passed through. Devil fruit. Logia. This guy is actually one of the rare Logia fruit users. Seeing this, Smoker no longer dared to look down upon Su King. He drew his weapon 10 hands directly from his back, and then used his white smoke to flexibility and speed, ready to use the weapons in hand to defeat Su King. Su King is not even afraid of sea water, so naturally he will not be afraid of Smoker's sea stone weapon. However, Su King planned to conceal this for the time being, so he directly pulled out the Shura from his waist. At this time, Shura was filled with blood red and could fuse his power to Su King at any time. However, Su King did not intend to do this, because the opponent in front of him was not a Shishibukai like Hawkeye, but a Logia fruit user, Marine Colonel Smoker. If you have to use Shura to deal with just a smoker, it will really insult the name of Shura. Chapter 27. To deal with an enemy of Smoker's level, just using swordsmanship is absolutely enough. Therefore, Su King pulled out Shura and Dang King. The two weapons collided with each other. It can be said that an expert will know if there is anything as soon as he takes action. Smoker felt that his strength was easily removed by the opponent. It was obvious that the opponent's knife was not a decoration. What a surprise! I didn't expect that this guy is not only a devil fruit user, but also a swordsman. It's really troublesome. Although Smoker had a headache, he still waved the weapon in his hand again and again. I am still very confident in my abilities. In the past, Su King thought that he might not be Smoker's opponent with his swordsmanship. However, after Su King's battle with Hawkeye and his previous understanding of the way of swordsmanship, Su King's swordsmanship level at this time had already reached a very high level. Realm. The smoker in front of me is naturally not enough. After a few rounds, Smoker was beaten until he was out of breath. Su Kangda could kill Smoker instantly, but that would be more than worth the gain. After all, killing Smoker would greatly affect the original plot. A whole pirate. I didn't expect you to be quite strong. It seems that the highest reward in the East Sea is not a waste. Smoker gave Su King high praise. Su King also said, "You are indeed Smoker. Compared with the average marine general, he is indeed much more powerful. However, in front of me, he is still a bit unsatisfied. Humph! Don't be proud. I will catch you right away. Throw you into prison. Smoker then shouted, "White man!" This move uses the smoke fruit to transform his whole body into smoke, and then entangles the opponent. It is also considered one of Smoker's more powerful moves. But Su King naturally said sarcastically, "Don't forget, I am also Logia's, so your attacks can't do anything to me." Sure enough, as soon as Smoker came over, he found that Su King had naturalized, and his whole body turned into black elements, and he didn't know what they were. Smoker had no choice but to continue fighting Su King in close combat. "What kind of fruit are you? I have never seen this kind of Logia fruit," Smoker asked while fighting. "Hey! I won't tell you." Su King almost pd Smoker to death. "If you have the ability, don't use the fruit's power," Smoker shouted. He felt that Su King's Logia ability was very annoying. Su King retorted, "You are no match for me in close combat. Your fruit abilities are all Logias. You can't do anything to me. Why don't you let me go? Don't dwell on me any longer. It's not good for everyone." "Humph! I won't give up." Smoker, as a marine, would definitely not be able to compromise with the pirates. Su King saw that Smoker didn't know how to praise, so he said, "You are the one who is shameless, so don't blame me for getting angry. Come on." Although Smoker didn't understand what Su King meant, he was still ready to end it. Smoker shouted again, this time, "White blast!" His limbs turned into smoke, blowing around with an extremely powerful storm. "That's it!" Su King laughed, and then his whole person became a little different. There seemed to be a layer of devil's coat attached to his whole body, and the power of darkness around him became thicker and thicker. "Since you are called White Gale, how about I call you Black Gale?" After Su King finished speaking, he controlled the power of darkness and rushed towards Smoker with all his strength. Smoker was shocked. "How is it possible? How do you have such a powerful imitation ability?" In fact, Su King used the Sharingan to copy Smoker's move, and then used the power of the devil to release it again. Smoker and Marine were blown away in an instant, and then fell to the side of the road, seemingly unconscious. Oh, what a surprise! Su King saw that the people around him were already looking at him, so he immediately left the place. Su King came to the door of a cafe inadvertently. He was about to go in and hide for a while, but found two men at the door of the cafe, who seemed to be scaring a woman. "Don't be wordy. Our leader was arrested and imprisoned by her." "Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" the woman with blue-black hair asked. "Yeah, if this continues, we can't swallow this breath. We will throw your body in front of him," the two pirates threatened. "I know, I'm happy to accompany you." The blue-haired woman then easily chopped her opponent to the ground. The woman accidentally fell to the ground and dropped her glasses in front of Zoro. Oh, what a pair of enemies! The identity of the woman in front of him was Marine, but she looked exactly like Zoro's old friend Kuina. Su King couldn't even imagine the subsequent development. Therefore, Su King quickly left this place where he was spreading dog food. "Oh, it's so boring. It's a rare trip out, but I met a smoker on the front foot and Dashki on the back foot." Su King was really bored, so he found a barber shop and planned to trim his waist-length hair. "How to cut it?" this customer, the boss asked very politely. "My hair is too long, just cut it short, let's do a haircut, dye it white." Su King had plenty of money and time, so he naturally spent some time in the barber shop. "Are you satisfied?" At this time, Su King couldn't recognize himself when he saw himself in the mirror. With white back and white eyebrows, the whole person looks like something out of an anime. Su King gave the boss a tip, and the moment he walked out of the door, he used the devil suit to change into Virgil's clothes from Devil May Cry. The whole person has completely changed his style. However, at this moment, the atmosphere on the street has undergone extreme changes. The originally peaceful street is full of panic. The entire town of Rog has become overcast, and many people on the streets are running away. Su King quickly asked, "Excuse me, what happened?" The young lady said in horror, "Pirates have invaded Rog Town." "Where?" Su King asked. "On the execution platform," the young lady replied and immediately ran away. Could it be Luffy? After Su King heard this, he was naturally worried for his companions. At this time, beautiful fireworks appeared with a bang above somewhere in Rog Town. The fireworks finally revealed the Straw Hat Pirates logo. "Oh no, there is a signal. This means that our companions are in crisis." Su King immediately rushed to the place where the signal was sent. Unexpectedly, the place where the signal was emitted was the execution platform square. At this time, on the execution platform, the clown buggy has locked Luffy, obviously wanting to kill Luffy. "You're going to die, Luffy." The clown buggy was about to kill him. Sanji and Zoro had already rushed out, but Arita and others who had eaten the slippery fruit temporarily stopped Sanji and Zoro. And Su King can already see the ambush of Marine around him. As soon as the gun fires, all the pirates will be surrounded by Marine. At this moment, a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the execution platform impartially. Because Luffy was made of rubber, he was unscathed. Instead, Buggy the Clown was struck by lightning. At this time, all the Marines from Rog Town appeared and soon surrounded all the pirates. Chapter 28. The pirates and Marines started fighting, and when Su King saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Monkey D. Long. It really scared me to death just now," Su King muttered to himself. "Run away, Luffy. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to get to the Grand Line," Sanji and others said. "Let's go. I'll cut off the Queen for you," Su King said. "Sorry to trouble you." Luffy knew Su King's ability, so he naturally chose to trust him. He followed Sanji, Zoro and others and ran towards the port quickly. Smoker also ordered at this time, "I will never let them go." However, Marine was soon chopped down to the ground by Su King, and Marine could only watch Su King and the Straw Hats walk away like this. "In the name of Marine Colonel Smoker, I will never let them escape this island." Smoker then took action again. At this time, Su King keenly captured a powerful person. Su King followed him in an instant, and the man asked, "What do you do for me, sir?" "Monkey D. Dragon? I am Luffy's companion." Su King revealed Dragon's identity in one breath. "Oh? You know me? You can still keep up with me. It seems that you have good strength and super judgment." Long did not admit his identity, but he did not deny it either. "Thank you for your compliment. I have nothing to do. Since you came to see Luffy, I will represent Luffy and meet you to show my respect." Su King's words revealed a hint of respect, but more of a kind of confidence. "Ha! Having you as Luffy's partner will save me a lot of trouble. Let the wind blow. The storm of fate is coming." After the dragon finished speaking, he disappeared. What a strange father, so neurotic. Su King then ignored Long and quickly chased after Luffy and others. Su King knew that Monkey D. Long should buy some time for everyone. Due to rain, Buggy's men failed to burn the Mary. Soon Ussop, Nami and others returned and jumped onto the ship as quickly as possible. Due to Marine's continued attack, Nami and others had to sail ahead of time. I originally thought that Smoker would buy a lot of time for Straw Hat and others to deal with Buggy the Clown, Arita and others. However, because of Smoker's ability, he easily caught Buggy, Arita and others. Riding a motorcycle, Smoker had already caught up with Luffy and others. Tashigi starts fighting Zoro. Luffy then started fighting Smoker. As for Su King, he jumped onto the boat with Sanji. "Zoro, Luffy hasn't boarded the boat yet, but we have to leave." Nami had no choice. The current was too strong and there was no way to reach the shore at this time. Zoro defeated Dusky and finally chose to show mercy. Luffy is not Smoker's opponent at all. After all, it can be said that today's Logia ability users are difficult to defeat. But in the end, Monkey D. Dragon appeared and directly used his ability to blow a strong wind. Finally, Luffy and Zoro got rid of Smoker and others' pursuit. In the end, Luffy used his rubber power to launch Zoro and him onto the Mary. Finally, all members of the Straw Hat team arrived. Although this trip to Loguetown was very embarrassing, it could be said that there was no danger, and everyone finally completed what they wanted to do. The storm was still there, but the wind was blowing in the right direction. The melee quickly disappeared into the sea. Even if Marine wanted to look for them, he couldn't find them at all. The Straw Hats and the others have completely escaped from Loguetown and are completely safe. Not long after the melee sailed, everyone saw the lighthouse standing in the distance. "Look at that light," Nami prompted. "Is it the lighthouse on the island?" Ussop asked. "The guiding light. The entrance to the Great Channel is at the end of the light," Nami said. "Is the Great Channel just in front of that?" Luffy couldn't hold back his excitement. Everyone was very excited, and Sanji suggested, "To celebrate that our ship is about to enter the Great Channel, let's have a launching ceremony." Sanji then put his feet on the barrel and said, "I'm here to find all blue." Luffy also put his foot down and said confidently, "I want to become One Piece. I want to become a great swordsman." Zoro also put his foot down and answered very ambitiously, "I'm here to draw a map of the world." Nami said, I want to become a brave sea warrior." Ussop also summoned up the courage to say. Only Su King remained silent, and everyone looked at him in confusion. "Do I want it too?" Su King asked. "Nonsense!" Everyone yelled, "Come on! Tell us about your dreams." Su King thought for a while, and finally put his feet up, and then said, I am here to make all your wishes come true." "It's great, but, is this true? How could anyone have such a wish?" Ussop was skeptical. "I believe him," Luffy said with a smile. "We all believe it." The companions finally said in unison, and Su King felt very warm in his heart. Being able to become partners with the protagonists of the original work and go on adventures with them is really something I have always dreamed of. "Let's go to the Grand Channel," Luffy announced. Everyone lifted their feet up and put them back down. The next thing that was left was to devote themselves wholeheartedly to the next adventure. At this time, the voice that Su King had been thinking about day and night appeared again. "Ding ding ding! Congratulations, host! Congratulations on successfully entering and leaving Loguetown. Sign in successfully. The system rewards you with the blood of the Uzumaki clan in the Hokage ninja world." "What? The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan?" Su King was happy now. "I had worked hard to condense chakra before, but I didn't expect that chakra would now come to my door. Uzumaki Naruto's chakra is powerful, on the one hand because he is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and on the other hand because he was born with the blood of the Uzumaki clan. The chakra is far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. Now that the system has rewarded Su King with the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, Su King's total amount of chakra has naturally improved greatly. Although Su King cannot maintain the double Megatama Sharingan state now, the usage time has been greatly increased than before. In this way, it is possible to use ninjutsu in future battles. Su King is still looking forward to future rewards. Some people may ask, since Su King possesses chakra, why doesn't he study a genin technique? In fact, Su King also studied some ninjutsu, such as Raise Nan, in his free time. However, Su King didn't know how to use magic at all. Except for Sharingan, Su King didn't know any other magic. Time passed in a series of research and improvements. "Hey! I saw it! I saw incredible mountains!" Luffy suddenly called everyone out from the deck. There was a huge mountain in front of him. The clouds blocked his view and he couldn't see the top of the mountain. Is this the Red Earth continent? Luffy asked excitedly. Chapter 29. Zoro held the telescope and saw the scene in front of him and couldn't help but said, "This is amazing. The sea water is really climbing up the mountain." Soon, the melee followed the sea water and rushed towards the top of Upside Down Mountain. After a while, the melee flew directly to the top of the mountain. It didn't stay on the top of the mountain for long, and the melee rushed directly down the mountain. But soon, everyone heard a strange cry. "Did you hear anything just now?" Zoro asked. "What did you say?" Nami asked. After all, the downward moving melee made too much noise. "Didn't you hear any strange noises?" Zoro asked again. "Is that the sound of wind?" "It must be because the terrain here is so strange," Nami said with certainty. However, Ussop saw an unknown object in front of him. "Hey! Miss Nami, I see a mountain in front of me," Ussop said. "Impossible." In Nami's memory, after entering the Grand Channel, there were no mountains in the middle. "But it does exist," Ussop said truthfully. "Whatever. Go ahead." Luffy still looked very excited. "Don't worry. It's okay." Su King comforted him, and Ussop felt relieved. What Su King said was always reassuring, because so far, everything Su King said was 100% correct. Except for the twin capes in front, it should all be the sea. Nami also agreed. However, when everyone finally came down, they discovered that the thing in front of them was not a mountain at all, but a huge whale with scars all over its head. Everyone fell into panic instantly. Everyone wanted to turn the rudder to the left to avoid the huge whale in front of them, but the rudder was broken at this time. At this time, Su King once again made a handsome appearance. He stopped Luffy from firing the cannon and fully attached the Devil Fruit ability to himself. Then the shadow behind Su King immediately became extremely huge. "Stop!" Su King pushed the whale's body with his palm, and the melee stopped in place unscathed. Although the melee had stopped in place without incident, Nami, Ussop, and others still closed their eyes tightly, not daring to look at what was happening. "Why, there's no sound. What happened?" Ussop and the others then opened their eyes. When they saw that Su King actually stopped the melee from hitting the whale, everyone felt relieved. "If it hadn't been for Su King, we might have died." Nami still shuddered a little when she thought about the scene just now. It would be a joke if everyone just crossed the Great Channel and the ship crashed and everyone was killed. Zoro, Luffy, and others also swallowed their saliva. Seeing that the ship had completely stopped, Su King naturally put away his demonic power. "Quick! Run away! Now!" Zoro said immediately. Then everyone paddled quickly, and the melee quickly passed through the gap next to the whale. The whale roared, but everyone covered their ears. "My ears hurt so much! Get away from him quickly!" Ussop shouted. However, the whale opened its mouth unexpectedly, and then the Golden Mary and the Straw Hats were swallowed into the whale's belly so easily. "Hey! Su King! Do something quickly!" Nami urged immediately. "Yes. We are already like this, why are you still taking your time?" Ussop almost burst into tears. "Hey, why are you so nervous? Didn't you just get swallowed by a whale?" Su King still didn't care. Everyone almost fainted. In this way, the whale swallowed everyone and the melee into its mouth, and closed its mouth. However, Luffy was unfortunately separated from his friends. However, when everyone thought that they were bound to die, they discovered that there was a different world around them. "Hey, what do you think?" Sanji asked. "What do you think? What do you think I should think?" At this time, Zoro didn't know how to answer Sanji. "I thought we must have been swallowed by a whale. Are we dreaming?" Sanji looked at the small island next to the melee, There was a small house on the small island. Looking at the surrounding clouds and the colored sea, Su King said, "Maybe you won't believe it, but we are in the belly of the whale now." "No way." Nami also couldn't believe it. "But if it's really inside the whale's belly, what do the island and the house mean?" Nami asked. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from not far in front of the melee, and a huge squid rushed out. The Straw Hats and others were preparing to fight. However, weapons shot out from the house, and finally knocked down the giant squid easily. At this moment, a figure walked out of the room. This man was wearing a red shirt and round glasses, but his hair was weird and seemed to have a lot of flowers in it. "Who is this, Grandpa? You defeated this giant squid very easily. Was it to save us?" Finally the old man walked out and finally sat on the bench and read the newspaper. "What are you talking about?" Sanji couldn't help complaining. The old man looked at the melee belatedly and said, "Oh? So there is someone there. Grandpa, where is this place and who are you? Can you tell me something?" Sanji asked very directly. "When you ask someone a question, it's polite to state your name first, isn't it?" the grandfather asked. Upon seeing this, Zoro immediately said, "That's right, I'm so sorry, my name is." As a result, the old man actually took the initiative to introduce himself. "My name is Culottes, I am the lighthouse keeper of Gemini Cape, I am 71 years old, Gemini, type of." Zoro said angrily, "Can I kill him? You asked me where this is? You broke into my private resort and you sounded so arrogant. Do you think this is a rat's belly?" After Kuritas finished speaking, everyone became more sure that it has indeed been eaten by a whale. "Wait a minute, what will happen to us? I don't want to be digested," Nami said very worriedly. "The exit is right there." Kuritas pointed, but he didn't expect that there was a gate in the belly of the whale. "Wait a minute, why is there an exit in the whale's belly?" Nami said very puzzled. As a result, everyone discovered that the sky, sea and seagulls in the belly of the whale were actually paintings. But when everyone was about to leave, the whale started to ripple. Everyone on the melee and the small island in Kuritas began to shake violently. "Has it started yet?" Kuritas said mysteriously. "What started? Please explain." Ussop also asked anxiously. Chapter 30. This whale started to hit the red continent with its head. Kuritas said. "I see. Did this person want to kill him inside the whale? Let's leave quickly. There is no obligation to rescue this whale," Sanji, Zoro and others said. At this time, everyone was rowing desperately, trying to get out of the whale's belly. However, at this moment, Kuritas jumped into the whale's stomach acid, and after a while, Kuritas began to crawl toward a small door above the exit. Suddenly, a loud "ah" was heard, and 3 figures suddenly flew in from the small door. Those people are, Kuritas is a little unsure. However, Su King, who was among the Straw Hats, recognized the origin of the person at a glance. One of them is Luffy, the other is an agent of Baroque Walker wearing green clothes, and the other is Vivi, the princess of Alabasta with blue hair. The 3 of them just fell into the sea of stomach acid. "Help me!" Luffy said before sinking into stomach acid. The whale slowly stabilized, and everyone rescued the 3 people who fell into the water. "Who are these people?" Mr. 9. Blue-haired Vivi asked. "These guys are pirates, probably, Miss Wednesday." Mr. 9, with orange hair and a crown, responded. At this time, Kuritas came back and said very sternly, "You villains are still there. As long as I am still here, you will never be allowed to touch a hair of Laboon. Even if you say so, we still can't go back. Killing this whale is our mission. You can't stop us from hunting today." Vivi and her partner sang in harmony. "Watch me make a big hole in his stomach." The Baroque duo picked up the cannon and tried to bombard the inside of the whale's body. However, At this time Kurotaz rushed up and used his body to block the two shells. Immediately after two bang sounds, the shell exploded. That old man actually used his body to block the cannonball. Ussop looked very shocked. He had never seen anyone do this for a whale. Is he protecting the whale? Sanji said. Ha ha ha. Stop doing meaningless things. Vivi said. If you want to protect it so much, then give it a try. This whale will become food in our town. Mr. Nine said very proudly, as if he was determined to win the Whale Laboon. However, at this time, Luffy took the initiative and repaired the two of them. I beat them for some reason, Luffy said. Soon, Kurotaz invited everyone to return to his island. Thank you for helping me, although I don't know why. Kulotas thanked him. I'm not trying to help you, I just don't understand them for some reason, Luffy said. I said, what are you doing here? Luffy asked. What are you doing in the belly of this whale? Everyone asked. The target of these bad guys is Laboon. If they catch Laboon, they will starve the town of food for 2 or 3 years. Laboon is the name of this whale. He is an island whale that only lives in West Blue, the world. The largest whale in the world. Kurotaz briefly introduced Laboon. There is a reason why this guy keeps crashing into the Red Earth continent and keeps roaring towards the upside-down mountain. Then, Kurotaz told everyone the story of what happened between the Whale Laboon and the Lumba pirates. Listen. Okay, let me take you out of here. Kurotaz then boarded the melee with the straw hats and led everyone from the exit. What an amazing water channel. It's a good thing he's still alive with so many holes in his stomach. Everyone was very surprised. I'm a doctor, don't look at me like this. Kurotaz said proudly. And he must be the ship's doctor on Gold Roger's ship. Su Kang, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke, shocking everyone. No way? This old man actually. Everyone looked at Su Kang and Kurotaz in disbelief. Really? Luffy asked, staring at Kurotaz. Well, guess. Kurotaz looked at Su Kang awkwardly and said, Sir, who are you? Su Kang first bowed his head slightly with respect, and then said, Of course we are all pirates, pursuing the distance and the sea. My name is Su Kang, and the initial bounty is 50 million belly. Yes, it's so scary. It seems that the sea is going to be lively again. Kurotaz cleverly avoided the entanglement between himself and One Piece Roger. But Luffy immediately invited, Grandpa is so powerful, why don't you come on our ship and be our ship's doctor? That's not necessary. I no longer have the strength to act like you do. I'm getting old after all. Is that why you treated Laboon in the belly of the whale? Only then did everyone understand the whole story. That's right. His injury is very serious and can no longer be treated externally. Okay, I'm going to open it. Kurotaz then opened the door, and then everyone finally took the melee and left the Whale Laboon. Somewhere in the body came out. At this time, Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine woke up one after another, and while everyone was chatting, the topic of why Laboon's friends had not appeared so far came up. I have received news that the Lombard pirates have escaped and fled the Grand Line. Kurotaz said. No? Then why didn't you tell Laboon? That way she wouldn't hurt herself again. Nami and others said. It would be nice if it were that simple. Kurotaz said. Did they ignore their previous agreement? Sanji also felt that these people were a little unreasonable. The Great Channel is such a scary place. Maybe they have given up taking risks. Kurotaz said, not too sure. No, the Lombard pirates did not escape the Great Channel. Su Kang said. Why do you say that? Everyone was very interested in Su Kang's words. So far, everything Su Kang said was correct. Among his companions, everyone gave Su Kang a nickname, Prophet, or said, it is more appropriate to call him a prophet. I can feel that all the Lumba pirates have died in the Great Channel, but one person is still alive. Su King was trying to confuse things, while Kuretaz looked unbelieving. Oh? Who is it? Kuretaz asked deliberately. He almost remembered everyone's names. It's a man named Brook, a musician. He should be in the first half of the Great Channel, and I feel that we will meet sooner or later. After Su King finished talking about Brook, Kuretaz was stunned. Su King seems to really be able to know everything. Chapter 31. But at this time, the tranquilizer on the Whale Laboon's body seemed to have lost its effect, and Laboon went crazy again and began to attack the melee. At this moment, Luffy launched an attack on the Whale Laboon in one go. Although Luffy was very powerful, the fight seemed very fierce. Everyone believed that Luffy would never hurt Laboon the whale, but everyone just didn't understand what Luffy wanted to do for a while. This guy? What do you mean? Sanji and others looked at it for a long time but didn't understand. If this continues, both Laboon and Luffy will be injured. Nami said very worriedly. No way, we must stop them. Ussop was ready to take action. Don't be impatient, Luffy will naturally have his own ways. Su King stopped everyone who wanted to get involved. At this time, Luffy was knocked away by Laboon, but he stood up and said, "It's a draw. I'm very strong. Do you want to beat me? We haven't decided the winner yet, so we have to continue fighting. Although your companions are dead, I will always be your opponent. Let's fight again and see who is stronger. After we circle the Grand Line, we will come back to you, and then let's fight again," Luffy said with a smile. And the Whale Laboon suddenly felt that his existence had meaning again, and endless tears burst out of his eyes. Then Luffy drew an extremely ugly straw hat painting on the head of Laboon the whale, and said, "Before you come back, don't hit him." Everyone looked at it and smiled lightly. This seemed to be a perfect ending. Afterwards, everyone worked hard to repair the melee, and then prepared to leave the Twin Capes and officially enter the Great Channel. As for Princess Vivi and his partner, Su King had already seen their departure, but he did not take action. He just sent there the record pointer was secretly retrieved. At this time, everyone was busy working before departure, but Nami shouted that the compass was broken. At this time, Su King took the initiative to come out and gave the record pointer to Nami and said, "The islands of the Grand Route contain a large amount of magnetic minerals, so the magnetic field along the entire route is very abnormal, and the sea currents and wind directions are unpredictable. Therefore, if you want to sail on the Great Channel, you must have a recording pointer, which is what I gave you. This is a special compass that can record magnetic force. Without this kind of thing, it is impossible to travel on the waterway." After Su King's highlight moment, there was Kuretaz's applause. "It seems that some of you have done your homework in advance." He is right. What is known now is that the islands scattered throughout the Great Channel are connected together by magnetic force according to certain laws, that is to say, you need to use the recording pointer to record the magnetic force connecting the islands, so that you can find the route to the next island. In this sea area where it is impossible to even grasp the exact position, the only thing we can rely on is the magnetic force recorded by the recording pointer. First of all, you have to choose one of the 7 magnetic lines extending from this upside-down mountain. However, no matter which island you start from, the route will eventually be fixed on a line, and then you will eventually reach that island. Rav drew the end of the Great Line. Only one piece has ever reached that island in history. It can be said to be a legendary island. After Kuretaz and Su King finished speaking, the Straw Hat's understanding of the Great Channel deepened a lot. Then, it should be there. One Piece. Ussop said. Who knows? Although this theory is the most convincing, no one has been there. Kuretaz said. Aren't you the ship's doctor of One Piece? Ussop asked. Look. What's flying in the sky? Kuretaz said. Everyone then turned their heads, and when they looked back, Kuretaz was already preparing to leave. Knowing that Kurotase didn't want to talk about things related to Roger, everyone naturally stopped pressing him. Then, because Luffy ate all the food cooked by Sanji attacked Luffy, and Nami's record pointer was eventually damaged. You guys! Do you know the importance of this thing? Nami was about to get angry, but Kurotase still waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll give you mine as a thank you for saving Laboon. Kurotase finally handed his pointer to Nami, who kept it properly. However, at this time Vivi and his partner suddenly appeared, lowered their attitude and said, "We have something to ask for." Later, they told Luffy and others about their idea of going to Whiskey Peak. Whiskey Peak? What is that? Luffy asked. The first stop of one of the great routes. Su King reminded, and everyone finally understood. Yes, it's still the town where we live. Our boat is broken. Mr. Nine said. Why do you think we will help you? You just wanted to kill Laboon, right? Nami asked, Who are you? Mr. Nine replied, I am the king. Who would believe it? Nami couldn't help complaining. Vivi said, I can't say. However, we want to go back to town, and we don't want to be so sneaky. But no matter what, our company is always mysterious, so we can't say anything. Mr. Nine and Vivi said. Then everyone turned their attention to Su King. What do you want me to do? Su King asked. Prophet, tell me, should we take them there? Will they stab us in the back? The crowd asked. When Su King saw this, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Unexpectedly, these friends really regarded him as a prophet. Wait a moment. Su King had no choice but to make a fuss, and then said, I already know your identities. I see, you are agents of Baroque Works. After Su King finished speaking, the two of them instantly became a lot nervous. Their identities are top secret, and it is naturally impossible for ordinary people to know. However, they did not expect that Su King could only add, one is a fake king and the other is a princess. Su King's words made Vivi look nervous. Not only was her identity as an agent known, she didn't expect that her hidden identity was also guessed. How long has it been? You are still joking. Nami urged, should we take them with us? Su King. Please. We are here to ask for help because of your character. We will definitely repay this kindness. The two asked again, hoping that everyone could give them a ride. But Kurotase said, no matter what they say, these guys are not good people. Chapter 32. Take them with you, that's my suggestion. Su King thought about it for a moment, then nodded and said. Really? Su King? Are you sure you want to bring these two people with you? The companions on the boat confirmed again and again. But having said that, this should be the last record pointer. If it breaks, there will be no more. If they don't follow us, they may never be able to go back. Nami said. Okay, then come up. Seeing that no one had any objections, and Su King also agreed, Luffy naturally let them come up. You said you were going to Whiskey Peak, right? Then go there. Luffy confirmed. Because Su King also agreed, the others were embarrassed to say anything. Of course, they were still wary of the two. After all, these two were so-called bad guys. Okay, it's almost time to set off. Luffy said. Who are you? Princess Vivi asked. I want to become One Piece. Luffy said firmly. Haha, stupid pirate. Vivi and his partner snickered. And then, under the setting sun, Luffy and others announced their departure. We bid farewell to Kulotas and Laboon the whale, and galloped like the wind on the sea. But this time it was strange. Although he had already left Gemini Cape, the system did not appear for a long time. Su King had no choice but to call the system directly. System, what's going on? Why is there no reward prompt this time? The system immediately responded, hello host, twin capes are not within the scope of the check-in. Our check-in locations are limited to the main islands we have visited with Luffy, such as the islands on the Grand Route. After hearing this, Su King nodded in disappointment and said, I see, I understand. Host, don't be so disappointed. You will definitely look forward to the rewards on the Great Channel. Because compared to the islands in the East Sea, those rewards are really powerful, the system reminded. Okay, I understand. Now that you've said so, I can't say anything else. While sailing on the sea, Su King was naturally refining chakra in his room. However, Su King hadn't been refining for long when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Who is it? Su King asked. Hello, Mr. Su King, I am Miss Wednesday. It turns out it's you. If something happens, come in and say, the door is unlocked. After Su King finished speaking, Princess Vivi entered Su Kang's room. After Princess Vivi entered Su Kang's room, she was a little shocked. He was obviously an unruly young man at his most arrogant age, but he didn't expect that the room was spotless. All the clothes were folded neatly, and there was a faint fragrance. The house is tidy and has no peculiar smell. She is either a transvestite or a gay. Although many of Su Kang's friends said this about Su King in the original world, most of the people who said this to him were old men who did not understand exquisite life. As for those exquisite people are naturally more willing to get along with Su King. What's the matter? Miss Wednesday? Or should I call you Princess? Su King said. After Princess Vivi entered Su Kang's room, she was a little shocked. He was obviously an unruly young man at his most arrogant age, but he didn't expect that the room was spotless. All the clothes were folded neatly, and there was a faint fragrance. The house is tidy and has no peculiar smell. She is either a transvestite or a gay. Although many of Su Kang's friends said this about Su King in the original world, most of them were old men who didn't understand exquisite life. As for those exquisite people are naturally more willing to get along with Su King. What's the matter? Miss Wednesday? Or should I call you Princess? Su King said. Can you really know everything? Everyone says you are a seer or a prophet. Do you think you can really predict the future? Princess Vivi was a little anxious, but she still forced herself not to be so anxious. I'm not a prophet, it's just that I know some things. Su King pretended silently, you are the Princess of Alabasta. You secretly sneaked into the Baroque works and became their agent, codenamed Miss. On Wednesday, I said that's right, right. Princess Vivi was silent, she didn't dare to admit it. Since you don't speak, you are acquiescing. The reason why you sneaked into Baroque works is to find out one thing, which is the real cause of drought and war in your country. Am I right? Su King said again. The revealed information completely convinced Princess Vivi. Prophet Su King. What should I do? Princess Vivi asked very cryptically. We can't tell you. At this moment, Nami came in quietly from the door, and then closed the door firmly. Su King had long known that Nami was eavesdropping outside, but he was not sure what Nami wanted to do. However, there were actually two girls in the room at this time, which felt very good. I never thought you were really a princess? If we help you, at least give us some reward. Nami said. You heard it. Vivi didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Su King immediately smoothed things over and said, Nami, since you have heard it, I will tell you straight away. Princess Vivi's country is in a state of emergency. The reason why she lurked in as an agent is to find out some truth. Although we can't give us many Baileys now, when we get there, we can ask the king directly. What do you think? Su King said very reasonably, and even Nami nodded in agreement. How about this, you two pretend that you have never been to my place before and proceed according to your original plan. Su King said. But Whiskey Peak. Just as Vivi was about to continue, Su King said, okay, stop talking, I'm a prophet. If you say it, we won't be able to help you. Let's go. In this way, Nami and Vivi left Su Kang's room. The episode passed like this, and not long after, the melee had reached a new sea area. The sun was shining brightly one moment, but it suddenly started to snow heavily at this moment. However, after a while, the melee was covered with thick snow, which made everyone very confused, but the most confused one was naturally the navigator Nami. Even though she couldn't help but start complaining. What's going on with this heavy snow? It was so warm just now. At this time, Luffy Ussop had already started piling snowmen on the deck and started a snowball fight. Why are those guys so energetic even though they are wearing so little and it's so cold? Nami doesn't understand at all what Luffy and the others are thinking. Sanji was so obedient that he shoveled the snow on the deck with a shovel. However, soon, the sky began to thunder, and then the clouds gathered and strong winds began to blow. Chapter 33. What the hell kind of weather is this? Nami really can't figure out what's going on with this weather. It was sunny until just now, and then it suddenly snowed, and then it thundered, and the seasons and weather were all messed up. Princess Vivi and Mr. Nine heard Nami's complaint, and then said, just like Su King and Kuro Stas said, this is the Great Channel, but you guys don't seem to know anything. You haven't been at the helm since just now, is it okay? Vivi asked. I've confirmed the direction and it should be fine. At this time, Nami walked to the direction of the helm, only to find that someone was already there to take the helm. Su Kang? Why are you at the helm? Nami asked in confusion. How big is your heart? On the Great Waterway, you actually adjusted the direction and then ignored it. The ship has long been blown off course, and I have tried my best to stabilize the direction. After Su Kang finished speaking, only then did Nami see that the direction on the record pointer had actually shifted. This was Su Kang's state of being as stable as possible. Without Su Kang, the entire ship would probably never be able to leave this sea area. Immediately afterwards, the weather changed again, and heavy fog suddenly began to form around it. It was difficult to see what was above the sea, but soon, Ussop said in shock, wow! There are icebergs ahead. Because the ship was too fast and there was no time to avoid it, Su Kang directly pulled out his Shuradeo, Iai. Immediately afterwards, Shura took out his sheath, and the entire iceberg disappeared in place. The Mary was able to pass safely. At this time, Zoro was still sleeping. There really is no one left. Why are these people so big-hearted? It doesn't matter if the sky falls. This was followed by a series of questions. Why is the bottom of the boat leaking? Hurry up and fix it. The clouds are moving so fast. A storm is coming. Quickly furl the sail, otherwise the boat will capsize. Nami is doing the work of command, and Su Kang is also working very hard to repair the melee. I don't know how long it took, but everyone fell to the ground tiredly. Zoro stretched his body and said, I woke up. Then he walked onto the deck and saw the people lying on the deck one after another. He said, hey, even if the weather is nice, you are too lazy, right? You should still be there. On the flight path, right? Immediately afterwards, everyone gave Zoro a hard hammer, and even Zoro himself didn't know what he had done wrong. The weather in the Grand Waterway is really bad. Even I don't know how to deal with it, but even so, there will always be a way. The proof is, look. The first leg of the voyage is over. Nami pointed to the distance. Sure enough, everyone saw a new island. Everyone's faces were full of excitement. But Su Kang is also very happy. After all, this is the first island in the Great Channel, and he is about to receive better rewards. What a wonderful island! What a big cactus! It seems we are almost there. This is the Whiskey Mountain Peak. Su Kang said. Now that we're here, thank you all for giving us a ride. Let's say goodbye. As he spoke, Vivi and his partner turned around and jumped into the water, trying to complete the show. In order to follow Su Kang's plan, Vivi could only pretend that she had never seen Su Kang. There is a river in front of you. If you walk along this river, you can see the mountains on the left and right. It seems you can go inland by boat. Nami said. There won't be any monsters, right? Ussop said very worriedly. The possibilities are as high as possible. Don't forget, this is the Grand Waterway. Sanji said seriously. If you encounter a monster, just run away from the island, right? Luffy looked fearless. Wait a minute, don't forget, we have to stay on this island for a while. If the entire recording pointer does not record the magnetism of this island, we will not be able to go to the next island. Because the speeds recorded on different islands are different, some islands can be cured in a few hours, but some islands require several days. Nami explained. What's the meaning? That is to say, even if this is a monster island that must be escaped immediately, it must stay here until the magnetic recording is completed. Ussop realized that something was wrong. That's it. Nami nodded. What are you afraid of? I'm here. You can get whatever you want on the Grand Line, but it still can't hinder us. Su King encouraged everyone, and Ussop and others regained their confidence. Su King is right. If you really encounter a monster, you can just think about what to do when the time comes. Luffy said with a smile. Let's go, it's useless just thinking about it, let's go. Zoro said the same. No matter what happens, I will protect Miss Nami. Sanji was still attentive to Nami. Then. We are about to go in. Listen, don't forget to be prepared to escape and fight. Nami said, looking at the people on the left and right. Gradually, the Golden Merly sailed into the inland, and there was a burst of smoke around it, making it difficult to see what was there. In the heavy fog, Su King could clearly feel that some people were watching them somewhere. The deeper you go, the more people you see around you. Everyone, be careful. Nami, Luffy, and other friends have also noticed that something is wrong. However, when the smoke dissipated, it was discovered that countless townspeople were standing on the left and right banks, and these townspeople were shouting loudly. Welcome! Welcome to the first stop of the Great Waterway! Welcome to our town! Welcome to the hospitable town of Whiskey Mountain! The excitement and joy of these townspeople did not seem to be fake, they seemed to sincerely hope that pirates would come to their town. Not only are there no monsters, we are also welcomed. Ussop also felt very puzzled. I say, don't take it lightly, these people are not good people. Su Kang's words made everyone wary again. However, Luffy was immersed in happiness. Pirates! Welcome! Heroes of the sea! Long live! With the enthusiasm of these people, everyone quickly put Su Kang's words behind them and gradually let down their guard. Su King had nothing to do about this. Who told him to go to sea with Luffy? The ship finally stopped at a port, and a man with curly hair who looked very much like a musician said, Huan, Mama, welcome everyone, my name is Akarim, and I am currently the manager of Whiskey Mountain Mayor. My name is Luffy, uncle, is your hair too curly? Luffy pointed at Akarim and said. This is a town famous for its brewing and music. Whiskey Mountain. Hospitality is what we are most proud of. There are as many fine wines as the sea that we are proud of. Let me use your adventure stories so far as a guide. Come and enjoy the banquet with me. Chapter 34. Ahem. Well. How about enjoying the banquet together? Akarim asked. Very happy. Sanji, Luffy and Ussop have been completely brainwashed. 3 idiots. Nami cursed, and then asked, I said, how long will it take to record the magnetism on this island? Record? Let's put aside such boring things for now and relieve the fatigue of the journey. Come on. Let's prepare for the banquet. Let's entertain the adventurers. Akaram hugged Nami's shoulders enthusiastically. Zoro didn't say much. He liked wine the most. When he heard that there was wine, he naturally let down his guard. Seeing this, Su King had no choice but to temporarily follow everyone to attend the banquet hosted by Akaram. For a whole afternoon, everyone was immersed in the crazy banquet. Music, beer, food. Ussop boasted unscrupulously, while Akaram hosted the cheers competition. Even Nami participated in the competition with money at stake. Not to mention Zoro, who drank himself unconscious. As for Luffy, he perfectly displayed his overeating characteristics. He regarded meat as his staple food and ate one plate after another, leaving everyone speechless. Sanji, on the other hand, hangs out with girls, talks sweetly, and looks very sweet. Su King, on the other hand, was so bored that he played marbles with a group of people, which no one expected. However, since Su King already knew the identity of this group of people, he was naturally on guard. Seeing the situation in front of him, Akaram said, "Oh. Well, it's a very pleasant night. It's great to see everyone so happy." Time passed little by little. In the drinking competition, Nami won, but she also fainted on the spot. Luffy, on the other hand, fell to the ground when he was full and fell asleep. As for Ussop and Sanji, they both lay down happily and fell asleep. When Su King saw this, he fell to the ground and pretended to be asleep. Everyone in the Straw Hat team was already asleep at this time. Before Akaram left, he said, "You are tired from playing, have you fallen asleep? I wish you a sweet dream. Adventurers. Tonight, the cactus rocks dancing under the moonlight are also very beautiful." Next, Akaram met Princess Vivi and her partner. Finally, Akaram revealed their bounty list. What? 30 million Baileys? I didn't expect that the edible Straw Hat Boy would have so many rewards. Could it be a mistake? The three Baroques looked like they couldn't believe it. There is absolutely no mistake, it is them, and there is someone with a higher reward than him. Take a closer look. Akaram finally showed Su Kang's reward list. What? 50 million. Bailey. Everyone was shocked. No way. Just them? There will be 50 million belly. Akaram then educated, it's stupid to judge the abilities of pirates based on their appearance, miss. Well, Miss Monday. But forget it, it seems that I can report the good news to the boss. Hurry up and get the treasure on their ship. Akaram said. So, what about them? If you kill them, the reward will be reduced by 30%, because the government wants to publicly execute them, so go ahead. Capture them alive. Akaram ordered. However, at this time, a voice came under the moonlight, I'm sorry, can you let them sleep well? Everyone is very tired from the day's sailing. The person who spoke was none other than Zoro. He raised a knife high and sat on the roof. A group of people rushed out of the room nervously and said, Mr. 8MISS. On Monday, at some point, the man wearing a loincloth escaped from the house. He's right there, Princess Vivi said. Akaram asked very puzzledly, you guys, shouldn't you be completely asleep? As a swordsman, I cannot be killed by careless fools like you at any time. Zoro said. That's what it is. This is the lair of bounty hunters. The pirates who came to the Grand Line triumphantly will be robbed as soon as they come up. There are about 100 bounty hunters here, right? I will be your opponent, Baroque Works. Zoro directly read out all these people's companies. Why do you know the name of our company? Akaram was shocked. When I was doing your job before, your company once wanted to recruit me, but of course I refused. The employees in the company don't know each other's origins at all, and they only refer to each other by code names. Of course, the boss's location and even his true identity are a mystery to the members. It's a criminal group that just faithfully follows orders. Barocco, this is a secret, right? Zoro's feeling made all the bounty hunters on Cactus Island shudder. Really, I thought I was the only smart one. Su King slowly walked out of the room. What? How is it possible? Why are you still awake? Akaram and others were shocked again. Zoro was awake because he was wary. Why was the white-haired boy in front of him also awake? I already knew your identities, so I wasn't so enthusiastic at first. Then I pretended to be asleep because I wanted to see what you were going to do next, Su King said. Forget it, now that you know our secret, I can only kill you. Cactus Rock, there are 2 more tombstones. Akaram said very bloodthirsty. Come on. After Akaram finally announced the order to attack, Zoro and Su King disappeared at the same time. Where did they go? Akaram and others were looking around, but they could not find the 2 of them at all. Finally, Zoro and Su King appeared in the center of the crowd without anyone noticing. Okay, let's start the fight. Zoro said. Compare it. Which one of us can cut down more people? How about the loser owes a good drink? Su King suggested. Ha! Interesting. Come on. Zoro agreed. The bounty hunters in front of them directly raised their guns and started shooting at the 2 of them dong dong dong. However, the 2 disappeared at the same time again, causing the bounty hunter's bullets to hit his companions one after another. These idiots! They actually beat their own people. Akaram was also very angry. Quickly kill them. They're just 2 swordsmen. As soon as Akaram finished speaking, Zoro's knife was already inserted into Akaram's big curly hair. Let me ask you something. Just add 1 more tombstone, right? Zoro asked. At this time, the bounty hunters pointed their guns at Akaram, and then planned to pull the trigger. Chapter 35. You are planning to kill me too. Saxophone shotgun. Immediately afterwards, Akaram knocked all the bounty hunters in front of him to the ground. At this time, Zoro actually took the opportunity to hide behind the wall. You are carrying such a dangerous thing. Is that a shotgun? Look, even we have to take them very seriously, these 2 guys are very strong, the Baroque agents said to each other. Humph. Do you really want to use 2 people to deal with all of us? Akaram said. This doesn't look like something you would say after understanding our Baroque works society. Miscellaneous. Zoro, don't be a coward, come together. Su King saw Zoro hiding, so naturally he took the initiative to show up. Although countless bullets flew towards Su King could easily change the direction of the bullets just by relying on the scabbard. Su King's sword is no longer so hard, but is both hard and soft, capable of cutting off water and metal. Quick! Everyone! Besiege this guy! Even if it means consuming him, he will be consumed to death. Akaram ordered. But what level of person is Su King? During his growth period, someone who could equal the world's strongest swordsman, Hawkeye, would have no problem dealing with a group of bounty hunters. Su King was just trying to rejuvenate his muscles. If he really wanted to kill someone, he would have pulled out his shura long ago. But now, just using the scabbard to knock down dozens of people. Is this the 50 million belly pirate, just using the scabbard? Is it because we are not worthy enough for him to pull out the sword? Akaram and others were also stunned. The strength is not in the same dimension at all. At this time, Zoro was also discovered by this group of bounty hunters, and then both were surrounded by bounty hunters. Finally, Miss Monday took action, suppressing Zoro at first, but soon, Zoro pinched Miss Monday's head tightly and finally pushed her to the ground. How scary! These guys! Akaram also took a step back in fear. Mr. 9, Miss Wednesday, let's take action together. Akaram said to the others, and then immediately used his proud skills. Saxophone. Su King didn't move at all, he just waved the scabbard in his hand at an extremely fast speed, and actually hit the fired shotguns to other locations. Miss Wednesday. Come together. Mr. 9 said. Hot-blooded number 9 backflip. Mr. 9 just rolled down from a high altitude, and then said, the stick of perseverance. Su King blocked these attacks very easily. Haha. This is a metal rod. Don't bend your knife. Mr. 9 said proudly. Are you an idiot? Why don't you go to the hospital and get a brain exam first? Su King kicked Mr. 9 to Zoro's place. Even Zoro completely suppressed Mr. 9. It has to be said that the Baroque agent without fruit abilities is the weakest character on the scene, although he is probably stronger than the Million Elder. In the end, Zoro defeated Mr. 9 with little effort. Be prepared, Mr. Bushido. Come on. Taste my beauty. Princess Vivi stood on the fast runner and exposed the perfume on her hand. Look at my charming perfume dance. Then Princess Vivi started dancing. After Zoro smelled the smell, he lost all strength and squatted on the spot. Princess Vivi then turned the peacock saw in her hand and rushed towards Zoro. As a result, she ran too fast and ended up falling from the room. I'm really ashamed of myself for fighting these guys. Zoro felt helpless at this time. But at this time, Su King cut down more than half of the bounty hunters one after another. All the bounty hunters still standing were at a loss. Su Kang's strength was so strong that they had no power to fight back. It's really nerve-wracking. Akaram wanted to rescue him at this time, but he had to fight Zoro in front of him. At this time, Mr. 9 locked one of Zoro's arms, and Princess Vivi captured Luffy and took him hostage. Akaram shouted, "Curly cannon!" There were many cannonballs hidden under his big curly hair, and then he fired them at Zoro. Is he a big toy? At the most critical moment, Zoro pulled hard, and Mr. 9, who had locked Zoro's arm with a chain, was thrown away, becoming Zoro's shield. Zoro then swung the chain and easily knocked Princess Vivi away. Curly cannon! Akaram launched another attack on Zoro. At this critical moment, Zoro stepped on Luffy's stomach, then bounced into the air, and drew his sword to slash at Akaram. Base! Akaram's blood spattered instantly, and he finally fell to the ground. But when he looked back, he found that all the bounty hunters had been knocked to the ground by Su Kang. Su Kang's entire body was spotless, as if he hadn't done anything at all. It's finally a quiet night again. Zoro said. You lost? You owe me a good drink. Su Kang said. TCH, I just happened to play against a more difficult character, and you dealt with an easier character. Forget it, it was just a good drink, and I lost. Zoro then smiled. At this time, another explosion occurred somewhere. Is this? Zoro was also shocked and said, is there any remaining party? That's about it. I think Baroque's more senior agents should have come out too, right? Su King also roughly guessed something. Akaram crawled on the ground desperately, saying, I can't die, I still have a special mission. At this time a voice rang. It's so pitiful that you would lose to a mere swordsman. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the speaker. The person on the left is a woman holding an umbrella, while the person on the right is a man wearing a windbreaker and sunglasses. Miss Valentine's Day. Mr. 5. Are you kidding me? Mr. 5 asked. Haha. After all, it's just the difference in our levels, right? Miss Valentine said. Are you here to laugh at us? Akaram asked. It does have this purpose. Of course I'm here to perform a mission. At this time, Mr. 9 said very gratefully, if you come to help, those guys are no match at all. Yes, please defeat that swordsman quickly. Princess Vivi said. Stop making such silly jokes, let's help you. Do you think we came to a remote corner of the Grand Line just to help you? Haha. Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 said together. What's that for? Mr. Nine asked curiously. The criminal that the boss can send us here to deal with is right here. That's what the boss said. My secret has been known. Although of course I don't know what the secret is, the company's motto is mystery. No one in the company can trace the origins of anyone. This is the rule. Chapter 36. If someone knows the boss's secret, of course there is only death. Mr. Five said. So we went to find out who knew the boss's secret, ha ha ha. The result was really incredible. We found that an important figure from a certain kingdom had actually sneaked into our Baroque works. Miss Valentine's Day said. Wait a minute. Although I wear a crown, I am not a king. This is my interest. Mr.9 quickly explained. It's not you. The sinner is the one whose whereabouts are currently unknown in the kingdom of Alabasta. Before Mr. Five finished speaking, Akaram took the initiative to attack them. Curly Cannon. I won't let you touch a hair on the princess. Bet on me the title of captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guards. Akaram was very determined, but he didn't hurt Mr. Five and Miss Valentine at all. Akaram, the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guards, and the princess, Nefertari Vivi, have been ordered by the boss of Baroque Works to kill you, Mr. Five announced. At this time, Zoro said, I see, Su King, have you already known the identities of these guys? Including the princess named Vivi. Of course. Su King smiled faintly, making people feel very mysterious. What about Luffy? He's still down there. Zoro said. Don't worry, let's see how things develop first. Su King is not in a hurry to take action at this time. If everything goes as he thinks, then Vivi and others will definitely save the day. Hurry! Princess Vivi! Run away quickly! At this time, Akaram continued to attack Mr. Five. However, at this time, Mr. Five seemed to have bounced something over, and it hit Akaram's body instantly, followed by an explosion. Akaram eventually fell to the ground. Akaram! Princess Vivi shouted with great concern. It's useless. Haha. Miss Valentine fell from the sky and easily broke the iron ring used to tie Vivi's hair. Vivi's hair fell down instantly. Monster! Vivi cursed. So you are a princess? Miss Wednesday. Mr. Nine knelt down on the spot with great respect. Stop doing stupid things, Mr. Nine. Vivi scolded. Good opportunity. Let's go. Zoro took this opportunity to grab Luffy and ran towards the other side. It's such a noisy night, you can fight whatever you want. Princess Vivi. Leave me alone. Leave quickly. Akaram said in great pain. Do you think you can escape from our grasp? Mr. Five said while picking his nose. Don't underestimate people. Princess Vivi turned her earrings. She was not just surrendering. But Mr. Nine said very loyally this time, although I don't understand the situation, but considering that we have been partners for so long, I am here to buy some time for you. Let's go quickly, Miss Wednesday. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Nine attacked Mr. 5. All we need is the will to complete the mission. Boring companionship will only lead to death. You should understand this. Nose. Mr. 5 popped the booger out, and then a big explosion occurred. In the end, Mr. 9 was blown away after just one encounter. At this time, Akaram grabbed the leg of Su King who was approaching and said, Master Swordsman, seeing that you are so strong, I have a merciless request. Because of that duo, both of them have devil fruit abilities, so we can't stop them. Can you protect the princess on my behalf? Akaram asked. Well. Su King didn't think about it for a long time, and then immediately said, I'm afraid I have to apply to our captain for this matter, but before that, please rest assured that this princess named Vivi is absolutely will not be killed. Su King said very calmly. Seeing that there was at least a glimmer of hope, Akaram finally breathed a sigh of relief. If you can escort Princess Vivi to the great country in the Far East, the Kingdom of Alabasta, you will definitely get a great reward. Seeing that Su King was inclined to agree, Akaram immediately persuaded him. At this time, Princess Vivi had already ridden fast and left here. At this time, Nami suddenly appeared. After chatting with Akaram for a few words, she set the price to save the princess. I said, we don't need to wait for Luffy to make a decision. Alabasta seems to be the only place we must pass, and don't you already know the identity of Princess Vivi? Nami looked at Su King and said. In that case, let's agree to him for the time being. Su King agreed to Akaram, and the next step was to protect Princess Vivi. At this time, Miss Valentine and Mr. Five were already chasing after them, and naturally Su King and others also chased after them. At this time, Princess Vivi was sitting and running, leaving Whiskey Mountain as fast as possible. Run! There is a boat parked behind the cactus rock. Let's take that boat to leave here and return to Alabasta. However, when Princess Vivi was riding the speedster, she suddenly felt the impact of an explosion. Stop! After Princess Vivi stopped, she carefully observed the source of the explosion, but saw a figure in the thick smoke. This person turned out to be Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. Run! Princess Vivi immediately turned around and left. It's useless, this is a pointless struggle. Mr. Five said. Princess Vivi didn't slow down at all and continued to gallop. She suddenly saw the King Kong Barbie like Miss Monday. You can find the boat from here. I'll stop them here. Miss said very loyally on Monday. But Princess Vivi was interrupted by Miss Monday just as she was about to say something. No matter what, we will be punished for failing the mission. Since we are all going to die anyway, then I would rather die to protect my friends. Go ahead. Miss Monday stood on the spot with a huge branch, blocking Mr. Point 5 and Miss Valentine's Day. I will never let you pass here, I swear on my dignity. Haha. Miss Monday, how ridiculous. You are a disgrace to Baroque works. Mr. Five rushed in front of Miss Monday at an extremely fast speed, and again, with just one move, he killed Miss Monday. One was defeated. Mr. Five then couldn't help but start introducing himself. I am an explosive person who can detonate all over my body. With the power of this explosive fruit, there is no task that I cannot complete. Mr. Five said. Ha 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 ha. Just use the power of my light fruit to bury the traitor, Miss Monday, under the ground. Miss Valentine soared into the air and hung in the air very easily. I can change my weight freely. Now I am light enough to fly on the wind. Look, now I have to gradually increase my own weight. Chapter 37. Miss Valentine's fall was getting faster and faster. In a short time, her weight increased to 10,000 kilograms, and then she hit an open space heavily. The entire ground was completely smashed, and the power was extremely shocking. After showing off his power, Miss Valentine and Mr. Five said, how was it? Even so, do you think you can escape alive? You will never escape our grasp. The words of the two put a lot of pressure on Princess Vivi. Although Princess Vivi didn't have much confidence, she still cheered firmly, I will go back alive. I will go back to Alabasta alive. Ha! At this time, Mr. Five was ready to break Princess Vivi's fantasy with reality. He started picking his nose again, then flicked it out and shouted, nose is empty. At this moment, a figure flashed in front of Princess Vivi. Wearing a handsome devil windbreaker, a handsome white back, and a long zanpakuto, shura on his waist, this person's identity is already very obvious. Su King. At this time, Su King didn't make any unnecessary movements, he just waved the scabbard in his hand gently. Immediately afterwards, there was a bang around Su King, an explosion occurred, and black smoke suddenly billowed around him. However, when the black smoke dissipated, it could be seen that these explosions had no effect on Su King and Vivi. Su King. Princess Vivi was surprised at first, and then looked at the road in surprise. At this time, the road surface had been completely blown to pieces, but they were unscathed. At this time, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine focused their attention on Su Kang, and then asked, "How can he withstand our explosion? It seems that there are two brushes. Is that you? The guy who knocked down all the bounty hunters in this whole town? Why do you want to protect the Princess of Alabasta?" Su Kang then said, "There is no reason. If you have to tell me the reason, maybe it was just a matter of chance. It's a good reason, but it doesn't matter. No matter what, you are our enemy, right? It's such a hindrance." Mr. Five said. "Yeah. It's really annoying." Miss Valentine said the same. However, at this moment a very angry voice came out. "Found it! Su Kang!" Su Kang patted his head. He didn't expect Luffy to wake up. Looking at Luffy's posture at this time, he was afraid that he might have misunderstood him. "I will never forgive you. Let's fight!" Luffy roared. "Let me fight you off for being an ungrateful person like you." Luffy then added, "You actually welcomed us on this island so well, and even let you eat and drink well. Not a single one of you was left behind. If you chop it down, I will never spare you." Princess Vivi complained at the side, "What a slow guy." Even the fast runner nodded at this time. "Is there internal strife?" Mr. Five seemed to understand what happened. "Can't we just kill all the people who hinder us from carrying out our mission?" Miss Valentine said nonchalantly. At this time, Luffy had already rushed towards Su Kang with all his strength. Zoro was standing by to help Su Kang explain, but it was no longer useful. Luffy had completely fallen into anger. Luffy stretched out his fist and hit him, but Su Kang slowly turned sideways and easily dodged Luffy's rubber pistol. Immediately afterwards, Luffy kicked him again and hit his head. However, Su Kang managed to escape by relying on his weird body skills. Seeing Luffy being so serious, even Mr. Five and Miss Valentine said, "It seems they don't want to hinder us." "Yes, in that case, let's complete the task quickly." Mr. Five then prepared to kill Vivi. However, at this time, Zoro was already standing in front of Princess Vivi. "Although I don't know what these two guys are doing, but before that, you are absolutely not allowed to kill this princess." Zoro also received the latest instructions from Su Kang and Nami just now, which is to protect the princess. "Luffy, out of courtesy, I have given you 3 moves. Next, I will fight back. You don't want to die." Su Kang felt that this was a good time to beat Luffy. "Come on! Who's afraid of you?" Luffy was blinded by anger, and he waved his rubber trick at Su Kang desperately. At this time, Su Kang had also used his demonic power. Not only did he block all of Luffy's attacks, he was even better. The demonic fist finally came out, knocking the rounded Luffy away with one punch. Coincidentally, when Luffy was knocked away, Mr. Five and his partner Miss Valentine were also affected. The 3 of them hit a wall almost at the same time before stopping. "Really? What the hell are you doing? Since you like killing each other so much, let's kill you two too? How about that?" Then Mr. used his ability to bomb the fruit, and then Miss Valentine used the bomb blast to create the airflow flew in the air. "Go to hell! Let me kill you with the light and fluffy fruit. Get ready! I flew into the sky along with the explosive airflow, and now I only weigh 1 kilogram. Miss Valentine looked at Su Kang and said, "Mr. Su Kang! Get away from that woman! Princess Vivi has seen the power of the light fruit. I don't have time to pay attention to her now. No matter what, my opponent is still Luffy." After Su Kang finished speaking, Princess Vivi opened her eyes wide. Luffy in front of her was actually walking toward them with Mr. Five in one hand. At the same time, the bloated body from eating had disappeared and returned to Luffy's original body size. "I finally digested everything I ate," Luffy said. "It's a lie. Baroque's senior agent, Mr. 5. Actually, Princess Vivi couldn't believe the scene in front of her. I'm talking about Luffy, these guys are bounty hunters. They deliberately gave us food and then took the opportunity to catch us. Nami, Zoro, and I all know this. Su King took advantage of this gap to explain. Impossible. It's impossible for the enemy to give us delicious food. Luffy said firmly. It seems that no matter what I say, it's of no use. Su King shook his head. Now Luffy couldn't persuade him anymore, and he himself was not good at persuading others. In that case, let's decide the outcome. Su Kang's eyes had turned into double Megatama Sharingan, and they were firmly locked on Luffy. Miss Valentine fell from the sky at this time, and increased her body weight to 10,000 kilograms. However, Su King just turned sideways slightly, and Valentine's Day hit the ground hard. To deal with Luffy, Su King did not plan to use his sword skills, but planned to use the power of the devil fruit to beat Luffy severely. These guys, really, have to kill each other at this time. Zoro didn't know what to say at this time. The person who was misunderstood was originally Zoro, but unexpectedly, it was Su King who was misunderstood by Luffy. Chapter 38. Aren't you all in the same group? What the hell is going on? Princess Vivi also felt that the matter was really inexplicable. Naturally, Luffy was the most incomprehensible, and he still didn't understand the whole story. Rubber bazooka. Luffy threw his hands behind him hard, then ran towards Su King quickly, and finally threw his hands out. Devil impact. Su Kang's devil fruit has completely attached itself to his body, and he used Sharingan to find the weak point of Luffy's attack. Su Kang's impact was so terrifying that even Luffy was hit from the front. Crash. We haven't decided yet. Luffy's determination was obviously amazing. After being hit by a move, he rushed over again, followed by punch after punch. I know you are difficult to deal with, but it's not that easy to hit me. Su King simply blocked the devil's wings in front of him, and Luffy's rubber machine gun quickly hit Su Kang's wings. Superior. The defensive power of these wings was also terrifying to the extreme, and Su King didn't even feel like he was being attacked at all. So hard. Luffy was obviously shocked. Get down to the ground. Su King shouted, Devil's Fist. This huge force hit Luffy hard. Luffy crossed his hands and tried to resist with all his strength. However, he didn't expect that Su Kang's move was also extremely powerful and actually stretched Luffy's hand like rubber. Go in. Boom. Su Kang's punch broke through Luffy's defense and finally hit Luffy's chest. Luffy's whole body felt bad. He fell to his knees and couldn't breathe. At this time, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine came out and said, I didn't expect to be humiliated by such a guy. It really damages the reputation of the senior agents of Baroque Works. Mr. 5, let them see how terrible we really are. Come on. Miss Valentine's Day. Okay. Mr. 5. Two agents from Baroque Works rushed towards Su King and Luffy. Don't underestimate our senior agents of Baroque Works. The two shouted loudly, but accidentally touched the back scales of Su King and Luffy. It's so long-winded. It's so annoying. Don't come and hinder our duel. Su King and Luffy just waved their hands, and the two agents of Baroque were beaten to the ground again. Just when Luffy was about to use his strongest trick against Su King, a sudden punch knocked Luffy away. However, Su King was very fast and he dodged this man's attack. When Su King looked up and saw that it was Nami, he immediately complained, Luffy thought I killed the bounty hunter on this island and insisted on fighting me. Zoro explained it together, but he still didn't listen. The clever Su King diverted Nami's anger, and Nami then said angrily, Luffy. What on earth are you doing? Nami then beat Luffy with bruises all over his body, and finally said, Fortunately, this girl is safe, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get 1 billion Baileys. Nami. Princess Vivi didn't say anything when she saw it was Nami. After all, Nami and Su King were people who had known her identity for a long time. Then Nami, Zoro, Princess Vivi, and others, told Luffy the whole story. In this way, Luffy finally understood the whole story. Ha 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 ha. Luffy smiled without embarrassment. What? Su King. You told me earlier. I thought you cut them down because there was nothing you liked in the food. Who would apologize to me for such a boring reason? Su King was also very direct. I'm sorry. Luffy said directly. Forget it, I forgive you. Knowing that Luffy was such a straightforward person, Su King naturally didn't care. It was just that he didn't beat Luffy enough. After all, Luffy was a very resistant person. At this time, Nami also told Princess Vivi about Akaram's agreement and what he promised them. That's the thing. I want a reward of 1 billion Baileys. You should know how powerful these guys are, right? Nami calculated very shrewdly. But Vivi said bluntly, that's impossible. I'm very grateful to you for saving me, thank you. Aren't you a princess? 1 billion shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Nami originally wanted the lion to open his mouth, but 1 billion is not much by the standards of a princess. Alabasta is in the midst of civil strife. In the past few years, people have been rioting one after another, and the country has become more and more chaotic. One day, I heard about an organization called Baroque Work Society. We learned that this organization has been inciting the people. But once the information is traced, you will find that all the clues have been cut off, and there is no way to start. So I asked Akaram, who has taken good care of me since I was a child, to think about whether I could find a way to sneak into the Baroque works. In this way, I can know the identity and purpose of the mastermind behind the scenes. So, have you figured out their purpose? Zoro asked. Well, to establish an ideal country. But although they say so on the surface, it is actually a big lie. Their real purpose is to seize the kingdom of Alabasta. They must return home quickly to tell everyone and quell the uprising of the citizens. So, who is that boss? Luffy asked curiously. I can't say it. If I say it, your lives will be in danger. Princess Vivi waved her hands quickly. That's right, no matter how powerful you are, you can't deal with him. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. Princess Vivi did not use the provoking method, she just let it slip. But just at this time, the unlucky duo knew about this and flew away. Nami almost collapsed, but Su King, Luffy, and Zoro, as the main fighting faction, naturally felt eager to try. I have to leave quickly before my appearance is exposed. Nami was about to leave, but was drawn by the unlucky duo again. In this way, Su King, Zoro, Luffy, and Nami have become the inevitable targets of Baroque works. At this time, Akaram came out wearing the same clothes as Princess Vivi. I fainted. Su King almost fainted when he looked at Akaram in front of him. Sir Vivi, please listen to me carefully. If you are targeted by Baroque, there will be people chasing you immediately, let alone knowing the boss's secret. It seems that there will be about 1,000 pursuers. Vivi said. So just like this, I pretended to be a princess, took 4 dummies, and took a boat directly back to the kingdom of Alabasta. While the pursuers were attracted to me, Lady Vivi and everyone sailed to the kingdom of Alabasta via the normal route. Akaram said. Chapter 39. Is Crocodile strong? Luffy asked. Yes, he is one of the Shishibukai, so there is no bounty from Marine, but before he became a Shishibukai, the bounty was 80 million belly. Akaram said. Isn't 80 million 4 times that of Eren? Say no to it. Naturally, Nami didn't want to do this kind of loss-making business. She used to think it was profitable, but now it's pure charity, and her partners may also suffer. To life threats. Are you willing to send her back? Akaram asked Su King. This is our captain, I just listened to him. Su King looked at Luffy and said. Luffy nodded and said, go. Because it will be fun. Ah. Nami almost fainted. Thank you then. Akaram then walked to the location of the ship with everyone, and then he took the permanent record pointer from Princess Vivi. What is a permanent pointer? Nami didn't understand. To put it simply, it is a permanent storage version of the record pointer. Unlike the record pointer which always points to the next island, the permanent pointer will never lose the magnetism of the recorded island and will only point to that island forever. This is the pointer that records Alabasta. Akaram said. In other words, Princess Vivi will return to Alabasta with the Straw Hats, while Akaram will be the first to return to Alabasta to divert the attention of the pursuers of Baroque works. Then the princess is entrusted to you. Akaram said, be careful, this will be a difficult journey. As soon as the ship Akaram was on left, a big explosion occurred on the ship. Bang! Smoke rose from the sea. How is that possible? The pursuers are coming now. Quick! The boat is sailing. Nami said. Vivi bit her lip in pain, and tears almost welled up in her eyes. When Nami saw Zewang, she hugged Vivi and said, don't worry. We will send you back safely. Even though they are a few, they also saved Donghai. So what about Baroque Co., Limited? What about Shishibukai? We didn't take it seriously at all. Nami said. Immediately afterwards, Luffy quickly rushed back to where the villagers were entertaining him, grabbed Usopp's nose and Sanji's hair, and quickly dragged them to the Mary. Immediately afterwards, everyone raised their sails and followed the current to escape. How many pursuers will come? Zoro asked. I heard that there are several strongholds similar to this town nearby. There should be many, right? Vivi said. There was no words for a night, the night passed, and the sky was already dark. Everyone finally left Whiskey Mountain. We should be able to leave this island soon. Nami said. Awesome. It's foggy. Luffy said excitedly. It will be morning soon, Nami said. It was nice to escape from the pursuers. That's right. Nami said. Be sure not to let the boat hit the rocks. Leave it to me. Nami responded confidently. Is it Luffy who spoke just now? Nami asked very confused. When they felt something was wrong and turned back, they saw a lady they had never seen before. It's a nice ship. At this time, a woman was sitting on the guardrail of the Nami and was looking at everyone with interest. You are? All the friends on the deck looked at the guardrail in shock. The woman wore a hat, had black hair, and slightly dark skin. At this time, she held up her face with one hand and said in a very playful manner, just now, I saw Mr. 8 over there, Miss Wednesday. Princess Vivi looked at the woman and said with great hostility, it was you who gave Akaram. It doesn't matter, the question is why are you on our ship? Luffy asked in a confused tone. Who are you? Everyone looked at Robin and asked. Why are you here? Miss All Sunday. Princess Vivi said. Robin. Su King looked at Robin and thought to himself. Ah? Whose partner is this time? Nami asked. She is Mr. Zero's boss partner. Princess Vivi responded. What? Crocodiles. Nami went crazy. This woman was the only one who knew the identity of the boss before. We only found out the identity of the boss by following her. Princess Vivi said. To be precise, I asked you to follow me. Robin said. Is it you who told the boss that his identity was exposed? Princess Vivi asked. That's right. Robin responded with a smile. What is your purpose? Princess Vivi asked. But Robin looked very unconcerned and responded, who knows, I thought you were too serious, so I accidentally helped you and became the enemy of Baroque works and wanted to save the country's princess is really stupid. Don't underestimate me. Princess Vivi rushed towards Robin impulsively, and the Straw Hats were all ready to fight. Of course, only Su King didn't make any move, but slowly walked to the front of Robin. Immediately afterwards, Su King actually called out Robin's real name. "Nicole Robin, it seems that you are not really serving Crocodile." Su King's words made Robin's expression that was still laughing suddenly freeze. "You, what did you call me?" Robin asked. None of the Straw Hats knew the situation, and Nami also repeated, "Nicole Robin? Su King. Do you know her? Crocodile's goal, Alabasta should be just a part of him. His real goal should be Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, right? Robin, the text of history, should it be your goal?" Su Kang's words made Luo Binbin didn't react at all. "It's impossible, my identity, how could the young man in front of me guess it? And how did he know about Pluton? Is he an undercover agent sent by the world government among the pirates? Who is this guy? He seems to know not only my past, but also Crocodile's goal. How is this possible?" Su Kang's words made Robin's the inner turmoil is extremely complicated. Su King opened his arms and made a very polite gesture, and then said, "You must be thinking, who am I? As you can see, I am just a crew member of this ship. One is just an unknown pirate on the sea. You must not take me too seriously," Su King said while looking at Robin with a smile. "You are such an interesting person." Robin looked at Su King and finally squeezed out a sentence. "Who are you?" Robin looked at Su King and asked. Chapter 40. Unexpectedly, Robin seemed to be very aware of Su Kang's confidence, so he directly said, "If the pirate with a bounty of 50 million is also called the unknown pirate, then Crocodile should be nothing. I'm not here to fight. I didn't receive any instructions," Robin said truthfully. "The name of your next island is Little Garden. You guys can't reach Alabasta even if we don't take action, and you will definitely be wiped out," Robin said with great certainty. "We don't need you to take care of it," Luffy immediately retorted. "Don't you think it's stupid to destroy yourself step by step?" Robin asked. At this moment, Robin threw the permanent record pointer in his hand to Vivi. "You can use this to bypass the small garden. What this pointer indicates is an island with nothing but 1 step away from Alabasta. Because it is a route that even our company's employees don't know, there will be no pursuers," Robin explained. "What? Isn't she our enemy?" Nami asked in confusion. "Why are you giving me this?" Princess Vivi also felt very strange. Logically speaking, the other party should be her mortal enemy. It must be a trap, right? Zoro guessed that everyone on the ship did not trust Robin. However, what happened next, it is not difficult to guess. Luffy easily destroyed the record pointer. "That guy killed Uncle Curly, so I hate him. That guy is not qualified to decide the course of this ship," Luffy said. "It seems that even I can't change Luffy now," Su King said. "I don't hate courageous men. If you can really reach Alabasta alive, let's meet again then." Robin was not angry. After she just finished speaking, she jumped up and sat on the big turtle. He slowly left. "Robin, see you later." Robin naturally heard Su Kang's words, but Robin's trip was actually to make it easier for Luffy and Vivi. After all, Vivi's experience was similar to hers to a certain extent. Although Robin had to join the Baroque cooperative in order to avoid Marine's pursuit, Robin was still kind at heart. This woman has no idea what she is thinking. "Mr. Su Kang, you seem to know the identity of this woman?" Princess Vivi asked. "Yes, as the prophet on the ship, you must know a lot of things that we don't know. Can you tell us about this woman?" Sanji's eyes have turned into red hearts. "In that case, I will tell her story. Let's move towards the small garden while telling it." Immediately afterwards, the Mary sailed in the direction pointed by the next pointer, and Su King told everyone the story of Robin. "Wow! This guy actually has a bounty of 20 million belly. Ussop was also a little surprised after hearing Robin's story. Yet, I didn't expect this guy to carry so much at such a young age. I really didn't expect it. Nami didn't hate Robin so much at this time. You said Robin didn't kill Uncle Curly. Is that true? Luffy asked with some disbelief. I said it's true. You have to believe it. But we are not in a hurry, because we will meet sooner or later. Su King said. Unexpectedly, Luffy said at this moment, if this guy really didn't kill Uncle Curly, can we invite her to be our partner? Okay. Everyone wanted to refuse, especially Vivi. After all, the biggest enemy of her kingdom was the Baroque Works Society. We are not in a hurry. The most critical thing at the moment is to return Princess Vivi to Alabasta safely. After Su King diverted everyone's attention, everyone became much calmer. Because he arrived at the Whiskey Mountain Peak, which was also the first island on the Grand Route, Su King had just left here and immediately received the sound he had dreamed of. Ding ding ding! Congratulations host! Successfully signed in at Whiskey Peak. Congratulations on getting the reward. Invulnerable to all poisons. Invulnerable to all poisons. As the name suggests, your resistance to toxins will be greatly enhanced. From now on, even if you are poisoned, you will be fine. The system's rewards are undoubtedly the happiest thing for Su King. Su King instantly felt that something was different about his body, as if he had gained a kind of immunity. System, that means I'm not afraid of poison now? Su King asked. That's understandable. The system responded. With the system's affirmative answer, Su Kang's confidence became much stronger. The crocodile he was about to face had poison on his hook. If he could be immune to the poison, Su King should be able to fight in the upcoming battle. Get the upper hand. Then, after some time, Nami walked to the deck, looked at his record pointer and said, "That's the island after the cactus." Wow! Haha! Is that there? The second island on the Grand Line. Luffy said very excitedly. There is an island in the sea not far away. From a distance, this island has dense jungles and, of course, huge mountains. The ship slowly approached here, and Luffy couldn't help but ask questions. Is this called a small garden? What exactly is small? Zoro also couldn't figure it out. It doesn't look like a lovely place like its name. Nami then turned to Su King and asked, why is it called a small garden? How do I know? Su King smiled bitterly and shook his head. These people really regarded themselves as gods. A place that even the prophets don't know about. This is simply a secret realm. Ussop said with great fear. There are dense forests everywhere here. I am very concerned about what Miss All Sunday said, Princess Vivi said very worriedly. Her words instantly pricked Usopp's fear point. Will a monster appear? Ussop asked in horror. Yes. Su King then affirmed, although I don't know why this place is called a small garden, this is an ancient island with a completely different ecosystem from the outside world. Therefore, many outsiders on the island have long been extinct. Huge creature. Wow! Should we go directly to the next island? You see, the prophet said so. It must be very dangerous here. Ussop was almost scared to death by Su Kang's words. That won't work. Magnetism won't be stored so quickly. Nami shook his head and rejected Usopp's proposal. Sanji also reminded, we must replenish food. We didn't buy anything in the previous town. Hey! I see a river mouth ahead. Zoro said. Chapter 41. Hey! I see a river mouth ahead. Zoro said. Really? Everyone came out to take a look and found that there was indeed an estuary, so they simply drove the melee directly into it. The further we drive at the mouth of the river, the more we can feel the terror of this island. Strange plants, huge birds, and sounds like volcanic eruptions. And deep in the dense forest, a huge tiger walked out. Not long after, the tiger died suddenly with blood all over its body. The island is shrouded in a veil of fear and mystery. How about we stay on the ship and wait quietly for the magnetic recording? Ussop suggested again, feeling very frightened. That's right. Even Nami agreed at this time. However, things are not that simple. Looking at the dense jungle, Luffy is already eager to try. Immediately afterwards, Luffy asked Sanji for a bento, and even Vivi rode fast and left the melee with Sanji's special drink to go on an adventure. Zoro also decided to get off the boat and go for a walk, and then got into a dispute with Sanji. Finally, the two decided to bet on who could hunt a bigger prey. In the end, only Su Kang, Nami, and Ussop were left on the entire ship. You must not leave. Su Kang. We are all relying on you here. Ussop and Nami looked at Su Kang eagerly, and Su Kang then said, Okay, I won't leave until I leave. But having said that, the ancient island. I seem to have seen it in a book. Ussop. Nami then called Ussop to the cabin, and together they looked for the book about the ancient island. Island books. When Nami finally found the book, she found Su Kang, and when she was about to share things about the ancient island with everyone, she was completely stunned. In front of them, a figure that looked like a hill had appeared in front of everyone. Ah! Nami and Ussop were already stunned at this time. It was the first time Su Kang saw such a huge human being, and he was also shocked and speechless. The giant in front of him pointed at Nami and Ussop with his oversized nostrils and asked, So, what do you think? What's going on? Please say it again. Nami said in horror. I'm asking if you have any wine, the giant in front of him asked. A little bit, there is still some. Nami replied. So you have wine? The giant immediately became happy. But it's not for drinking, but for cooking and medical purposes. Nami responded. If you want it, I'll give it all to you. Nami said. Ah! The giant screamed in pain, and it turned out that a Tyrannosaurus Rex had bitten his butt firmly. Fear of dinosaurs. Nami and Ussop were both very frightened. However, the giant just turned around and quickly chopped off the huge knife in his hand. He raised the knife and cut off the head of the ferocious dinosaur. I am the most powerful warrior in Elbaf village. Broggy. Ha ha ha. Giant Broggy happily raised the knife in his hand, but inadvertently completely shocked Nami and Ussop. The meat is also available, I will entertain you today, guests, said the hospitable giant Broggy. But Nami and Ussop lay directly on the deck and started pretending to be dead. Su Kang felt that it was too stupid, so he chatted directly with the giant and said, I see, you are the village of the giant, a soldier of Elbaf, Broggy, we are a group of pirates. Pirates are great. We were pirates before. Broggy said. What? Pirates from the giant clan. Wait, what Su Kang just said about us, is there more than one such giant on this island? Nami and Ussop both wanted to die. Nami and Ussop originally planned to pretend to be dead, but seeing Su Kang being so open-minded and indifferent, they finally stood up. I said Su Kang, we can't just wait here to be eaten. Nami said. This guy won't eat you, don't worry. Su Kang promised again and again, and Nami and Ussop chose to believe Su Kang's words. In front of him, Broggy grilled the dinosaur directly and shared his delicious food with Su Kang and others while singing. Nami and Ussop naturally had no appetite at this time, but Su Kang rarely ate such delicious dinosaur meat, and suddenly thought of his own pocket that could hold everything. I say, the little wine we have on board is too shabby to entertain you. Then let me take it out. Su Kang then took out an oversized wooden barrel from his magical pocket that seemed impossible to put in. This wooden barrel is actually filled with delicious wine. Haha! What an amazing guy, I can smell the aroma of your wine from so far away. Broggy was very satisfied. He opened the lid of the barrel and started drinking. Kebabs and beer can help you live 99 years. Baratie was drinking beer and eating dinosaur meat, not to mention how happy he was. Su King, on the other hand, quickly became familiar with Baratie. Su King repeatedly told Nami and Ussop about the cuteness of giants. This guy is Elbaf, a warrior from the kingdom of giants. The honor of a warrior is above all else. It is absolutely impossible to eat people. He will only fight those who look strong. Yes, I look very strong. Ussop said. Then we can rest assured. Nami finally believed what Su King said, and everyone dropped their guard. In the end, the three people gradually integrated into the party with the giant. I asked, how long does this island's magnetism last? Nami asked. 1 year. The giant said matter-of-factly. What, stay in a place like this for a year? We will go crazy. Nami and Ussop couldn't help complaining. After some time, suddenly there was an earthquake around. However, there were bursts of smoke and rumbling sounds from the mountains not far away. It turned out that a volcano had erupted. At this time, Baratie's expression suddenly became very serious, and he said, "Sorry, I have to leave for a while." Leave? Yes, this is the signal for a duel that has lasted for 100 years. Baratie said. 100 years? With whom? Where? What's the reason? Ussop and Nami asked. Reason? I forgot. Ha ha ha. Baratie laughed heartily, then picked up his weapon and walked in another direction step by step. What's going on? Nami and Ussop looked at Su King and asked. Upon seeing this, Su King said, this is their battle to compete for the glory of the Elbaf warriors. They had to see who was stronger, so they used the volcano as a signal to go out for a duel. Why are they fighting if there is no reason? Is glory really more important to them than everything else? Nami's rhetorical question went straight to the core of the problem. Chapter 42. Su King nodded and said, yes, that's what happened. They even forgot why they were fighting, but they always kept fighting. Can't they stop? When will it end if this continues? Ussop asked. Su King could only shake his head helplessly and said, if you have to make them stop fighting, I have a good way. What can I do? Nami and Ussop asked Su King very curiously. Su King just showed a serious look. You don't want to defeat the two of them, do you? Ussop and Nami were almost confused again. Immediately afterwards, a desperate duel began between the two giants. One was Blue Ogre Don Krieg and the other was Red Ogre Baratie. One person holds a huge sword and shield, and the other person holds a one-handed axe and shield. The two faced off against each other, causing a huge shock and overwhelming momentum. Dong dong dong! Bang bang bang! The two of them were engaged in a sacred duel very seriously, and it seemed that there would be no result at all for a while. What a fierce battle! All attacks from both sides are fatal with one blow aimed at the vital point. Ussop said. Have they been carrying on this kind of battle for 100 years? Nami asked in disbelief. I'm afraid so. Su King nodded. There is no reason to fight so fiercely. It's really amazing. Is this a duel between truly powerful men? Ussop was shocked. This is a glorious duel between warriors. Ussop has always admired real maritime heroes, so he was naturally very excited. I just want to become a glorious sea warrior like them. Ussop looked at the two giants in front of him with excitement and admiration. Ussop already regards the two of them as idols, let him watch them for a while longer. Su King said with a smile. Okay. Nami then sat down. Are we both a little homesick? Don Krieg. Baratie asked while breathing heavily. Yes. So I want to kill you and then return to Elbaf, Baratie. Don Krieg asked also tiredly. Ah. Ha. Both of their weapons were knocked to the ground, and then they used their shields to hit each other hard in the face. 73,466 battle. 73,466 flat. After the two sides finished speaking, the two fell to the ground almost at the same time. Huge cracks had appeared on the ground where they had fought. Immediately afterwards, the two open-minded people began to laugh. Dongli. Actually, a customer brought me some wine. Baratie said cheerfully. Really? That's great. Why don't you give me some? Dongli said cheerfully. Although the battle between the giants has come to an end, Su King has already felt the presence of some unusual people. Well, if your guess is correct, those bastards at Baroque Works should have already prepared their own plan, right? Su King said with squinted eyes. But before that, let's have a good drink. Su King once again took out a huge wine barrel, which shocked Ussop and Nami again. I said, what is in your pocket? Can you take everything out? Nami said in disbelief. Hey, it's a secret. Su King said mysteriously. Haha. That's great. I said, why don't you stay here from now on? Giant Baratie said with a smile. How is that possible? We still have to. At this moment, there was an explosion not far away. Bang! Immediately afterwards, thick smoke began to billow. The people from Baroque Working Group took action. Su King said immediately. Su King immediately guessed that at Dongli's side, the wine he drank should have been replaced by explosives by Baroque's gang, causing the explosion. Su King guessed that Luffy would temporarily defeat Tori, who had lost his strength and was seriously injured, because doing so was the only way to stop him. Since Blue Ogre Dongli has been attacked, the targets of the Baroque Working Group's enemies should also gather there. Su King said with great certainty. You guys just stay here, I have to leave for a while. Su King didn't even have time to explain to Nami Ussop, and he rushed towards the place where the explosion had just occurred at extremely fast speeds. Seeing that there was still a thick smoke in the air, Su King rushed over immediately. However, at this moment, the volcano suddenly shook with a boom, and then the huge volcano erupted directly. Then, the earth began to shake again. It turned out that the two giants had received the signal again and were preparing to duel in front of the volcano to see who was the strongest warrior of Elbaf. This is the strategy of Baroque Works. So, do you want Red Ogre to kill Blue Ogre? Then the fisherman will benefit. It's really a good plan. However, with me here, everything will not go so smoothly. Su King is already ready. If he wanted to prevent the giants from dueling each other, Su King himself would have to be stronger than the giants. The giants finally met. Baratie swung the weapon in his hand and easily suppressed Dongli in front of him. Baratie could feel that Dongli in front of him seemed much weaker than usual. Seeing this, Su King didn't want to delay anymore and used his devil fruit power. This time the devil fruit made Su King's entire body become extremely huge. Su King's whole body was covered by the shadow of the devil behind him, and his whole body was filled with a dark and evil power. Anyone who saw Su King would feel very depressed. Is this also one of my abilities? Su King asked, looking at his hand in disbelief. This is one of the abilities of the Super Devil Fruit. You can think of it as an animal-type ability, which can increase your full abilities. Now you can also fight a giant head-on. The system answered Su King in a timely manner. Su King's doubts naturally doubled his confidence. Everyone knows that the power of giants is very terrifying, and their combat effectiveness is amazing. Even for Su King, it is not an easy task to fight against the enemy. But now, after Su King felt the power surging in his body, his whole person took on a new look. Brgy. Dongli. Sorry, this duel has to be suspended. As soon as Su King appeared, he attracted the attention of the two giants. The two giants looked at Su King and then refused, even you can't stop the duel between us. This is Elbaf's glory. What a stubborn giant. Boom. The two giants waved their weapons again regardless, trying to attack each other. At this time, Su King moved. Su King grabbed Don Krieg's shield with his left hand and Barattie's shield with his right hand, and then waved it vigorously. Chapter 43. The huge devil's hand easily threw away the bodies of the two giants. The two giants tried their best to control their bodies and stop them. However, before they could make any further moves, Su King's attack came again. Su King turned his demonic hands into giants, one giant in each hand, and captured both giants in his hands. No matter how hard the two giants struggled, they could not break free from Su King's shackles. "Human, what do you want to do? Is it to stop the battle between us? This is our honor as Elbaf soldiers. Do you really want to stop me and us?" The two giants said one after another. "This duel has been tampered with for a long time. Even if it is unfair, do you still want to start the duel?" Su King asked. Unexpectedly, the two giants answered in the affirmative with a tacit understanding. "You are really hopeless, but even if you want to duel again, it is impossible. Otherwise, you will defeat me." Su King was also very determined. He would never let two giants kill each other. "In that case, for the sake of our glorious duel, we have no choice but to be polite." The two giants looked at each other, and then launched an attack on Su King. Su King's hands were originally holding the giant tightly, but the giant used all his strength to break free from Su King. "What a great strength! You are indeed a giant." Su King was shocked. Even he did not expect that the strength of the giants could reach such a level. Su King still held the two giants with all his strength, but it was obvious that the giants at this time had gradually gained the upper hand in the competition of strength. "These guys are really powerful, I still underestimate them." After Su King finished speaking, his hand was finally opened. After the two giants broke free from his restraints, they first attacked him. After all, if Su King was there, the duel between them would still be disturbed. However, Don Krieg had been seriously injured, and he was obviously out of shape. Su King seized this good opportunity, clenched the devil's claw directly into a fist, and then hit Don Krieg hard. Although Don Krieg raised his shield, Su King's strength was not small, and the power of his super devil fruit was comparable to the power of a giant. Just hearing a bang, the giant Don Krieg was knocked down by a punch and fell to the ground. "Ah!" Baratie also launched a desperate attack on Su King. Su King blocked Baratie with difficulty and carried a giant head-on. It seemed quite difficult for Su King without using swordsmanship. At this moment, a shocking scene happened. Baratie and Su King suddenly saw a large amount of white matter appearing around them. These things seemed to be in a liquid state at first, but when they submerged their bodies like a sea, they turned into a solid state. Yes, both Su King and the giant Baratie were immobilized by this thing. "Ha ha ha! It's really hard work. I didn't expect you people to be stupid enough to kill each other. No matter how powerful you are, you have all been caught by me." The speaker looks very strange, and the important thing is that on his head is A3 written in hair. Beside him, there was a little girl wearing a hat and eating cookies. Su King immediately knew the identity of the visitor. "It's you, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week," Su King said. "Oh? Do you know us? But we probably haven't met before," Mr. 3 said in a strange tone. "You have the ability to melt the candle's fruit. It's a very interesting ability. I hope you can bring me a different surprise," Su King said. "Surprise? You seem to think too highly of yourself, right? Haha. You want to be my enemy? Is this true? Since you know that I am a devil fruit user, you should know how strong I am, right?" Mr. 3 said with a smile. As he spoke, Mr. 3 was still controlling the white substance on his body, and then he very strangely returned to himself from the wax liquid just now. "What on earth are you going to do?" Baratie asked with great difficulty. "Me? Of course I want to make my beloved work. Mr. 3 said very excitedly. Hey! No matter what you want to do, I won't let you get what you want. Baratie then struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free. Haha! Give up! Give up! The hardness of my candle coat after solidification is almost the same as iron. Even if it has the strange power of the giants, it is useless as long as it is trapped. Mr. 3 said. In short, you have to use your brain for everything. There is no need for head-on confrontation. You are careless because you want to win. Anyway, Red Ogre Baratie and Blue Ogre Don Krieg, your battle should come to an end. Haven't you been fighting with some glory for a century? You still don't know that we did something to Don Krieg, right? Ha ha ha. However, I am the one who wins in the end. Even if this human being wants to stop the battle between you, I am still the one who achieves the greatest victory in the end. In the past, the total bounty for the two of you was as high as 200 million belly. This bounty is still valid now, and this man also has a bounty of 50 million belly. I feel like I have found a long-dormant treasure. Ah! As the saying goes, villains die from talking too much. Mr. 3 kept talking about all the bad things he had done. Now Baratie understood everything. He really felt that Don Krieg's combat effectiveness was not as good as before. After working on it for a long time, it turned out that it's these people who are causing trouble. At this time Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 have arrived, and at the same time they also captured Princess Vivi. Mr. Su King. Princess Vivi did not expect that Su King would also be caught. Candle shackles. Mr. 3 once again used his ability and directly locked Princess Vivi's feet firmly. Mr. 5, bring the swordsman and the woman here, let's start. The flame on Mr. 3's head became very strong, and his hands immediately turned into white candles. Extra large candle holder. Immediately afterwards, a very huge candlestick appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Mr. 5 directly threw the captured Zoro and Nami to the ground. Then, Vivi, Nami, Zoro and Su King were all inserted into the candlestick and their feet were locked. Su King, what should we do? What should we do in this situation? Nami and others asked. Wait for me for a while, I can break free. After Su King finished speaking, white things appeared around him and fell down. Don't inhale it. It's wax mist. If you inhale it, we will turn into candle dolls. Su King reminded, and his companions immediately covered their mouths and noses, and then, the color of the demon's shadow behind Su King it's getting deeper and deeper. Chapter 44. Su King punched the candlestick open under him. Everyone jumped down from the tall candlestick. At the same time, the giant Baratie was also full of anger and broke away from the candles that bound him. I already knew what Don Krieg was hiding, but how could I stop out of sympathy? And now, I know the reason. Now that I know the reason, I have to put an end to it with my own hands. This is my moral obligation to my friend Don Krieg. Where Baratie broke free from the shackles of the candle, but at this moment Mr. 5 popped out a booger, and the booger instantly exploded with great power. Even Baratie fell to the ground after being hit by a booger explosion in the front. What a verbose monster! We should deal with this group of people seriously now. Mr. 5 said. At this time, Su King and others had broken free from their shackles, and naturally became the enemy of Baroque Working Group and others. Humph! You guys! I didn't expect it. I still underestimate you. But you won't have another chance. Mr. 3 then used his fruit power again, trying to use a wide range of the solidification ability completely restrained everyone. It's not that easy. Next, I'll let you see how powerful I am. After Su King's words fell, he once again used the power of the devil fruit, and at the same time, his eyes had turned into a double Megatama Sharingan state. Su King saw Mr. 3's attack trajectory clearly. However, at this time, Su King was fighting against not only Mr. 3 but also Mr. 5, two senior agents from Baroque Works, both of whom were attacking Su Kang. Vivi and Nami fight against Miss Valentine's Day, while Zoro fights against the mysterious Miss Golden Week. Su Kang, who possesses the power of Sharingan and Super Devil Fruit, has heaven-defying defense and is almost completely immune to Mr. 5's explosive attacks. As for Mr. 3, Su Kang can completely avoid it by just using his flexibility. No matter how strong or fierce the attack is, it is meaningless as long as it does not fall on Su Kang. Although Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 were attacking Su Kang from both sides, they still felt a great sense of powerlessness. Their attacks had no effect on Su Kang at all. You guys! Are you also a devil fruit user? What on earth is this strange fruit? Is it a moth? The two men's attacks made no progress, and they gradually lost the idea of fighting Su Kang. Forget it. Let's deal with the others directly. This guy is too difficult to deal with. He can fly into the air and dodge our attacks very flexibly. It's a waste of time, so it's better to deal with the other people. Mr. 3 is quite smart, but he still underestimated Su Kang's ability. Come when you want, leave when you want? It's not that simple. Su Kang's demonic light flourished, and he blocked the two of them at extremely fast speeds. Damn it! It seems that if we don't deal with this guy, we won't be able to deal with the others. Mr. 3 said, in that case, leave him to me, and leave the others to you. Mr. 5. Mr. 3 activated his devil fruit with all his strength, and he directly used a large area of candles to seal Su Kang's surroundings. He created a gap for Mr. 5, but at this moment, a boom sound resounded all around. What happened? Mr. 3 looked back and saw that a man wearing a straw hat had punched Mr. 5 in the face. This guy? Mr. 3 was shocked. In addition to the boy wearing a straw hat, there was also a boy with a long nose. You are here. Su Kang also punched the candle wall and flew out from inside. Hateful. Ha, Luffy and Ussop are late. If you don't show up, Zoro and the others might die. Su Kang said with a smile, not feeling worried at all. Sorry, I'm trapped. Luffy said apologetically. At this moment, a voice came. Candle shackles. Mr. 3 took advantage of Su Kang's attention on Luffy and tried to use his fruit power to block Su Kang's feet. But Su Kang naturally would not let Mr. 3 achieve his goals so easily. Luffy. I'll leave the rest to you. Let me take care of this guy. Su Kang instantly dodged Mr. 3's sneak attack. However, Mr. 3 did not appear very discouraged. He smiled strangely and actually used the candle shackles again. This time, the scope was much larger than before. Ha! Su Kang didn't dodge at all this time, but rushed towards the wax liquid head-on. Haha! I didn't expect the guy with a bounty of 50 million to turn out to be a big idiot. Mr. 3 laughed very proudly. He was very confident in his moves. This is as hard as steel. If you are trapped here, the outcome will be decided. Mr. 3 was already ready to taste the fruits of victory. However, at this moment, Su Kang's whole body was actually covered by the demon behind him. The demon's body exuded a dark aura, which instantly elementalized Su Kang's body. These candle liquids solidified immediately, and it should be said that they would immobilize Su Kang's entire body. However, the actual situation was that Su Kang walked out easily. Wait! What is going on? Is this the ability of the Logia Devil Fruit? Aren't you a Paramecia? Mr. 3 also opened his mouth wide, he couldn't believe it at all. The abilities Su Kang displayed, such as extending his arms and enlarging his body, were undoubtedly Paramecia's abilities. However, Su Kang can also transform into elements, which is Logia's ability. Mr. 3 was also a little confused at this time. What on earth is going on? If he is a user with Logia's ability, then he can obviously avoid those attacks of mine just now. Can't you understand? Su Kang smiled slightly and walked towards Mr. 3 step by step. Mr. 3 looked a little nervous, but still used the power of his candle to try to block Su Kang's progress. Impossible! Impossible! You are a paramecia user. It cannot be Logia. How can there be rare Logia in a remote corner of this great waterway? Mr. Three's attacks kept falling at Su Kang's feet. However, the elementalized Su Kang is naturally directly immune. If you want to defeat Logia's espers, you must either find their weaknesses or use Haki. In the first half of the Great Channel, there are only a handful of powerful people who are domineering. You have always been the one attacking, now it's my turn, right? Su Kang's voice appeared around Mr. Three, but Mr. Three could not find Su Kang at all. Su Kang used his teleportation to quickly move around Mr. Three. Finally, Su Kang rushed out and punched straight, and the black shadow behind him also followed him. Devil's Fist. Wall of Candles. Mr. Three's reaction was already very fast. He used his candle to form a defensive wall. However, in front of Su Kang's fist, the wall as hard as steel seemed like tofu. Ha! Su Kang exerted a little force, and the candle wall collapsed. Chapter 45. Su Kang did not stop, but controlled the Devil's Fist to continue extending until Mr. Three was knocked away with one punch. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and Mr. Three also flew directly from the ground to the other side. This is impossible? Mr. Three actually. Miss Valentine and Mr. Five were shocked. Do they know Mr. Three's ability? As an agent ranked higher than them, his ability is already very strong. He can the person who easily broke the candle wall and knocked Mr. Three away shouldn't even appear in their minds. I said, the situation is already obvious now, right? Baroque works, are you still struggling? Su Kang asked. At this time, he was naturally looking at Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. Hey! That's hard to say. Mr. Five smiled strangely, and then looked at the little girl wearing a hat and eating cookies. I see, is it Miss Golden Week that you are relying on? At this time, Su Kang was acting very mysterious, and no one knew what he was going to do. However, at this time, Miss Valentine looked at Mr. Five and smiled strangely, then jumped into the air, and then shouted, 10,000 kilograms. Then it fell from the sky. Do you think I will be fooled by this kind of attack? Su Kang just turned sideways slightly to avoid the attack. Who would have thought that Valentine's Day would instantly move out of the way, and an explosion would suddenly appear in front of Su Kang? Boom! Black smoke billowed, but Su Kang was not hurt at all. At the critical moment, Su Kang dodged it. Not good. Su Kang suddenly felt bad. At this moment, Su Kang saw the proud smiles of Mr. Five and others. Underfoot, there is black ink. Remember, it seems to be Miss Golden Week's special ability, psychological suggestion. Su Kang stopped at this time. Su Kang? What's going on? Why aren't you moving? Beat them. Nami and Ussop said. No, I don't want it. Su Kang shook his head. He was very offended by what his partner said. What's going on? Luffy still didn't know what happened. Miss Golden Week left another yellow mark on Luffy. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing so hard. Luffy immediately laughed from ear to ear. I laughed so much that my stomach hurt. What on earth happened? Nami, Zoro and others had no idea what was going on. Ha! This guy has stepped into a trap. This is Miss Golden Week's ability. She can mix different colors to give others inner hints. Black is the black of betrayal. Yellow is the yellow of laughter. Mr. Five, he said very proudly, your strongest partners have already been tricked. I think this battle has already come to an end, haha. That's not necessarily true. Su Kang said calmly, and then wiped away the paint on Luffy's back. You? Why didn't you fall into the trap? Mr. Five, Miss Valentine's Day and Miss Golden Week all couldn't figure it out. They clearly saw Su Kang stepping on the trap. Su King smiled slightly and said, "Don't you know that my devil fruit has the ability to fly? Actually, my feet are still a little bit away from the paint." Su King flapped his wings and lifted his shoes. As expected, no paint was stained. This. How is that possible? It can be said that Su Kang's operation completely refreshed the three views of the agents. They had never encountered a strong person like Su King who could successfully evade psychological suggestion attacks. "It's not over yet. Why do you look like we've already lost to you?" Miss Valentine's Day finished speaking, and Miss Golden Week once again showed off her abilities by using the colors she mixed on her drawing board. Bullfighting red. The red paint was splashed on the ground, and it still had a certain shape. Obviously, this red color also has the ability to suggest psychological things. Rubber bazooka. At this time, Luffy was hit again. He stretched out his hands and attacked the paint. After yellow and black, is there red again? Su King looked at Miss Golden Week and said, "Yes. When you see this red, you will be like a bull rushing towards a cloak, trying to attack this bullfighting red. It's a pity." Miss Golden Week said. However, Su King grinned and said, "Then give it a try. Luffy, get out of the way." Luffy immediately dodged back, and Su King once again used his demonic power, and the huge demonic claws stretched out instantly, but even Su King uncontrollably attacked in the direction of the red paint. Baroque's agent said proudly, "Even you, in the face of powerful psychological suggestions, can only be controlled." Haha. However, Su King did not stop at this time and used his fruit ability a little more. Then, only a dong was heard. The surrounding area was immediately filled with dust. At this time, Su King had slowly walked in front of everyone. Looking at his expression, it was obvious that he had gotten rid of the hint of bullfighting red. What? Actually? He got away again. The Baroque agents were shocked again. Before, it was because Su King could fly that he could escape, but this time Su King was directly hit. Ah! How smart! It turns out that he has increased his attack power, so he directly wiped the paint off the ground. This way, he will naturally not be affected again. Nami thought with an idea next to him. "It's not over yet." Miss Golden Week then used the blue on the drawing board to draw on Luffy's back, mixing it with the original yellow to form green. Leisurely green. Luffy was hit again, and then became an idler. The battle was about to begin, and this guy actually ran to drink tea very leisurely. It's okay if this guy leaves. At this time, Su King had already seen the abilities of Miss Golden Week and other agents, and he didn't want to waste any more time at this time. "Little girl, as long as you can avoid your paint and don't look at it, you won't be psychologically suggestive, right? So, I just need to close my eyes and fight with you." Su King then actually closed his eyes. "Close your eyes? Fight with us? That's ridiculous. Don't forget. All of us are here." At this time, other senior Baroque agents were also preparing to take action. "Do you think we are just decorations?" Zoro scolded from the side, ready to support Su King at any time. However, this was a good opportunity for Su King to verify his abilities, so he said, "Zoro, Nami, Luffy, Ussop, leave the next battle to me alone. Don't worry, it won't take long." After Su King finished speaking, the Straw Hats and the others all retreated. Everyone felt that Su Kang's original gentle and warm temperament had undergone earth-shaking changes. "This guy's feelings have changed, finally, are you more serious?" Zoro said lightly. "I have never felt this way. Does Su King really want to deal with everyone in Baroque Works alone?" Princess Vivi also looked a little nervous. As an undercover agent, she knew how strong these senior agents were. Chapter 46. Candle Armor. Mr. 3, who was originally knocked away, now wrapped the armor as hard as steel tightly around his body. Mr. 5 is also ready for an unprecedented explosive battle. Miss Valentine had already changed her weight. She jumped up lightly, ready to use her weight to press heavily on Su Kang's body. Miss Golden Week also prepared the paint and was ready to paint it on Su Kang's body at any time. Whoosh! Su Kang moved. Su Kang's speed was as fast as lightning, and normal people could not catch Su Kang's movement with the naked eye. Boom! The huge devil's hand had already punched out, and then an explosion occurred. Boom! Black smoke suddenly appeared all around. It turned out that the moment Su Kang attacked Mr. 5, he detonated something. When Mr. 5 was feeling proud, Su Kang appeared in front of Miss Golden Week in the next second. Have a good sleep. Su Kang's seemingly random kick directly kicked Miss Golden Week away. At the same time, her paintboard also broke into several pieces. Miss Golden Week did not suffer much damage, but was knocked unconscious directly. So fast. But no matter how fast you are, you can't beat me. Miss Valentine's Day once again increased her weight. At this time, Su Kang was about to move when he saw Mr. 3's candle coming. The candle liquid surged in, along with Mr. 5's exploding boogers. Humph! Demon wings! Su Kang's demon wings wrapped his body, and then he made a bang sound. As a result, although Miss Valentine attacked Su Kang secretly, the final result was that Miss Valentine suffered multiple fractures in her body. She never thought that Su Kang's defense was so frighteningly strong. Faced with the overwhelming wax liquid and Mr. 5's boogers, Su Kang directly chose elementalization. Before Agent Baroque and the others smiled contentedly, Su Kang had already appeared behind Mr. 5. This time, I will make it impossible for you to get up. Demonic impact. Su Kang hit Mr. 5 hard. As an explosive man, he vomited blood and fell to the ground before he could even detonate. You are alone, Mr. 3. Su Kang looked at Mr. 3 and approached him step by step. What the heck? Defeated them. However, no matter how powerful you are, it is absolutely impossible for you to penetrate my armor. This is armor like steel. My candle armor. Although Mr. 3 said very firmly, he could not hide his panic at this time. Huh? Since you are so confident in your own hardness, I will kindly try it for you. Su Kang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and rushed towards Mr. 3 with lightning speed. Boom! 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 The first sound was the sound of Su Kang hitting Mr. 3, and the second and third sounds were the violent and reverberating sounds. Su Kang's demonic impact is to use all the strength of his body to rush towards the enemy, using his hard demonic body as a way to attack. Crack! The sound was the sound of the candle shell breaking. That's right, the candle coat, which was as hard as steel, was smashed into pieces by Su Kang's body. Poof! At this time, Mr. 3 spit out a mouthful of blood. How could he believe that there are people in this world whose bodies are harder than steel? This is impossible. How can there be such a person in this world? Mr. 3 was despairing. In addition to the broken candle armor on the outside of his body, his own body also suffered heavy injuries. His body flew towards the back like a cannonball, and then there was no more movement. How terrible! Fortunately, this guy is not our enemy. Nami and Ussop looked at Su Kang and said, "This is great." Princess Vivi also smiled. Everyone gathered together again and took care of Baratie and Dongli. Soon after, the two giants recovered. Great! Master! Are you okay? Ussop looked at Baratie with concern and asked. Hey! Baratie looked around and immediately locked his eyes on Dongli. Are you okay? Dongli. Baratie hugged Dongli tightly and said, That's great. You are still alive. My friend. Haha. Giant Dongli also hugged Baratie tightly. Although the two had dueled for a long time, they had a more precious friendship than ordinary people. Today is such a good day. Thank you God Elbaf. Baratie looked up to the sky and smiled excitedly. Ha ha ha. Don Krieg also looked at Baratie with tears in his eyes. The battle in the small garden was over, and everyone took a short rest and chatted. At this time, Su King noticed that mosquito bites had appeared on Nami's body. What happened? Su King immediately walked to Nami's side, looking very nervous. It's okay, I was just bitten by a bug. Nami didn't seem to take it seriously. What's wrong? Luffy, Ussop, and others asked immediately. When Su King saw this, he immediately said earnestly, being bitten by an insect from the ancient island is definitely unusual. We must go find a doctor immediately. Su King's appearance made Nami a little nervous. After all, Su King was not someone who targeted someone for no reason. I also want to leave, but the magnetic force connecting to the next island will take a year to maintain. Zoro said calmly. At this time, Don Krieg and Baratie said, you saved us, and we want to do something to repay you, but there is nothing we can do about this matter. At the same time, Sanji suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Wow! Miss Nami! Long time no see! You guy, you just showed up leisurely now, what are you doing? Everyone couldn't help but get angry. Sanji was immediately surprised when he saw the huge giant. What? Are you Mr. 3? Nami immediately asked, how do you know Mr. 3? Immediately afterwards, Sanji recounted what happened before. It turned out that he sneaked into Mr. 3's candle room, successfully talked to Crocodile, and then took out the permanent pointer to Alabasta. Everyone immediately became happy. On the Great Waterway, the most helpless thing is that you can only use the pointer to travel. Otherwise, even if you fly on the vast sea, you will lose your way. We can move in the direction of Alabasta. If we encounter an inhabited island on the way, we must stop. Su King reiterated the matter of Nami being bitten by an insect. Then, Nami seemed a little indifferent. Su King repeatedly emphasized the seriousness of Nami's condition, and Nami believed it. Speaking of which, no matter what, we have to leave quickly. Don't delay any longer. Nami reminded him quickly when he saw that Luffy was still having a banquet with Ussop. As the captain, Luffy naturally knew that the sea was his direction, so he looked at the two giants and said, well, uncles. We have to go. Chapter 47. Well, it seems that you are on your way, although it is a pity that we will not keep you. Little blue-haired girl, I hope your country is safe and sound. Thank you. Vivi said. Goodbye. Don't die again. Luffy said with a smile as he walked. Master. One day I will go to Elbaf to see you. Ussop answered excitedly. And Zoro and Sanji have been comparing who has the bigger prey. But in the end, Nami said that such a large prey could not be accommodated by the melee. Su King looked worried, but Princess Vivi saw this. Mr. Su King, is Nami really serious? Vivi asked. Yes, some kind of bacteria or virus has entered her body, and it is still in the incubation period. After a while, she will get sick, and then. So, we must find the doctor as soon as possible. Su King did not say who the doctor was. On the sea, something might happen. Not far away, two giants were already standing at the mouth of the river. They seemed to be talking to themselves. People who come to this island. The biggest reason why we can't reach the next island is right ahead. You risked your lives to protect our glory. So no matter what kind of opponent we face, we will never let the glory of friendship be shamed. Trust us. Go straight ahead. No matter what happens, don't change your direction. I understand. Luffy responded full of fighting spirit. When the boat slowly sailed out of the river mouth, a huge island-eating monster appeared in front of the boat. Humph! Did you show up? I'll open the way for you. I bet on Elbaf's name. The two giants seemed to be making some moves. When Nami saw that the huge monster in front of him had opened its bloody mouth, he immediately wanted to direct everyone to turn around. Go straight ahead. Right? Luffy? Ussop asked. Of course. Luffy said confidently. Idiot, this time is different from the time I met Laboon. Nami said very nervously. There was a huge risk of the entire ship being destroyed. I know. Stop arguing. Luffy sat leisurely on Mary's head, eating pancakes. If we don't change the ship's course, we will. Nami tried to persuade her again and again, but the others didn't listen. Give up, Nami. Zoro shook his head and looked at the monster in front of him silently. Vivi and Kui didn't dare to look at them, and immediately asked Su Kang, Mr. Su Kang. Can we really believe what they say? Do we really want to rush into that monster's mouth? Yes. Believe them. Just like you once believed in me. Su Kang was also very confident. No way. It's too late. Nami burst into tears. She watched helplessly as the melee sailed into the belly of this island-eating monster. At this time, Dong Gli from the river mouth said, You can really eat whatever you want, you monster-eating island goldfish. What's surprising is not only the size of this guy, but also the size and length of the excrement he pooped out after eating all over the surrounding islands. I remember it was a huge excrement called the Barren Island. Haha. I remember I mistakenly thought that was a land landing. Dong Gli responded with a smile. That nostalgic adventure time, after seeing them, reminded me of the past. At this time, the goldfish finally closed its mouth, and the two giants immediately took action. They both raised their weapons and said, The only ones who can pass our level are warriors who fought bloody battles. Try Elbaf's legendary giant's strongest spear. But in the belly of the goldfish, Luffy and Ussop still shouted loudly, Go straight! Go straight! At this moment, a super powerful shock wave suddenly came from the rear of the ship. A flash of light flashed, and the melee appeared again, and the huge goldfish seemed to have a big hole in its belly. The melee flew into the air as if it had wings, at an extremely fast speed. It was surrounded by beautiful water splashes, and the blue sea looked magnificent under the sunlight. Go ahead! Go straight forward! Luffy was very excited, and Ussop was also moved to tears. Even the sea split apart. This is the power of Elbaf's warriors. It's so powerful. Friends! Go! Move forward! The two giants' weapons had broken at this time, but they laughed in unison. The melee finally landed on the sea, and then sailed towards the kingdom of Alabasta at a normal speed. At this moment, Su Kang received the system prompt again. Ding ding ding! Congratulations on successfully leaving the small garden. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on gaining basic ninjutsu knowledge. It allows you to understand things like ninjutsu and chakra in the Hokage world, and also comes with the most basic three-body technique. This knowledge will directly into the depths of your brain, making it easier for you to understand and use. The rewards of the system this time may not sound rich, but they are the most important part of the Hokage combat system. In the battle in the Hokage world, ninjutsu is particularly important, and the reward this time is exactly the most basic thing, and the most basic things can make up the most complex things. Su Kang hurriedly received the reward, and endless knowledge about ninjutsu immediately came to his mind. Now Su Kang can say that he can start studying chakra and ninjutsu, but Su Kang is not in the mood to do this at this time. At this time, Luffy and Ussop were still immersed in the power of the giants, but something was wrong with Nami. Can you help me look at the pointer? Vivi. Nami started to sweat all over her body, and her whole body had no strength. Of course. Vivi went over to help Nami. Su Kang saw something wrong with Nami from the side, so he immediately put his hand on Nami's forehead. It's so hot, you have a fever. Leave the sailing matter to me. Vivi quickly helps Nami into rest. Su Kang said immediately. Vivi saw that Nami had indeed developed a high fever, and immediately informed other people on the ship about it. Everyone in the cabin, standing in front of Nami's bed, didn't know what to say. There was no ship's doctor on the ship, so everyone was at a loss, even Su King had no idea. Well, take these things for the time being and prepare for emergencies. Su King took out some cooling ice packs and some modern analgesics from his magic bag. Although there is no way to cure Nami, we can temporarily suppress Nami's condition. Su King immediately asked Sanji to find warm water, and then asked Vivi to give Nami medicine. But after a while, Nami became more comfortable and her body temperature dropped a bit. Will Nami die? Luffy and others asked. Chapter 48. I don't know, but the situation is not optimistic at all. Su King said. Ah? Miss Nami. Sanji also burst into tears. No. No. Although Nami was lying on the bed to rest, she seemed unable to fall asleep. She said, there is a newspaper in the drawer of my desk, right? Vivi immediately found it and was shocked when she saw the content. This is impossible. What's wrong? What happened? Luffy asked. Is it about Alabasta? Vivi. Sanji also asked. 300,000 King's troops have defected and joined the rebel army. It was originally a suppressive war of 600,000 King's troops against 400,000 rebel troops. Now the situation immediately changed. Vivi felt bad after seeing this news. Nami said in great pain, the riots in Alabasta are finally reaching a climax. That was the newspaper from 3 days ago. I'm sorry, even if I let you read it, the ship can't go faster. I'm afraid you will be worried, so I hid the newspaper. Luffy? Do you understand? Nami asked. I see, I understand. Luffy nodded. But if you don't see a doctor? Ussop was interrupted by Nami. It's okay, the thermometer is broken, I can still do it. Besides, Su Kang's medicine is quite effective, and the resistance will eventually pass. Although Nami looked sick, she insisted. It's no problem for me. Don't worry, the ship will arrive at Alabasta as usual. Nami slowly walked to the deck. At this time Su King saw the problem, that is, Nami's condition could not be delayed at all, but Alabasta was extremely urgent. The war is about to break out. If this is not stopped, the kingdom of Alabasta will be finished. The country will be taken away by Crocodile. Vivi was also worried and anxious at this time. I can't wait. We must return to Alabasta immediately. If it's too late, 1 million people will start meaninglessly killing each other. Vivi was in a very painful mood. As a princess, she still shouldered a lot. If we can directly invite doctors to the ship and become our partners, then not only will Nami be safe, but Alabasta will also be able to catch up. Su King said. But where to find a doctor? Everyone fell into melancholy again. At this time, Zoro's voice came from outside the cabin. Come out quickly. It's time to work. Let's go out and take a look. Luffy, Su King, and others left the cabin. It turned out that due to Zoro, the melee yawed very seriously, and the surrounding air changed. Get moving. Although Su King knew that Nami was trying to show off his strength, at this moment, he didn't want to let Nami down. Following Su King's mobilization, everyone started to move. Everyone pulled the mast together, listened to the instructions of Nami and Su King, and turned the ship around together. After being busy for a while, Nami stared at the permanent record pointer heading to Alabasta and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the red pointer pointing forward. Princess Vivi opened the hatch at this time and said with a very serious expression, I boarded your ship, and it may be a bit too much to say this, but now my country is facing a major crisis. Anyway, I think go back quickly, there is no delay, so I hope this ship can go to the kingdom of Alabasta as quickly as possible. Everyone was silent at this time, but Nami said with a smile, of course. Didn't I promise you? When everyone thought that Vivi would only care about the safety of her own country but ignored Nami, Vivi changed the subject and said, "Then, let's go find an island with a doctor immediately. Cure Nami's disease as soon as possible, and then go to Alabasta. This is the fastest speed of this ship, right?" "Yes. There is no faster speed than this." Luffy also showed a smile. "That's right." Su King also nodded slightly, expressing his approval of Vivi's matter. Ussop asked tentatively, "Is this okay? As a princess, you should be worried about 1 million citizens, right?" "Yes. That's why Nami's illness must be cured as soon as possible," Vivi said firmly. "Well said. Vivi. I'm obsessed with you again." Sanji also smiled at Vivi. "What courage!" Zoro also praised. Obviously, Vivi's words and deeds impressed everyone on the Straw Hat ship. "I'm so sorry." Nami looked at Vivi apologetically. "Don't force it, Nami." Before Vivi could comfort Nami, Luffy started arguing next to her. "Look! What is that?" It turned out that a hurricane with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared on the sea ahead. The power of the storm could be felt from such a distance. Wait! That direction is..." Vivi was shocked. "This is the direction our ship was heading until just now. If we go forward like that, we will definitely collide head-on." Ussop also said in horror. "It's so dangerous. We really saved a life." Luffy, who was fearless, said in shock. Vivi stared at the hurricane with an expression of disbelief. This time she has completely learned Nami's navigation skills. Nami is not only a master of navigation who relies on theory to predict the weather, but she is also extremely sensitive to changes in the weather. It can be said that Nami can accurately capture any disturbance. He was born to be a navigator. If it weren't for Nami, all of us on the ship would have died. Su King got to the point. Although Nami is usually a bit greedy for money, as a navigator and a partner of the Straw Hats, he is still very reliable at critical moments. "Okay. Let's go find a doctor quickly." Luffy and others naturally tried their best to find a doctor first. Before looking for a doctor, Su King used the magic bag given to him by the system to take out some modern medicine ibuprofen to relieve pain and cool down the temperature. Sanji specially prepared some light food suitable for Nami in the kitchen. As a girl, Vivi takes good care of Nami carefully. Su King was on the deck, staring at the record pointer, and commanding Luffy, Zoro, Ussop, and others as soon as the ship showed signs of yaw. In this way, everyone persisted for a while, but Nami's condition did not ease at all. Although there were modern drugs, Nami was bitten by an ancient insect, and Su King could not remove the toxin. At this time, there were snowflakes in the sky. At this time Zoro held the telescope and said, "Hey! Is there anyone standing on the sea?" "What?" Ussop immediately replied, "How is that possible? Stop joking! How can a person stand on the sea?" Luffy also said, "Sharingan! Open!" Su King opened the Sharingan without saying a word. After possessing the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, he did not have to worry about the consumption of chakra, and the two Megatama Sharingan would not have any physical burden. Su King really saw a strangely dressed man above the sea. Chapter 49. The man was dressed like a circus clown. He was carrying a bow and a barrel of arrows. Of course, these were not important. What was important was that in the ice and snow, this man was standing on the sea like this. Not moving. It seems that he is really the same person. Su King said. Luffy and Ussop wiped their eyes, and the man on the sea stared at them blankly. "It's really cold today," the man suddenly said. "Yeah, it's quite cold. It's extremely cold." "Really?" The mysterious figure actually responded to everyone. Su King faintly felt something was wrong. "Get ready for battle." As soon as Su King reacted, the entire melee slid backwards. A huge submarine floated up from the feet of the man just now. This submarine was several times larger than the melee, and the melee seemed very insignificant. What is that? Watermelon. Luffy and others firmly grasped the railing of the ship. No one knew what the sudden appearance of this thing was. Is this thing a ship? Zoro asked. In short, these people are probably not good people. Su King said. No way. Is it Baroque works? Can we be found on the vast sea? Ussop also guessed. At this time, the ship in front of them slowly raised a hippopotamus logo, and also raised a pirate flag. Oops! It turns out to be a pirate. Ussop said. So awesome. Luffy was also very surprised at this time. Even when we are busy. Zoro was also a little helpless at this time. After all, there were injured people on the ship. If this guy really dares to attack us, I will never show mercy. Su King said calmly, with infinite terror in his eyes. The reason why Su King is so serious this time is naturally because there is Nami on the ship. Su King really regards Nami as a partner. If anyone delays Nami's condition, Su King will destroy him. Luffy, Zoro, and Ussop all gulped at this time. Even they were a little scared. They had challenged Su King countless times, but they all ended in failure. And every time Su King was not so serious, but he defeated them. If Su King is serious and fights with all his strength, how strong will he be? Then will there be any survivors on the opposite ship? Although Luffy is the nominal captain, Su King is the strongest among the Straw Hats. At this time, there was a deathly laughter coming from the opposite side. Wow, ha ha ha! You must be shocked. This large diving surprise sailing ship, the White Iron King, was attacked. The person who spoke loudly and arrogantly. On the deck of the White Iron King in front of them, there was a group of pirates standing neatly. This group of pirates seemed to be well trained and well equipped. Most of them were holding rifles, and a few were carrying swords. It seems that these people are not targeting us, but we happened to meet them. Su King analyzed. We are really unlucky. Ussop smiled bitterly. Sanji in the cabin heard the sound, noticed something was wrong, and walked out of the cabin. As soon as he walked out of the cabin, Sanji saw everything around him. He lit a cigarette slowly and asked, "What happened?" "We were attacked," Luffy said. Zoro, Luffy, Ussop, and Su King were all surrounded by multiple armed pirates at this time, with multiple guns pointed at them. As soon as Sanji came out, he was naturally surrounded. The number of pirates on the other side was several times that of the Straw Hats, but except for Ussop, there was no panic on everyone's face. "Hey, I think that's the case too, look at the situation," Sanji also said calmly. Su King's lack of resistance on Luffy's side made the other party's troops feel very strange. "Are you really pirates? What a strange bunch of guys. Have you caught 5 of them? No matter what, there can't be only 4 pirates in the gang." The person who spoke was wearing a hippopotamus skin and was very bloated. Just like a potato. The upper body of this man was wearing a steel suit, and from the nose down, it seemed to have been transformed by steel. The most surprising thing was that he actually swallowed the knife that skewered the meat while eating it. The Straw Hats and the others were all stunned at this time. They had never seen anyone chewing and eating even a knife. "I see, I probably know who you are." The corners of Su Kang's mouth raised slightly, and he sneered at this time. "Oh? Do you know me?" the man asked. "Walpo, who has eaten the Tuntun fruit, should you want to go to the Drum Island?" Su King asked in return. After hearing Su Kang's words, Valbo immediately laughed, "Wow! You actually know my name and even where I want to go. It's amazing. Don't you happen to have a permanent pointer to the Drum Kingdom?" Valpo asked. "No, but I want to give you a piece of advice," Su King said. "Advice? What advice?" Valpo asked. I'll give you 3 seconds to get back to your ship immediately, otherwise, don't blame me for doing anything to you. Su King still had that smiling face, but at this time Su King clearly had murderous intentions. Are you going to take action? Sanji and others were also preparing. As soon as Su King made a move, they were ready to take action at the same time. However, at this time, Valpo laughed loudly again. Wow, haha. It's so funny. You said you were going to take action? In front of such a huge disparity in numbers? How ridiculous. Su King was not in the mood to joke with Valpo. At this time, Su King started counting by himself. 3. Wahaha. The enemy burst into laughter. 2. Su King knew that it was impossible for this group of people to leave just now, so he had already put his hand on his shura. Get ready to fire. Valpo said with a smile. 1. You can go die. Su King finished his words. Shoot. Kill them. Valpo also gave the order to attack at this time. Immediately afterwards, a scene occurred in a few seconds that Valpo would never forget. Su King actually disappeared on the spot. On the melee, a figure quickly flashed past, and his body gradually turned red. 1 person and 1 sword, Shura is alive. Su King started dancing on the melee. As for Luffy and others, they barely had time to fight back. The enemies surrounding them had already been killed by Su King. Every second, at least 3 of the enemies would be killed by Su King's Shura. And their bullets were almost completely unable to hurt Su King, who was like a ghost. Lord Valpo. This man. We are no match for this guy. Ah. All the enemies had almost no time to scream before they were taken away by Su King. At this moment, even the Straw Hats felt that Su King was a little strange. Bloodthirsty, killing, and destruction were almost synonymous with Su King. Chapter 50. Valpo made no other moves, so Su King continued to harvest the lives of Valpo's men at an extremely fast speed. It's over. When Su King finished speaking, he had already put Shura back into the scabbard. At this time, Su King's whole body was stained red with blood. Even if he turned off Shura mode, his whole body was still blood red. On the deck of the Mary, there were already corpses of Valpo's men. You, who are you? Valpo was also stunned at this time. He did not expect that the young man in front of him would be so strong. I don't have time to talk to you, Valpo, so get out of here. Su King shrank with one hand, then pushed it out violently, hitting the devil behind him with a palm. The devil's palm rushed towards Valpo with thunderous force. Before Valpo could even open his mouth, his whole body was knocked away and disappeared into the vast sea. The Straw Hats and the others were stunned, as were the White Iron officers opposite. That's awesome. Sanji grinned, and he seemed to immediately make Su King very angry. I see, for Nami? Well done. Zoro also smiled slightly. Ha ha ha. Ussop and Luffy also laughed. After everyone cleaned up the corpses, the opponent's White Iron didn't stay too long. Their boss Valpo was a fruit-powered person, and falling into the sea would only lead to death, so they fled the scene with all their strength. After easily dealing with this group of people, the friends looked at Su King and asked, Su King, who is that guy? You may not believe it, but that guy is a king. Su King said. What? What kind of king? Can he become a pirate? Is there something unspeakable like Vivi? Everyone asked out of curiosity. Thinking too much, this guy is just ABD. If we kill him, the enemies on their White Iron may attack us. Although we are not afraid, this will waste time and may delay Nami's condition. Therefore, I just knocked it away. Su King then changed the subject and said, but when we see this guy, it means that the Drum Kingdom is not far away. What is that? Everyone looked at Su King in confusion. Su King then explained, that is the Winter Island closest to us, and there are doctors with extremely skilled medical skills. Great! Luffy was very surprised, but then he immediately asked, but Winter Island? What is it? Meteorologically, the islands on the Grand Line are divided into 4 categories. Summer Island, Spring Island, Autumn Island, Winter Island, and each island has its own 4 seasons. In other words, you have to at least adapt to the 16 stages of weather changes from summer on the Summer Island to winter on the Winter Island. Of course, there are still many heterogeneous islands that cannot be classified at all, as well as unknown climates. The person who explained it was not Su King, but Vivi. Vivi was the princess of the Alabasta kingdom and worked as an undercover agent in Baroque. She often traveled on the Grand Route. Naturally, Su King had to know more. I see, the Grand Line has so many kinds of islands at the same time, so the ocean in it has such a weird climate. Ussop also understood. So, if the climate is stable, it means it is very close to the island. After Vivi's reminder, Su King immediately made arrangements. Then, from now on, Sanji and I will take turns keeping vigil, and the others will follow suit. No problem. Sanji was very positive because he wanted to help the lady share the burden. Zoro, Luffy, and Ussop, Su King still feels that they are very unreliable in terms of navigation vigil. Zoro is probably asleep, and Ussop and Luffy are probably careless and forget to look at the record pointer. Vivi is responsible for taking care of Nami, and the only people who can take on such an important responsibility are Sanji and Su King. In this way, the Melee sailed on the sea for several days, and Nami's condition became more and more serious. Until one day, the climate finally stabilized and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop. And one morning, Sanji finally saw the island through the telescope. Wow! I saw the island! The whole ship knew the news immediately. Judging from the appearance of the island, it was covered with snow. It was obvious that this was a winter island. Is this the Drum Island? Will there be a doctor? Luffy asked excitedly. Of course, Nami's body is expected to recover. Su King finally smiled, and the Drum Island was right in front of him. Luffy, I told you in advance that we are not going on an adventure this time. We will leave immediately after Nami sees the doctor. Sanji said in a very general way. He did not forget that Vivi was still carrying a lot of things. Since there is snow, will there be snow monsters? How many people do we need to land on the island? Ussop was also thinking wildly at this time. Let's prepare for landing. Sanji said. Su King thought about the plot carefully, and then said, if you want to land on the island, you'd better put away the pirate flag. Ah? Why is this? Everyone was very confused. Pirates are not welcome on this island. Ussop asked. Yes, pirates once left painful memories on this island, so we'd better. Su King was interrupted by Luffy before he could finish his words. Don't accept it. We are not other pirates. They should understand us. We are just here to treat illnesses. Speak carefully and they should be able to listen. Luffy's answer was naive, but it also showed his stubbornness. That is, the pirate flag cannot be collected. In order to become one piece, the flag on the ship must be collected as soon as possible. How can this be done? Okay, you are the captain and I will listen to you. So, if there is any trouble, Luffy, I believe you can solve it. Of course. Luffy was very confident. He also understood Su King's mood of wanting to rescue Nami. However, One Piece was his life creed, so naturally he would not put away the flag on his ship easily. Su King had actually expected that Luffy would make this choice, but he still wanted to give it a try. In front of the Sigu Island, there are several very huge tower-like things. The Melee sailed along the mouth of the river and soon reached the source. So, who's going to get off the boat and go find a doctor? Everyone asked each other. I'll go. Sanji raised his hand. I'll go. Luffy naturally raised his hand. Then, I'll go too. Su King is more reliable and steady, and he will naturally solve the problem faster if he goes. However, at this time, a voice came from around. That's it. Pirates. Immediately afterwards, the left and right sides were densely packed with people. They each held weapons and seemed to have been prepared for a long time. The Straw Hats glanced around and understood. It seems that this is the trouble, Su King said. Sanji said in a low voice. Chapter 51. At this time, the leader came out and warned, Pirates, listen up, leave this place quickly, and leave immediately. We are here to find a doctor. Luffy said. There are patients on board. Vivi added. However, the people around him immediately responded, we won't be fooled by this, you despicable pirates. This is our island, we can't let pirates set foot on it. Okay. Pull up the anchor and get out. Otherwise, your ship will be blown up too. Sanji exclaimed, you are so merciless. This is obviously the first time we have met. Sure enough, they hate pirates. Don't talk back. At this time, someone actually shot Sanji directly. Wait a minute. Sanji. Vivi went over to stop the angry Sanji, only to hear a bang. But a bullet came at extremely fast speed. Hey! Su King was already ready to protect Vivi. At this time, he jumped and was already in front of Vivi and Sanji. Yes, Su King used his body to block Vivi and Sanji. Immediately afterwards, Su King fell to the ground. Su King! Su King! Luffy was angry. Zoro was also ready to draw his sword and prepare to attack, and Sanji was gearing up to attack. It's okay, it's just a bullet, it won't hurt me. Su King stood up slowly, the black wings on his back spread out, and a bullet was slowly sucked into the black wings, and then fell to the ground. Devil fruit users. The leader on the river bank was also shocked. He knew that people with powers were difficult to deal with. Etc. Since you don't want us to land, can you please call a doctor? At this time, Vivi knelt on the ground and begged the other party. Our partner is suffering from a serious illness. Please help us, please. Vivi's actions at this time moved Su King very much. She was able to put down her body and kneel down to beg strangers who might harm them. Such an approach even ordinary people can't do it, not to mention Vivi is a princess. What will Nami do if we defeat them? Vivi asked, and for a moment, Luffy didn't know how to respond. Then, Luffy turned around and knelt on the deck, saying, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please call the doctor and save our companions. We don't have any malice. We are all a group of children chasing the sea. We are called pirates. In fact, we are adventurers who take risks and fulfill their dreams. We are all good people on the ship. Please. Su Kang's words still had some effect. Functional. I'll take you to the village, follow me. Seeing that the leader of the other party agreed, the friends all smiled. Immediately afterwards, everyone landed on the icy and snowy Sigu Island. There is thick snow on the ground, and the trees are also covered with thick snow. Being a winter island, the environment is indeed very harsh. While walking, I heard the man say, let me give you a piece of advice first. There is only one witch doctor in our country. Witch doctor? Everyone was a little confused. What is that? It's such a baffling country. Besides, what kind of country is this? Sanji muttered. This country doesn't have a name yet. The leader said lightly, as if something stirred his memory. Is there such a country without a name? Vivi also felt a little incredible. Su King said casually, maybe their previous king was ABD. Everyone was very scared and worried that Su Kang's words would arouse strong dissatisfaction among these people. However, instead of being dissatisfied, these people remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Su Kang's words. At this moment, Ussop was so frightened that he shouted, Bear! Everyone, hurry up and pretend to be dead. Sure enough, Su King saw a huge bear walking towards the crowd step by step. That's a hiking bear. There's no danger. Don't forget climbing etiquette and salute him. The leader said. Afterwards, everyone bowed to him obediently. After walking on the snow for a long time, everyone finally arrived at their village under the leadership of the man. This is our village, Bighorn, the leader said. This village is pretty good, with many animals, and most of the buildings are brick buildings. Although it is not big, it makes everyone feel a bit of warmth under the white snow. There seems to be strange animals walking around. It really deserves to be the land of snow. Luffy and Ussop exclaimed. Sanji said to Nami, Miss Nami, we are in an inhabited village. It is a village. Originally, it was Sanji who should be carrying Nami on his back, but Su King was afraid that Sanji would take advantage of the situation, so he naturally carried Nami on his back. The leader said to his men, Thank you for your hard work, everyone, except those who are on sentry duty, please go back. It turns out that these people are all residents of the island. These residents still didn't seem to believe the Straw Hats and the others, and they all asked, But is it okay for you to be alone? These people are pirates. I'm afraid they won't hurt us. This is the intuition I have cultivated over the years. Just trust me. The leader said with great certainty. Now that Mr. Dalton has said so, well, from the looks of them, it seems they won't do anything. I'll leave it to you about what happens next. Please be careful, Mr. Dalton. If anything happens, just call us. The residents bid farewell to Dalton and then left one by one with their weapons in hand. Mr. Dalton, thank you for your trust in us. Su King remembered the leader's name and naturally expressed his gratitude again and again. You're welcome, you'd better come to my house first. Dalton said. Next, the surrounding residents began to say that they would vote for Dalton in the election, but Dalton quickly refused and said that he was a sinful person. Su King actually didn't know much about the plot of Sigu Island. He only knew that Valbo, who had eaten the Tun fruit, once ruled this place. Forget it, we'll find out soon. Su King followed Dalton into his home without thinking too much. After putting Nami on the bed, covering her with a quilt, and lighting the fire in the house, Dalton began to speak. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Dalton. I am now the captain of the guard of this island. Please forgive our rude behavior. Can I ask you a question? Dalton said. I always feel like I've seen you somewhere. Dalton looked at Vivi and said. 1. It must be a mistake. Vivi was afraid that her identity would be seen through, so she naturally denied it. Compared to this, please tell me about the witch. I took Nami's temperature just now, and it was already as high as 42 degrees. Vivi quickly changed the subject. 42 degrees? High fever. Dalton was also shocked. If the temperature were any higher, she would die. Chapter 52. These are the last antipyretics. Su Kang's magical bag does not have endless items. At this moment, there are only the last antipyretics and analgesics left. Let Nami take some medicine and feel a little better, but the situation is still so serious. Sanji and others are anxious, so, we want to know, where is the guy called the witch? A witch? How many mountains can you see from this window? Dalton said. Yes, is that a mountain? Su King was also a little surprised. It turned out that the white object towering into the clouds was a mountain peak. The names of those peaks are called Sigu Peak. Can you see the castle on the top of the highest mountain in the middle? Dalton asked. Yes, you can see it. Su King did vaguely see what the castle looked like. No one lives in that castle now. The country's only doctor, Dr. Kalha, who is known as the witch, lives in that castle. Dalton said. What? Why is it so far away? Then call him quickly, there are urgent patients here. Sanji also felt very unlucky. It seems that there is no way to contact the witch directly, right? If it was possible, Mr. Dalton would have done so long ago. Su King pondered for a moment, and then said, "Yes, we have no way to contact her." Dalton nodded and said with regret, "Is this a doctor? What kind of person is she?" Sanji also found this witch a bit unbelievable. Although her medical skills are unquestionable, she is a somewhat eccentric old woman, and she is already close to 140 years old. Dalton said. 140 years old. Everyone was shocked. Su King knew that this witch was Chopper's master. He also knew that this witch was not young, but this was the first time he knew that this person was 140 years old. No wonder this old woman always likes to ask others if they want to know the secret of her youth. Su King couldn't help but think. What should people in this country do if they get sick or injured? Princess Vivi asked. She would sometimes come down from the mountain on a whim, find the patient, cure him, and then take away all the things she liked from the patient's house as a reward, Dalton said. What a nasty old woman! Ussop criticized while drinking tea. It's just like a pirate. Luffy also complained. But how does such an old woman get down from which mountain? Princess Vivi's question hit the point. Dalton immediately replied, there is a rumor that several witnesses saw her falling from the sky on a sleigh on a moonlit night. This is why she is called a witch. Moreover, some people say that she lives with a strange creature that she has never seen before. After hearing this, Ussop immediately said in fear, it's true. Look. There is indeed a monster. It must be a snow monster. I told you that there would be a snow monster here. She is indeed the only doctor here, but she is also an old woman who people don't want to have anything to do with. We can only wait here until the next time she comes down the mountain. Dalton said. No. Su King shook his head and said, Nami, I can't hold on anymore, and we don't know when this witch will come down the mountain. I'll go find the witch. At least, I'm faster than you. After Su King finished speaking, he used his devil fruit, and the wings behind his back slowly unfolded. Everyone looked at Su King's wings and then thought, yes. Ah! Su King can fly. In this case, with Nami, we should be able to reach the castle faster. Princess Vivi also smiled. But, in this case, wouldn't it be too much of a burden on Miss Nami? She already has a fever. If she goes there, will it be more serious? Su King, if you can get there and convince the doctor, wouldn't it be enough to come down? Su King thought for a while, but after looking at Nami who was now in great pain, Su King still said, don't worry, I will hold Nami in my arms and arrive at the castle as quickly as possible. Some of the doctor's medicines are in the castle, where treatment, I believe, will be better. Su King's persistence was effective, and everyone finally agreed. Critical moment. It depends on the vice-captain. Nami is saved. Sanji was also very happy. Su King. Nami, please. Luffy also knew that Su King was a devil who ate a devil fruit and had the ability to fly. When life and death were at stake, he entrusted Nami's life to Su King. This. Dalton was a little surprised when he saw Su King's wings. He is also an ability user, but he felt a sense of oppression from superiors to subordinates in Su King. If you can fly, then these difficulties and obstacles will be nothing to you. Dalton then added, the witch has a very strange temper, so you must be mentally prepared. No. Because Su King wanted to spread his wings and fly, he couldn't carry her on his back and could only hold Nami. He hugged Nami tightly and could feel the heat of Nami's body, which showed that she was really seriously ill. Okay. Let's go. Su King then used the power of his fruit, and a pair of wings immediately stretched out from his back. Su King then flew into the sky, flying towards the tallest magnetic drum peak in the center. Because Su King was flying directly, it was much easier. On the one hand, he did not need to consume too much physical energy, and on the other hand, he did not need to deal with the violent rabbit army, labbing. Much faster than walking, Su King had already arrived at the entrance of the castle. Looking at the castle that was already covered with white snow, Su King was not in the mood to appreciate it, but directly rushed in with Nami in his arms. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Su King felt Nami in front of him hugging him tighter. "Nami, hold on." Su King then entered the castle and shouted, "Doctor! Doctor! Hey! Someone is here!" At this time, an old woman with a face full of wrinkles finally appeared in the castle. "Save her quickly! She was bitten by an insect from the ancient island," Su King said very nervously. At this point, he didn't know how serious Nami was. "The ancient island? Chopper! Come quickly!" After the witch finished speaking, a very tall man picked up Nami and put her on a bed. Immediately afterwards, the two of them ignored Su King. "The bug on the ancient island? Chopper, can you tell her condition?" the witch asked. "Caskia," said the huge figure. "Yes, it's Caskia. You can look after this little girl. I want to have a chat with this gentleman." The witch slowly walked up to Su King and said, "Let's go. Let's talk and don't hinder Chopper from saving this little girl." Chapter 53. Su King nodded, and walked to the castle's living room with the witch. As soon as she arrived at the living room and sat down, the witch raised her wine bottle and took a sip. "That's awesome. You must be an esper, right?" the witch asked. "Oh? Why do you say that?" Su King asked curiously. Singgu Peak is the highest mountain in the country and the habitat of Rabbit Laboon. It is difficult for ordinary people to get close to it. There aren't even many snowflakes on your body. It looks like it flew up. Maybe you are a fruit user, the witch asked with a smile. You can see that Ginger is still hotter when he is old. Su Kang's words were very helpful to the witch, who immediately asked, "Old?" Then the witch almost changed her face, but Su King immediately responded, "You are very young." "That's right. Hey! Boy, do you want to know the secret of my youth and beauty?" "I don't want to," Su King immediately shook his head and said. "It's really boring." "Don't worry, Chopper will cure that girl. But I'm curious about one thing, that is, she was supposed to have a high fever, but for some reason, it didn't. Did any of you take any medicine?" the witch asked. "Yes, her fever persisted, so we had to give her some antipyretic and analgesic drugs," Su King said. "A wise choice, but treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. It seems that there are no real doctors among you, right? Mr. Pirate." The witch easily figured out Su Kang's identity. "It seems that you have guessed my identity, but why do you still want to save Nami?" Su King asked. "Hey, not all pirates deserve to die. The fact that you can carry this girl named Nami and come here to treat her shows that you are a guy who cherishes his companions." The witch then asked, "I don't want you." "Yes, you call me. People who don't know think I'm very old, so just call me Guriva, the doctor." 3 vertical lines appeared in front of Su Kang's forehead. Isn't this witch still old at 140 years old? But Su King just thought about it in his mind, and he didn't dare to say it. Immediately afterwards, Dr. Gyulwa and Su King discussed Nami's condition. After a while, there was the sound of things breaking in the room. "Nami!" Su King and the witch went in together, and then they saw that Nami had woken up. At this time, there was a very shy little man standing on the ground. If you look closely, you can see that he has a blue nose, a hat with an X on it, and 2 horns. He is very cute. He exposed most of his body to the outside, looking very nervous and scared. "Chopper." Guriva looked at Chopper, and then focused on Nami. Dr. Gyulwa, Su King, and Nami finally let go of their worries after seeing that Nami was much better. As for Chopper, he temporarily hid because he was very nervous and scared. Thank you, Su King. Thanks to you, my condition is much better. Nami immediately planned to leave, but was stopped by Dr. Gariva and Su King. Little girl, don't be too anxious, otherwise, you won't be sick and die. Gilwa's face instantly became very scary. Your partner cares about you very much, but please don't leave now. Su King also advised, Nami, wait a moment, your condition has not stabilized yet. By the way, what happened to the talking deer just now? Nami asked. Later, Dr. Gilwa told the two of them Chopper's information. Su King then said, Mother Gilwa, we are in a hurry. Can you see if you can go to sea with us so that you can take care of him? Nami. Yes, this is a good idea. Nami is also very worried about Vivi's kingdom. This is impossible. You said that you want me to be a pirate. This is a waste of my youth. I have no interest in the sea. Gilwa, the doctor, said. Then I wonder, Kyoba, are you willing to be our partner? Su King asked. Although I'm sorry to treat you here and want to poach you, we really need a doctor partner on our ship. Su King looked very sincere. There is no such thing as poaching. Chopper is not my subordinate. But if you really want to invite Chopper, just ask Chopper directly. I don't care here. Dr. Gilwa said. In that case, thank you in advance. I will take the initiative to find Chopper. As soon as Su King turned around, he found Chopper hiding in front of the door behind him. Chopper seemed to be very angry and ran out and said, I will not go with the pirates. Idiot. No. I'm sorry Chopper, thank you for healing Nami. Su King thanked him. Nami looked at Chopper and took the initiative to thank him, I know it was you who healed me. Thank you so much. I'm not happy. Stupid Chopper danced happily, but he didn't mean what he said. Would you like to get on the boat with us? Then I don't need to continue to recover here. Nami smiled very kindly. No. I'm a reindeer. How can I stay with humans? Besides, aren't you scared when you see me? I'm obviously a reindeer, I can talk, I can walk on 2 feet, and I'm blue. Nose? Chopper asked. Su King knew that after Chopper ate the renren fruit, he was first rejected by the deer, and later he wanted to become a human but was regarded as a monster by humans. This very tragic experience must have a shadow. No, it's normal. Chopper, the reindeer that ate the renren fruit, is not only not scary, but also very cute and respectable. Su King gave Nami a look. Although the smart Nami didn't know what Su King wanted to do, but also praised Chopper together. Chopper. As long as you are on our ship, our friends will feel at ease. We all need you. You are a respectable doctor. What Nami said was actually sincere. Chopper, who was not good at hiding his emotions, was naturally very happy. Don't you think I'm scary? Su King asked. Why do you ask that? Chopper felt a little strange. I'm also the one who ate the devil fruit, look at me. After Su King finished speaking, he transformed into a devil. The terrifying pressure shocked Gariva, Chopper, and Nami. I'm not afraid either. You're not afraid of me. I have no reason to be afraid of you. Although Kyoba was scared, he still did not choose to reject Su King. This allowed Su King to see Kyoba's caring, considerate and kind side. Since you are willing to look at me as an equal, I will also look at you as an equal. Su King then put away his devil wings and returned to his normal appearance. However, I have no interest in pirates, and I have never thought about finding any companions. At this time, Chopper once again rejected Su King. Chapter 54. Companion? This word has an extremely complicated meaning for Chopper. You don't know that there is only one person who made him open up his heart. Dr. Gariva took advantage of Chopper to go out and took Chopper's the story and the story of the quack Dr. Ciruluk were told to Nami and Su Kang. The general story is that Valpo expelled all the doctors, leaving only 2 doctors, Gariva and Ciruluk, in the entire Drum Kingdom. Ciruluk's medical skills can be said to be very poor. After many people were treated, his condition worsened, but he accidentally bumped into Chopper, who was hit by a bullet and fell in the snow. Chopper attacked Ciruluk, but Ciruluk was still willing to open up to Chopper, take off all his clothes. In the days that followed, Shilluk lived with Chopper and named him Tony Chopper. But one day, Ciruluk drove Chopper away. It turned out that Ciruluk was about to die, and he wanted to do a big thing, which was to make cherry blossoms bloom all over the Drum Kingdom. In order to save Hiluluk, Chopper went through all kinds of hardships, found the Ami mushroom that might be able to save Hiluluk, and decided to become a doctor. After Ciruluk entrusted Chopper to Gariva, he received news from Valpo. Valpo claimed that all his doctors had fallen ill and no one was treating him. The naive Ciruluk came to the castle, walked into a trap. However, Ciruluk had already looked down upon life and death, and eventually blew himself up. In the end, Chopper decided to become a doctor who could even cure the country's diseases. At this point in the story, Su Kang and Nami thoroughly understood Chopper's past. At this moment, Chopper suddenly broke in and said somewhat eagerly, "Medical girl Gariva. Medical mother Gariva." Su Kang and others saw a group of uninvited guests through the window. "Mother Gariva. It's bad. Valpo is back," Chopper said. "Really?" Gilwa didn't panic at all. "Eh? What is that? Where did the flag of the Drum Kingdom go?" Valpo was very puzzled when he saw that the flag high up in the castle was actually a Sakura pirate flag. "I would have burned that kind of thing a long time ago." Dr. Gilwa and Su Kang Kyoba walked out. "Oops. It turns out to be you. Dr. Kulha. You are the last survivor of the doctor's hunt," Valpo said, looking at Gariva. "This castle no longer belongs to you. This is not the place for you BD brats. Get out of this country. The Drum Kingdom has been destroyed." Gariva showed no fear when facing Valpo and others. "What did you say?" Valpo frowned. "Hey! You're still alive." Su Kang spoke, and then Valpo saw Su Kang. "It's you." Valpo and his men were shocked. "Yes, it's me. I spared your life before, but I didn't expect you to return to the Drum Island again." Su Kang calmly stared at Valpo in front of him. An enemy of Valpo's level gave Su Kang a sense of hope. A feeling of being too lazy to take action. "Kill him. This time. I want to avenge the last time." Valpo didn't know whether he was brave or stupid, but at this moment he and his men rushed towards Su Kang. Revenge. Dr. Gilwa was also very puzzled. She was not sure when Su Kang in front of her had offended Valpo. Su Kang grinned, a terrifying smile. "No matter how many times you rush over, you will fail miserably." After Su Kang finished speaking, a huge black shadow appeared behind him, which was a translucent and semi-solid demonic arm. Boom! Su Kang hit his feet so hard that the entire Sigu peak began to shake violently. "Ah!" Valpo screamed in pain, unable to control his trembling body, and finally fell to the spot. Su Kang's demon wings spread out, and in the next second, he appeared in front of Valpo. "Get out!" Su Kang pushed out with a palm, and Valpo and his men were hit directly in the front. Due to the huge impact, Valpo and his men immediately flew away like cannonballs. Really awesome! Gilwa was also amazed at the sight. She could guess that Su Kang was a fruit ability user, but she didn't expect that Su Kang's strength was so terrifying. At this time, Chopper was also silent. Su Kang's power made him very frightened. He was also a person with fruit abilities, but the gap seemed to be a bit big. Valpo and his men disappeared on the spot. I thought that the three of them would just disappear, but I didn't expect that not long after, these three annoying guys actually crawled in front of Su King again. Ha! What a strong perseverance, no matter how many times, the result will not change, and this time, I will kill you. Su Kang's voice was still so calm, but it gave people an extremely terrifying feeling. Valbo's men were very panicked. Even those who were as slow as them could feel the terrifying killing intent in Su Kang. How dare you, Valpo is His Majesty the King. You shouldn't be so rude to His Majesty the King who dominates the people of this island. Valpo's men said. Mr. Valpo was forced to become a pirate due to some reasons before, and now he is coming back to be the king again. Do you want to stop him? Said another of Valpo's men. Seeing this, Su King shook his head slightly and said, can a king who abandons his own country still be called a king? Besides, you are too underestimating pirates, aren't you? If you are temporarily called a pirate, it really doesn't sound like it is said by a pirate. Su King then said, you are not worthy of being a king. Not worthy of being a pirate, I seem to understand what Luffy means. Su King wanted to persuade Luffy to put down the pirate flag before, but now it seems that his approach is indeed too tactful. Although it looks very smart, it is actually a kind of disregard for his own beliefs. No matter. I'm angry. Your name is Su King, right? I'm going to chew you into a pulp. Valpo also forcibly calmed down at this time and continued, in other words, the treasonous old woman and the straw hats are all here. As long as these guys are dealt with, there will no longer be any arrogant guy in the country who dares to resist me. That's so true. Today will be a day worth celebrating for the restoration of the Drum Kingdom. Valpo said as he fell into his own fantasy. Old woman. She actually moved into this castle while we were away. How audacious! She even put up a strange flag. Valpo did not dare to speak to Su King, and could only stare at the Dr. Gariva and scream. At this time, the Dr. Gariva grinned and said, I will use this castle as Ciruluk's tomb. I'm not interested in this castle, but this reindeer insists on hanging Shiluk's flag there. At this time, Su King saw the belief in Kyoba's eyes. Chapter 55. When Valpo in front of him heard what Chopper said, he naturally burst out laughing. Wow, ha ha ha! How interesting! You actually dare to hang that rotten doctor's flag on my sacred castle. Burn that broken flag! Valpo ordered. I won't let you enter this castle. As Chopper spoke, his entire body changed from the state of a reindeer to a human form that could stand up. Lord Valpo! This guy is... By the way, it was that time, the idiot doctor's monster. Valpo's men all said, looking at the people in front of them, they naturally thought of Chopper in the past. That flag is the doctor's belief. So I will never let you take him away. Absolutely. Chopper said confidently. Su King could see Chopper's feelings for the quack Dr. Ciruluk. Valpo laughed loudly and said, don't show mercy, let's go into the city. Kill the guys here. I think you can't take another step forward. Have you forgotten my existence? Su King said lightly. Valbo and Valbo's men looked at Su King in front of them, still feeling a little frightened. Leave it to us. Valpo's men plucked up the courage, and one of them threw his explosive head directly at Dr. Gariva. However, before the afro got close to Gariva, Su King crushed it into powder with his demonic hands. I said, you don't take me seriously. Su King frowned, thinking that Walpo and the others in front of him really hadn't learned any lessons. Impossible. The static hairball didn't stick directly to your body. What should I do now? No matter. Just attack. Valpo's men picked up their bows and arrows and fired rockets directly at Su King. Logically speaking, Su King would be easily ignited by the rockets after being stuck by the fur ball, but they didn't at all. Thinking that Su King was immune to their attacks. Ah! Valpo rushed out again, trying to chew up everyone in front of him. Naturally, Su King would not let Valbo get his way. "UBD, you challenge my limits again and again." Su King has always been reluctant to take action because he is afraid of changing the upcoming plot, but now, Su King no longer wants to endure it. "The guy named Valbo is just too pushy. Since you like to eat, I will let you eat as much as you like." Su Kang's expression became cold, and he released the power of the devil fruit, and his whole person seemed to turn into a demon. Su Kang's ability to directly transform into the devil himself is called devil fruit animalization. This move is similar to the ability of the animal system and simply increases his full abilities. The horns on Su Kang's head also grew out, huge wings spread out from his back, and his eyes unconsciously turned into 3 Megatama Sharingan. Because Su King has the blood of the Uzumaki clan and the Uchiha clan, his own consumption of using Sharingan is also extremely low. What kind of monster is this?" Valpo was shocked at this time. He knew that Su King was a fruit power user, but he did not expect that Su King was such a terrifying fruit power user. "This fruit power seemed to I don't know how many times more powerful than my own Tuntun fruit. Do you have anything else to say?" Su King asked, looking at Valbo in front of him. "Humph. I won't be scared." Valpo felt very unsure, but in order to take back his castle and his country, he finally rushed forward. When Su King saw Valbo rushing forward without thinking, he also grinned, agreeing with him. Su King took a step forward, and his whole body disappeared in an instant, as if he had used the Marine 6th style to shave. In fact, Su Kang's super high-speed movement made anyone look like he was teleporting. When Valbo and everyone saw Su King had already appeared beside them and was attacking with his fists. "Got them." "What? This is impossible. What a speed!" Valbo and his men were hit by Su Kang's attack before they had time to be surprised. Whoosh! The 3 of them were hit by Su Kang's extreme power, and the 3 bodies immediately disappeared from the place, as if they had never appeared. Is this the end? Gulewa and Chopper were all stunned at this time. They already knew how powerful Su King was, but they still didn't expect Su King to be so powerful. Killing Valpo instantly with one blow was something they had never dared to think about before, but now, it actually happened in front of their eyes. At this time, Luffy, Ussop, Sanji and other friends also climbed up from the bottom of the mountain, along with Dalton and the villagers. They were also shocked when they learned that Su King easily killed Valbo and others. When Luffy, Ussop, and others saw Chopper, they were naturally very interested. After hearing Chopper's story, everyone couldn't restrain their enthusiasm to invite Chopper. Nami's condition also required a doctor to take charge, and everyone decided unanimously to invite Chopper on board. Everyone began to persuade with earnest words, and finally, with the help of the Straw Hats, everyone let the cherry blossoms float on Drum Island. In the end, just like the original plot, Chopper agreed to go to sea. After bidding farewell to Dalton and Dr. Guriva, Su King led Nami, Chopper, the others, and the Straw Hats back to the Golden Merle. At the beginning, Chopper was a little uncomfortable, but Luffy, Ussop and the other 10 Atmosphere Masters, it only took a short time for Chopper to integrate into this big family. The Straw Hats finally have one more member. The Golden Merle once again started sailing on the sea, heading in the direction of Alabasta, and sailed for an unknown length of time. And Su King also got his wish and successfully signed in again. Ding ding ding! Congratulations, host! Congratulations on successfully leaving the Drum Island and signing in successfully. This time, you have obtained the blood of the Senju clan. The sound of the system surprised Su King. The bloodline of the Senju clan? This is not weaker than the bloodline of Uchiha. Can I know wood style? Su King asked. Now that you have the blood of the Senju clan, you will naturally have the opportunity to awaken the wood style in the future. However, your strength is still a bit weak now. You must undergo continuous progress and training before you can awaken the powerful wood style. The system said. I see, system, I remember that after awakening Sharingan and Wood Style, there is a chance to awaken the Samsara Eye, is that right? Su King asked. Yes. Host. Your Sharingan must at least reach Eternal Mangeki, and at least master Wood Style, which means developing 2 bloodlines, so that it is possible to open the Samsara Eye. The system answered carefully, and Su King was secretly happy. The melee sailed normally on the sea, and Su King began to develop ninjutsu and study his own Senju bloodline. Chapter 56. Su King discovered that he originally had the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and after the system rewarded him with the blood of the Senju clan, his chakra has been greatly improved. The Uzumaki clan was originally a distant relative of the Senju clan, and now with the addition of Uchiha, the 3 bloodlines are mixed together, and Su Kang's chakra is naturally raised to the level of a tailed beast. Of course, Su King is refining and condensing more pure chakra every day. In this way, although his own chakra will be weakened, it will become purer and easier to use ninjutsu. The sea finally turned blue and the weather got better. It was obvious that everyone should have left the range of Dongdaeyo. Su King is constantly improving his abilities related to ninjutsu. Generally speaking, Su Kang's fighting methods are divided into 3 types now. The first one is called swordsman. Su King uses his Zanpakuto Shura to fight. The second method, which can be understood as the fighting method in the pirate world, is the method of using devil fruit to fight. The third method is the fighting method of the Hokage ninja world, using various blood succession limits and the fighting method of ninjutsu. Currently, Su Kang's most powerful is the swordsman's fighting style, followed by his devil fruit ability, and finally ninjutsu. In other words, although Su King has the ability to use ninjutsu to fight, he has never dared to use it. The reason it's because Su King doesn't have any practical ninjutsu. But now, Su King has mastered the common knowledge about the ninjutsu that he received before signing in, and now he can learn ninjutsu by himself. Su King used the magical bag to obtain water balloons, rubber balls, and other items. Obviously, Su King started to practice Raise Nan hard. Because he had practiced chakra control for a long time, Su King could easily control chakra to explode the water balloon in his hand. Later, Su King continued to practice exploding rubber balls. Rubber balls are not as simple as water balls, but Su King has both chakra power and chakra control. After several failures, he succeeded directly. In the end, Su King successfully condensed a blue chakra ball. Although it was not very big at first, it still made Su King very happy. If Jiraiya and the 4th Hokage saw this scene, they would definitely commit suicide in shame. Su King only spent an afternoon and mastered the most basic Raise Nan. The last step left is to improve your chakra and make Raise Nan bigger. The bigger the Raise Nan gets, the more demanding it is to control the chakra. After trying for a few days, Su King was finally able to send out the Raise Nan normally. Because Su King has super strong chakra and super chakra control ability, he can cast Raise Nan instantly. Even so, Su King is still practicing Raise Nan, trying to make the next breakthrough. On this day, the friends on the boat started chatting. Are we sailing in the right direction? Princess Vivi asked. Yes, we are driving in the right direction and we should reach Alabasta soon. Nami said while looking at the record pointer. I will be back soon. Princess Vivi said, thinking of her father. Luffy and Ussop were fishing on the boat and finally caught someone. This person looked very strange. He was dressed in a swan suit and made up to look both male and female. Everyone else was shocked, but Su King recognized this person's identity at a glance. Mr. Tu, Von Clay. Yeah. I'm so sorry, sorry. Feng Clay said. I was actually saved by pirates I had never met before. I will never forget your great kindness. Can you bring me a bowl of hot soup? Feng Clay asked. Then everyone said that we only know how to fish if we have nothing. You can't swim? Luffy asked. Yes, because I ate the devil fruit. Feng Clay said very directly. What kind of fruit is it? Ussop asked with great interest. Well. Feng Clay stood up slowly and said, then since there is no point in rushing before my ship comes, I will perform an entertainment show for you. This is my ability. Feng Clay then knocked Luffy away with a palm, and everyone immediately became more vigilant and prepared to take action. At this time, Feng Clay's face changed into Luffy's, and even his voice became the same. Ah! It's me. The friends on the boat looked at Feng Clay, who looked exactly like Luffy, and were a little frightened. Su King sneered at this ability. He had learned the transformation technique in Hokage and could transform into someone else at any time. You're scared. As long as you slap your face with your left hand, it will return to its original shape. After Feng Clay finished speaking, he slapped himself in the face and returned to his original appearance. This is what I eat, the ability to imitate the fruit. Feng Clay seemed a little proud. The voice and body will become the same. How amazing! Everyone exclaimed again. Immediately afterwards, Feng Clay turned into Ussop, Zoro, and Chopper one after another. If you touch your face with your right hand, it will look like this. No matter who you are, you can imitate it. Feng Clay then kept changing his face at the request of his companions on the ship. Of course, there was one appearance among them that surprised Vivi. Nervous. Feng Clay quickly got along with everyone. If it weren't for the fact that he was in two camps, Su King felt that this guy was still a very good person. Not long after, Feng Clay saw a ship coming not far away. Obviously, it was Fon Clay's own ship. After a very painful farewell, Feng Clay and everyone waved goodbye. Let's go. Kids. Feng Clay said. Okay. Mr. 2. Then the ship left. At this time, everyone noticed the identity of this person. What? Is this Mr. 2? This guy is Mr. 2 Von Clay. Vivi said. Haven't you seen him? Luffy asked. Yes, I have never seen Mr. 2, Mr. 1 and his partner, and I don't know their abilities. Vivi said, sitting weakly on the deck. I have heard rumors about him. Mr. 2 is a tall ballerina who speaks in a feminine tone. He likes to wear a swan coat with penmi written on his body. Everyone saw something was wrong with Vivi, so they asked, what's wrong with you? Vivi. Just now, in the memory of the face he performed, there was my father's face. The face of King Nefertali Cobra of Alabasta, he said slightly painfully. If he turns into a king, he will definitely do a lot of bad things, right? Zoro guessed. Yes, this will incite the king's army and the reactionary army to fight together. Su King also said very clearly. How could such a troublesome guy escape? Ussop also said. Chapter 57. Did that person turn out to be an enemy? Chopper finally came to his senses. Indeed, if he becomes our enemy, it will be very difficult. Nami agreed, if he finds out that we are enemies, he will use the memory just now to pretend to be one of us. In this case, we will no longer be able to trust our companions. However, Sanji and I were not imitated just now. Su King said. Just now, Su King deliberately blocked his face, so he was not remembered by Mr. 2 Feng Clay. At this time, the sea suddenly became unstable, and a very huge strange cat emerged from the sea water. Since they haven't eaten food for a long time, Sanji, Luffy and Zoro were all drooling and ready to kill the giant strange cat in front of them. At this time, Su King immediately said, no, this thing is called a sea cat, we can't eat it. Why? We have no more food. Luffy and others complained in frustration. Because this is a sacred creature of our Alabasta. Vivi then came out to explain, and looked at Su King with very grateful eyes. So that's it. Chopper was very interested in unknown things. Luffy saw that the food he had received was gone, so he cried with snot and tears. Don't worry, there should be food soon. Vivi looked at Luffy and comforted. I'm really impressed by you. Su King had no choice but to put his hand into the magical bag again and took out a few large pieces of bread. Wow! It's food. After Luffy saw the bread in Su Kang's hand, he entered a state of excitement again. He immediately rushed over, took the bread and started to eat it. Chopper asked very curiously, "What is this thing? How come there is such a huge piece of bread hidden in such a small bag?" "This is my ability. However, the things I take out from this bag are limited. It is not enough for all of us." Su Kang's stomach also growled a little. Although he is very strong, if there is nothing more, if there is no food, he will starve to death. Vivi, the wind direction and climate seem to have stabilized. Nami looked around and said to Vivi. Yes. We have entered Alabasta's climate sea area. The appearance of sea cats can also prove this. Vivi is quite happy, after all, reaching Alabasta quickly can save their kingdom. Those things at the back are also part of the evidence that they are close to Alabasta, right? Zoro said suddenly. Hey! When the Straw Hats heard Zoro's words, they naturally turned around immediately. There were actually many more ships on the originally peaceful sea. When did so many ships appear? Luffy said in surprise. There are Baroque Works logos on the flag and the ship. It seems that our whereabouts have been noticed by them. Su King said with squinted eyes, vaguely aware of something in his heart. Company employees, have you started gathering? Those people are probably billionaires and subordinates of senior agents. Vivi used to be an undercover agent, so naturally she could tell the details of these people at a glance. That means there will be at least 200 enemies, and they will be 200 elites from the Baroque Works. They are completely different from the bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak. Vivi said very seriously, she knew the strength of these people. Don't worry, these people will definitely not be our opponents. Su King is very confident. At present, no one who can defeat him has appeared yet. Yeah, these are just small soldiers, don't worry. Zoro knew Su Kang's strength, and he was very confident himself. He was not afraid at all, unlike Ussop, who was already preparing to use cannons to sneak attack these enemies. Yes, if we mistake the real target, we will be doomed. Sanji said. There aren't many of us, Sanji said. Then everyone took out the sleeves and tied them to their left wrists. The opponent this time is too mysterious. We must get involved with this. Zoro said. I see. As long as we confirm this, we won't doubt our companions. Nami also thinks this is a good idea. Everyone then wrapped the sleeves around their wrists. Then what should I do? Kyoba looked at Su King and asked. Su King thought for a moment and said, just do what you can do as a partner. I understand. Chopper nodded, very obediently. At this time, Luffy shouted, I saw the island. Su King immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the melee. Sure enough, a large island with a golden desert appeared in front of us. And underneath those stretches of desert, there seems to be a town. We have arrived at Alabasta. Stop the boat in the town ahead called La Rahana. We must hide the boat immediately. Princess Vivi said. Very good. Anyway, no matter what happens from now on, this on the left arm is the symbol of companions. After Luffy finished speaking, everyone put their left hands together. Okay. Let's go. Luffy said excitedly. Let's go. Su King also nodded. It's finally here, don't worry so much, right? But it's useless for me to say this, right? Do you have a way to stop the rebellion? Nami looked at Vivi and comforted her, then asked. Vivi then said, it is possible, but there is no guarantee that it will succeed. It will definitely succeed. Unlike Luffy, Su King was so hungry that he had no energy left, but continued to cheer Vivi up. Although it's a bit strange to say it now, thank you anyway. Vivi looked at Su King sincerely and expressed her gratitude. When Alabasta is completely at peace, thank me again. Su King smiled, said nothing, and was very mysterious. Soon, the Meli had arrived near the Alabasta kingdom and the small town of Narohara. After everyone put the ship away, Nami began to say, "Everyone, listen up, this time, please don't act according to your instincts." "Yes, Miss Nami," Sanji responded. "The guy who deserves to hear these words is no longer here," Zoro said speechlessly. "It's time to eat." Luffy disappeared in an instant. Su King looked at Luffy who had disappeared and felt helpless. As another captain, Su King could only say, "Don't worry, you will meet him sooner or later. Let's see him again then." "Oh, this is the only way." Nami nodded speechlessly. "Hey, look, what is that?" Everyone looked back and saw a ship with Mr. 3 written on it. "Isn't that guy dead yet?" Nami was also very surprised. Su King had already beaten him away in his memory. Chapter 58. This ship seems to be powered by melted fruit. Vivi said. "It's troublesome now, he already recognizes us." Zoro said. "It's okay, I have a good idea." Ussop then told everyone his method. Although Su King personally felt that this was very unnecessary, he finally agreed. Sanji and Chopper were outside, and the others were hiding under a cloth, walking invisibly, which at least reduced the chance of exposure. Sure enough, no one noticed the crowd, and they arrived at an abandoned house. "No one seems to notice us," Ussop said. "It's a miracle I didn't notice it." Vivi was quite satisfied. "Vivi, if you are here, you can avoid looking at her for the time being," Sanji said. However, Vivi seemed a little dazed at this time. "What's wrong with you?" Sanji asked. It's okay, it's okay. Sorry, I just feel relieved, because at least there seems to be nothing on the street." "Although it can't be called peace of mind, it may be okay," Vivi said. "Yes, it seems that this town is very peaceful." Nami also agreed. "Hey, Vivi, you just said there is a way to stop the rebellion. What are you going to do next? What should we do? If it's still too late, it's better to act sooner," Zoro asked. Seeing this, Su King immediately said, "That's right, don't forget our strength." Vivi shook her head slightly and said, "Although that's the case, we just agreed to send me to Alabasta." "I'm really speechless. You're still talking like this?" Even Nami punched Vivi on the head with her small fist. "We are all here together, how can we ignore your matter now?" "That's right, Vivi, don't say such unreasonable things," Ussop also said. "In addition, I think Captain Su King and I both have a strong interest in Shishibukai." Zoro also smiled slightly. "What you said is superfluous." Nami looked at Zoro speechlessly and said. "Anyway, don't think about it." Nami looked at Vivi and said. "Everyone except me is being hunted anyway, that's all." Sanji didn't seem in a hurry. "Besides, if your country perishes, won't the reward for sending you back be gone?" Nami said slyly. Seeing everyone's quarrel, Vivi was very moved and finally said the word thank you from the bottom of her heart. Immediately afterwards, Vivi began to tell her plan. To the northwest of this city, there is an oasis called Juba, which is the stronghold of the rebel army. I want to go there first to stop the riot. But to go to Juba, you have to cross the desert. For this, you need food and water, which must be collected here. If Mr. 3 is also in this city. Vivi seems to be worried. "Don't worry about this, because my appearance is not exposed," Sanji said. "Yes, because Sanji has barely met them." "Then so does Chopper." "That's great, because I have to buy a lot of things." "It's up to you," Sanji said to Chopper. "I know." Chopper nodded obediently. In order not to expose everyone handed over the list of needed items to Sanji and Chopper, while Su King stayed in place to guard everyone. As for Luffy, he didn't know where he had gone. I said, Vivi, is Yuba really the headquarters of the rebel army? Su King looked at Vivi and asked. Yes, after I left Alabasta, Yuba has been the headquarters of the rebel army. Vivi said very confidently. In that case, let's go to Yuba first. Although Su King knew that Yuba had been swallowed up by the desert, he still decided to proceed according to Vivi's original plan. After all, there was not much loss. Time passed quickly, and after some time, Sanji and Chopper could already be seen. Sanji and Chopper brought back a lot of food and water. Su King and his friends were already hungry and thirsty, so naturally they started eating and drinking. Sanji also bought dancing girl clothes for Nami and Vivi. Although she was very beautiful, she didn't wear sun protection. Sanji finally gave the two girls normal desert walking clothes. Okay, everything we should prepare is ready. Next, we are ready to set off and cross the desert to Yuba. Su King said. Vivi then said, I want to save my country, so I want to ask you again, everyone, please help me. Haha. Of course. You finally said it. Although we don't know what will happen, let's move forward together. Okay. All the partners raised their left hands, full of fighting spirit. Don't you think there is one person missing? Ussop said awkwardly. Luffy. Everyone couldn't help but complain. Well, we already have local clothes, and we are not afraid of being discovered by the enemy. Let's keep a low profile and search for traces of Luffy. Su King, as another captain, had no choice but to issue this very reasonable decision order. Everyone started searching for Luffy in the market, but they said they were looking for Luffy, but in fact they were just wandering around. Su King knew that Luffy was not in the market at all. However, although Su King and Zoro did not find Luffy, they saw an unexpected figure. That guy? Su King, do you know? Zoro asked Su King next to him. Do you recognize that symbol? It seems that he is also looking for Luffy. Su King recognized the other party's identity at a glance. It seems that I did not admit my mistake. Why is this guy looking for Luffy? Is he going to kill him? Zoro asked curiously. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, wouldn't kill his own brother, right? Haha. Su King then walked over without hesitation and patted the person in front of him on the shoulder. The man in front of him is naked from the upper body, and the muscles all over his body look very well proportioned. He is carrying a backpack, wearing rosary beads around his neck, and an orange hat on his head. Of course, the most conspicuous thing is the white beard with a cross on his back. S sign. Brother, did you hear that you were looking for Luffy? Su King put his hand on Ace's shoulder smoothly. Ace turned around and asked, Oh? It seems you know him, right? Su King smiled and said, You are such a careless brother. When you arrived at Alabasta, you shouted for something to eat and then ran away. You don't look like a captain. Su King's words conveyed a lot of information. After hearing this, Ace in front of him also grinned and turned around. It turns out he's Luffy's partner. I'm sorry, my brother has caused trouble for you all. My name is Ace. Brother. All the Straw Hats except Su King were shocked. Chapter 59. Ace is a person who loves to make friends, has an easygoing personality, and is carefree. He is somewhat like Luffy in personality. Su King directly led his friends and Ace to a nearby restaurant. Since he knew Ace's identity, he had to treat Ace to a good meal no matter what. On the way to the restaurant, Su King also saw an old friend. Yes, the Marine and Dusky I met in Loguetown. Su King obviously saw that something was wrong with Zoro's whole state after seeing this woman. Then, he saw a very domineering smoker with 2 cigars in his mouth. At this time, Smoker grabbed a pirate in one hand and threw it to the ground. They were some little pirates who dared to act arrogant and domineering in front of me, so they were dealt with easily. Captain, even though you have come to a country so far away, your hatred of pirates remains unwavering. Dashki said. If you have time to talk nonsense, you might as well hand these guys over to the king's army of this country. Smoker then said, so far, it seems that we have not received news that Straw Hat Luffy and Demon Su King have landed in this country. But don't let your guard down, they will definitely show up in this country. Smoker said. As Su King walked towards the restaurant, he couldn't help complaining in his heart, who the hell is Demon Su King? Do you know those Marines? Ace asked as he walked. Yes, it's a problem. The Marine captain from Loguetown has been chasing us. Su King didn't pay much attention to it, but just accelerated his pace, hoping to arrive at the hotel earlier. Could this guy have been chasing us from Loguetown to here? Isn't he too persistent? Nami was also speechless. It's exactly this time. Where has that guy Luffy gone? Zoro was also a little helpless to complain. Arriving at the restaurant, Su King ignored Bailey and let Ace start eating. Ace then chatted happily with the Straw Hats. Ace was quite interested in Luffy's adventure. It stands to reason that normal people will become more and more excited while chatting while eating. However, a shocking scene happened. Ace fell asleep while eating. Ace and Luffy really look alike. They are indeed brothers. Su King sat aside speechlessly. But after a while, Ace woke up again and started chatting and eating again. Just when Ace, Su King, and others were planning to continue chatting, drinking and eating meat, an uninvited guest came here. Su King used the devil suit and dressed like the local residents. His friends also changed their clothes and were not recognized. You are so courageous. How dare you eat openly in front of the public? The second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Porgas Ace. He is naturally a good talker, smoker. When the people around heard about the Whitebeard Pirates, they were immediately shocked. What? That stupid guy is actually a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. That's right. I've seen that sign on his back. That's the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates. Why is he here? Who are the Su Kangwon Beard Pirates? Nami asked Su King quietly, and his friends looked at Su King very curiously. Su King had no choice but to popularize. The Great Channel is divided into the first half and the second half. The three major forces in the second half are Marine Headquarters, 7 Warlords of the Sea and 4 Emperors. The 4 Emperors, as the name suggests, are the Emperors of the Sea who rule the world. One of them is the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world, and Ace is the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates. The 4 Emperors pirate group is so powerful that it can go head-to-head with the Marine Headquarters, which shows how powerful the 4 Emperors are. Su King did some basic science research, and only then did his friends know the meaning of the Whitebeard Pirates and the man in front of them. What on earth did the famous pirate do when he came to this country? Smoker asked. I'm looking for someone, my brother. Ace grinned and looked at Smoker. At this moment, the atmosphere was very tense. Pirates and Marines had always been at odds with each other, and a battle seemed inevitable. Are we going to do something? Zoro asked. Ace is on our side, right? At least he needs to help, right? Ussop said. Don't worry, Ace is very strong. Even Crocodile is no match for Ace. Su King did not help Ace. Ace looked at Smoker and asked, what should I do? Be nice and get caught, Smoker said. I refuse, I can't do this. That's right. I'm looking for other pirates now. To be honest, I'm not interested in your head. Smoker said. Then just let me go. Ace said with a playful smile. This is not possible, I am a Marine, and as long as you are a pirate, it is absolutely not possible. Smoker has activated his smoke fruit ability, and one hand has been covered in smoke. What a boring excuse, then let's have fun. Ace was in high spirits, and at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang. Rubber rocket. Immediately afterwards, an unknown object rushed out of the door and hit Smoker heavily. Get away! Su King spread his wings and led his friends to avoid Luffy's indiscriminate attack. However, Smoker's body unfortunately affected Ace. Oh! It's a hotel. Now we can eat. Luffy was very happy, but his reaction to what just happened was very slow. Uncle! Eat, eat, eat! Luffy said eagerly. You guys are here too. Luffy quickly noticed his friends. Hey! Luffy! Our friends looked at Luffy and didn't know what to say. At this time, Luffy was eating heavily, and Su King also had a drop of sweat on his forehead. How weird this guy must be. Ace and Smoker then returned to the hotel, and they saw Luffy almost at the same time. Straw Hat Boy. After Smoker saw Luffy, he immediately rushed over, looked at Luffy and said, You are really easy for me to find. Straw Hat Boy. You have indeed come to Alabasta, and Demon Su King must have come too, right? However, at this time, Luffy was just eating and ignored Smoker at all. Then Luffy remembered. Well, Su King is over here. Luffy pointed at Su King, and then quickly ran towards the door. Su King! So you've been hiding nearby. Smoker finally noticed Su King. Luffy is an idiot. Su King was speechless. Straw Hat Boy! Don't run! Although Smoker saw Su King, he decided to chase Luffy first because he was afraid that Luffy would run away, and he didn't think he was sure of defeating Su King. Hey! It's me, Luffy! Ace shouted and ran outside the hotel. In the blink of an eye, Luffy and Ace Smoker ran out, but no one paid attention to Su King and others. Chapter 60. By the way, is he really Luffy's brother? Nami asked. Yes. Su King nodded. But why is he in the Grand Line? Although Zoro knew that Ace was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, he still didn't know why he was here. Ace left Donghai 3 years before Luffy, and his goal is also One Piece. After Su King finished speaking, everyone understood what Su King said. Here, can you settle the bill? Seeing everyone running away, the boss looked at Su King. Although Su King was very helpless, he had no shortage of money and had no choice but to settle the accounts of Luffy, Ace, and others. Hurry up and chase them. After Su King finished speaking, his friends nodded and left the hotel together. Immediately afterwards, there was a chase. Smoker chased Luffy, Ace chased Smoker, and Su King and his friends chased Ace. Tasky. Call the Marines urgently. Search the entire city. Find out where the Straw Hats are. Both the Straw Hat Boy and Majin Su King have appeared. Smoker ordered while chasing Luffy. Yes. Dashki responded and immediately prepared to go and deliver the order. Everything that happened in front of them was naturally seen by many people, and everyone couldn't help but watch the excitement. It's a dispute between people with abilities. How awesome! White Snake. Smoker asked while chasing Luffy, Straw Hat Boy. What is the purpose of coming to this country? I just came here to defeat a guy named Crocodile. Luffy explained while running. What? Crocodile? What's your relationship with Crocodile? Before Smoker could ask anything, Luffy had already fallen from the rooftop. At this moment, the streets were already in chaos, with a large number of Marines pouring in. When Marine saw the Straw Hats, he immediately went crazy and started chasing them. What should we do now? Vivi asked eagerly. There is no way. We have to go back to the ship. Nami said. And Smoker has also caught up with Luffy. White Fist. A fist with white smoke was about to hit Luffy, when another voice rang out. Yang Yan! A huge flame burst out, and the flame and smoke collided and cancelled each other out. Everyone couldn't help but look here. Is that you? Smoker asked, only to hear Ace say handsomely, stop. Although you are smoke, I am fire. If you rely on your and my abilities, we can't tell the difference between winner and loser. Ace. It's Ace. Did you eat a devil fruit? Luffy finally realized that the person who helped him was his brother Ace. This guy's reaction is really slow. Su King shook his head. Yes. I ate the Xiao Xiao fruit. Ace said. Is it another Logia? Su King said. At this time, a marine said, Captain Smoker, we have been surrounded. Ace saw that the situation was urgent, so he said, it seems that now is not a good time to reminisce about the past, you should run away first. I will hold these people back, and I will chase you, so hurry up. When Su King saw this, he said, everyone, let's go. Leave it to Ace. No problem. Everyone then ran quickly in the direction of the Mary. Ace blocked Smoker and numerous marines. Anyway, let's leave it to Ace for now and we'll get back to the ship immediately, Su King said. But, I really didn't expect to see Ace here. Luffy said happily. Soon, the Straw Hat crew had arrived on the Golden Mary. After loading the food, water, and necessities purchased previously on the ship, everyone was ready to leave this place of right and wrong as quickly as possible. We finally arrived at an island, are we going to sail again now? Chopper looked at Vivi and asked. Yes, the reason why I came to this city is just to purchase necessary supplies. Next, I have to go upstream and head towards the interior of Alabasta. Vivi replied. Next, the city we are going to is the Green City, Elmer. Princess Vivi said. Elmer. Everyone dropped anchor and raised the sails, preparing to set sail, but then they realized that one person seemed to be missing. Where's Luffy? This guy must have gotten away again. Su King couldn't complain anymore, Luffy was too unreliable. But after thinking about it, Su King was not so worried that Ace would meet up with Luffy. Let's go directly. Ace and Luffy should meet up. By then, they will naturally have a way to catch up. After Su King finished speaking, everyone believed in Su King's judgment and finally set sail. Is this really good? We're going to set sail without waiting for Luffy, the kind-hearted Chopper asked. The port will be surrounded by Marines men soon. We have to hide the ship somewhere. Nami said. There should be a relatively sheltered bay in front. Vivi said. Let's go find Luffy after the storm has passed. Sanji said the same way. Really, it's all because of that guy that we always get into trouble like this. Ussop said in disgust. What an unreliable captain. Su King is completely different. Zoro complained about Luffy and praised Su King. Su King smiled and said, I think an unreliable captain is interesting. It just took a while. Found it. It's Luffy, Luffy is found. Nami held the binoculars and obviously saw Luffy on the beach. Yes, that stupid look. Sanji complained. Immediately afterwards, Luffy stretched his hand extremely long, and then grabbed it on the boat. Then, he directly used the elasticity of the rubber to send his body to the boat. He also accidentally injured Chopper and Sanji. UBD. Don't you know how to reflect at all? Sanji caught Luffy and had never seen such a captain before. Hey, Luffy, do you feel a little more conscious about being a captain? Nami also said. From now on, be a little more reliable. You still have a partner. Su King also educated Luffy. I'm sorry. By the way, where is Ace? Luffy then started to brag, but to his surprise, Ace appeared on the Mary in an instant. I said, who do you think you can beat? Ace asked very handsomely. Seeing Ace, Luffy excitedly introduced, Ace, these are the partners I just mentioned. This is Su King, the other captain on the ship. It's amazing that there are only these few friends and a captain. My brother is under your care. Ace said. The fellow partner naturally said humbly, nothing. This kid is very uneducated. You also find it difficult, right? The companions once again said with great dignity, it's nothing. Ace also said politely, please take care of me. Only then did everyone realize that although they are both brothers, Ace is extremely polite and is very different from Luffy. Chapter 61. Look. Ace is very interesting. Ha ha ha. Luffy kept praising Ace, and it was obvious that he liked Ace very much. But just when everyone was going to continue chatting, something unexpected happened again. Baroque Workshop. Su King said after seeing that the sails of the sailboats in front of him had Baroque symbols painted on them. These are the billionaires of the Baroque Work Society. Vivi said. At this time, there was also a shouting sound from the boat opposite. Ace Fire Fist. Demon Su King. Straw Hat Luffy. Don't think you can escape from our grasp, just let you see the strength of the billions of elders of Baroque Works. The people of Baroque Works didn't seem to care at all. Not knowing the difference in strength, he screamed unscrupulously. Demon Su King. After everyone heard the other person's name for Su King, they couldn't help laughing and almost laughed out loud. Really, what an unpleasant name. Su King shook his head. At this time Ace spoke, Luffy, leave these guys to me. Then Ace slipped off the rope on the boat. What does he want to do? Use such a small boat, Ussop asked. Let us see the strength of the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Zoro also said with great anticipation. Ace. Su King knew that Ace was very strong, but he had never really seen it before, so he was still looking forward to it. At this time, Ace was riding a small boat that could carry himself alone, and quickly rushed to the huge sailing ship of the Baroque Works. You're here. Fire Fist Ace. The person on the other side didn't realize the danger was coming. Instead, they felt like their plot had succeeded. If you have the ability to survive these 5 ships, give it a try, the enemy said proudly. At this time, Ace remained calm, and then he suddenly jumped into the air. Then, his whole body started to burn with blazing flames. Knock him into the sea. These agents and subordinates naturally know the shortcomings of devil fruit, which is that it turns people into landlubbers. As long as they can knock the person with abilities into the sea, they will be victorious. However, things naturally did not go so smoothly. Ace was very flexible and jumped over from the gap between the 2 boats. Then he jerked one hand and shouted, Fire Fist. The flames in Ace's hand instantly became huge enough to engulf the sailboat. The Fire Fist struck instantly swallowed up the Baroque Working Company's sailing ship. Unexpectedly, Ace killed the opponent instantly with just one blow. The Straw Hats and the others were shocked. That's awesome. Ussop and others couldn't help but praise. Even Su King nodded and said, yes, such strength is enough. After Ace returned to the ship, the melee continued its normal sailing. Of course, everyone entertained Ace very warmly and started a banquet on the ship. Congratulations Ace for becoming our partner. Ussop, Luffy and Chopper started to toast. Seeing this scene, Su King was too lazy to pay attention. Ace sincerely became Whitebeard's son, so it was naturally unlikely that he would join the Straw Hat Pirates. As expected, Ace immediately drew a clear line and said, who said I would become your partner? Then just for the good wine don't worry. Everyone was just in a good mood and found a reason to have a party. Ace, are you really not willing to be my partner? Luffy asked again. I'm chasing a man, and that guy's name is Blackbeard. Ace drank the wine in his glass. Blackbeard. Everyone is very unfamiliar with Blackbeard. Teach. Su King, who has watched the anime, naturally knows very well about Blackbeard. Ace was a little surprised to see that Su King seemed to know something about Blackbeard, and then turned around and asked, it seems that you know Blackbeard. Su King nodded and said, actually, I know about the same thing as you. Blackbeard killed Sachi and took the dark fruit. The last thing Whitebeard will not allow is to kill his own comrades. That's why you plan to catch him, right? Su King asked. Yeah, that's what happened. He was originally a member of Whitebeard's second team, that is, my subordinate, but he committed an unforgivable crime on the pirate ship, killing his partner, so as the captain of the villain, I have to find him and deal with him, Ace said. Having said that, Ace, have you ever thought about why Blackbeard worked so hard to capture the dark fruit? Su King asked. No matter what the reason is, killing his partner is unforgivable. Ace said. Yes, what I mean is that you have to look at the difference in strength between you. Maybe you are not his opponent. After Su King finished speaking, Ace in front of him became a little impatient. Thank you for your advice, but as the captain, if I can't deal with a team member who made a mistake, I won't have the shame to go to the white-bearded daddy. Ace said. Well, okay, in short, if you really meet, be careful, this guy has the ability to make the opponent's ability to fail. Su Kang's reminder made Ace remember it. Speaking of which, the reason why I came to this country is because I received intelligence that I saw him in Yuba. Ace said in a different direction. In other words, you are the same as our destination. Nami reacted, and then took out the Alabasta national map. Then Vivi said, now this ship has entered the Saint Dorla, and then his palms. Land at El Mar, go upstream inland from Alabasta, and then go to Juba. For the leader of the rebel army is in Juba. I see, the next destination is Yuba. Ace also understood. It looks like we're going to be traveling together for the time being. Nami felt a lot more at ease when she saw Ace. Since he is Luffy's brother, of course, I give him a warm welcome. Ussop also admired the strong man very much. Ha ha ha. Let's get along happily together. Ace. Luffy also happily raised the wooden cup in his hand and started drinking with everyone. As time went by, everyone once again performed their duties. Su King was still practicing ninjutsu in the house, and everyone else was playing boringly. Vivi suddenly stopped the boat and gave something she had written in advance to Run Kui. Run Kui temporarily left the team and ran towards the king's palace as fast as possible. After the interlude ended, everyone's boat soon arrived at the destination of the trip, a docking point near Elmer. We are finally entering the desert. Sure enough, it will still be very hot. I heard the temperature can reach 50 degrees during the day. Chapter 62. Nami and Vivi also changed from dancer costumes to normal costumes. Vivi gave a reasonable explanation for this. Exposing too much skin in the desert will be eroded by the strong sunlight. Sanji was very unwilling and started rolling on the ground. Everyone had changed into serious clothing for hiking in the desert, while Su King directly used the devil suit to wrap himself up perfectly, basically not afraid of the erosion of the sun. The devil suit can only be worn by himself, otherwise Su King would give it to the ladies on the ship. After all, you have to be a gentleman, and as a captain, you have the obligation to take care of the crew. Not like Luffy. Everyone just landed, but they saw small creatures suddenly emerging from the sea water. What is that? Zoro was also very curious. Roar, the creature in front of him, raised his arms aggressively, but it didn't look like he was actively attacking. Is it a turtle? Is it a seal? Finally it was Vivi who recognized the creature's identity. It's Kung Fu Manatee. Chopper Grandmaster's animal language, translated, if you want to go ashore, try to defeat me. If you don't dare, go back to the other side, coward. That's what it says, Chopper said. I've been taught to be a coward, I can't be silent anymore. I'm on. Ussop rushed forward, but was KO'd in less than 3 seconds. Ussop. Vivi hurriedly rushed but still didn't stop Ussop. Kung Fu Manatee is very strong. Luffy had defeated Kung Fu Manatee. Kung Fu Manatee immediately bowed and his eyes began to shine. If you lose the fight, you have to become a disciple of that person. This is the rule of Kung Fu Manatee. Vivi explained. What a fighting sect! Zoro complained. Immediately afterwards, a group of Kung Fu Manatees surrounded Luffy, and Luffy immediately started training the Kung Fu Manatees. Come on! Yes! That's it! Yes! That's it! That's right! And then do this again! The Kung Fu Manatees started punching aggressively, not knowing whether the training was really effective. Luffy saw that it was almost done, so he said, "Okay. Let's set off towards Yuba." "Wait a minute." Zoro said speechlessly, "Are you going to take them there too?" It turned out that Luffy was followed neatly by countless Kung Fu Manatees. "This won't work, Luffy," Nami said. "Yeah, it's impossible for a manatee to cross the desert." Vivi also said. "Yes, they are manatees. They must rely on the sea to survive. If they enter the desert, they will die." Su King also reminded them. Chopper then took out the meat and gave it to the manatees. Finally, the manatees bid farewell to the Straw Hats with tears. Really, a Kung Fu manatee can be so sensational. Su King was too lazy to complain at this time. Some weird things would happen if he became a member of the Straw Hats, and there was nothing he could do about it. "Goodbye." Luffy waved, and everyone headed towards Yuba. "I said, Luffy, do you understand the current situation?" Nami asked. "Since they want to follow them, wouldn't it be enough to take them with them?" Luffy thought it was perfectly normal. There are so many people, they can't enter any city at all, okay? It's really stupid. If Chopper hadn't convinced them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Nami said. "Yeah. They kept saying they wanted to come. If I hadn't given them food, they would have really come." Chopper also agreed. "It's all your fault, more than half of the food is missing." As a chef, Sanji naturally keeps food reserves in mind at all times, and now he is complaining. Everyone walked like this for a while, and soon, everyone had arrived at a new location. In addition to the long stretches of yellow sand in front of us, there is also an abandoned city. This city seems to have been buried by the yellow sand, with ruins everywhere. "Is this Yuba?" Luffy and others asked. "No, this is Elmer," Vivi said. "It was a place that was once called the Green City." Green City. After seeing this city, you will understand what the Baroque society has done to this country, and what suffering the people of Alabasta have suffered. After Vivi finished speaking, everyone set off again, with the goal of Yuba. Elmer is just an abandoned town west of Alabasta. The surroundings basically look the same, there is desert everywhere, and countless buildings have collapsed under the yellow sand. "There's nothing here," Luffy said as he walked. "Yes, although it is a ruined city now, not long ago, this was a lush and vibrant city," Vivi said. "It doesn't look like it. This place looks like a desert monument that has been abandoned for thousands of years," Su King couldn't help but said while looking at the surrounding buildings. It wasn't like this before. Although it didn't rain much here before, the city was barely able to survive by storing the scarce water. However, in the past 3 years, not a drop of rain has fallen on all the land in this country. "Yes," Vivi said. "What? It hasn't rained in 3 years. So long." Everyone was very surprised. 3 years without rain would naturally be a devastating blow to a desert country. "Even if it doesn't rain, can't we divert the water from the big river?" Ussop and Zoro asked one after another. "The answer lies ahead." After Vivi finished speaking, she continued walking forward. Not even a drop of rain fell. Even in Alabasta's thousands-year history, this is an unprecedented event. However, there is only one place that has received more rain than before, and that is the capital, Alabasta. Vivi was worried. Said. That was the city where the king's palace was located. Everyone thought it was the king's miracle, until one day that happened. Vivi said, when we were unloading the goods, we discovered a huge amount of dancing powder. What is that? Everyone asked. The powder that calls for rain is called dancing powder because it can call for rain and the rain will make everyone dance happily, so it is called dancing powder. However, dancing powder will cause drought in neighboring countries. In other words, dancing powder means that when it floats in the wind, it will. The small clouds, originally renamed rain clouds, are derived from the principle of artificially growing rapidly and forming rainfall. That's it, it means that the natural rain of the neighboring country is snatched away. Everyone finally understood, except of course Luffy. The world government banned the production and possession of dancing powder worldwide. When the dancing powder was transported to the port in large quantities, it stopped raining everywhere in Alabasta except for the city where the king lives. Vivi said with a somewhat disappointed expression. Chapter 63. Luffy was so slow to react that he immediately said, "Hey! Isn't that your father's fault?" Vivi. Idiot! That was framed. Sanji began to scold Luffy speechlessly. How could Vivi's father do such a thing? How could he do it? How could he do it? Vivi said, of course, my father knew nothing about this matter, but at the same time, he discovered a large number of dancing fans who had been transported to the palace. Even the palace has been affected. Zoro said calmly. Obviously, this was done by Baroque works. In this way, people will no longer trust King Cobra. Su King said. Yes. Vivi nodded. Everyone was talking and walking, and they had already arrived at the former canal. In front of me is a river that used to be a canal. This was originally the location of the canal that diverted water from the Sentala River into the city. This canal was also damaged. Without the canal, Green Branch City can no longer guarantee water supply. Even though the people prayed and waited, there was never a drop of rain. Vivi had a very complicated heart. As a princess, she was unable to save her country's city, which made her a little sad. Everything played into Crocodile's hands. Needless to say, everyone understood that these were Crocodile's doings. Immediately afterwards, the war broke out. Exhausted people fled the war and went to other oases in search of water. The city was abandoned, and then Green Branch City dried up. Vivi suddenly stopped. Said very calmly. At this time, a gust of wind suddenly blew up, and the sand and dust were also blown up. At this time, everyone heard something. What? Is it a human voice? Could it be the pursuers of the Baroque working group? No, it's the sound of the wind, right? Ace guessed. I think it's a human voice, Luffy said. It's coming from all directions, what do you think? Brother? Su King. Ussop was very frightened. There is no danger, it's just that the wind blowing through the city reacted to the ruined buildings. Ace said seriously. The city, Elmer seemed to be crying. Vivi was also moved by it at this time. Suddenly, a small tornado appeared in front of them, mixed with sand and dust, and attacked everyone. Everyone lowered their heads and resisted forcefully. What happened to the wind? It seems like someone fell down. I didn't expect there was anyone here. This time, everyone heard the person's voice clearly, so everyone ran in that direction together. However, after walking there, I discovered that it was a dead person whose bones had been blown by the wind and fell to the ground. Vivi couldn't bear it any longer, crouched down, and said, Father, what mistake did the people of this city make? They were born in the country of sand. While fighting against nature, they will survive with all their strength. People's lives are in a mess. Why, does that guy have the right to do such a thing? Why? At the same time, under the name of Shishibukai, he considers himself a hero of the people. That man deceived the country, but no one found out. I will never forgive that man. Vivi collapsed a little, but then at this time, Luffy smashed a building with one punch. What? Su King didn't expect Luffy to be so excited at first, but then he understood Luffy's mood. Vivi. Let's leave quickly. I can't hold it in anymore. Go. Go to Yuba. Everyone was very motivated. Yuba, where are the rebels? Nami confirmed again. Well, yes, I plan to convince the leader of their rebel army. Vivi said very confidently. Persuade. Zoro was stunned, a little confused. The disaster in Alabasta was all caused by Crocodile. I want to tell the truth and prevent more fearless blood from being shed. Vivi didn't know why, but she was filled with confidence. Su King thought about it again and again, but still did not intend to tell everyone the facts he knew. On the one hand, Su King cannot guarantee whether the plot will remain the same as before. On the other hand, Su King is afraid that he has changed everyone's route, and the subsequent series of plots will change as a result. By that time, even Su King will not be able to control future development. Let's go. Su King finally followed behind his friends to protect everyone's safety. And everyone just headed in the direction of Juba. Although Alabasta is a huge island, its area is the largest among the islands that have been landed before. The road from Elmer to Yuba can be said to be very difficult, and it is impossible for Su King to use his fruit ability to bring everyone together. After flying over, we can only proceed step by step honestly. The sun was very hot, and it hit everyone's bodies, quickly causing everyone to break out in hot sweat. Once the sweat started, they couldn't stop it. When everyone got used to the sun and the temperature, there was no more sweat to shed. It's so hot that I can't even sweat anymore. Luffy held a stick very tiredly and no longer had the energy he had before. Don't scream all the time, Luffy, isn't it hotter? Nami warned, waving his hand. Zoro pulled Chopper and didn't seem to be affected much. Chopper is a reindeer and was born on Winter Island. It is naturally difficult for him to adapt to the high temperature of the desert. However, others are quite adaptable to the heat. Let me ask, little brother, are you also one of the captains? Are you also a devil fruit user? Ace chatted with Su King as he walked. Yes, I am a user with the ability of the devil fruit. Even in the Great Channel, there are very few such fruits. Su King said with some pride. Oh? Devil's devil fruit? This is the first time I've heard of it, but what type is it? Animal type? Logia? Or Paramecia? Ace also asked with great interest. Logically speaking, my fruit does not need to be divided into specific categories, because it has the characteristics of each type. It can not only be elementalized, but also improve its own full ability, and it can also allow itself to develop superhuman and strange abilities. But if we insist on giving a classification, the most accurate one should be the animal type and the phantom beast type. After all, the power of the fruit originating from the devil has never appeared in the entire sea. Su Kang's words became more and more exaggerated, and even Ace didn't believe it. But what Su King said is indeed the truth. Ha, I wonder if you would like to join the Whitebeard pirates. Ace looked at Su King. Su King was stunned for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. My ambition is much broader than this, I'd better follow Luffy, haha. Su King finally rejected Ace. Haha. I knew you would say that. If you have a chance, let me see what you are capable of. Just out of pure interest. Ace said with a smile. Chapter 64. Su King looked at Ace, smiled, and said, definitely, definitely. But now, let's focus on the journey. To be honest, Su King also really wants to fight Ace. Ace, who possesses the Logia burning fruit, is undoubtedly the strongest person Su King has seen besides Hawkeye. However, in the previous fight with Eagle Eye, Su King used the power of his own swordsmanship. If there is a chance to fight Ace, Su King will definitely choose the power of Devil Fruit to fight Ace. While walking, I heard Ussop complaining. What's going on here? I thought the desert was flatter than here. Upon seeing this, Vivi immediately explained, because this is an ancient desert with a long history, and some of the larger sand dunes are more than 300 meters tall. 300 meters? No wonder it feels like a mountain. Ussop finally understood. It feels so uncomfortable. It's so hot. Luffy didn't care about the water consumption at all and drank a little recklessly. Luffy, you can only take one sip, just hold as much in your mouth. Vivi reminded. As a result, Luffy, who had the power of rubber fruit, swallowed a lot in one mouthful. Naturally, he was whipped by everyone. In this way, everyone walked towards Yuba step by step. At night, they directly erected the tent, lit the campfire, and started barbecue. It looks delicious. Luffy looked at the meat and naturally his mouth watered. Don't touch him. Sanji forbade him. What does it matter? How stingy. Everyone was shivering and hiding next to the campfire to keep warm. Nami couldn't help but ask, what's going on? It's so hot today. Vivi explained, in this desert without shade, it will be unbearably hot during the day, but at night it will drop below zero and it will be extremely cold. There are many unexpected dangers in the desert. Everyone except Chopper was very cold. Of course, Ace himself is a user with the ability of the burning fruit, so he is naturally not afraid of the cold. Suking is also considered to have relatively good endurance. As a user with the ability of the devil fruit, he is naturally able to overcome the harsh environment. At this time, Luffy started to get into trouble with his friends again. Seeing this, Vivi also walked over to Ace and Suking and started talking. Luffy doesn't look like a captain at all. Aren't captains of pirate ships generally respected by the crew? It was the same during the day, but he just drank more water and it became like that. But, let's talk again. After getting along with them for a long time, I gradually understood. That's what Luffy does. Ace said. It hasn't changed at all from when I was a kid. Despite his moral character, there are always people around him. My brother is a guy with incredible charm. What? It turns out you already knew it. Vivi said with a smile. Of course, after all, I have known him for a long time. Ace smiled lightly and said, but thank you, you are worried about whether I care, right? Yeah, but I was overthinking it. Vivi didn't expect Ace to know Luffy so well. Just like that, everyone fell asleep. Only Suking did not fall asleep. Instead, he sat on a high rock not far away, as if waiting for something. But after a while, a person had already jumped up. Coming? Suking asked calmly. Yeah, I can probably guess what you want to do. The person who spoke was naturally Luffy's brother Ace. As expected of Ace, Luffy's brother and the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Suking's words were considered a compliment. Suking then turned around and looked at Ace. It turns out that during this day, Ace hinted to Suking countless times that tonight, when everyone is free, they can learn from each other. Masters in the pirate world often compete with each other to improve their own strength, especially Ace, who is also extremely interested in Suking's devil fruit. How was it? Ace asked. Ace's meaning is quite straightforward, that is, do you want to discuss things together? Of course, otherwise, I wouldn't be here at all. This place is some distance away from them, so it won't disturb them. Let me see how strong you are, Ace. After Suking finished speaking, his eyes became serious. This time the opponent is not an ordinary pirate, but the great pirate, Ace, in other words, One Piece Gold Roger's biological son and Whitebeard's godson. Are you ready? Let's start. After Ace finished speaking, his hands burned with huge flames. To be on the safe side, Ace did not use 100% of his attacks, but made tentative attacks in case something unexpected happened. Can still be redeemed. Suking said disapprovingly, Ace, Don't hold back, I can block your attack. Immediately afterwards, Su King also moved, activating the devil fruit ability in his body, and then a demonic shadow immediately emerged from behind Su King. The first time he saw this magical ability, even Ace was slightly stunned. For some reason, he felt a very scary feeling from Su King. In that case, Fire Fist. Seeing that Su King was not joking, Ace no longer held back. As soon as he fired the Fire Fist, the huge flames rushed towards Su King. As for Su King, the demon on his body directly spread its demon wings, and Su King could withstand even the hottest flames. Seeing that he could withstand his full blow with just a pair of wings, Fire Fist Ace was a little uneasy at this time. Impossible. This is too exaggerated. My attack was ineffective. Seeing that the long-range attack had no effect, Ace quickly rushed to Su King's side and started punching and kicking him. However, as Su King said before, the devil fruit on his body has the characteristics of all three systems, so it is directly elemental. Ace's hand actually penetrated Su King's body directly, as if Su King had used Mangeky's Kamui to make himself insubstantial. Elementalization. Logia. Yes, what I said before was not a joke. After Su King finished speaking, he also punched out. At this time, Su King's hand also passed through Ace's body. Apparently, Ace's Logia ability also kept him from harm. Sure enough, it is difficult to tell the outcome between Logia. Ace finally stopped and did not fight Su King further. When Su King saw this, although he didn't feel like fighting, it was hard to say anything. In Logia's battle, he himself is not domineering. Both of them are elementalized. Just like Smoker and Ace, there is no way to tell the winner. That's it. If the fight continues, it will be difficult to determine the winner. Let's wait until you have mastered the domineering force. You are very strong. Do you really not want to consider joining the Whitebeard Pirates? With your strength, I think you should be able to become the captain of a team. Ace invited Su King again. Su King smiled and said, "Forget it, I still want to help Luffy become One Piece." Chapter 65. After Su King rejected Ace, although the sky was still dark, everyone had woken up. Luffy caught a scorpion out of boredom and was scolded by Vivi because it was highly poisonous. At this time, Chopper said seriously, "Something is coming." Looking from a distance, Su King saw that a sandstorm in the distance seemed to be coming. It seemed that it was not a simple sandstorm. Sandstorm. Su King immediately reminded everyone upon seeing this, and Vivi immediately confirmed, "Sandstorm? Is it really a sandstorm? Everyone, hurry up and take shelter under the shadow of the rock." Vivi's reaction was quite quick. Everyone didn't see the sandstorm, so they were confused. What's wrong? There's a storm. Desert storm is coming. As soon as Vivi finished speaking, the surroundings were swept by a sandstorm. Everyone is desperately grabbing everything they can around to prevent being blown away by the sandstorm. Here it comes again. Why are there always storms in the desert? Luffy couldn't help complaining. The storm was so violent that even the tents erected by everyone were ruthlessly blown away. I forgot to tell you. Desert storm is one of the killers in the desert. Vivi didn't dare to relax at this time. She was used to Alabasta's harsh environment, so she naturally knew the terror of sandstorms. Su King spread his demon wings as much as possible and wrapped everyone under his wings one by one, forming something like an egg. I don't know how long it took, but Su King felt that there seemed to be no sound outside, so he stretched out his wings outwards and shook them again. Countless amounts of dust shook off Su King's wings, forming a huge pit with Su King as the center. Everything around seemed buried. If it weren't for Su King, the consequences would be disastrous. Everyone agreed, and the partners once again gained a strong sense of security from Captain Su King. In this way, while overcoming the harsh environment in the desert, everyone continued to move towards Yuba. After walking a short distance, Luffy clamored to eat a pirate bento again. After much teasing, Vivi finally agreed to find the next rock and take a rest there. After a while, everyone found a rock in front of them, and Luffy naturally rushed over like crazy. However, soon, Luffy ran back and shouted loudly, "There are so many injured birds that can't move. Chopper!" Yet, when Chopper heard that an animal was injured, he naturally followed Luffy and rushed to the rock. Vivi felt something strange and immediately asked, "Luffy, are those birds?" Immediately afterwards, Vivi and everyone quickly arrived at the place where they were just now, and then discovered that all their luggage was gone. It's true. There were really a lot of dying birds here just now. I'm sorry, I should have told you earlier that the big deceiver deceived travelers and was a desert thief who stole luggage. Vivi said a little embarrassed. What? Bird pretended to be injured. Isn't that fraud? Ussop couldn't help but said. That's right. It's fraud. Have I been deceived? Luffy realized later and was naturally scolded by his friends. Sanji grabbed Luffy and said, "Luffy, didn't I just say that I was cheated and it would be fine? That was 3 days' worth of travel supplies. It was stolen by a bird. In this vast desert, it was not it happens that everyone's luggage has been stolen. How can we cross the desert without water and food? There's nothing I can do about it, because I was cheated," Luffy said without any regret. Your brain is worse than that of a bird. Sanji scolded. What did you say? Luffy and Sanji started arguing again. At this time, Su King said, "Stop, not everyone's luggage has been snatched away." Later, Su King took out his magical bag. This was the first time that Su King showed the magical bag to everyone publicly. Because the magical bag was given by the system, it can be returned to Su King at any time. And Su King never leaves. Is this your omnipotent bag? Yes, although the things we can get here are limited, it is at least enough for us to survive, so now, let's calm down and think about how to get those luggage back. Su King was still very calm and rational. But at this time, Sanji and Luffy were still fighting. Forget it, at this time, let them have a good fight. Ace said. That's right. Su King nodded. The two of them refused to give in at all. It was normal for them to have a fight. Let's sit down and rest for a while. We're irritated because it's too hot. Ace suggested. Yeah, we still have food for the time being, so let's just forget about this. Zoro's attitude was so good that he exploded. Okay, that's all. Usopp nodded. At this time, everyone saw a group of big white birds parked in the middle of the 2 rows of rocks on the left and right. These big birds enjoyed eating and drinking the food and water in their luggage. When Luffy saw this, he rushed out unceremoniously. Luffy! You can't chase him! Vivi reminded. However, Luffy naturally couldn't listen, so he just disappeared before his eyes. This guy can't come back at all? Su King asked. Everyone nodded unanimously. After a while, no one saw Luffy, and then they started talking. Really, he is obviously a road idiot and he still ran out. Nami complained. Besides, there are many desert killers that Luffy doesn't know about. Vivi agreed. Is that guy fainting from hunger because he didn't eat? Sanji couldn't help but worry about Luffy. There's really nothing we can do against him. Zoro also said. What everyone said is naturally possible. He is really a careless captain. Su King also said with a smile. Upon seeing this, Ace also took the initiative to apologize. I'm sorry, my brother has caused trouble for you. After the words fell, the ground on the other side of the desert shook, and I didn't know what happened. What's going on? It's shaking. Is it desert storm again? No. That's Luffy. Usopp said. Why is that guy riding on the back of a camel? Vivi was also confused. Also, what is chasing him? Everyone saw the unknown object attacking behind Luffy. You can't see clearly. There seems to be something in the sand. Zoro also asked. As Luffy got closer and closer, finally, the creature suddenly appeared. So big. A huge purple-skinned monster appeared in front of everyone. What is that? Everyone was shocked. That's the desert purple-skinned lizard. It's one of the largest reptiles among all the lizards that live in the desert. It usually hides in the desert. It has sharp front claws and fangs. Very few people can catch it. A crisis has arrived. Chapter 66. Because he grows so big, in most cases, he will eat his prey in one bite. Vivi said. That guy is really a genius at causing trouble. Ace looked very relaxed and spoke without fear. Ignore the camel for now, Sanji said. Which planet is that guy from? Why does he always make trouble like this? Zoro couldn't help complaining. This is normal, isn't it? Su King also didn't care. Luffy's character was like this, and there was really nothing he could do about it. Immediately afterwards, Luffy, Sanji and Zoro all took action, and the huge purple lizard in front of them was easily knocked down. However, the matter was not over. A huge purple lizard appeared behind everyone again. Why is there another one? Nami said in horror. I forgot to mention that desert lizards usually hunt in groups of 2. Vivi said. I told you earlier. Ussop said awkwardly. Ace. Danger. Everyone couldn't help but say when they saw that the monster had opened its bloody mouth and was ready to devour Ace. Save it, don't worry about that guy. Su King had no intention of helping Ace, so everyone became even more nervous. Then Ace said easily, What? Do you want to play with me too? Okay. I really can't do anything to you. Ace then jumped up handsomely and jumped in front of the desert lizard. The desert lizard swallowed Ace into its mouth, but then, this big lizard will reap the consequences. The flames soaring into the sky steamed the big lizard in an instant. No matter how heat-resistant the lizard was, it could only turn into cooked food at this time. Ace fell to the ground, leaving everyone speechless in shock. Really? This guy's strength is very strong. Su King smiled, as if he already knew this result. So, everyone was very happy to use local materials, using hot rocks as natural baking pans, using lizard meat to make kebabs, and ate them happily. Then everyone asked about the camels. In the end, only women were allowed to ride the lustful camels, so Vivi and Nami got on the camels while the others continued on foot. In this way, we have to race against time to reach Yuba and convince the rebels. Let's go, eyelashes! Nami and Vivi rode their camels and rushed out quickly. Everyone followed very hard step by step. They walked for an unknown amount of time and once again passed through countless ancient deserts. Nami and Vivi were nowhere to be seen, and Luffy began to hallucinate. Of course, it was because Luffy ate a desert cactus. Cactus is a raw material for hallucinogenic drugs. Luffy started to go crazy after eating it. Although Ussop tried to persuade him repeatedly, Luffy still refused to listen. In the end, Chopper had no choice but to use anesthetic to anesthetize Luffy. Su King looked back and forth and asked, Forget about Nami and Vivi, why is Ace missing? Completely separated, even the footprints have disappeared. Ussop said very embarrassed at this time. After walking for a while, there were strange sounds coming from around me. What is this? Su King frowned and asked. I don't know, this sound is so strange. There. What came into view was a huge pirate ship. Ussop discovered through the telescope that Nami and Vivi were captured on the deck. Both Nami, Vivi and the camel were caught. Ah! Luffy rushed towards the pirate ship like crazy. Su King said, Let's go, let's board it together. Afterwards, the Straw Hats and the others rushed towards the pirate ship traveling in the desert. Su King was the fastest and was already on the deck in a blink of an eye. Su King! Help us! Vivi and Nami were naturally overjoyed to see Su King. At this moment, a bearded man with grinning teeth appeared in front of Su King, and the two of them just looked at each other without saying a word. There is a motto in our Sand Bandit Baloo group that apart from our companions, there is nothing that can move in the desert that cannot be eaten. Su King knew that these sand thieves were not bad people, so he said, "It seems that you are short of food, let's eat together." Su King then took out a large bag of food directly from the magical bag. The sand thieves were instantly shocked. They saw that Su King actually took out such a large bag of food from such a small bag. Naturally, they couldn't believe it at all. But when they took it themselves, they couldn't get anything. With food, everyone became friends, and the sand thief's temperament turned out to be so simple and direct. "I am the captain of the Sand Bandit Baloo group. Lusha, your name is Su King, right? I'm really sorry for being rough on your comrades. After all, everyone is hungry." The sand thief who calls himself Lusha is very proud. Said politely. "It's okay, it's normal." Su King then said, "Since I have provided you with food, can you all do me a favor?" "What? Take us to Yuba?" Su King said. "This is impossible. The flow of sand has been changing recently. We can take you part of the way, but to reach Yuba, you still have to rely on yourself." Rasha said. "That's it." Su King nodded. "What about Ace? He hasn't followed yet." Luffy said. "This is simple." Su King then stretched a hand into the air, with his palm facing the sky, and then a black energy was bred in his hand. This energy finally condensed into the size of an egg and soared into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a huge sound appeared in the sky, and something similar to a demonic shadow appeared in the sky where Su King was. Su King's move has no offensive power, it is just a special flare. Ace, who has fought with Su King, will naturally rush over when he sees the flare. Sure enough, after waiting for less than a while, Ace finally reunited with Su King, Luffy, and others. Everyone rode the Sand Pirates boat and moved forward at a faster speed for a while. It was not until the flow of the sand changed that Su King got off the boat with everyone. The group once again began their journey on foot towards Juba. The weather was still so hot. Everyone walked to a rocky ground and stopped to rest and eat. Luffy and everyone had a fight again, but saw a piece of meat flying by itself. Su King took a closer look and found that there was a thread on the meat. You can still faintly hear someone talking. Luffy and Su King both rushed over, but Su King saw the two children stealing the piece of meat. "Is it delicious?" "Kibu, I haven't eaten for 10 days, so you have to eat slowly," said the elder brother of the two children. "I can actually eat meat." "I'll give it to you, brother," said the younger brother. "Even in a bad place, I haven't eaten it before." The kid's brother said happily. "So you are from a bad place?" At this time, Ace and Su King appeared in front of the two children. The two children were immediately startled. "Who are you?" Chapter 67. "We're not giving it back to you." The two young children looked nervous and frightened. "If you dare to move, you may die." The child finally raised the gun in his hand. Su King and Ace looked at each other and smiled, and in the next second, the child's gun appeared in Su King's hand. "I said, this is not something that children can play with, right?" Su King said. "Yes, you good boy should finish brushing your teeth and go to bed immediately." Ace also agreed. "These two guys. So awesome." The two children couldn't help but say. Only then did Su King's friends follow, and Ussop asked, "Who are they?" When the little boy saw how powerful Su King was, he immediately knelt on the sand and begged, "You are so powerful, I have something to ask you for help. There is a man, I hope you can find him and catch him. If you can catch it, I will give you 1 million Baileys as a reward." 1 million Baileys? Nami naturally became interested when hearing the money. Now, although I can't come up with money, I will definitely pay you when I grow up. Help me find this man. The boy took out a photo, and in this photo was the uncle wearing sunglasses, holding a pitchfork in his hand, looked very proud. What is this? Su King couldn't remember the plot clearly, but he was vaguely aware that it was Ace that these two brats were asking for. My brother and I chased that man all the way from bad places to here. He is Scorpion, a bounty hunter. The boy said. Bounty hunter. Zoro was still a little interested in this. Why are you chasing a bounty hunter? Nami also asked curiously. This man, I happen to have something to do with him. Ace next to him said after seeing the person in the photo, I heard that there was a man in Yuba who defeated Blackbeard, that was Scorpion. The reason why I went to Yuba was to go meet this man. Defeated Blackbeard? Everyone was a little surprised. Are you kidding? The current Blackbeard should not be defeated by an ordinary uncle. Su King also clearly didn't believe it, but he knew how powerful Blackbeard was. Who knows? You can only know this kind of thing after meeting in person. Ace said. Ace? You said your name is Ace? Is it you? Fire Fist Ace. The boys asked immediately after hearing Ace's name. Hey? It seems that someone is coming. Su King and Ace raised their heads, and sure enough, a bird and two people came in front of everyone. Sitting behind the bird's back was actually Luffy, and in front of him was the Scorpion Man he had just seen in the photo. After Su King saw the Scorpion Man, he immediately thought about it. So it turns out that after a long time of smoothing, the result seems to be a funny character. The Scorpion Man in front of him actually started shouting when he saw Ace. You are here. Fire Fist Ace. I am Scorpion. I am an indomitable hero. In order to challenge you to a duel, I traveled thousands of miles to find you. Let's have an upright life and death fight. Everyone looked at the uncle in front of them, as well as Luffy who suddenly showed up, with expressions of embarrassment on their faces. Su King clearly saw fear written on Uncle Scorpion's face. I'm so sorry. It's unlucky for you to have met me. Your heroic deeds, which are famous throughout the sea, only last for today. Su King forced himself to hold back his laughter and silently stepped aside. He couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. I'm on. Fire Fist Ace. At this time, the Scorpion Man finally rushed out. Immediately afterwards, he raised the cannon in his hand, and when he fired it out, it turned out to be a big net. Seeing that Ace was about to be caught, Ace slowly activated his devil fruit power. Ace's whole body turned into a ball of flame, and the net was instantly blown away by the flames. In the end, the hot net caught Uncle Scorpion instead. Uncle Scorpion was immediately burned and fell to the ground, rolling and screaming in pain. Seeing this, Su King was 100% sure that the person in front of him was a funny character. Bobo! Take out the fire-extinguishing compression gun! Uncle Scorpion shouted, and the strange bird next to him took something in his mouth. Then Uncle Scorpion quickly assembled the thing. And explained, this is a compression gun filled with fire-extinguishing agent. This way, the compressed fire-extinguishing agent can be injected into your body. The Scorpion Man then started firing again. However, with Ace's skill, he will not stumble in front of such a funny character. Ace very nimbly dodged every attack from Uncle Scorpion, and finally hit Uncle Scorpion in the abdomen with just a light punch. Uncle Scorpion clutched his stomach and fell to the sand in pain. This time, not only Su King saw it, but also Ussop and others. This guy is simply vulnerable. Ace then said, although I also guessed it, the fact that you defeated Blackbeard was a lie, right? You expected that as long as you use the name Blackbeard, I will appear, right? Ace asked. You're right. Is this a good battle plan? Uncle Scorpion climbed up with difficulty, grabbed a handful of sand and said, it's a tie now, but I will get serious next time. Then, a bloody scene happened, and the boy just shouted loudly, "That's enough. Stop hitting me. Dad! Dad!" Luffy also felt a little confused. Dad! Everyone has many questions. Dad! How can you beat Fire Fist Ace? Two children came to Uncle Scorpion's side. You guys? When did you leave the bad place? Uncle Scorpion asked. We're here to pick you up, the children said. Don't be ridiculous. Dad is now the world's #1 bounty hunter. Danny and Rubatrusha, both of whom have 2 guns, were beaten by me until they knelt down and begged for mercy. Uncle Scorpion said. Is this your plan? The children said. You know it, yes. I am a useless dad who can only brag, but one thing is true. No matter how small a person is, as long as they are determined, they can challenge the world's #1 hero. I just want to tell you this truth, I want you to see the great dream. Uncle Scorpion stroked his child's head and said with confidence, a man must have dreams burning in his heart, even if he needs it every day. Be patient and never give up, face it bravely. Live with a smile every day, and as long as you continue to challenge the impossible, no matter what kind of life you are, it will be heaven. Even if I risk my life, I still want to tell you this truth, yes. As long as you dare to stand up and face it, you can open up a path. Watch carefully. Dad, I have an indomitable soul. Don't worry. I won't lose. As long as my heart is burning with great dreams. Chapter 68. While talking, Uncle Scorpion stood up again and shouted, Bobo, take out the anti-tank rocket launcher. Then he took the strange bird and handed the weapon to Uncle Scorpion. Uncle Scorpion locked Ace again and said, Fire Fist Ace. This is the last blow. At the same time, Uncle Scorpion lit the fuse. At this time, the child hugged Uncle Scorpion tightly and said with tears, I understand. Dad, what you have always wanted to tell us. We also want to stand up and face it bravely. We will work hard to survive every day. As long as our father is here, we can muster the courage. I'm sorry, we said some useless things. I don't really care about the food. I am happy enough as long as my father is here. We like Dad. I like Dad very much. When Su Kang, Luffy, and Ace saw this, they already understood the matter very clearly. I thought this was a funny character, but I didn't expect that behind the comedy was Uncle Scorpion's endless love for his children. Finally, Uncle Scorpion threw the anti-tank rocket launcher aside and hugged his child, but at this moment, the anti-tank rocket launcher actually fired a rocket launcher. The rocket blast destroyed the huge rock above. The rock shattered into pieces and hit hard. At the critical moment, Luffy wanted to take action. However, Ace shouted, Get away! And a fire fist blasted out, the impactful flames instantly knocked away the broken rocks, and at the same time, it also rushed the huge rocks to the rear. Su Kang was not idle either. He spread out his huge demon wings and protected many people. After a burst of dust, everyone looked at each other and no one was injured. The Scorpion Man also used his body to block his child when the rock fell. The Scorpion Man looked at his children, held them in his arms, and said, Thank you for coming to pick up this useless dad of mine. Let's go back to the bad place. The crying children agreed, and the Scorpion Man took Bobo and his children away from everyone. Su Kang couldn't let go in his heart for a long time. The world of pirates is like this. Any funny character who comes out has his own story. Therefore, every choice and every unintentional action may affect the world. Some people's lives. The sky was dim, and at this time, Ace was also preparing to leave Alabasta. He had already packed his bags and was ready to return the same way. Are you really going to leave? Ace. Chopper asked. Yeah, since Blackbeard is not in Alabasta, I have no reason to stay in this country. Ace replied. That's right. Luffy nodded. Where are you going next? Sanji asked. According to what Scorpion said, someone seems to have seen that guy in the west. I'm going to have a look. By the way, Luffy, take it. Ace said as he threw a piece of paper to Lu Fly. Luffy, keep holding this little piece of paper so we can meet again. Ace said. Luffy didn't understand the meaning of the paper of life, so Su King immediately gave him a simple explanation. Don't you want it? Ace asked with a smile. I want it, I want it. Luffy nodded obediently. As a brother, I'm very worried about having such a troublemaking brother. You must be in trouble with him, right? But I still ask you to take good care of me, especially Captain Su King. Ace knows that among the entire pirate group the most mature and powerful person is Su King, and Su King is also another captain, so naturally he greeted him. Don't worry. Su King nodded, naturally he had to protect his partner. Luffy, the next time we meet is the peak of pirates, you have to climb to the top. Ace instructed. Okay. Luffy said energetically. Then, when he turned around, Ace had disappeared, and only a ray of the setting sun could be seen. Already gone. Zoro said. Fire Fist Ace. Sanji said. We will definitely meet again. Luffy also said looking forward to it. I hope. I won't die when we meet again. Su King had already reminded Ace of Blackbeard's power, but Su King didn't know if Ace listened. Su King now only hopes that Ace can be more careful when dealing with Blackbeard. One night, everyone continued to move in the direction of Yuba. At the hottest time at noon, Luffy became nervous again. Maybe he was confused by the heat, or maybe he ate some hallucinogenic plant again. In order to take care of Luffy and Chopper, who has extremely poor heat resistance, everyone had to ask Zoro, who had enough physical strength to keep up, and Su King, the most responsible captain. As a result, Luffy, Zoro, Chopper, and Su King broke away from the team and were separated from everyone again. After walking for a while, Su King saw what seemed to be a rock not far ahead. Before Su King could say anything, Luffy had already taken action. Luffy took advantage of the rubber fruit's malleability, grabbed the rock and rushed over. Zoro and Su King were affected and were knocked directly over. Wow! Haha! It's so cool! It's so cool! Luffy started laughing very proudly. Zoro was naturally so angry that he wanted to chop Luffy into pieces. Su King knew that Luffy had this kind of character, so he could only remain silent. By the way, where is Chopper? Luffy asked, and then found Chopper who had fallen on the sand. Humph! Zoro was so angry that he put the knife on Luffy's neck. Luffy immediately apologized, I'm sorry. Zoro then planned to sit where he was, but he didn't expect that after he sat on the ground, a big hole appeared on the ground. Zoro fell in instantly. As for Luffy, seeing Zoro fall, he naturally grabbed the lower part with his hands and launched himself in. Here? Is it? Su King was not sure, but with the ability of a demon, he could come and go freely, so he naturally came to the cave very smoothly. The surrounding area seemed to be an ancient collapsed palace. It was obviously quite strange that there would be such a huge building underground. Su King saw the huge stone slab in the middle with strange writing at a glance. Is this a historical text? Unfortunately, I can't understand it at all. Su King said. History text? What is that? Zoro and Luffy also asked together. At this time, Chopper also fell down from above, looking around him a little confused. Actually, it is a stone tablet that records past history. The words on this stone tablet were engraved by later generations. No one can destroy this kind of stone tablet. But now, only one person in the world can understand it. Su King said. Ah? A person? Who is he? Luffy and Chopper also asked slightly curiously. This person is Miss All. Sunday, Crocodile's partner, Nico Robin. Su King said. Is it her? Chapter 69. Have you forgotten what I said before? Robin joined Baroque Works just because other places couldn't accommodate her. Although Robin and Su King are currently in different camps and have a completely hostile relationship, Su King has no intention of hating Robin at all. Robin has a very tragic past, and although he succumbed to darkness, he was still able to help Luffy and finally became his partner, which is enough to explain a lot of problems. After a while, Zoro said, I'm almost used to it. If you look carefully, doesn't it look like a giant egg? Zoro said. And it's man-made. Chopper also told what he discovered. This must be an ancient relic. According to Su King, these should be ancient texts, but it feels like someone can hide it. Chopper discovered it very carefully, which made Su King also have a deep impression of Chopper. Somewhat impressed. Although I don't know who did it, it was really hard work. It's none of my business anyway, and I have no interest in it. What we have to do now is to get out of here quickly. How do we get up now? Zoro asked the most important question. Leave it to me. Su King grabbed Luffy with his left hand, Luffy stretched his body, Zoro and Chopper grabbed Luffy's body, Su King spread his devil wings, and then he jumped up and flapped the wings on his back. There was almost no obstruction from the sand above him, and he was pushed aside by Su King. Su King rescued his friends very easily. It's finally out. Both Zoro and Chopper recognized Su King from the bottom of their hearts. The captain was the most reliable at the critical moment. Of course, Luffy is also indispensable and is the spiritual symbol of the team. Su King did not just walk away like this, but directly generated a raise nan with one hand, and then pressed it on the rock. Just hearing boom, the rock was beaten into the shape of a whirlpool. This should be enough. Su King did this because he wanted to leave a mark here. The ancient ruins are likely to be covered again by wind and sand, but this mark will never disappear. In this way, Su King, Zoro, Luffy, and Chopper embarked on a journey to find their companions and go to Yuba. Due to Su King's limited physical strength, it would not be a long time to fly with 3 people. In order to save physical strength, everyone still chose to walk. The sky was getting darker, the weather was no longer hot, and Luffy became lively again. As they walked, Chopper suddenly said, "The wind direction has changed, and I seem to smell something." "Yes, that's right. This is Nami's perfume, coming from here." With Chopper's nose, Su King and Zoro naturally pulled Luffy in the right direction. Not long after, Su King finally saw Nami Vivi riding a camel, followed by Sanji and Ussop. Everyone finally reunited. Everyone exchanged greetings. After all, they were only separated for a few hours and nothing happened, so they continued towards Yuba. Chopper asked about the paper of life. "By the way, Luffy, what on earth was that your brother gave you?" Su King said it was life paper. Luffy said without thinking, as if he didn't quite understand it at all. "What is the paper of life?" Everyone knew that asking Luffy was a useless question, so they looked at Su King and asked. "Su King, what is that?" Nami asked. Su King cleared his throat and then said, "The paper of life is something on the Great Channel. It is usually given to you by people who are very close to you. The paper of life is like a permanent recording pointer. It will keep moving in the direction of that person." Ace said he was going to the west before, right? "You see, if you put the paper of life on your palm, he will continue to move towards the west little by little." Su King thought he had made it clear, but to his surprise, Luffy actually asked, "Moving little by little, when will the paper move to that person's side? Is it too slow?" The others just beat Luffy and complained, "Luffy, did you listen? The paper of life will tell you the direction of that person." Sanji asked, "So, what will happen to the life paper if that person dies?" A burst of sand blew past, and Su King said, "The life card will shrink when the owner is weak, and will return to its original size when the owner recovers. If that person dies, the life card will slowly turn into ashes. No longer exists. Ace, you won't die easily, right? Su King? Luffy asked. Of course. Although Su King said this, he didn't think so in his heart. If everything develops according to the original work, it is almost inevitable that Ace will die. Okay, everyone, after passing that rock, we are not far from Yuba. Let's drive harder. Princess Vivi said looking ahead. Okay. Everyone was very excited when they heard that we were going to Yuba soon. Really? Is it almost there? Yes. Yuba. It's coming soon. In this way, everyone walked in the direction of Yuba with great expectations, but Su King had a bad premonition. At night, there was another sandstorm, but Su King still relied on his demonic power to protect everyone. There seems to be a light ahead. Vivi said, pointing into the distance. Have you arrived at Juba? There's too much sand and it's hard to see clearly. The wind and sand finally dispersed, but Vivi felt something was wrong. Not good. There seems to be something wrong with the way the city looks. It's a sandstorm. The city was hit by a sandstorm, right? Juba in the distance was shrouded in a sandstorm, with trees torn apart and the city looking like ruins. However, the situation in Juba is much better than that in Elmer. It can be seen that there were still people living in Juba not long ago. However, Vivi is a little unbelievable. How could this have happened? It's not very different from Elmer. Zoro said truthfully. Where is the water? Luffy was almost dying of thirst. Isn't this an oasis? Vivi. Sanji was also full of questions. Su Kang's bad premonition came true, and Yuba was indeed reduced to ruins. There is too much sand, causing the strata to rise and the oasis to be swallowed up. Vivi said with some regret. Suddenly, there was a noise from around. It turned out to be a man, holding an iron pick, cleaning the river. You are travelers, right? The desert journey must be tiring, right? I'm really sorry, this city has been exhausted, but you should have a good rest. There are hotels everywhere. Those are the best places in this city. The uncle, with a big beard, kept digging while talking. Excuse me, I heard that the rebels are in this city. What do you want from the rebels? As soon as he heard about the rebels, the uncle immediately turned his face. Chapter 70. With everyone's repeated explanations, the uncle in front of me finally told the truth. Those guys are no longer here. The uncle said. What did you say? Everyone showed extremely surprised expressions, not expecting it at all. Of course, except for Su King, he had long known that the rebels had left here. How could this happen? Vivi worked hard to stop the rebels, but she never expected that it would end like this. Sandstorms just hit this city, but this is not just the beginning. Since it was depleted due to long-term exposure to sunlight 3 years ago, this city has been frequently hit by sandstorms and has been destroyed bit by bit. Swallowed, the oasis of the past has become the virtue it is today. Materials also stopped flowing in this city. Because they could no longer carry out the protracted war of the rebellion, the rebel army moved their base to Katli. The uncle said. As for Katlia, it is an oasis not far from Rohala. Maybe Su King reminded Vivi at the beginning, so everyone wouldn't go astray. Maybe they could meet the leader of the rebel army directly if everything went smoothly. By then, it would not be impossible to prevent the war. However, Su King still chose to conceal the truth for various reasons, and naturally he had his reasons. Because during the conversation, everyone said the word Vivi, and the uncle in front of them immediately behaved differently. Vivi? Did you just call her Vivi? The uncle walked over slowly. You're Vivi? Right? You're still alive. That's great. It's me. Can't you recognize it? It's no wonder, because I've lost a little weight. Uncle Dodo. Vivi couldn't believe it. The father of his former close friend Kosa, Dodo, has become so thin. As for Koja's identity, he is naturally the leader of the rebel army. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that the uncle in front of you was once a fat man with a good figure. Uncle Dotuo said, Vivi, I believe in His Majesty the King. He will never do anything to betray the country, right? Having said this, Uncle Dodo also burst into tears. Rebellion and such are simply stupid, those stupid boys. It's just 3 years without rain, so what? I believe His Majesty the King, and most of the citizens are the same, and I have also advised they are dead, but no matter what I say, it's useless, and they still haven't stopped the rebellion. Their physical strength has almost reached its limit, and they should be able to end it in the next attack, and they have been forced to a dead end. They have long been determined to die. Please, Vivi, hurry up and stop those stupid boys. Dodo pleaded. Vivi handed Dodo the towel very gently and comforted, Uncle Dodo, don't worry, I will definitely stop the rebellion. Thank you, Vivi. Dodo shed tears again. Since it was getting late, everyone decided to stay in Juba for one night. Due to the long journey, everyone was exhausted. Of course, the partners were still the same. They fought unscrupulously at the beginning, and finally fell asleep after the fight. Su King is not that sleepy. With the super devil fruit, he doesn't seem to be that dependent on rest. Su King pushed open the door and walked out. It was already late at night. However, Su King still heard the rustling sound next to him. Su King discovered that it was Uncle Duotuo who continued to dig holes while the night was not so hot. Uncle Duotuo, you have worked really hard. Su King said. Dodo looked up and found that it was Su King, Vivi's companion, and then said, that kid has been clamoring for water. I will be able to dig into the moist strata soon. It's really hard work. Let me help you together. Su King did his part and immediately started to help Duotuo continue digging. Su King, a young man with unlimited physical strength and his own special ability, dug very deep in less than a while. In the end, Su King felt that his hands were already wet. I thought it was due to digging too hard, and my fingers started to bleed, but when I looked carefully, I found that I had reached a moist layer. Water. Great. Water. Su King and Dotuo were both very excited. It didn't mean that they dug out water, but it meant that Yuba still had hope of coming back to life. Later, Su King accompanied Uncle Dodo to distill and extract pure water, and chatted about Kosa and Vivi, and finally the sky became brighter. Dodo gave the water to Luffy as a small gift. In the end, everyone left Yuba and planned to return the same way and head to Katlia. At this time, Luffy was sitting there, planning to give up his game. Vivi asked, "What's wrong with you?" Luffy. "I quit." Luffy said very directly. "Quit?" Nami also felt a little strange. "Quit? Luffy? What do you mean?" Vivi asked. "Hey, Luffy, we don't have time to mess around with you here. Stand up quickly." Ussop said. "Aren't we going back?" Chopper also felt a little confused. "Yes, shouldn't we go back the same way we came? Go to Katlia to stop the rebels. If millions of people in this country start a fierce conflict, the consequences will be disastrous. This is for Vivi. Okay, let's go." Sanji also pulled Luffy straight, but Luffy pushed Sanji away and refused. Everyone had no choice but to turn their attention to Su King. Luffy wanted to say something, but at this time, Su King also revealed the truth that had been hidden for a long time. "I'm sorry. I roughly understand what Luffy means. If that's the case, I won't do it either. I'm sorry, I already knew that the rebels were in Katlia, so I kept them hidden and didn't tell you, Vivi." Su King's expression was very serious, which even surprised Luffy. Luffy quickly asked incomprehensively, you already knew this? Why didn't you say it? Luffy, I think our purpose is the same. Fly away. Crocodile. Su King and Luffy said in unison. Everyone did not expect that the two captains would reach unity in spirit and will at this moment. Luffy then said, I see, then I can understand. I think so too. Even if we stop the rebels, can we stop Crocodile? Even if we reach Katlia, there will be nothing to do because we are pirates. It would be better not to go, Luffy said. Yes, Alabasta's drought, civil war, and chaos are all caused by Crocodile. In this case, the most fundamental problem is to defeat him and eliminate his minions, the Baroque working society. Su King explained a little bit. Everyone's attitude changed instantly. What the two captains said hit the nail on the head. I finally understand. Both Sanji and Ussop nodded. Chapter 71. You hope no one dies in this fight. The nation, and all of us. Our enemy is the Shishibukai. It's obviously a riot war involving millions of people, but you still think that everyone will be safe. Don't you think it's too naive? The originally naive Luffy changed his mind this time and asked Vivi. Speaking of Luffy, why don't you give some thought to Vivi's mood? Nami wanted to persuade her, but was stopped by Sanji. Miss Nami, wait. Su King remained silent. He knew that Luffy and Vivi had to convince each other, and his opinion was the same as Luffy's. What's wrong? I don't want anyone to die, what's wrong? Vivi didn't compromise, she got excited and questioned Luffy. Everyone is mortal, Luffy said expressionlessly. Vivi slapped Luffy away and said, shut up. Don't say such things. If you say it again, I won't forgive you. Aren't we just trying to prevent this from happening now? It's obviously not the fault of the rebel army, the king's army or the citizens of this country. Why does someone have to die? It's obviously Crocodile's fault. What Vivi said was not wrong. At this time, Luffy stood up and struck with a backhand, then why did you risk your life? If you look at this country, you will know what you should do most. Your life is not enough to gamble. Luffy said while being beaten. Then what should I bet on? I have no other capital to gamble with. Vivi suddenly calmed down, looking extremely sad. At this time, Luffy shouted, at least put our lives on the line. Aren't we partners? Vivi burst into tears instantly. After Su King read all the developments of the story, Luffy went around in a big circle, just wanting to tell Vivi. Don't forget the power of partners. Vivi never thought about defeating Crocodile directly, because she knew how powerful Crocodile was, and she didn't want anyone to die because of it, so she would not push Su King and others to die there. Luffy made such a fuss, Vivi was completely moved in her heart, and Su King could also feel Luffy's personality charm from it. This kind of appeal made Su King understand once again that there was something more important than strength. Vivi burst into tears, while Luffy put on his straw hat and asked, tell me, where is Crocodile? At this moment, Vivi had already made up her mind to use the power of her friends to fight off Crocodile. Everyone. Vivi looked at her friends and said, Luffy and Su King are right. I have made up my mind. Let's go to Crocodile. Indeed, that's the nearest shortcut. Nami agreed. In other words, there is no need to take such troublesome detours. Zoro's understanding is still very strong. So, where is that BD Crocodile? Sanji asked. Immediately afterwards, Vivi unfolded the map of the Alabasta kingdom that she carried with her. This is the royal capital of Albina where my father rules. The rebels are planning to attack Albina here. That means we have to defeat Crocodile before then. Sanji said. The location of Crocodile is here, the Rainland. Vivi explained again. Rainland. Ussop repeated curiously. It only takes a day's walk north from here to get there. Vivi said. Okay, then let's set off. Defeat Crocodile together. After Su King finished speaking, everyone headed north again. On the way, everyone chatted about the Rainland and Crocodile. After walking for about a day, we finally arrived at the Rainland. Far to the north, there is a large city. This city feels different from before. The one in front should be Yudi, right? Su King asked. Yes, you can already see it. Vivi said. We're here. Ussop also breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Let's go and fight Crocodile. Luffy said with great enthusiasm. By the way, didn't Baroque Works notice that we came here? Zoro asked. I'm afraid they already know. We have also met Mr. Tuele. First of all, it is right to treat us as exposed. Nami said. What does this mean? Luffy asked slowly. That means we can't move freely in the rain. If we are discovered by them, won't Crocodile be able to use all methods to deal with us? Ussop was also speechless to Luffy, asking a random question. It takes a long time to explain. Su King said, as expected, Crocodile is now focusing on inciting war. We should be just little mice in his eyes. I think there is no need for us to hide our identities and just be tough. However, don't forget that Marine has been chasing us. That smoker captain must be waiting for us in the rain. Su King's words made the friends' heads grow bigger, but what Su King said was not bad. Smoker, the smoke man, was already waiting for everyone in a nearby restaurant. No way. Those guys are here again, they are really annoying. Everyone was very disgusted with Marine. How should we avoid being discovered by them? Everyone was still discussing here, but found that Luffy and Ussop had disappeared. Where are they? Su King asked awkwardly. Going to buy water. Nami said. It's over, let's hide quickly, these two guys will definitely cause trouble again. Su King's guess was successful again. Luffy and Ussop bumped into Smoke Man and Dusky in the restaurant, and then they ran out and were chased by Marine. The most critical thing is that Luffy and Ussop both ran towards their partners, causing everyone to be basically exposed. At the same time, the agents of the Baroque working group in the entire Rainland had naturally discovered the traces of everyone. I said. We have been discovered. Why not just run in the direction of Crocodile? Su King suggested. Yes. Let's just go and defeat him. Luffy also agreed. You can see there is a building with a crocodile roof. That is the casino run by Crocodile, Rain Banquet. Vivi pointed to the very impressive building in front of her and said. Is that so? Crocodile is right there. Luffy then speeded up with Su King. In order to distract Marine, the partners chose to escape separately. Su King was unlucky and escaped Marine, but was surrounded by agents of Baroque Works and millions of elders. It's really embarrassing. I have to deal with you first. Su King looked at the enemy in front of him, his eyes narrowed, his body shook, and he disappeared in an instant. Chapter 72. When he appeared again, Su King had already appeared next to the million elders who were closest to him. At the same time, a strange sound came from Su King's right hand, which had condensed into a ball with blue light. Yes, Ray's Nan, Su King used the teleportation and at the same time condensed a shot of Ray's Nan. This was the first time Su King condensed Ray's Nan in actual combat. Because he has the blood of Uchiha, Senju, and the Uzumaki clan, Su King's Ray's Nan may not look big, but its power is amazing. What is this? Before the millionaire elder in front of him could react, he saw that Su King had already patted the blue light ball in his hand. Then there was a continuous whoosh, and it turned out that Ray's Nan had pushed up the body of the agent in front of him. Drink! Su King exerted his strength with his arms and sent Ray's Nan out completely. The millions of elders of the Baroque Work Company that he could see in front of him faded away like the tide. This move is so powerful in the world of pirates. Su King also found an unexpected surprise. If he can apply Rei's Nan more smoothly in actual combat in the future, his combat effectiveness will probably be even more amazing. Over here. Su King was secretly happy when he heard Marines shout. Su King looked around and found that his friends were all separated, so he locked his sights on the casino where Crocodile was, Yun. Su King rushed over and saw Ussop and Nami, who were also avoiding pursuit. Su King. Are you okay? You must be okay. After Nami expressed concern in a calm voice, he said while running, did you see it? The entrance to the rain feast is actually in the center of the lake. Has anyone else arrived yet? Nami asked after walking to the entrance of Yun. At this time, several enemies of the Baroque working group in front raised their rifles and aimed at the three people. Get out! Zoro suddenly appeared and kicked these fish away with one kick. Zoro? Aren't you supposed to be with Vivi? Nami asked, very confused. Yeah, hasn't she arrived yet? Zoro naturally chose to leave the queen for Vivi, but unfortunately Vivi did not arrive. She might have gone in, Ussop said. Then let's go in quickly. Nami said. As he was talking, Su King saw that Luffy seemed to be chased by someone over there. Su King knew without thinking that Luffy must have met someone he had no way of defeating at the moment, Logia's smoker. Let's go. Everyone, rush inside. Luffy ran, unable to stop at all. Ah! Upon seeing this, everyone ran towards the inside of Yun with all their strength. Crocodile! I'm going to blow you away! Luffy shouted boldly while running. You guys stop! The miscellaneous fish from Baroque Works Company were chasing after them, firing continuously. Su King turned around and slashed out with his sword. Several agents in front of him were instantly chopped down to the ground. Then Su King saw the smoke man chasing after him again. It's really troublesome. Su King ignored it and just rushed into Yun with Luffy and others. After pushing the gate of opening, there were quite a few people in the rain banquet, and there were various gambling and entertainment machines around. Everyone seemed very relaxed and seemed not to be affected by the civil war at all. As soon as Luffy came in, he shouted with all his strength, Crocodile! Get out of here! However, the people here don't care about Luffy at all, let alone what Luffy says. They just want to win money for entertainment. I traveled thousands of miles to beat you up. Luffy shouted again, but there was still no one around him who responded. The friends stopped Luffy one after another. How could he get out if you screamed like this? Nami complained. The other party is a hero of the country. Do you want to make enemies of all the customers in the store? Ussop said. Yes, people here are indifferent to things other than money. Su King said. What should we do? Luffy was very anxious, and seemed to want to fight Crocodile. Shouldn't we look for Vivi first? If Vivi is not here, you don't know who Crocodile is, right? Su King's words hit the point. But where is Vivi? Ussop, Luffy, and Nami all shouted stupidly, Vivi, Crocodile, where are you? Su King patted his head and was speechless. He felt that this group of friends was hopeless. However, their actions still attracted the attention of the manager, who immediately told the matter to the deputy store manager. The deputy store manager said very casually, just call the security guard. Don't make a fuss over such a trivial matter. Luffy saw that there was no movement around, so he asked Su King, what's going on? Crocodile can't be found, and Vivi can't be found either? What's going on? Before Su King could answer, Smoker had already caught up with him. I'm catching up with you. Straw Hat! How dare you run around? It's the Smoke Man! Everyone, run! Luffy shouted, and started to run away with his friends. The appearance of pirates and marines in the casino naturally disturbed the tranquility of the casino, and the casino guards naturally rushed out. However, at the level of a guard, let alone trying to stop Su King and Luffy, he couldn't even stop Nami. The guard was basically hit and flew away like a paper man. At this time, the deputy store manager of Yuan saw the store manager and said, "Oh no, store manager, there is a group of strange people gathering to make trouble." The store manager is naturally Nicole Robin. Robin received Crocodile's order, so he said, "Yes, please take them to the VIP room." The deputy store manager wanted to say something else, but Robin told him directly, "This is an order from Boss Crocodile." In the end, the deputy store manager ordered someone to clear a path directly to the VIP room. When Luffy and others saw this, they rushed in without any hesitation. Su Kang, Luffy, and others were running and found that the road was divided into two parts, with VIP written on the left and Pirates written on the right. Knowing that the two situations were similar, Su Kang walked directly towards the road marked Pirates with Luffy. The result is as expected. Everyone fell into this stupid trap and fell into it. After Su Kang landed, he found that everyone was already in this cage. Touching the cage with his hand, he could feel a strange feeling, but this feeling did not seem to affect Su Kang. So that's it, Halashi's cage. At the same time, Luffy was full of praise for this trap. What a clever trap! Luffy praised. Yeah, there's nothing you can do about it. Ussop also agreed, because this way he wouldn't look particularly stupid. It's obviously a trap that can be avoided. Okay. Nami couldn't help complaining. What should we do now? Su Kang. Nami first thought of Su Kang in times of crisis. Chapter 73. Compared to this, I haven't been able to exert any strength since just now. Luffy grabbed the cage, and the power of the rubber fruit in his body was naturally restrained. At this moment, Smoker waved his weapon, Juju, and attacked Luffy. Su Kang directly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and used the scabbard to block Smoker's attack. "Smoker, we are on the same boat now. Why don't you save your energy and think about how to escape?" Su Kang said. Luffy couldn't help but said, "What happened just now? I have no strength, it's like I fell into the water." Su Kang explained, "This cage should be made of the same material as the weapon in Smoker's hand. It has the properties of Sea Tower Stone and can restrain those with abilities." "I see, that's why Luffy became weaker because he just touched him." Zoro finally understood. The prison bars at Marine headquarters are all made of this thing to prevent criminals with devil fruit abilities from escaping, Smoker said. "So this fence is the same, can't it be destroyed?" Nami asked. "If it could be destroyed, I would have left here long ago," Smoker said, "in order to prevent you from ever going to the sea again." Without saying a word, it seemed like a fight was about to begin. Su Kang said, "Save it, instead of fighting among ourselves now, it's better to think about how to deal with Crocodile." As soon as Su Kang finished speaking, he heard a voice, "Yes, you are right, you should think about it carefully. You are partners who will go to hell together, so you should get along well." "Crocodile," Smoker said, looking not far away. "What?" Luffy was also shocked. On the seat not far from the front, a man slowly turned his body around, revealing his face that didn't look like a good person. At this time, Crocodile showed a very evil smile. There was a suture line under his nose and an earring on his right earlobe. Wearing a coat, he looked relaxed. "Is this guy Shishibukai, Crocodile?" Zoro asked. "Has a face that's even more disgusting than I imagined," Smoker said. When Crocodile saw Smoker commenting on him like this, he also said, "He is really as wild a dog as the rumors say, Mr. Smoker. You seem to have stopped treating me as one of your own a long time ago? But yes, you are right, Smoker, let's just let you die unexpectedly. You have tried your best to fight against little pirates like Straw Hat Devilman. I will you reported it to the government like this. Although I don't know why you came back to this country, it was your decision anyway. There is no way the government would send you here because they trust me as a Shishibukai. I see, I really saw a real person this time, Sand Crocodile. Su King didn't have any fear at this moment, because it was not the first time he faced Shishibukai, but Su King was a little excited. Are you Crocodile? Luffy was very angry when he saw Crocodile. UBD. Come and fight with me. Luffy accidentally touched the fence and fell to the ground limply. Luffy, ability users cannot touch the fence, I reminded you. Su King said. Upon seeing this, Crocodile immediately said, Straw Hat Luffy, Devilman Su King, thank you for running here, I will kill you well, please wait a moment, because the guest of honor has not arrived yet. Guest of honor? Nami asked. Now, my partner went to pick him up. Crocodile said. Crocodile, do you think you can trap me with a low-level fence? Su King smiled faintly and looked at Crocodile and said. Oh? You mean, can you escape? I know you are an Esper, so you should know very well in your heart that you can't escape, right? Crocodile was not worried at all. After all, as long as the Esper falls if you fall into his trap, there is basically no possibility of escaping. However, Su King sneered and said, then, just keep an eye on me. Su King just put his hand on the fence. He didn't feel any limp or tired, which surprised his friends around him. Why is this? Smoker is also a little confused. It is clear that Su King is a devil fruit user, and his previous battle with him also proved this. But now, Su King is obviously not immune to the Sea Tower Stone. The impact of fences. Hey! Crocodile was also very shocked. This has never happened before. But Crocodile immediately said, I see, is the information wrong? You are not a devil fruit user at all. Oh? Then look, what is this? Su King then activated his fruit, and his whole person instantly became a little different. Huge black wings grew out of his back. It was obvious that he had used the fruit ability. Everyone didn't know what to say, but now everyone could understand that Su King's devil fruit was not even affected by the sea and Halo Stone. Ha! Do you think that if you become like this, you will get rid of your fate of death? Crocodile naturally does not believe in Su King's strength. In Crocodile's eyes, Su King and Luffy are just Ziohei. Just a thief. Hey, let's wait and see. Su King said to Smoker before getting angry, Smoker, we are here to defeat Crocodile. Although Marine and us pirates are not at odds, for now, we must temporarily cooperate. We have a temporary truce. How? Either fight here and let Crocodile benefit, or fight out with us. Su King looked at Smoker and said. Smoker was silent for a while, and finally said, okay. I'll let you go this time. But next time. I know, next time, if you want to arrest us, feel free. Su King knew that Smoker had agreed to this cooperation. Immediately afterwards, Su King was about to break the fence and escape. However, at this moment, a voice made Su King temporarily stop. Crocodile. I'm going to kill you. It turned out that Princess Vivi appeared in the VIP room. Welcome, Princess Vivi of Alabasta? No, it's Miss Wednesday, thank you for being able to avoid our assassins chasing us here. Crocodile said very relaxedly. Of course I will come, no matter where you are, because I want you to die. Mr. Zero, if you don't come to this country, Alabasta can always remain peaceful. Vivi impulsively rushed towards Crocodile, however, Crocodile looked extremely indifferent. Peacock chainsaw. Vivi's attack hit Crocodile's body, and immediately after, Crocodile's head disappeared. Chapter 74. It's useless. Smoker had already told the truth. Crocodile's body instantly turned into sand, and then flew towards Vivi. Have you dissipated your anger? Since you live in this country, you should also know the ability of my Shasha fruit. Crocodile used sand to appear behind Vivi, covered her mouth with his hand, and threatened, do you want to become a mummy? Luffy and others looked on in shock. Turn into sand. A hole. Let me go, Vivi. Be careful, I'll knock you away. Luffy still kept yelling. Sit down, it's time for the party now, miss all Sunday, right? Crocodile didn't do anything to Vivi, but asked Robin beside him. Robin looked at his watch and said, yes, it's already past 12 o'clock, and the Utopia battle is about to begin. Operation Utopia. What is that? No one knows what kind of medicine is sold in Crocodile Gourd. Ha 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 ha. Crocodile couldn't help laughing and finally said, this boring country is going to die, miss. On Wednesday, I want Alabasta to disappear from this earth. I want those citizens who are struggling to survive to fall down in painful struggle and be sucked into the eternal darkness. Operation Utopia has begun. Ha 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 ha. Crocodile then started laughing endlessly again. Vivi immediately raised her head and asked, what exactly do you want in Alabasta? Do you want me to tell you which kind of person I despise the most? That is the hypocrite who pretends to be thinking about the people, but is actually selfish, Crocodile said. Do you want to kill my father? How can you do this? Vivi said emotionally. Don't scream like that. I didn't plan to do that. He's not worth killing at all. I want Cobra to experience a humiliation that is even crueler than death. Crocodile said calmly. A humiliation worse than death. Ussop repeated. Vivi's face naturally became very ugly. Ha 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 ha. As a princess of a country, you can't show such an expression. Crocodile let out a triumphant smile again. Let me ask you again, what exactly is Operation Utopia? Tell me quickly. Vivi asked eagerly again. Do you understand your current position? You are such a brave princess. Anyway, the battle has already begun. Then I will tell you the plan to end this country and fight in Utopia. Then Crocodile revealed his plan to induce Kosa to fight against the king's army. Nami couldn't help but said, what an insidious battle. How about it, do you like it? The battle you participated in has now come to fruition. If you listen carefully, you should be able to hear Alabasta's screams, right? However, everyone thinks so, we must protect Alabasta, we must protect Alabasta, we must protect Alabasta. Crocodile couldn't help but laugh again. Stop talking. How could you do such an outrageous thing? Vivi already collapsed. Ha ha ha. It's so sad. The thought of thinking for the sake of the country can actually destroy the country. At this time, Luffy was already furious, and then he couldn't help but rushed to the fence. Su Kang. Aren't you afraid of this thing? Beat him to pieces. I can't stand it anymore. I want to beat Croc away. Dar. Su Kang saw that things had developed to this point, and there was no need to wait any longer. I understand, all of you, go farther away. Although Su Kang's movements were very small, no one should be underestimated at this moment. Friends knew that the other captain, Su Kang, seemed to be able to predict everything and was also the most powerful being on the ship. Miracles happened to him more than once. Don't be ridiculous, even if you are not affected by the sea floor stone, the strength of this kind of fence cannot be underestimated. How long do you think it took me to do these things? Whether it was inciting people to sabotage or acting as the king's army, do you know why I wanted to get this country at all costs? Crocodile asked. Ancient weapon, Pluton. Su Kang told what Crocodile wanted to know most. At the same time, the Shura in Su Kang's hand had also been chopped out. This time, Su Kang slashed out with all his strength without any obstruction or suppression. In the past, Su Kang's slashes were comparable to that of Eagle Eye at that time. You must know that Eagle Eye can deliver the strongest slashes in the world. This red slash appeared, and the fence in front of him was instantly cut open. Not only that, everything around him was also cut open. Due to the rupture of the room, water from the lake outside the rain feast also poured in instantly, and many banana crocodiles rushed in. Crocodile's body was also cut into half, and everything around him became fragmented. Because Su King cut off the cage, Zoro was holding Luffy, Ussop was holding Vivi, and Su King was holding Nami. Su King saw that both Smoker and Robin were unable to move in the lake, so he the foot kicked Smoker to Zoro. Immediately afterwards, Su King became the biggest winner in life. Holding Nami in his left hand and Robin in his right hand, he swam up from the lake. The drowning people were placed on the roadside, and eventually everyone slowly woke up. Su King handed Nami to Usopp Zoro, and he jumped to reach a roof, placing Robin in his arms next to him. Why did you save me? Robin looked at Su King, who was still confused. Su King said, by the way, I found a historical text when I went to Yuba, which may interest you. I marked it with a spiral outside, and you should be able to find it. Then Su King didn't have any nostalgia and used teleportation again to disappear from the place. Unexpectedly, when Su King returned to his friends, he found that he was surrounded by Marine's men. Before Su King could say anything, Sanji suddenly came and rescued everyone. Smoker also took this opportunity to deliberately let Su King, Luffy, and others go. Captain? Aren't you going to chase me? The Marine asked. You can't catch up, stop chasing, and call for backup. Smoker finally let everyone go, with a hint of wanting to help Luffy and Su King. What to do now? Where's Crocodile? Because the Su King sent out just now was too powerful, no one knew what was going on with Crocodile. This guy is definitely not dead, but the top priority is to stop the final battle between the King's army and the rebel army. Su King said. Yes. We have to go to Albina immediately. Vivi also said with great approval. Chapter 75. But how on earth are we going to get to Albina? Even if we rush over now, it's still too late. Everyone then began to get frustrated, but at this time, Chopper arrived in time. Not only that, Chopper also brought friends with eyelashes. Eyelash's friend is a giant crab. It's amazing. This is a moving crab. Moving crabs usually hide in the sand and are called magic crabs. Vivi also said very happily. This guy runs pretty fast. Zoro just saw how fast the moving crab came. Everyone, hurry up. Okay. Let's go. Chopper held the reins and hit it like this, and the huge crab quickly started moving towards the east. Everyone's plan was to go east to the Santa Dora River, but directly cross the Santa Dora River and enter from the west of Albina. The moving crab was moving at an extremely fast speed, raising a cloud of smoke and dust. However, at this moment, a golden hook suddenly floated strangely, and there was sand behind it to connect it. It was obviously Crocodile's ability. The golden hook rushed towards Vivi and easily picked Vivi up. Ah! Everyone was shocked. Stop it! Chopper! Usopp called to stop the moving crab, and Luffy immediately caught Vivi back. It's that guy. Luffy then grabbed the golden hook directly, and he himself followed the golden hook and flew over. Leaving one person to me is enough. You leave immediately. Luffy said. Be sure to escort her well. Send Vivi home safely. Upon seeing this, Su King knew that Luffy was planning to face Crocodile alone. Let's go. Chopper. Let's move towards Albina like this. Su King had no choice. Without Luffy, he had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of leading his companions. Yes, I understand. Chopper then slapped the reins again, and the moving crab continued to move at high speed. Hey! Is Su King leaving Luffy? Usopp was still a little worried about Luffy. Don't worry. As of now, I can only trust Luffy. Su King immediately made a seal after saying this. The art of wood clone. Immediately afterwards, a person who looked exactly like Su King appeared on the spot, and then the clone jumped off the moving crab. This? What the hell is this? Everyone was shocked. The person in front of them turned out to be exactly the same as Su Kang. This is my newly awakened ability. It is able to create a clone. Although it is a clone, its strength is exactly the same as mine. I will leave a wood clone in case something special happens to Luffy. My clone, we should be able to rescue him quickly. Su Kang thought very carefully, and everyone was naturally full of praise for Su Kang. Are you really okay? Vivi looked in Luffy's direction, still worried. It's okay. If the King's army and the rebel army meet on the same road, this country, the kingdom of Alabasta, will disappear. If the only hope that can stop this is you, no matter what happens, you must live. Zoro advised. No matter what happens to one of us in the future. Why is this? Vivi still can't bear it. Vivi, you started the war against this unknown organization, but don't feel like you are fighting alone anymore, Sanji said. Vivi. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm still here. I'm still here. Ussop also cheered. At this time, Vivi shouted loudly, Luffy. We will wait for you in Albina. Okay. Luffy responded, and then he saw Su Kang's appearance. Su Kang? Didn't you leave? Why are you back? Luffy was very confused and was about to blame Su Kang. I'm not Su Kang, I'm Su Kang's wood clone. You can also understand me as Su Kang, but I am not Su Kang's true body. Luffy was speechless. He couldn't understand what Su Kang was talking about. However, two people appeared in front of them, it was Crocodile and Nico Robin. Crocodile and Robin were both a little depressed at this time. After all, Su Kang's attack just now made them fall into the water. It seems Vivi escaped. Robin said. No matter how they escape, the agents have already gathered in Albina. Go and contact them quickly, Crocodile said. I didn't expect Su Kang that your swordsmanship is so superb. I really underestimated you before. Crocodile said. And you, Straw Hat Luffy, actually took the initiative to stay and deal with me? I don't know whether you are brave or stupid. Crocodile said. At this time, Luffy said, that guy is obviously very weak, but he wants to save everyone he meets. It is precisely because he can't throw away anything that he is always in pain. He also hopes that one person in the rebellion will be saved. Don't even die. You don't want anyone to die? She really knows how to say that, that naive peaceful fool, that's because she doesn't know what real fighting is. You think so too, right? Crocodile said. Yeah. But that guy, as long as you are still here, she will fight you to the death, so I have to deal with you here. Luffy roared, his expression became a little different. Haha. It's so boring. It seems you are the hopeless idiot. This is a good example of someone who died because of being too affectionate with others. I have seen many such people. Crocodile said. Then aren't you an idiot too? Luffy said. Nico Robin couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? Do you want to die too? Nico Robin. Crocodile said. If you want, it's up to you, and didn't we agree not to call him by this name? Robin said as he walked. Where are you going? Crocodile asked. I want to go to Albina first, Robin said. What a useless woman, okay. Crocodile then threw the hourglass near Luffy and said, I'll give you 3 minutes. Then, I will have fun with Su Kang. Crocodile now believes that Su Kang is the strongest person. But what you're good at is your swordsmanship, right? But you don't even have a sword, how can you fight me? Crocodile looked at Su Kang's wood clone and said. Although the strength of Su Kang's wood clone is the same as that of Su Kang, it does not mean that everything is 100% copied. Su Kang's Zanpakut cannot be cloned by the clone technique, so Crocodile felt that Su King was not that powerful anymore. Your opponent is me. Crocodile. Su King. Leave it to me. Luffy said. Okay. Su Kang's wood clone itself is not here to fight Crocodile. His mission is to ensure that Luffy can survive. Okay, in that case, I only have 3 minutes to deal with the Straw Hat Boy. If it takes more than that, I won't have the patience. Then, let's get started. Chapter 76. The wind and sand were raging around him, and Luffy stared at Crocodile in front of him. Although Su Kang's wood clone was unlocked not long ago, it was used perfectly. It was precisely because of Su Kang's perfect release that the duration of the wood clone was extended indefinitely. At this time, Su Kang left the venue to Luffy, but he disappeared without a trace. Okay, don't waste time, Straw Hat Boy. Crocodile stared at Luffy in front of him, and then rushed forward. As for Su Kang, he came behind Robin. What are you doing, Mr. Su Kang? Robin quickly spotted Su Kang behind him, and Su Kang didn't want to hide. Su Kang smiled slightly and said, Miss Robin, I think you won't leave just now, right? Maybe you will save Straw Hat Luffy's life when he falls. Robin was a little surprised, but he didn't show any emotion at all. Why do you think so? We are in opposing camps after all, right? Su Kang shook his head and said, No, we are in the same camp. How do you say that? Robin was quite interested in the mysterious boy in front of him. He saved her life before, told her the historical text, and could also tell her about Pluton. These things all whetted Robin's appetite. Your purpose is for the historical text. Although you are in the Baroque works, in the final analysis, it is just to avoid being pursued by Marine and world government. Therefore, you do not want others to know your identity as Nico Robin. Su Kangyu said. Robin became more surprised. Could you be? Robin was a little frightened, and his eyes suddenly became a little evasive when looking at Su Kang. Don't worry, I'm not CP9, and I'm not going to be world government's dog. Su Kang's words showed his disdain for world government and marine, and Robin's doubts were slightly alleviated. Why do you know about CP9? Robin asked again, what do you know? Tell me, it's just the two of us here. I need to know something about you before I can decide whether to kill you. Robin's words had a threatening intent. However, Su Kang said without caring at all, the Su Kang you saw is just a clone. My true body is now heading to Albina with my friends. However, I can represent Su Kang's own will, and also with Su Kang's powerful strength, it's not that easy to kill me. Besides, we are fighting on the same front. Robin said nothing because she had heard too many things that surprised her. Robin, Crocodile can't protect you for much longer, because the Straw Hat Pirates will defeat him. When the time comes, where will you go? You don't belong here, you belong to the world. As O'Hara's last historian home, I hope you can get on our ship, although I don't know what a blank 100 years is, but I hope you find her. When Su Kang told O'Hara and blank 100 years later, Robin was already panicked. You, who are you? Robin no longer knew how to describe his mood at this moment. I am your partner, a strong and trustworthy partner. However, I know that you now want to enter Albina to see the historical text. I will not stop you, but will support you. This is also the reason why I told you the location of the historical text that I know is that Luffy will not die as long as I am here, so you can go to Yuba to find the historical text and then rush to Albina. Leave this to me. Of course, there is no need to make a decision in a hurry now, because Crocodile has not been killed by us yet. Su Kang smiled very elegantly, and then turned towards Luffy and Crocodile. Walking in the same direction, think about it, 3 minutes should be almost there. Robin, on the other hand, was stunned for a long time before he recovered. This guy said that as if it was a matter of course. Why is he so confident? His strength is very strong, but can he really defeat Crocodile? Robin wanted to say something else, but Su King had disappeared in front of him. When Su King appeared, Crocodile had already killed Luffy. A novice like you who talks big can get whatever he wants. Crocodile knocked Luffy to the ground, surrounded by a very violent sandstorm. Yabu will die in the final sandstorm. Then the rebels will be even more angry, right? The outdated thought of thinking about others will lead to the destruction of the entire country. Crocodile's figure was illuminated by the setting sun. Looks very bloody. The same goes for you, Straw Hat Luffy. If you abandon those boring feelings, you might be able to live longer. Before Crocodile could finish his words, Luffy grabbed his wrist. Do you mean you're still alive? Crocodile then abandoned Luffy in a depression in the desert. Luffy fell into the sand in great pain. You look in pain. But you can relax soon, he. After Crocodile finished speaking, Luffy was sucked deep into the sand. At this moment, just listen to the sound of whoosh. A figure flashed, and then Su King came behind Crocodile holding Luffy in his hands. What? What a speed! I didn't see it clearly at all. Crocodile turned his head and saw that the person coming was Su King. Demon Su King? Are you here to die too? No matter what, the outcome is the same. You too will die here. I don't have time to make trouble with you. Come on. Although Crocodile was frightened, he was still very arrogant. The corners of Su King's mouth raised. He specializes in dealing with such pretentious enemies. Sorry, Su King, I don't have the strength anymore. Luffy said at this time, unable to move. Ha! It doesn't matter, just take a good rest here. Su King took out some water and handed it to Luffy, who then teleported to Crocodile's back again. What is this? Crocodile couldn't help but ask. This ability to move instantly made him unable to react. Do you know how Xiao Li beat Gaara? Su King asked. What? Crocodile did not understand what Su King meant. I'll let you learn a lesson. Su King disappeared with a whoosh. Are you doing this again? Crocodile gritted his teeth and turned back. He estimated that Su King appeared behind him again. However, this was not the case this time. Su King appeared in front of Crocodile in an instant, and then punched out. This punch was also mixed with the power of the devil fruit, and there was a faint shadow of the devil outside the skin, like Dante in Devil May Cry is turned on. Bang! Crocodile's stomach exploded with a punch, but Crocodile smiled proudly and said, "It's useless, my fruit power has no solution." Incomprehensible? Are you kidding me? Chapter 77. Humph! What a tough talk! Crocodile turned into an element, and part of his body turned into sand. Crocodile tried to transform into the desert, and then tightly restrained Su King, but something he didn't expect happened. Su King suddenly appeared behind Crocodile and punched him again. The punch hit Crocodile's head with a bang. Of course, Crocodile was fine, but before he could catch Su King, Crocodile once again discovered that Su King had disappeared. Bang! 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 Su King just flashed, and every time he flashed, Crocodile would be beaten into sand, and then he flashed again. 3 minutes have passed long ago, but Su King is still lively and energetic. On the other hand, Crocodile is in a miserable state. Although he can be immune to all damage due to the naturalization of the Shasha fruit, Crocodile is still full of anger. A hole! A hole! Crocodile was a little angry. "UBD, don't run away if you can. Do you dare to accept my attack?" Boom! Su King punched Crocodile's head again. "Okay. Since you are so confident in your attack, I will try it myself." Su King then stopped moving at super high speed, but stayed still, waiting for Crocodile's attack. Desert Sword. Crocodile raised his arm high, and finally it completely turned into sand, and then he smashed it down heavily. Boom! The sand in front of him was directly split into two, which showed that Crocodile's move was powerful enough to break gold and stone. But Su King didn't believe in this evil. His whole body was filled with black light, and his eyes turned into 3 Megatama Sharingan, making him look even more majestic. Su Kang's demon wings were directly in front of his eyes. Ha! This guy is dead. Crocodile was naturally full of confidence. No one had ever been able to block his move. However, just when Crocodile thought he would kill Su Kang, something unexpected happened to him. Devil's wings actually blocked his ultimate move like this. How is this possible? This is impossible. No one has ever survived after being hit by this. With those bullshit wings. Did they actually block it? Crocodile's heart was filled with disbelief at this time. How could he, the majestic Shishibukai, a great pirate on the sea, meet such a freak? What kind of fruit is this? Although Crocodile knew that Su King was called a demon, he never understood why others called him that. Su King said, "You want it?" "Sorry, there is no such fruit on this earth, but I got it. This is a super devil fruit, a devil fruit with the power of the devil. You probably don't know the meaning of devil fruits yet, right? Forget it, a little pirate like you only wants to know about a weak ancient weapon like Pluton. As for the super devil fruit, forget it. Su King is actually nonsense, how does he know the definition of a devil fruit? It's just to show off and scare Crocodile. Pluton. Ancient weapon, the power that can destroy a country? It is weak in your mouth? How ignorant you are! Although Crocodile said this, he immediately said, "Demon boy. You said that what exactly is a super devil fruit?" "Ha! Who am I to tell you? I've said before that a little pirate like you doesn't deserve to know. This kind of thing is something that even Gold Roger has not figured out." Su King started to brag again. Chlorcatter was furious. "If you have the ability, you can resist all my attacks." At this time, Crocodile took out his hand without the golden hook, then slapped it on the ground, and said, "Erosion of reincarnation." Immediately afterwards, the originally lifeless desert was once again deprived of the right to survive. A huge deep pit instantly formed around it, and Su King had no choice but to hide. Crocodile's hands can absorb water and make the surrounding water disappear. As long as Su King is caught, he will naturally be killed. Ha! Crawlcatter was naturally very happy when he saw that Su King finally chose to jump in the air, because it was impossible to avoid in the air. "You're dead, Su King." Crocodile grinned, and instantly formed a sandstorm in his hand and threw it towards Su King. At this time, Su King began to form seals. "I learned this ninjutsu after imitating it for a long time. Crocodile, you are the first one to taste this technique," Su King said after completing the seal, water-style waterfall technique. Logically speaking, creating water in the desert is an extremely innocent thing. However, among Hokage, the real water-style master can create water shock waves out of thin air to attack the opponent in a waterless environment. Su King has the blood of Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki, and his chakra power can be called a humanoid-tailed beast. Su King learned this move when he was watching anime since childhood. If he used it at this time, he would be Crocodile's natural enemy. Seeing that his sandstorm was about to kill Su King, water suddenly appeared around Su King out of thin air. The water just hit the sandstorm, and the sandstorm met the water, and for some reason, it gradually subsided. Crocodile was dumbfounded at this time, looking at everything in front of him and not knowing what to say. This guy, this is... Su King can create water out of thin air, and the thing Crocodile fears most is naturally water. As long as Crocodile's body is exposed to water, it will not be naturalized, which is equivalent to the temporary failure of the Shasha fruit. Su Kang's waterfall technique not only dispersed the sandstorm, but also knocked Crocodile away with great impact. However, Unfortunately, the waterfall created by Su King is composed of water vapor and does not possess the energy of the sea, so it cannot become the natural enemy of espers. But, imagine what if you met pirates on the sea? No matter how powerful the pirate is, he can defeat all the giant waterfalls of seawater in one shot, and even the ability users can be easily killed by Su King. Su King understood his own wit after thinking about it. Oh my god, I almost ignored such a powerful ability. It seems that I will develop like Poseidon in the future. The system seemed to hear Su Kang's voice and immediately responded, "Hello host. In fact, you can choose the direction of the reward. If you want any reward, you can let me know." What? Su King asked immediately, why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't even ask, the current sign-in reward status is random. In other words, rewards such as Pirate Dragon Ball Hokage Shinigami will appear. If you like Hokage's ability, you can set it as Hokage reward. If you like Pirate's ability, you can also set it as a Hokage reward. It can be set as a pirate, of course, you can also set 2, and you will get 2 random rewards. System, you're doing it as an afterthought again. Chapter 78. Su King was very speechless. To be honest, I really don't know how to choose. After all, the gap in combat power between these worlds is quite large. The Dragon Ball world can destroy a planet or a universe at every turn. If we were to put it into this world, we don't know what would happen. Su King expressed his thoughts. In the end, Su King decided to temporarily locate himself among the pirate Hokage. However, while Su King was busy communicating with the system, he discovered that after using water style, he could not find Crocodile no matter what. That's wrong. What's going on with this guy? He was defeated by me, so he shouldn't be able to use the power of the Shasha fruit. Why is he missing? Su King asked. At this time, the system once again acted in hindsight. Host, a person was rescued by a bunch of hands just now. I saw that you and I were having a great conversation, so naturally I didn't disturb him, the system said. Su King was also speechless. System, that guy is Shishibukai. Enemy, you saw it and didn't tell me? Are you kidding me? Su King originally wanted to hunt down Crocodile. As long as he killed Crocodile, then this time the mission to Alabasta is over. I believe other partners in Vivi are also capable of quelling the battle between the King's army and the rebel army. However, this goes against Su Kang's original intention. The reason why Su King left Wood Clone here was to rescue Luffy, and Crocodile did not die in Su Kang's hands now because Su King and Robin had an unspoken understanding. Su King is waiting for Robin to enter the royal tomb of Alabasta and read the historical text. If they follow normal methods, King Cobra will definitely not let them in, and it will be troublesome then. Where's Crocodile? I'm going to fight him off. I was careless just now. Luffy said with shame. He was obviously beaten to death by Crocodile just now, but after recovering, he wanted to find him single-handedly again. Crocodile. At this time, after Luffy drank Su Kang's water, his body immediately recovered a lot. Su Kang? How about it? Did you kill that guy? Or did you defeat that guy? Luffy immediately said angrily, I can only knock that guy away. You don't want that guy. Get ahead of me. Su King could only smile bitterly and said, Luffy, you think too highly of me, don't you? That's Shishibukai, Crocodile, the guy with the Logia fruit. Most people can't defeat him, but this guy has a huge shortcoming. Cons let me see. Luffy's head started to spin rapidly, and then Luffy said, so that's it, is it blood? No. It's water, right? The move I saw you just made brought a lot of water. Washed him away directly, and the guy didn't seem to turn into annoying sand. Su King didn't expect that Luffy, a single-celled creature, would actually grow. He couldn't help but nodded and said, yes. I have almost used chakra. After all, this is my first ninjutsu and I still haven't fully mastered it. Next, take this water storage bag, I'm going to get some water. Then, just run towards the west with all your strength, and I will do my best to take you further. Su King said for a long time, but he didn't expect that Luffy returned to his previous state again and didn't understand anything. However, these are not very important. Luffy only needs to understand that Su King will summon water again. It is enough. I said. Why did you disappear? Why did you summon water? If you can really summon water, wouldn't this country be saved? Luffy also said happily. You're right, so we need to set off to stop the Baroque Working Society's mission and defeat Crocodile. That guy must have been heading towards Albina. Su King said very seriously. At this time, there was no time to discuss other issues with Luffy. Okay. Come on. I'm going to fight off Crocodile. Luffy became serious again. At this time, Su King also condensed the chakra seal and used ninjutsu again, water-style waterfall technique. This time, the water that appeared out of thin air was not that much. No matter how much Su King chakra was, there was no way to refine more water. However, there was no problem for Luffy to praise Albina with this water. Wow! Su King! You are so awesome! Although I don't understand what you mean, but you are not the real you, are you? Leave the rest to me. You have to protect everyone. Luffy said enthusiastically. Yeah. Su Kang's wood clone said, and then caught Luffy. Hey, what are you doing? Luffy didn't understand Su Kang's purpose. Su Kang then smiled and said, the next step is my full strength, which you probably haven't seen before. Get ready. I'll take you flying. Luffy. Su King then started running directly, like the wind. After completing his run-up, Su King directly stretched out his demonic wings that covered the sky and the sun, and finally started to flap. The whole body then rushed towards the Santala River in the east at an extremely fast speed. I don't know how long it took, but Su King said, that's it, my chakra. In other words, my energy is not enough. Next, it's up to you to go to Albina. Whoops! Su King slowly disappeared, giving Luffy a huge buffer time, so Luffy was able to land smoothly. Su Kang's wood clone turned into a piece of wood and disappeared into the desert. Su Kang, who was moving with everyone on the moving crab at the moment, smiled and said, don't worry, Luffy is not dead. That guy Crocodile also knows how powerful I am. Ah! Everyone looked at Su King and asked, how did you know this time? Su King responded, after my clone disappears, all memories will be transferred to me. Albina is right in front of us. Baroque Works must have made full preparations. Vivi said at this time. It seems we have to think of something. Their target should be Vivi, right? Zoro said. Yes, Princess Vivi is a friend of the rebel army Kosha, and she is also a princess. Logically speaking, both parties will listen to her. Su King said. But, it's not that simple, right? Su King, you also said that there are Baroque agents instigating both camps, right? Sanji said. Wouldn't that mean, there's no way to stop it? Ussop was also a little worried at this time. Albina, there are 4 gates. The enemies of Baroque Works will stop us at the East Gate, West Gate, and South Gate. Why don't we find a way to hide it? Vivi seemed to have some ideas. Ha! Then let's do it. Su King told everyone his plan. Everyone looked at Su King and said approvingly, okay. Just follow what Su King said. This is really a brilliant plan. Chapter 79. As for Su Kang's method, he naturally used his cloak and used confusion tactics with his friends in pairs. Go to the East Gate, West Gate, and South Gate respectively. In this way, the agents of Baroque Works also faced 2 opponents. All the Baroque Club members guessed wrong. It turned out that the person in front of them was not Princess Vivi at all. As for Su King himself, he followed Vivi and protected her. Knowing that Vivi is the target of the enemy, Su King naturally puts protecting Vivi first. Thank you, everyone. Vivi looked at Albina, then prayed, and then looked at Su King and said, Su King, thank you. We have to hurry up, the rebels have arrived. Okay, you go your own way, and I'll just follow you. After Su King finished speaking, he followed Vivi silently. Vivi rode her Karu duck and rushed forward quickly. The Straw Hats and others wanted to make Baroque Works mistakenly think that they would go to the king's army. However, Vivi's current purpose is not to go to the king, but to stop the rebel army Kosa. I will definitely stop them. If I fail, everything I have done before will be in vain. Vivi said. At this time, the king's army, that is, the guards of the royal city, were working hard to prepare for defense. The number of rebels was as high as 2 million, which was already an exaggeration. Vivi finally reached the only way to the royal city, where she waited for the rebels. Su King, leave it to me, you must not take action. Vivi reminded her again and again, fearing that Su King would do something to protect her. Don't worry, it won't happen. But if you can't convince them, I won't hurt their lives. After a long time of repeated assurances, Vivi was satisfied. Dust was flying in front of my eyes, and dense crowds of people and camels could be seen. Even the earth began to shake. Please, Chief. Just listen to what I have to say. Vivi thought worriedly. Su King was standing nearby, standing with no sense of presence. At this time, he must obey Vivi's opinion first. Don't disperse, everyone. Break through towards the south gate. Then open the main gate from the inside. Get ready for me, said the leader of the rebel army, Kosha, riding a camel as fast as lightning, followed by thousands of troops. Extremely magnificent. Stop! Rebels! This battle was planned by others. Vivi opened her hands, trying to stop the progress of the rebels. Please, listen to what I have to say. Vivi shouted loudly, but no one was willing to listen to her. At this moment, a shell was fired from somewhere. Su King naturally knew that this shell was fired by the Baroque spy of the king's army. Put away your little thoughts. Su King was walking like flying, and the shura in his hand had been unsheathed. Immediately afterwards, Su King immediately waved the shura in his hand, and the cannonball was cut into 2 halves. Kosha saw Vivi in front of him and immediately waved his hand, causing the thousands of troops to stop. Of course, at this time, there were also many Baroque spies among the rebels, and they all took the initiative to attack Su King and Vivi. I haven't given the order yet. Before Kosha could finish his words, he saw that the handsome man in front of him was among the bullets and started dancing like a ghost. Those bullets missed Su King, and after Su King dodged them, he was able to cut those bullets in half with his godlike swordsmanship. It is understandable to cut artillery shells, but even bullets can be cut in half, which is still a relatively advanced rifle bullet, which is very shocking. Who are you? Tell me your name. Kosha asked immediately when he saw someone stopping his army in front of him. Kosa, do you know Duo? Do you know Princess Vivi? Please listen to her before attacking the king's army again. Su King said. Seeing that Kosha and Vivi had already met, Su King did not take anything lightly. He knew that there were spies from Baroque on both sides. If he was not careful, Vivi might be killed, so Su King spread his wings and collected Vivi. Stand up! Dodo! Vivi! Kosha certainly wouldn't forget her father's name, and of course, she wouldn't forget her friend's name either. Stop! Kosha! This war was designed by others. The one who really benefits from it is Crocodile. The king has disappeared. The king you saw is an agent of Baroque Works who possesses a devil fruit. The leader of this secret service organization is none other than Crocodile. His purpose is to consume our power and control Alabasta. Vivi told Koja everything she knew very anxiously. Koja was also very shocked. I see, were we actually deceived? Could it be said that Crocodile was also responsible for the drought in Alabasta? Koja also asked very eagerly. Although at first, he wanted to doubt Vivi, but Vivi risked her life to stop him. This has already been explained. Everything. In addition, Koja also felt that everything was too coincidental. There are no weapons, but God has given us a chance to have weapons? The king's army was several times stronger than his own, but suddenly they all rebelled and became their own rebel army? Why has Alabasta been in drought for so long? If all this is a coincidence, it does not make sense. At this time, Koja has put me in a dilemma. He is now in a dilemma. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared. Koja was suddenly knocked to the ground by an attack from the king's army. Because Su King wants to protect Vivi, it is impossible for him to protect Koja too. However, the trigger of the matter was here. Seeing their leader knocked down by the king's army, the rebels were once again incited. Attack the royal city of Albina. Avenge our leader Koja. Yes. Revenge. Revenge. These troops were originally ready to stop, but at this time, their inner hatred was once again aroused. Su King gritted his teeth angrily for the first time. These Baroque agents were simply too insidious. Crocodile, it seems that you insist on inciting the two sides to fight? In this case, I will make your wish come true again. When the time comes, your expression will be very interesting. Su King thought in his heart. At this time, Vivi was also in tears. She didn't expect that she had tried her best to stop it, but in the end, she still got such a result. Countless rebels rushed towards Su King and Vivi again. We are for the country. We don't want a king. This is the final battle. What to do? Chief. Vivi shouted at the top of her lungs, but no one could hear her. Leave it to me, Vivi. Don't worry, I won't hurt them. Su King pulled out the shura from his waist again, and then slashed it out with a knife. Chapter 80. As soon as shura came out, a red light suddenly appeared. The originally dry air around him was once again filled with the smell of blood. This time Su King kept his promise. Although he pulled out shura, he did not kill anyone, but slashed at the person in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the crimson sword energy rushed out, and finally, the sword energy struck about 1 meter in front of the rebel army. Just hearing the sound of rumbling, the earth suddenly began to tremble. Fa, what happened? What on earth is going on? Is this an earthquake? Look. What is that? Whether it was the king's army or the rebel army, they all looked at the place where Su Kang's sword energy struck out in great shock. That place has turned into an abyss, and no one knows how deep it is. Yes, Su King slashed out with his sword, and a deep pit appeared around him. The length of this pit was extremely long, like a rift valley, and its width was at least 2 meters. No one expected that Su Kang's slashing attack was so powerful, and he stopped the advancing rebel army with one move. The people from the Baroque working group in the rebel army immediately said, "Find a way to get over. Prepare something like a ladder. If it's not possible, you can go around it." However, after seeing Su Kang's action, the rebels were no longer so impulsive. They all thought that if they angered the person in front of them, everyone would be hacked to death by him, right? The king's army had no reason to attack at this time, because the rebel army could not get close at all. As for the rebel army, they could only stay where they were before they thought of a way. Since you don't want to hear what Vivi said, then just follow the method I told you. Su King then grabbed Vivi and planned to run towards the Albina royal city. The war is now unavoidable, Su King cannot kill everyone, and it is quite difficult to find those Baroque agents alone. To be honest, Su King can only take Vivi back to the palace temporarily. At this time, Ussop suddenly appeared in front of Su King and Vivi. Ussop said, "Vivi, let's go quickly. I have a horse. You all come up. If we don't hurry up, the rebellion will become more and more serious. Hurry up," Ussop urged. However, seeing this abnormal situation, Vivi also directly doubted it. "Ussop, prove it to me." "What? Do you think you doubt me? Look." Ussop showed his left hand, and sure enough, it had the bandage. No. Even though Vivi saw the bandage, she still didn't believe it. Vivi then looked at Su King. "Yes, he is not." Su King nodded. "You must know that before applying the bandage, everyone also made a cross mark on their wrist. This is considered a double mark. If it is only a single mark, it can be easily seen through by others. Therefore, Ussop did not show the symbol inside, which is obviously fake." Sure enough, the Ussop in front of him suddenly changed his face and became the Mr. 2 he had seen before, that is, Funk Ray. Why was it exposed? It should be perfect. Xiao Zero reported that everyone was wearing the same logo. Mr. 2 also said with a playful smile. "Mr. 2, hello, we are half friends, right? You still remember that we saved your life, right? Don't you plan to repay this kindness?" Su King knew that Mr. 2 in front of him was very happy. They value friendship, so they directly use the power of moral kidnapping. "It turns out it's you. Demon Su King. You deceived me so hard. Of course I can let you go, but I want to say that my goal is to kill Princess Vivi. Princess Vivi, this desert is your tomb." Mr. 2 was very straightforward and launched the attack without any delay. Su King grabbed Vivi and Karu and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, they were already in front of the royal city. "So fast. But I won't let you escape." Mr. 2 chased after him with all his strength. With the help of Su King, the Karu duck suddenly gained the ability to fly, and instantly flew to the top of the cliff, throwing Mr. 2 away. However, Mr. 2 was no ordinary person and immediately caught up with him again. Rushing towards the palace of Albina, at this time, the Karu duck stayed in order to stop Mr. 2. Then the Karu duck troops and Sanji came to support. At this time, the Karu duck and Vivi saved. "Let's go. Vivi. You still have your things to do, right? Leave this to me." Sanji chose to take over and deal with Mr. 2, while Su King continued to bring Vivi and an umbrella. "Go to the palace." Now that King Cobra has disappeared, he was naturally captured by Baroque's people. Su King wants to rescue him without ruining the plot, and find the captain of the guard team to tell him the conspiracy behind the war. Baroque's agents have arrived, the war has begun, and Crocodile and Robin seem to have arrived at the palace. Vivi found Jackal Jaka and told him everything. Then the sand suddenly came and finally condensed into a human shape. "It's really nerve-wracking. It was a good battle. I didn't expect you and Miss Wednesday to interfere with it." Crocodile looked very tired at this time. It was obvious that he was fighting Su King Wood clone. Was injured. Crocodile. After Vivi looked at Crocodile in front of her, she saw King Cobra in his hand. "Your Majesty the King!" Jaka shouted. "Father!" Vivi was also very worried about her father's life. "I said Crocodile, your strength is not that great. What do you want to do now?" Su King looked at Crocodile in front of him with a relaxed look. "Ha! Do you think what will happen if you beat me by luck?" Crocodile did not show any fear of Su King. Winning a game, did this guy defeat Crocodile? Jaka looked at Su King in surprise and thought to himself. "If I beat you once, I can beat you 10,000 times. However, I have agreed that the person who beats you is Luffy. As the captain, I have to give this opportunity to him." Su King said nonchalantly, his words it is full of contempt for Crocodile's strength. "Haha! Is that the Straw Hat Boy? He is a rare newcomer, but he is not qualified to deal with me. Crocodile almost killed Luffy not long ago. If Su King hadn't saved Luffy, Luffy would have taken advantage of him. Don't brag, you are no match for Luffy, you only rely on the power of the Logia fruit. Su King said. Ha, as long as he appears again, I will kill him completely and won't give you any time to save him. Crocodile's expression was very scary, and he seemed to be serious this time. If I guess correctly, you are afraid of water, right? As long as I can use the same move that defeated you, no matter how strong you are, I will kill you in an instant. Su King also calmly threatened him. Rockdale. Chapter 81. Perhaps Su King's words shocked Crocodile, and Crocodile didn't speak much at this time. Immediately afterwards, roars could be heard outside the palace. It seems that the rebel army has entered the city. Su King guessed. Su King's move just now, although very impressive, could only temporarily stop the rebel army. The purpose of the Baroque agents was to get the two sides to fight, so they provoked each other, and finally quickly thought of a way to rush through the place. The king's army resisted desperately, but they could clearly feel that the pressure was increasing. Su King, even if you can defeat me, I can't destroy this country. Crocodile smiled proudly. As long as I can defeat you, I can save this country. Su King said very firmly. Humph. Crocodile snorted coldly. Vivi looked at Cobra in front of her and said sadly, Father. I'm sorry, Vivi, I actually wasted the opportunity you worked so hard to create. Cobra said. Really, is this the conversation between father and daughter who haven't seen each other for a long time? Crocodile didn't seem to care much about Su King at this time, because Cobra's life was in his hands. As long as Su King dared to mess up, come and he will kill the king. On the surface Su King was afraid, but in fact he was stalling for time. He planned to let Cobra take everyone over before taking action against Crocodile. Miss Wednesday, I have no intention of letting you father and daughter live. It is natural for the kingdom to perish and the royal family to perish with it, right? But before the throne is replaced, I have something to ask you, the current king. Crocodile slowly walked up to King Cobra. That is my biggest goal, Cobra, where is Pluton? Crocodile asked. When he heard the word Pluton, Cobra's expression changed drastically, and he seemed to be frightened by these two words. This shows that Cobra himself knows about Pluton. UBD, why do you know this name? Cobra asked. What on earth is Pluton? What on earth is that guy talking about? This is not the first time I heard this name. Su King also said it before. Vivi looked at Su King, and Su King he shook his head slowly, indicating that he would remain calm for the time being. Vivi saw that Su King had no intention of taking action. She believed that Su King had his own plans, so she did not move. Pluton, I heard that one shot can make the entire island disappear. He is the most evil ancient weapon in the world with the name of God. He should be sleeping in a corner of this country. Crocodile continued briefly. Explained. Vivi was really confused. That kind of ancient weapon actually exists in this country? Father has known about this for a long time. Jaka also said, is it a secret inherited with the throne? It was my goal from the beginning. As long as I have it, I can build the strongest military country here. Crawlcatter said. Just for this? You do it. Everyone thought Crocodile's actions were a bit unbelievable. As long as I have this, even if I want to bring those pirates under my umbrella, it will be a piece of cake. By increasing my power, I will one day gain power above the world government, a country like a dream. Crocodile said with some fanaticism. There is absolutely no way a world government would allow that kind of thing. Cobra said. That's right, that's why I need it, the powerful Pluton. Crocodile said. Although I don't know where you heard this name, even I don't know where he is, and I'm not even sure if it exists somewhere in this country. Cobra said. I see. It seems that what you said is not a lie. I have thought about this possibility before, and I also understand that this thing may not really exist. At this time, Su King spoke. No, this thing exists. Cobra feels a little strange. Su King. Vivi also looked at Su King, wondering what Su King wanted to do. Go on, it seems you know. Crocodile asked. The three ancient weapons, Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus, I know the whereabouts of two of them, but I just don't want to tell you, so what can you do? Su King talked for a long time, but in fact it still whetted Crocodile's appetite, but he was not told the information, which made everyone sigh in relief. It seems you want to die. Crocodile became more and more angry, but he still breathed a sigh of relief and said, forget it, you are all going to die anyway, whether it is the rebel army or the king's army, when the time comes they will all be killed by powerful artillery shells. All of you will die. That's a 5-kilometer diameter bomb. The scenery from here should be red, right? The war will end, but on my terms. Crocodile said. You really don't take human life seriously. I want to beat you even more. Su King said calmly. Why? Why do you have the heart to do such a thing? How could they ever feel sorry for you? Vivi shouted angrily at Crocodile. It's so boring. Crocodile ignored Vivi, but turned to Cobra and asked, where are the texts recording history? Why do you even know this? Vivi asked. If I tell you this place, it's okay, I'll take you there. Cobra finally compromised for some unknown reason. Princess Vivi, I can't bear it anymore. At this time, Jackal Jaka pulled out his knife. The crocodile in front of him also turned into sand in an instant. To deal with Jackal Jaka, Crocodile would probably be ruthless, so Su King directly clasped his hands together, and then, a wood clone was created. Wood clone stood in front of Jackal Jaka, while Su King walked in front of Crocodile in an instant. Sand Crocodile, don't act rashly, otherwise, I won't be as merciful as before. Su King said calmly. Everyone was watching all this with shock, especially Crocodile. Demon boy! What's going on? Why, you turned into two. Is it your fruit ability again? Create water out of thin air, be able to clone yourself, have demon-like abilities, and move extremely fast. How many abilities do you have? In other words, who are you? Crocodile finally put it into his heart all the questions were asked. None of your business. Su King faced Shishibukai without any fear at all. At this moment, Su King received a prompt from the system. Congratulations host. Sign-in is successful. Staying in Alabasta for a long time will reward you with a practical ninjutsu gift pack. What the hell? Does it have to be now? Yes. It's now, the system responded. Chapter 82. Su King was immediately shocked by the system's words. Why is it at this time? System, before you gave me rewards after arriving at a place, then after leaving the island, and now? It was directly when I was fighting. I have never seen anyone give me rewards during the battle. It's a reward. Su King couldn't help but complain. Oh. I see. It seems that you are not very satisfied with my service. In that case, I won't give it to you, the system said immediately. No. No. Since you've already given it away, I won't say anything. Su King looked at Crocodile in front of him and said, anyway, Crocodile doesn't dare to act rashly now. Let me see what ninjutsu you gave me. Su King then browsed the items sent by the system very carefully and found that this ninjutsu gift package was very practical. It contained some commonly used 5-element escape techniques, such as water shockwave, water barrier, and so on. Of course, the most important thing is that there is the dragon and tiger free technique from Nagato. Although this move is used to detect ninjutsu, it can make it start raining within a radius of several kilometers. Although these rains are made using chakra, they are full of life. Suking already knew how to use this move. Crocodile knew that Suking was difficult to deal with, but seeing that Suking had no intention of saving Cobra, he didn't know what to do for a moment. Do you want me to take action? At this time, in order to express his position, Robin asked Crocodile beside him. Crocodile just shook his head slightly and said, "You can't be his opponent, but I'll leave it to you to deal with that jackal Jaka." "Humph! I will never let anyone slaughter me," Jaka said aggressively when he saw that their target had become him, and then directly transformed into a jackal form. Yes, Gaka is the owner of the Devil Fruit Canine Fruit Jackal form, and animal-type abilities can enhance himself. Jaka took the initiative and rushed towards Crocodile, but directly penetrated Crocodile's body. Don't forget, Crocodile is the owner of the Shasha fruit. Although he is also a user with fruit abilities, Logia's advantages are greater than those of the animal type. Suking naturally would not let the friendly troops die in the hands of Crocodile. Just when Suking was about to start forming seals, a figure appeared here. It was Kosha who had just recovered from the attack. Kosha was shocked when he saw this scene. What's going on? I originally planned to persuade the king's army. As a result, even the king was about to be killed by the country's hero. Kosa's head is very messy now. Although the rebel army is now occupying, he had a certain advantage, but Kosha also smelled an unusual atmosphere in this battle. His attack seemed to have been arranged by others. This is really an unbelievable sight. Kosha now somewhat believes that the man behind the scenes is Crocodile. And Crocodile no longer concealed himself and laughed directly. Things are getting interesting. Now is the time for a fierce battle. Unexpectedly, the leaders of both sides have met again. It seems that this war has turned into a battle of lizards with their heads screwed off. You seem confused, but this is a natural reaction. It's very simple. Just use your imagination to imagine the worst scenario in your mind. At this time, he was still in a blackened state. Robin said. Kosha has finally determined one thing. This country was brought into war by himself, and this was all designed by others. Vivi. Who took away the rain in this country? Kosha confirmed again. It's me. Kosha. What you misunderstood is what the king did. It was all a trap set by my company. You have been very interesting in the past 2 years. The royal family and the king's army have been fooled by us. Ha 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 ha. If you didn't know this fact, you would have died much sooner. Kralkatter laughed at Kosha. Cobra shouted, don't listen to his nonsense. Kosha. You still have things to accomplish. Try your best to save the people. In less than half an hour, the square in front of the palace will be blown up. Got it. Cobra told Kosha about the bomb in the square. And Kosha naturally planned to do his best to tell his men that there was a bomb in the square. When Suking saw this, he immediately stopped him. You, why stopped me? Kosha asked. Vivi, tell me. Suking looked at Vivi. He knew that Vivi had the same judgment as him. Kosa. What you do will make the people below panic, and then war will be even more inevitable, right? Crocodile was also surprised by what Vivi did. What a wise choice. What you should do has been determined from the beginning, which is to stop this designed rebellion. This is something only you can do. Vivi said sadly. It was originally a war that could be avoided, but in the end it still developed into what it is now. But if we work hard to prevent it, there is indeed hope. Do you think I will let you leave here so easily? Crocodile then launched a direct attack on Kosha. At this time, Jackal Jaka transformed and blocked Crocodile's golden hook attack. I am Jaka, the Jackal who is the patron saint of Alabasta. I will never let you hurt them. Jaka said with a sense of faith. As long as I am alive, I will fight. Jackal said desperately. This is called stupidity. Crocodile was very nonchalant about this. You all go do what you want to do. I can still block him for a few minutes. Jackal Jaka said with great effort. And then, Kosha really walked out of the palace and said to the people below, hurry up and do what Vivi said, we are no longer pursuing victory or defeat, we want to stop this war. The king's army below were somewhat unexpected. At this time, Kosha picked up the weapon in his hand and said, I will inform the rebels, telling them that this war is meaningless, telling them that we have no reason to continue fighting. In order to stop bleeding in vain, hurry up and raise the white flag. I'm begging you. At this time, the rebel army's attack became more and more fierce. They rushed towards the bell tower and entered the nearby square. We are almost at the square in front of the palace. Prepare to attack. However, when they arrived, they found that the king's army had raised a white flag. A leader was shocked when he saw this scene and said, White flag? The king's army has raised the white flag of surrender. At this time, they noticed that there was a Kosha leader among the king's army. Chapter 83. Mr. Kosha. Is it Mr. Kosha? Why is Mr. Kosha here? The rebels were very puzzled. Kosha desperately said, the war is over. All the troops calmed down their anger. Put down their weapons. The king's army has no intention to fight anymore. At this time, Vivi also prayed, stop. Su King said, Kosa was attacked by the Baroque people before. There are already agents lurking in the king's army and the rebel army. If the agents of the Baroque working group in the king's army suddenly launch an attack, I think, war is inevitable, right? What? Kosa. Danger. At this time, Vivi felt that she was still too naive. Is it true? Mr. Kosha, the rebel soldiers asked. Well, the battle is over. At this moment, Kosha was indeed hit. The person who did it was naturally Crocodile's subordinate, the agent who arranged to enter the king's army. And the next scene can be imagined. The rebels who originally had no reason to fight changed once again because their leader was hit. But Kosha desperately wanted to speak, but the surroundings were filled with dust for no reason. No one can hear what Kosha said. Su King said to Vivi, Crocodile, I have already guessed this trick. Go and save him. Su King. Please. Vivi said with tears at this time. Don't worry. I will protect Princess Vivi and His Majesty the King. At this time, Jackal Jaka also said reliably. It doesn't matter, I have to Wood Clone to go back and rescue Kosha. Su King said that Wood Clone had disappeared from the place at this time. Naturally, Kosha could not die so easily. After Su King saw Kosha, he immediately used Sage Jutsu to heal his injuries. The people around them were instigated by people from the Baroque working group, and they fought together again. The war that should have stopped here has just started again. You have worked very hard, but no one can hear your voice anymore. Robin said to Cobra beside him. What about you? Su King, what will you do next? Robin was also looking forward to what Su King would do. Is it your fault? This dust whirlwind? Crocodile. Vivi stared at Crocodile and said. It's not over yet. As long as we can prevent the shelling after 15 minutes, we can reduce the number of victims. Vivi seemed to have regained hope. That will stop the rebellion. Wake up. Your Highness. Your idealism is ugly and unrealistic. The so-called ideal requires only powerful people to express reality, and you don't have that qualification. Rockdar looked at Vivi and said. Su King was guarding Vivi at this time, and Crocodile, who knew Su King's strength well, did not dare to be too presumptuous. Although it is ugly, I will not give up on my ideals. How can someone like you understand? I am the princess of this country. I will never surrender to you. Vivi was very strong at this time, and Su Kang's heart was also shaken. Vivi is infected. What an unlovable woman, said Crocodile. I won't give up, I want to save this country. Vivi said. There are still 15 minutes left before the bombardment of the square. Reinforcements from the rebel army will continue to gather here. You guys are running to the explosion area one after another without even knowing your own fate. If you had just told the king about the explosion, in the case of the military, even if there is a panic, at least thousands and tens of thousands of lives can be saved. Your naive idea of wanting to save everything will only lead to the death of all the citizens you love most. Chlorcater looked at Vivi and said proudly. From beginning to end, every guy is so ridiculous. You bastards in this country, you have worked so hard for your 2 years of spy work in our company. In the end, you did nothing to stop the rebellion. How can you stop the rebellion? What is saving the kingdom? It is precisely because I play with you that boring ideal that innocent victims continue to appear. Let me tell you, you cannot save the entire country, Your Highness Princess. Go to hell. Crocodile launched an attack directly at Su King and Vivi. The sand swept towards Su King. Vivi, I told you, I will protect you. Crocodile, such a weak opponent, I said I would leave it to Luffy. Don't worry, the bombs here will not explode. And the war will stop. When Su King said these words, he did not take them too seriously, but they gave people a feeling that they would definitely be true. Hey! Su King formed the seal at an astonishing speed. He completed it in a few seconds, and then said, Water-style water barrier. Su King's water barrier does not only have one side, but is a 360-degree defensive ninjutsu like the second Hokage. The blue-white water wall appeared out of thin air, shocking everyone at the scene. This, actually created a seemingly endless wall of water out of thin air. Is this, also the ability of the devil fruit? It's really surprising. Devil fruit probably won't have such an ability. Even Robin was silent at this time. He wanted to see how far Su King could reach. Crocodile originally wanted to use the sand to push Vivi off the palace, but due to Su King's water barrier, the sand had no way to attack Su King. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. Su King maintained the water barrier while using water dragon bullet. Sharingan locked Crocodile, and a water dragon bullet flew out like a cannonball. The water transformed into a dragon form, which looked very frightening. It stands to reason that Su King would not learn the ninjutsu in the ninjutsu gift package so quickly. However, because it was given to Su King by the system, Su King understood it instantly and was able to use it skillfully. Crocodile naturally would not sit still and wait for death. Faced with the water dragon bullet, he directly chose to naturalize and then tried his best to avoid it. Su King would not let Crocodile escape so easily, but continued to control the water dragon to attack Crocodile. Crocodile. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the sky, and Crocodile raised his head in shock. Straw Hat Boy. This guy. I should have killed him at that time. It must be Demon Su King again. I used something to save him. Su King, Su King. It's Su King again. Why are you doing this? Why on earth do you stop me again and again? Is it just for ridiculous friendship? At this time, Crocodile was indignant and avoiding Su Kang's water dragon. He was really full of frustration. Luffy. As promised, I didn't kill Crocodile and left him with you. Su King said to Luffy in the air. The reason why Luffy is in the air is because of the help of Bell, the deputy captain of the Kingdom Guard. He is a person with the animal type bird fruit falcon type ability, Hayato. That's great. Thank you. Su King. Chapter 84. Su King, I will explode soon, everyone has been defeated, and my voice can no longer be conveyed to anyone. What on earth are we going to do? If this continues, the country must. At this time, Vivi was heartbroken and didn't know what to do. Don't worry, have you forgotten? Luffy is here. Luffy will defeat Crocodile, and my wood clone will clear all the bombs, don't worry. Su King has many ways to save the country. As partners, we can hear your voice. Su King looked at Vivi and said very seriously. At this moment, Su King truly regarded Vivi as a partner on the ship and a trustworthy person. Well, Vivi also chose to believe in Su King and her friends at this time. At this time, Luffy was full of energy, carrying a big wooden barrel and said, I won't lose again. BD. Crocodile finally got rid of Su King's water dragon bullet, because Su King wanted to get Crocodile out of the way of Luffy, but although Su King consumed some chakra, he also pushed Crocodile to the point of despair. UBD, I will definitely turn you into a mummy alive. Crocodile said. Your wish will not come true. Also, your opponent next will not be me, but Luffy. I said, you can't beat Luffy, so in my eyes, Shishibukai or you are just a small character. I had already fought against Mihawk before entering the Grand Channel. At that time, I was able to fight him to a draw. You now? Do you think I used swordsmanship to deal with you? After Su King finished speaking, he walked to Luffy's side, patted Luffy, and said, be careful, I will be watching your battle from the side. Okay. Luffy said enthusiastically. At this time, Crocodile was trying to remember Su King's words. We are tied with that guy on the battlefield, that means, he is the strongest swordsman in the world? How is this possible? He is just a kid. But, it seems that this guy didn't even touch the knife on his waist when dealing with me. What do I want to do with all this? I'm Crocodile, now I just need to focus on killing the Straw Hat Boy. Crocodile then locked his eyes on Luffy. At this time, the Straw Hats also appeared together. Ussop, Sanji, Chopper, Nami, Zoro. Su King looked at everyone and gave a thumbs up. Everyone did a great job. Everyone is safe. Great. Vivi was feeling a little better at this time. What's going on now? Vivi. Nami looked at Su King, then at Vivi, then at the war around him, and asked. Su King then said, let me give a brief explanation. After Su King finished explaining, everyone understood. What did you say? The square will be bombarded in 10 minutes. Ussop was also shocked. Yes, the bombardment time is 4:30. Vivi said. 4:30? There are 10 minutes left. Nami looked at the clock tower and said. If the artillery shell hits, no one within 5,000 meters in diameter will be able to survive, this is what Crocodile said. Vivi said. In other words, both the King's army and the rebel army will be wiped out. Chopper said. That sand crocodile is so annoying. Sanji said. So we're going to find the bombardier? Zoro asked. That's right. Our mission is not over yet. There are 2 tasks waiting for us to complete next. One is called the War Cessation Plan and the other is called the Explosion Cessation Plan. Su King found that while he was speaking, his partners were silent. Listening to him quietly, Su King felt a heavy burden on his shoulders. Leave it to me to find the artillery bombardment and stop the artillery bombardment. In addition, stop this war and make it rain around. Su King's words surprised his friends. Raining. Ussop said in disbelief, Captain. Don't be joking. Many lives will be affected next. I believe Su King. Everyone looked at Su King and nodded, and Ussop also nodded. With only 10 minutes, how can we find the gunner? The partners asked. Leave it to me. It's time for a rain in Alabasta. Ninjutsu, Dragon and Tiger Free Technique. Su King directly formed a seal and used this move ninjutsu. Immediately afterwards, the sky turned overcast with dark clouds, and then it started to rain slowly around. Su King's move, no matter how dry the place is used to detect the existence of ninjutsu. Rainwater filled with senju chakra is more vital. The rebel army and the King's army that were originally fighting also stopped fighting at this moment, because it has not rained in Alabasta for a long time, and even Albina has been dry for a long time. Oh my god! It's really raining. Captain Su King. I admire you so much. You are my idol. Then ninjutsu is so handsome. The friends couldn't help but praise Su King. Su King said, I just learned this trick. I'm really sorry. If I had learned it earlier, I could have saved Yuba. But having said that, after solving this problem, even if it's something else, I might be able to save Jubal. Vivi burst into tears when she saw that Su King had caused a miracle. Thank you. Su King. I don't know what to say anymore. Don't forget what we are doing now. Su King reminded, then his brows relaxed slightly. Over there. There's a gunner over there. 3 o'clock. Over there. And here. Su King pointed in many directions one after another, and then Sanji, Zoro, Ussop, Chopper, Nami and others all ran towards the place Su King said. Sure enough, they discovered the hidden location of the gunner over there. What a hidden location! Thanks to Su King. Otherwise it would have been impossible to find these gunners within 10 minutes. Nami and others thought. And here. Here. Back then, Nagato used this technique to easily discover Jiraiya who had sneaked into the land of rain, while Su King used it to discover the hidden gunners. I can't find it. I will tell you if I find it, but I guess there are still gunners. Su King has eliminated most of the gunners, but there are still a few who have not been detected because they have not been exposed to the rain. Please everyone. Stop. At this time, Vivi saw that the rebel army and the king's army had stopped, so she started her speech, while Su King was protecting Vivi by her side to prevent any young people from sneaking up on Vivi. Su King's wood clone was also deployed in full force. There were fewer and fewer gunners, and the confidence of his partners was also growing. Almost, Su King thought. Chapter 85. Su King was looking for the gunner's position. At this special moment, Dashki led Marine to the vicinity again. At this time, Luffy was fighting Crocodile, and Robin took the opportunity to capture King Cobra, preparing to go somewhere with the king. Don't worry about me. At 4:30, there will be a bombardment in the square. Everyone will die by then. Go and help stop it. Cobra said, looking at Dusky in front of him. However, Dashki ultimately planned to save the king first. As a person with abilities, Robin naturally easily knocked them to the ground when faced with this group of marines who had no advantage. Later, Dusky faced Robin. At this time, Su King and the Straw Hats were still sifting through layers to find the location of the remaining gunners. I have tried my best, but now I really can't find it. Su King could no longer feel anyone hiding in the Dragon Tiger Free technique, and no one else found the other gunners. But Su King knew that although there were no gunners, there would still be bombs or something, so everyone was still investigating at all levels. As for the king's army and the rebel army, they had been pacified by Princess Vivi, and they also started looking for the gunner. Everything seems to be going in a good direction. The battle between Luffy and Crocodile has come to an end for the time being. Although Luffy is very strong, Crocodile is a Shishibukai after all. He used his hand to grab Luffy and absorb the moisture, and Luffy fell powerlessly. Landed on the sand. However, don't forget that Su Kang's Dragon and Tiger Freedom technique is still in operation. In other words, as long as there is water, Luffy will not die. Soon, Luffy fully recovered. It was so dangerous. I thought I was going to die. Another life was saved by Su Kang. Where's Crocodile? I saw it turned into sand and flew away over there. Su Kang said. I will never let you escape, that crocodile. Luffy gritted his teeth and planned to chase after him. At this time, Su Kang's body had also followed Robin and Cobra to the tomb of the royal family. At this time, Su Kang and Robin had a subtle relationship, that is, they did not disturb each other. Is this here? The royal tomb is where the corpses of past kings sleep. Where are the historical texts? Robin asked. At this time, Cobra walked to a statue of a sea cat and opened the mechanism very easily. Immediately afterwards, a secret staircase appeared. Historical texts are deep underground, and most people don't even know that historical texts exist, Cobra said. Then Cobra asked, Mr. Su King, are you an enemy or a friend? Su King followed Robin, not intending to rescue him, he just followed without saying a word. Now seeing Cobra asking about him, Su King said, Your Majesty, I am Vivi's friend, and naturally I am also your friend, however, I made an agreement with Luffy that Crocodile needs him to defeat him, so I have no reason to take action now. However, I won't let others kill you, don't worry. Su King said this, and Cobra became even more confused, having no idea what Su King's motives were. Su King naturally had no explanation. Robin saw that Su King had no intention of stopping him, so he didn't say much. The reason why Crocodile didn't kill me is because I have the ability to read historical texts. You are not guilty. Robin expressed his position with these words. Afterwards, Su King, Robin and Cobra walked into the hall. It's in the inner door, Cobra said. Su King and Robin then pushed open the inner door, and finally saw what they wanted to see. In front of you is a huge stone tablet with some words written on it. Naturally, Su King couldn't understand these words at all. These were ancient words. Is there anything you want to see recorded on it? Cobra asked. But Nico Robin just read the historical text carefully. Is there nothing more? Is this all this country hides? Robin asked. Are you not satisfied? I have kept my promise. Cobra said. Yes. Robin nodded, and Crocodile walked in at this time. It's truly the country's top secret. No matter how hard you try to find it, if you don't know the mechanisms involved, you won't be able to get in here. Crocodile said. Immediately afterwards, Crocodile saw Su King. You, why are you here? Nico Robin. Why don't you kill him? Crocodile asked. This guy is too strong, I can't kill him. Robin said. Instead of paying attention to me, why not see if you have found what you are looking for? Su King's words made sense. Crocodile immediately asked the Robin next to him, is this a historical text? Nicole Robin. I feel a strange feeling, have you interpreted it? Crocodile asked. Yeah. Robin nodded. Very good, then read it to me. Crocodile does not need to know Su King now, because he knows that there will be a battle with Su King, and it is either him or me. Then Robin began to say, the government of Kahila, Alabasta, this was in the year 239 of heavenly history. Robin told a lot, but none of it was what Crocodile wanted to know. Why are you telling me this? What I want to know is the location of Pluton. Crocodile said eagerly. There are no records in it. It only records history. Robin said calmly. Really? Crocodile obviously didn't believe it. Robin then said, the word Pluton has never appeared. At this time, even King Cobra was stunned for a moment. Su King knew that Robin must have lied. I see, this is it. What a pity. Although you are a very good partner, I still kill you here. Crocodile suddenly said at this time. There was no trace of mercy in his eyes. What? Robin looked at Crocodile unexpectedly. She didn't expect that this guy would change his face as soon as he said it. 4 years ago, the agreement we reached has been completed here. The conditions you proposed are as follows. As long as I take you to the location of the historical text, you will transfer the information about the weapons to me. You are in Baroque during the 4 years of working in the company, I have been very good both in terms of thinking and commanding ability, and that is enough for me. You can be called a useful woman, but you failed to abide by the convention in the end. There are no clues about Pluton in this country's historical texts. Or even if there were records, you never planned to tell him from the beginning me. Crocodile was really angry at this time and questioned Robin. Chapter 86. Crocodile looked at Robin and said calmly, I won't be angry with you. Do you know why? Nico Robin. How stupid. We have been working together for 4 years. I already knew you would do this. Robin threw a test tube of water as he spoke, and then used the power of the flower fruit to catch Crocodile behind him. Immediately afterwards, he planned to kill Crocodile in one go. However, the person in front of him was Shishibukai. As a user with the ability of the sand fruit, Crocodile instantly turned into sand and disappeared. Hey! Robin didn't expect that Crocodile was so fast. He had already appeared behind him and penetrated his body with a golden hook. Nico Robin, I don't hate you, because I have never trusted anyone from the beginning. After Crocodile's words fell, Robin slowly fell to the ground. At this time, Su King used his body to hug Robin with a whoosh. Humph! I already know whether Pluton really exists from Cobra's reaction. Even if I don't rely on any historical texts, I will find him on my own. It's just that this country falls into my hands. It's just a matter of time. Crocodile then locked his sights on Su King. Boom! At this time, the king's cemetery shook rapidly. What's going on? It shouldn't be time for the bombardment yet. Crocodile looked around in a panic. King Cobra said, Nothing, I just pulled out a small pillar of this underground temple. The center of everything is out of balance and is about to collapse. You will all sleep here with me forever. I bet on my name as the 12th generation king of the Nefertari royal family that I will not hand over this kingdom of sand to you. King Cobra planned to die to prove his resolve and to exchange peace for the entire country at the price of death. Mr. Su King, I'm sorry, I might cause you to die here. Cobra said. Su King shook his head and said indifferently, Don't worry, death is not that simple. I still have to wait for Luffy to come over and defeat Crocodile. Su King couldn't help but complain, Luffy is such a tough guy. If it weren't for him, Crocodile would have died long ago. Do you know? After Su King finished speaking, Crocodile sneered and said, Straw Hat Luffy? That guy was completely killed by me this time. There is absolutely no way he will survive. If you place your hope on him, then I advise you to save it. I know you are very strong. To be honest, you are indeed a decent opponent. Let's see who can get out today. Crocodile looked like he was about to start a fight. You can't kill me, Cobra. As long as you turn all the rock pans into sand, I can escape, and you. Then he will be buried in this abandoned palace. Haha. You just died in vain. Crocodile laughed. Su King looked at Robin in his arms and began to treat her with his sage jutsu. Because Su King possesses the blood and cells of the Senju clan, his vitality is extremely amazing, and the chakra that controls sage jutsu also has a strong aura of life. Therefore, Robin felt much better instantly. Why do you want to save me like this? Robin still asked weakly. I've fallen in love with you. You should be our partner on the ship. I've said it a long time ago that only my ship is suitable for you. Su King smiled, and once again separated a wood clone and gave it to Robin. During the treatment, Su King's body just stared at Crocodile to prevent this guy from doing something extraordinary. In less than 3 minutes. Everyone who hinders me will disappear in an instant. At that moment, this land will become a new country. At this time, Crocodile was still there. Dreaming of my own spring and autumn dreams. Su Kingwood clone received news from Vivi. There is a place that cannot be seen from the outside. If there is a place, it can only be there. I really can't think of any other place. As soon as Vivi said this, Su King got it, that's right. Because I have already searched all other places and there is no more suitable place. Right there. Vivi said, pointing in that direction. Follow me. Su King wanted to go somewhere, but it was too easy. After using his devil fruit power, he flew directly. Due to time constraints, Su King didn't care about entering in a civilized way, and directly gathered a raised nan to knock down the wall of the hidden place. Sure enough, there is indeed an enemy of the Baroque working group in front of him. Su King killed it without saying a word, and found that although the gunner was killed, the bomb still did not stop. So that's it, this guy made a time bomb. Crocodile is really insidious. He wants all of us to die. He won't even spare his own men. Su King couldn't help but cursed. Vivi next to her saw this and asked eagerly, What should we do? Even if the gunner is killed, the bomb will still explode. Is all this we have done worth it? At this time, Vivi was also a little confused about what to do. The time for the bomb explosion was getting closer and closer. Su King was also very anxious, but he couldn't think of anything in the desperation. What a great method! However, at this moment, Su King had an idea. Who am I? Su King. I'm the one with cheat. Su King then used his own move ninjutsu without saying a word. Wood-style wood-locking wall. Su King's move is a technique that can only be mastered by those who have awakened the Senju clan's wood style. Although it is a defensive ninjutsu, it can play a great role at this time. The wooden wall completely surrounded the bomb area, and then Su King took Vivi's hand and ran outside quickly. After Su King ran out, he clasped his hands together again and poured a large amount of his chakra into his ninjutsu. After a while, the wood-locking wall turns into a super wood-locking wall. I've tried my best. Even if Deidara self-destructs, I can't destroy this level of wood-locking wall defense. Su King is extremely confident in his wood style. The preparations here were almost complete, but on the other side of the king's cemetery, Luffy finally arrived in time. He blasted the wall in front of him with one punch, and his whole body appeared in everyone's sight. Crocodile was shocked. He did not expect that Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy he killed with his own hands, would stand in front of him alive again. How is this possible? You kid! I'm catching up with you. Crocodile. Luffy said. Chapter 87. Straw Hat Boy. Why do you still stand up against me after being killed by me so many times? At this time, Crocodile's mentality had exploded. Say it. Straw Hat. Not only Crocodile, but even King Cobra was surprised and asked, why can he come here alive? Who is he? Su King. Luffy looked at the intact Crocodile, turned to Su King and said, Thank you. You left this guy to me again. Sorry, I'm late. It doesn't matter. I'll leave this guy to you to defeat. To deal with him, I think I would be bullying him too much. Robin and Cobra are left to me. I will not participate in your battle. You will be able to defeat him, I believe. Su King smiled, not having the slightest doubt about Luffy's ability. This guy is the protagonist of the comic One Piece. And in the original work, Crocodile was finally defeated. Okay. Su King's approach was naturally in line with Luffy's wishes. Only in this way could Luffy fight against Crocodile in front of him wholeheartedly. Water, that's Crocodile's weakness. Although Robin was seriously injured, he still said with all his strength. Don't worry, he already knew about this guy. Su King nodded. Robin also nodded slightly, and Wood Clone Su King continued to treat Robin. Robin was seriously injured and could not be cured for a while. Say. You have to be killed by me several times before you give up. Crocodile's mentality was about to collapse. Because you haven't given back what was taken away from you, Luffy said. What did I take away? Money? Reputation? Trust? Life? Rain? Ha 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 ha. How do you think I should give it back to you? I took away countless things. Crocodile was very crazy. Said. It's the country. Country? What a joker! I'm going to officially take him away now. Become the king of this land and rule it through me. Luffy said, when we came to this island, this was no longer a country, it belonged to her country. If this is really her country, she should be able to smile even more happily. Ah! Luffy rushed towards Crocodile. Even if your momentum is amazing, what can you do without water? Crocodile relied on his being a Logia and being able to elementalize, so naturally he was not afraid of anything. However, what he didn't expect was that Luffy kicked him away. Impossible! Why can you kick me without water? This guy, could he have realized the domineering spirit? Crocodile did not do anything other than being stunned at this time. Crocodile! Luffy punched Crocodile again. As a Shishibukai, Crocodile was instantly knocked away and hit the wall. UBD! Could it be that, with blood? Crocodile finally noticed Luffy, and Luffy's hands were dripping with blood at this time. Even if there is no liquid, the use of blood can invalidate Crocodile's elementalization. Su King did not expect that Luffy, who had originally rough lines, could notice this. Blood can solidify sand, right? Luffy said. Ha 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 ha. Rainland. Royal Palace. Then to this underground temple, you have been to hell twice, and you still dare to challenge me. Let me repay you for your persistence, right? UBD. Luffy didn't care and just kicked Crocodile. Crocodile took off his golden hook at this time and revealed what was inside. As a pirate, it seems that you want to defeat me no matter what. Then I will agree that you are a thorn in my side. Crocodile finally decided to take it seriously. What is that? Luffy asked. It's a poisonous needle. Yet, as a pirate who is on his own, it seems that you have understood that the battles between pirates are life and death struggles. There is no such thing as despicable. If there is an explosion above, this place will collapse all of a sudden. Right? This is the last time, let's make a break. At this time, Crocodile was already planning to resolve everything with Luffy. Although Su King couldn't say anything, Crocodile was still wary of Su King in his heart. After all, the strength Su King showed was too dazzling. In addition to the strong ability of the Shasha fruit, Crocodile's only remaining power is his poisonous needle. When this poisonous needle touched the rock was melted. Humph! Crocodile looked at Luffy with some pride, while Luffy looked at Crocodile with some fear. After all, Luffy had just understood Crocodile's full abilities. However, Luffy was not afraid and fired his rubber pistol, using the malleability of rubber to knock Crocodile away. After just a few encounters, Luffy actually had the upper hand, which shocked King Cobra. Who is this guy? He is so strong? It feels like the crocodile in front of me is no longer like the crocodile before. Stab to death, bury alive, suck dry, even if you have experienced all these and stood up again, you still can't bear this. The winner has been decided, and the poison will soon invade your body. Crocodile said. You don't understand anything, Luffy said. You said I didn't understand anything. Crocodile's anger was ignited again. Rubber machine gun. Luffy rushed towards Crocodile again. Don't you understand? The venom has already entered your wound, and your body has almost paralyzed you. Regardless of whether you win or lose, you will be buried under the temple. This country should not have what you want. Isn't it? What can you gain by risking your life for nothing for the goals of unrelated people? It's just one or two companions. As long as you ignore them, you won't get burned. You are really a bunch of fools. Dar said matter-of-factly. That's why I said you didn't understand. At this time, Luffy accidentally touched the poisonous needle and the poison entered his body. His body was already paralyzed. He stood up with all his strength and said, Vivi, that guy clearly said that he didn't want people to die, but he was always the first to give up his life to save others. If he left it alone, she would die. You will kill me. Luffy said. What a stubborn guy. So I tell you to throw away this troublesome burden. Crocodile said. I don't want her to die. Aren't we partners? Luffy then continued, so, as long as she doesn't give up the country, we won't stop fighting. When Su King heard these words, something seemed to wake up in his heart. Luffy, you are such an idiot, but it is good to have such an idiot as your partner, right? Robin. At this time, Robin had recovered a lot. She also smiled and said, what interesting pirates, you are so interesting. Chapter 88. Su King looked at Robin in front of him with some confusion and asked, what do you mean? Interesting. Yes, it must be fun to be your partner. Robin said. Yeah, so, what do you mean? Su King looked at Robin expectantly. Yes, Crocodile is defeated, and I have nowhere else to go, so I have to go to your ship and become your partner. Robin said. I'm not that reluctant. I wonder if your friends are willing to accept me. Robin said. His companions on the ship had already known about Robin's life experience in advance, and naturally understood why Su King preferred Robin in everything. Accepting Robin had long been agreed upon by everyone. Don't worry, everyone will accept you. There will be more historical texts in the next journey. I hope you can achieve your goal. Su King smiled slightly, very gently, and Robin also followed Su King. King felt a hint of warmth in his smile, and this warmth came from the warmth of his companions. Do you really believe that the Straw Hat Boy can defeat Crocodile? King Cobra asked Su King at this time. He knew how powerful Crocodile was, but he also understood the power of the Straw Hat Boy. It's still hard to tell what the outcome will be now, and he doesn't know why Su King believes so much that Luffy will win. Don't worry, King, Luffy is our captain, he will definitely be able to defeat Crocodile. Su King said. At this time, Crocodile said with some confusion, why hasn't the bomb exploded yet? It's strange. Although I wanted to launch it to the center of the square, since it was launched from there, the casualty rate should be about the same, and the time difference should be the same. There are only 10 seconds left, and the explosion is certain. Haha. You may not know that we have found all the gunners, and even the time bomb has been found by us. Su King said with a faint smile next to him. Found by you? How is it possible? But if you insist on saying so, it is somewhat possible, but what will you do? How will you extinguish those bombs? They are timed, and their power is amazing. Crocodile was still immersed in his own world, he waited for the bomb to explode and kill countless soldiers of Alabasta. What should we do? King Cobra looked at Su King again. As a king, he knew the consequences of the bomb explosion. At this time, Cobra still felt very unsure. Don't worry, my wood clone has been taken care of. Su King didn't have any worries at all. More than 10 seconds passed, more than 20 seconds passed, half a minute passed. At this time, no explosion was felt at all. It was not that the bomb did not explode, but that Su King on the other side used the wood locking wall to completely lock the bomb's damage to the minimum. Even Deidara's self-destruction can be blocked, let alone an explosion of this magnitude? How is it possible? Why? There is no feeling of explosion. What on earth did you do? Su King. After a while, it was determined that Crocodile would not explode again. Crocodile couldn't help but complained. As for Luffy, he was knocked to the ground by Crocodile again. At this time, Crocodile also focused his eyes on Su King again. I said, no matter what. This country will be mine. Even if I use all methods. Crocodile said very enthusiastically, Su King. No matter what I do, you have to stop me. You are arrogant. Although you have some strength, you never take me seriously. I've had enough, let's end it. I'm going to crush you to death. Crocodile was about to take action, but saw Luffy's hand twitching again. Then, Luffy stood up again panting. Fu. Luffy seems a little weak. He has not recovered from the poisonous damage he suffered before. When Crocodile saw Luffy standing up again, he almost went crazy. Every time he knocked Luffy to the ground, Luffy could get up from the ground again and again. This made Crocodile almost go crazy. Going to collapse. The explanation Su King gave could only be the aura of the protagonist. You can't beat me, Luffy said looking at Crocodile. Humph. I finally squeezed it out. Is that all you said? For a bereaved dog that is about to die, there is no suitable bluff or even basis for it. Crocodile laughed at Luffy. I want to be the man of One Piece. Luffy once again yelled out his golden words in an aggressive manner. Crocodile grinned and said, Listen up, kid, no one with a deep understanding of this sea area would say such words easily. I should have said that a novice like you would. There are as many things as there are in this sea area. When you understand this sea area better and better, you will no longer have such dreams. Crocodile suddenly rushed towards Luffy and waved the poisonous needle in his hand again. At this moment, Luffy became very flexible and easily stepped on Crocodile's golden hook, easily breaking the poisonous needle. I am the man who will surpass you, Luffy said seriously. Immediately afterwards, Luffy punched out again and hit Crocodile hard. Crocodile spurted blood and it was almost impossible to use the ability of the Shasha fruit. Luffy followed up with another kick, knocking Crocodile away, and then hit him hard. Crocodile was beaten unilaterally, and the king's tomb began to collapse. Are we still here? Cobra said, this place is about to collapse. Don't worry, I will escape before the collapse. I want to watch Luffy defeat Crocodile with my own eyes. Su King said, he was full of confidence in Luffy. Cobra and Robin stopped saying anything and watched the battle in front of them carefully. Luffy grabbed Crocodile's clothes and held him close to him. Crocodile thought in disbelief, the scorpion poison should have already taken effect. Why does this kid still have such power? You little brat of unknown origin. Who do you think I am, lousy? Crocodile rushed over and struck a blow. Luffy ducked his head and said, no matter who you are, I will surpass you. Luffy kicked Crocodile away. Crocodile was in the air and said condescendingly, you can go to the west with this temple. Heavy type sandstorm. As he spoke, Crocodile formed a huge sandstorm on his hand, and he threw it towards Luffy, destroying everything around him. And Luffy took a sharp breath. Then Crocodile said, Desert Diamond Sword. Chapter 89. Luffy twisted himself into a twist, then exhaled his breath, and flew up like Superman. Rubber. Storm. Desert King Kong Sword. Both Luffy and Crocodile used their most powerful skills. Their attacks collided, but Luffy's attack passed through the Desert Diamond Sword. It went straight up and extended indefinitely. In the end, the rubber storm hit Crocodile one after another with punches. The temple was about to completely collapse, and Crocodile was defeated by Luffy. Su King said at this time, follow me. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed King Cobra with his left hand and Nico Robin with his right hand, and the whole person flew into the air in an instant. It's out. How is this possible? There are many rock walls there from the surface. Cobra didn't expect Luffy to be so strong, nor did he expect Su King to be so fast. This is the first time I feel Alabasta in the sky. Cobra was a little excited. Save Straw Hat, Cobra said when he saw Luffy in the air. Leave it to me. Robin used his flower fruit ability to catch Luffy and send him to a safe place. At this time, the rain was getting heavier. Because of the defeat of Crocodile, the long-awaited rain finally started to fall. Even without using the Dragon Tiger Freedom technique, Alabasta returned to normal. Vivi was stunned when she saw the defeated Crocodile. Recalling a series of things before, Vivi couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Luffy did it and did what he promised himself, which was to defeat Crocodile. This originally seemed completely impossible to happen, but it happened right in front of Vivi's eyes. We won. Ussop and others already understood that Luffy defeated Crocodile. The King's army and the rebel army had already given up fighting long ago. Su Kang's wood clone was not idle. He used his perception to capture many Baroque agents. Su Kang did not let go of any of the bad guys who stirred up trouble on both sides. Of course, the captain of the Kingdom Guard, Akaram, also appeared at the most critical moment, holding a child. Su Kang knew that this child was the only witness who knew that Mr. Tu transformed into a king. After the child told everyone the whole story, everyone realized that they were being used. Su Kang's wood clone also healed Kosa. As the leader of the rebel army, Kosa finally announced the end of the war. All the truth came to light. Everyone knew that the real mastermind behind the scenes was Shishibukai, the hero in their hearts. Rockdale. King Cobra finally expressed his gratitude to Su Kang and Su Kang's companions, while Su Kang carried Luffy on his back and came to his companions. Vivi went to give a speech with the king and Kosha, while Su Kang and his friends went to the palace, planning to have a big meal. This war has been going on for a long time. After careful calculation, Su Kang and others came to Alabasta. It's been a while. In the end, Crocodile was captured by Marine and deprived of Shishabukai's name and all special powers. Shishibukai knew that the Straw Hat Pirates had done a just thing, so he did not continue to attack them. Even Smoker was here. After helping Su Kang and others in an incident, Marine also withdrew. The entire Alabasta was enveloped in excitement. It was not that the war was over, but that it finally rained. Being able to survive was a happy thing for everyone. After everything returned to normal, the Straw Hats began preparations for setting sail, purchasing food and some daily necessities, and Luffy finally woke up. The reason why Luffy woke up so quickly is closely related to Su Kang. Because Su Kang had previously obtained a body that was invulnerable to all poisons, with the help of the system, Su Kang transfused a little of his own blood into Luffy. Luffy instantly defeated Crocodile's scorpion poison. Immediately afterwards, Akaram's wife appeared. She looked almost exactly the same as Akaram. She pushed the cart and brought a lot of fruit. Luffy ate all the food in an instant. Friends, they were all stunned. Soon, a variety of staple meats were served, and then the Straw Hat Eater began. Everyone started eating unscrupulously, and the friends had completely lost their grace while eating. I don't know how long I ate before I finally finished the meal. Immediately afterwards, the king invited everyone to the bathroom. It was good to have a bathroom in an arid country, and everyone had not taken a bath for a long time. At night, the friends made an agreement and left quietly. When Su Kang was leaving, he accidentally overheard the conversation between Akaram and Jaka the Jackal. Should we inform them? Their reputation is already too great. Roronoa Zoro, 60 million belly, Monkey D. Luffy, 100 million belly, Demon Su Kang, the bounty is as high as 300 million belly. At this level, the director of Marine Headquarters Super People will definitely take action, right? There is no turning back. They are going this way. You defeated a Shishibukai. Akaram was very nervous. He wanted to inform everyone in good faith, but when he came to their room, he found that everyone was gone. While Su Kang was flying towards the Mary, he thought, what's going on? Why is my bounty so high? Luffy's bounty for defeating Shishibukai was only 100 million belly, why am I only 300 million belly? Is it profitable? Is it so exaggerated? Su Kang couldn't figure it out, and he wasn't in a hurry to think about it. Anyway, the high bounty showed that he was valued by Marine. Su Kang used his ability to quickly return to the melee, and his friends also rode the running duck and quickly boarded the melee. Goodbye. Say hello to Vivi and Uncle Curly for us. Luffy and others waved goodbye to Running Duck and saw Mr. Tu on the boat. In order to help everyone, Mr. Tu protected the melee, which surprised everyone. Do you know what the status of this island is now? Mr. Tu asked. It has been completely blocked by marine ships. Why do you want to help us? Why? Everyone asked. Because we are friends. Mr. Tu said with a smile. Everyone then played together again, and at this time, Su King discovered that a marine ship had discovered him. Shura/. When Su King saw Marine's ship, he pulled out his sword without saying a word. However, Su King did not slash at Marine's warship, but shifted it slightly, and then Marine's ship began to violently attack. The surrounding water was stirred by Su King's shaking. Take this opportunity. Move quickly. After Su King finished speaking, everyone took the helm, pulled the lever, and began to prepare to break through Marine's blockade.